Their revival off spiritual energy has persisted for a century, with humanity struggling to survive within the confinedness of walled cities. Fierce beasts rampage, monstrous flora proliferate, spatial rifts occur frequently, and beings from other realms continually invade, challenging the very limits of human existence. Feng Han inadvertently traverses to this realm, awakening an extraordinary ability of infinite synthesis. Within these infinite synthesis chamber, any item can be born, transforming waste into treasure, and the mundane into the extraordinary. In Nanshan Bay City, at 4:30 in the morning, Theska transitions from darkness to light, as quietly approaches. In the secondary bedroom off Building 19, Room 602, in the Baihua community. Feng Han lies in his brow slightly furrowed, fingers gently pressing against his temples, striving to organize a flood of fun familiar memory asserted in his mind. After a moment, a bittersweet smile at gracious lips. 9 consecutive days and nights of overtime, a brief moment of rest, and I to do crossing over, and moreover, Havery turned to Missionary High School. Yet, these world seems rather extraordinary. Feng Han immersed health, as his thoughts gradually crystallize with the emerging Goth memories. As in Triago, countless spatial rifts syrup the across the globe, unleashing torrents of other world lie spiritual energy. Countless powerful beings from other realms launched frenzied invasions, marking the dawn of failure from thought momentum. These otherworldly creatures wreak havoc, and the influx of spiritual energy causes Theflaron Fauneo first monstrous forms. Guns and ammunition appear ineffectual against theoristinishing regenerative capability as sand, terrifying gulfully, while fighter jets and artillery emittedly fragilely in the face of these beings. Over 6 billion humans suffer immense casualties, and as the population dwindles to less than a billion, the genetic clock Sophie evolution seem to have a quiet line locked. The first warrior emerges. The absorbs spiritual energy, temper their physiques, and shatter the limits of thermal forms, the size what I means to be warrior. Power fuel warriors scanshit ter mountain sand severivers. This category of warriors rises sto save humanity from peril, erect and fortified city surrounded by the warring whilst to withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts. Monstrous plants, and otherworldly entities. After a century of development and expansion, the basis city system has taken shape, allowing humanity to finally find its footing amidst their ruins, grasping a glimmer of hope for survival. Feng Han takes a deep breath, reflecting on these information. Hishi art fled with shock and gravity. Thought he faced sophomore yan friends remain unchanged. These world das become perilous lie dangerous. His mother still squeezes with Hyman de sister in his dilapidated house. The heavy burden of family responsibility is weighing heavily upon his shoulders. Feng Han cheshes fist slightly, vowing silently must become a warrior. Once he becomes a warrior, he will receive monthly subsidies to improve their living conditions. More importantly, own Libby becoming a wary or can he survive in this treacherous new world. Yet, to become a warrior, one must first gain admission to a warrior academy. Feng Han recalls his Shamarum teacher, Old Hu, reminding the class before the holiday. Today is May 31 St, the last day off vacation tomorrow. Upon returning to school, there will be an ethanol monthly examination. And the college entrance examination Nismerl Yuikaway. Own Lighthosu who set physical strength 3 Chesney tone and qualify as official first sequence warrior, Skangan and Trine Warrior Academy. Currently, Feng Han's physical strength stands in of 150 pounds, leaving a significant gap. He must devise a way to enhance his strength. Feng Han lies entheved, his expression gravioushev agents to contemplate his strategy. Suddenly, a unusual sound resonates in his mind. Simultaneously, a turtle circular wheel spins into view before him. This dark golden wheel is intricately engraved with complex sand-dark epiderms, exuding an air of mystery. What captivates Feng Han is the golden square in the center and that white squares in the outer, circular map of a wheel. What is this? Gazing at this suddenly materialized enigmatic object, Feng Han traces infinite synthesis chamber? Wait, could this be me golden finger for crossing gover? Feng Han's brighten, a wavy ophellation surging within him. That arc golden synthesis wheel begins to spin. Beneath the 3 squares, words appear under the white squares' pending synthesis chamber. And beneath the central dazzling golden squares, synthesis chamber. Tulan off prompt soul superbelow will. Tip 1. Place set wu fio u ron items into the pending synthesis chamber to initiate synthesis. Tip 2. As the host sequence level increases, the number of items synth pending synthesis chamber will gradually expand, and the synthesis effects will become increasingly potent. After reading these prompts, Fong Heng can hardly contain his adjournisto experiment. Heads up, scanning his surroundings, ready to find some items status the fix off these infinite synthesis chamber. Their arrangement oft has small rooms both strange and familiar slightly yellowed wallpaper. Thesmal desk with window, a wooden chair, a bamboo bookshelf. This size indeed the old house where Fong Han lived with his mother and sister during senior year of high school. The environment and furnishings, identical to his previous life, evoke a wave of nostalgia within him. After a moment, Fong Han risses and fills 2 cups with tap water, attempting to place them into the pending synthesis chamber. No sooner does she conceiveth this thought, than the water in the 2 cups vanishes, and 2 translucent water orbs materially in the white pending synthesis chamber. A prompt then appears below. Level 4 water treated in packaged water, classified as saferous, but not suitable for direct consumption. Simultaneously, a notification comes in Fong Han's mind. Synthesis sequence generation in progress. Level 4 water, level 4 water, level 3 water. Host, would I like to proceed with the synthesis? Synthesize. Fong Han responds immediately. The golden synthesis chamber in the center of tweel radiates a soft golden glow. On dan noticeably more a translucent water orb appears within the synthesis chamber. Level 3 water, purified water suitable for daily consumption. Excitement gleams in Fong Han's eyes. Next, he fills another cup with tape water, intending to synthesize it with an created level 3 water. Only to discover that the golden synthesis chamber has turned edge ray, displaying the message synthesis impossible. Fong Han intuitively grasps the key the item stove synthesized must be of similar type and quality. He continues to explore the limitations and methods of using the infinite synthesis chamber, successfully synthesizing Ganather Cupoff level 3 water. He then attempt synthesis Marie. Level 3 water, level 3 water, level 2 water. Golden light flashes within the synthesis chamber, and success is achieved. Level 2 water, ordinary natural mineral water, meeting the standards for natural drinking water in Longwa. Let's continue synthesizing. Level 2 water, level 2 water, level 1 water. The synthesis chamber glows brilliantly. Level 1 water, water quality comparable town, polluted water sources from high altitude naturalise, no capped mountains or premium resources, rich in various trace elements and minerals essential for the human body. Fong Han drinks the crystal clear level 1 water from the cup, relishing its refreshing taste with a hint of sweetness remarkably delicious. Asha gaze saw the dazzling golden synthesis chamber at the center of tweel. Fong Han's expression becomes animate and invigorated. Thine finite synthesis chamber that transforms Swastine to treasure. How extraordinary! Hekanathel Butex claimed softly. With this synthesis chamber, all cultivation resources can be synthesized to the highest quality. Gaining admission to the martial arts academy will no longer be challenged. The path of martial arts cultivation will be smooth sailing. Fong Han's gaze grows increasingly bright. Suddenly, he remembers the Thestal has 4-body tempering pill initial. After rummaging through his wardrobe, he finds Sasmal Percy Lane bottle that securely hidden, pouring out 4-body tempering pills from within. Thebian-sized pills, rapid in tinfoil, emetophant medicinal fragrance and being gun-wrapped. With a thought, Fong Han possessed Wabadai tempering pills into the pending synthesis chamber. The dark brown body refining pill, upon entering the synthesis column, immediately revealed the corresponding item information. Low-level body refining pill, 40 sequence martial artist apprentices, it is a low-grade elixir used to temper the body. The effect. Depending on one's martial arts talent, it can enhance physical strength by approximately 50 to 100 pounds. Reminder. It cannot be taken continuously within 72 hours, otherwise, drug resistance will develop. After consuming 5 pills in succession, it will yield no effect. No wonder the homeroom teacher, Old Who, previously mentioned that the body refining pill should be taken with a 3-day interval. Those students from affluent backgrounds and martial arts families looked down upon the body refining pill. It turns out that this body refining pill is a low-grade elixir, and the drug resistance is quite potent, Fong Han murmured thoughtfully. Generating synthesis sequence. Low-level body refining pill. Low-level body refining pill. Intermediate Body Refining Pill, host. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Synthesize, Fong Han responded without hesitation. The dark golden synthesis wheel began to spin. The resplendent golden synthesis column emitted an even more intense golden glow than before. Once the synthesis was complete, a yellowish-brown intermediate body refining pill appeared in the box. Fong Han glanced at the information. The effects of the elixir had increased to enhance physical strength by approximately 200 to 300 pounds. The drug resistance had also significantly weakened. It could not be taken continuously within 48 hours. Excellent, let's continue synthesizing. Fong Han's spirits were lifted. He synthesized another intermediate body refining pill. Then, he used 2 intermediate body refining pills for the final synthesis. Suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a tier-up synthesis enhancement. Trigger probability 5. Fong Han was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Goodness, today's luck is off the charts. I actually triggered a tier-up synthesis enhancement with only a 5% probability. He watched with excitement as the changes in the synthesis column unfolded. Readjusting synthesis sequence. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized a top-tier body refining pill. A rich golden glow flashed by. Fong Han immediately saw a bright yellow elixir appear in the resplendent golden synthesis column. Top-tier body refining pill. A top-tier elixir for martial artist apprentices to temper their bodies. The effect. Depending on the level of martial arts talent, it can enhance physical strength by at least 700 pounds. It can also improve martial arts talent by 10. Reminder 1. It cannot be taken continuously within 12 hours. Otherwise, drug resistance will develop. After consuming 15 pills in succession, it will yield no effect. Reminder 2. The enhancement effect on martial arts talent is only effective upon first consumption. After reading all the information, Fong Han took a deep breath to calm his overwhelming excitement. Truly, this is a top-tier body refining pill, capable of enhancing physical strength by at least 700 pounds. More importantly, it can also improve martial arts talent by 10. It is worth noting that even after 100 years of development, only about 20% of people in this world possess martial arts talent. Among them, those with poor qualifications account for 80%. Fong Han is one of them. Most critically, his spiritual energy absorption rate is only 30%. Other aspects, such as the efficiency of physical strength enhancement, are also subpar. The overall evaluation of his martial arts talent is merely weak tier. Treasures that can enhance martial arts talent are extremely rare and precious, worth at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Such a price is utterly beyond Fong Han's family circumstances. Yet now, this infinite synthesis column has unexpectedly produced a top-tier elixir capable of enhancing martial arts talent. The enhancement of physical strength is also 14 times stronger than that of the low-level body refining pill. This is an astonishing gain for Fong Han at the same time. His expression grew serious as he repeatedly reminded himself that the secret of this infinite synthesis column must not be revealed to anyone. It must be firmly kept within his heart. Having lived 2 lives, Fong Han possesses a clear understanding of the dangers of harboring precious secrets. He steadied his exhilarated heart, and with a thought, the size of a broad bean, the bright yellow top-tier elixir appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the actual item, Fong Han noticed many extraordinary features of this top-tier body refining pill. The small elixir glimmered as if it were a piece of top-grade warm jade, radiating a subtle, lustrous glow. Moreover, a rich and fragrant herbal aroma wafted through the air. Fong Han inhaled the aroma and immediately felt invigorated. His physical strength of 750 pounds seemed to increase by about 10 pounds merely from the scent. This miraculous effect made Fong Han quite eager. Without hesitation, he swallowed the top-tier elixir. It felt like a warm current flowing down his throat and spreading throughout his body, reaching every limb and bone. His skeleton crackled with sound as his physical strength was rapidly fortified. This sensation was akin to enjoying a luxurious sauna on a frigid day, complemented by a massage, refreshing. As Fong Han reveled in this experience, the potent effects of the elixir seemed to contain abundant spiritual energy, which directly dissolved and exploded within his body. The warm sensation transformed abruptly into a searing heat akin to boiling water and lava. Cough! Fong Han stifled a groan and slightly hunched over. He felt as if his entire body was about to burst. His skin flushed a deep crimson and felt incredibly hot. He resembled a lobster that had been boiled. Realizing that the potency of the elixir was overwhelming and his body's capacity had reached its limit, he cleared the space in the small room and immediately began practicing the basic body-refining fist technique taught at school. The air was filled with the sounds of punches and energy surging. This momentum, which had never been experienced before, fueled Fong Han's strength with every strike. After completing the body-refining fist technique multiple times, the effects of the elixir were rapidly digested. His body temperature dropped quickly, while his physical strength soared. 780 pounds, 800 pounds, 850 pounds, until his physical strength reached 1,450 pounds. Before finally leveling off, the heat within him gradually dissipated. However, Fong Han could distinctly sense that a portion of the elixir's potency remained undigested, quietly nourishing his body and enhancing his strength until the effects were fully absorbed. Fong Han ceased his practice of the body-refining fist technique and stood still, feeling his state with excitement in his eyes. This top-tier body-refining pill had effectively doubled his physical strength. Moreover, the residual effects were continuously at work within him. Most importantly, Fong Han sensed that his spiritual energy absorption rate had now reached 40%, meeting the standards for medium-tier martial arts talent. He smiled with satisfaction. Taking advantage of the day off, he planned to gather all his savings to buy more elixirs. Tomorrow marks the final monthly exam. According to Old Hu, as long as one ranks within the top 10 of the grade, there would be numerous rewards. He must achieve a good result then. Fong Han secretly plotted. At that moment, a sour odor invaded his nostrils. He looked down and was startled to find himself drenched in sweat. His pores and skin were coated with a layer of grimy, sticky liquid formed from sweat and bodily impurities. It was quite uncomfortable. Fong Han immediately took a cold shower. After washing up, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Looking into the mirror, he saw a youthful visage identical to his previous life, and he smiled confidently. Standing at 1.80 meters, his muscular physique resembled that of a cheetah, clearly defined and robust. In his resolute gaze, there was a maturity not typical for his age, and a hint of formidable brilliance. At first glance, Fong Han emanated an extraordinary aura of calmness and confidence, yet with an imposing presence. With a slight smile, Fong Han changed into a casual outfit and stepped outside. Chapter 3. A sudden change in District 6. This old apartment in Baihua community measures only over 60 square meters. Just like in his previous life, it was purchased by Fong Han's father, Fong Weiguo, while he was still alive. The entire apartment has a layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, where the living room also serves as the dining area. As Fong Han opened the door, he saw that breakfast had already been prepared on the dining table. His mother, Kai Shuyun, was shouldering a bag and preparing to head out. He paused, gazing at his mother's busy figure and the few strands of white hair at her temples. Feeling a mix of emotions wash over him, causing his heart to ache slightly. After graduating in his previous life, he had been so preoccupied with work that he rarely returned home. By the time he had the means to improve his mother's life, it was already too late. In this moment, Fong Han felt for the first time that perhaps crossing over to this world was not so bad after all. Kai Shuyun noticed Fong Han stepping out and casually said, "Xiao Han, after you finish eating with Xiao Qiao, don't forget to tidy up the dishes. Got it, Mom?" Fong Han promptly replied. Kai Shuyun smiled gently and left. Cough, cough, cough. Fong Han heard his mother's coughing sound faintly coming from the corridor outside. He furrowed his brows slightly. His mother had been coughing for quite some time now, which stirred a hint of worry in his eyes. The door behind him creaked open. "Brother!" A tender and melodious female voice called out. Fong Han turned around. At the tender age of 13, younger sister Fong Xiao emerged from her slumber, clad in a delightful pink Hello Kitty short-sleeved pajama set, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she greeted her brother Fong Han. "Brother, why are you up so early on your day off?" Fong Xiao was the daughter of their father's comrade-in-arms, having grown up side by side with Fong Han. Following their father's heroic sacrifice during a mission, their mother, Kai Shuyun, had taken Xiao into their home. The bond between the siblings was truly closer than that of many biological brothers and sisters. Fong Han smiled gently, ruffling his sister's hair as he replied, "It's not early. The sun's already shining bright. You little lazy pig." "No way. It's only 6 o'clock. I'm quite diligent." "I'm not a lazy pig, humph." The playful teasing from Fong Han immediately dampened Fong Xiao's spirits. Her adorable face pouting in discontent, Fong Han chuckled softly, saying, "That's right, Our Chow Chow is the most obedient. Go wash up and change your clothes. After breakfast, I'll take you out to play. Since he needed to venture out to purchase elixirs, he planned to take Chow Chow along for a little outing. Upon hearing the prospect of an adventure, Fang Chow Chow's sleepiness and irritation vanished in an instant, and she tugged at Fang Han's hand, inquiring eagerly, "Brother, really?" Her large, dark eyes sparkled with delight. Fang Han gazed at her fondly, nodding earnestly. Ever since their father's demise, the family's income had significantly dwindled. Their mother, Kai Shuyun, worked tirelessly at a food processing factory in the fortress granary outside the base city, toiling from dawn till dusk without a single day off, earning only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Coupled with the monthly stipend of 3,000 for martyrs' families, it was a struggle to support two children in an era of food scarcity and soaring prices. The family seldom ventured out for leisure. The little girl was remarkably understanding, never uttering a complaint. As Fang Han recalled their mother's recent cough, he couldn't help but clench his fists slightly, resolving to enhance his strength and become a warrior. With the monthly warrior allowance, their mother would no longer have to work so hard, and life at home could improve. Gaining warrior privileges would also provide their family with free annual health checkups and various rights and conveniences. Determined, Fang Han set out with his sister after finishing breakfast. As they exited the corridor, Fang Han caught sight of the towering wall not far ahead at it, loomed like a 20-story building, reaching an impressive 50 meters. Constructed from the sturdiest blue granite, engravings of numerous golden spiritual patterns adorned its surface, glimmering in the brilliant morning light, radiating a profound and heavy aura. Fang Han's gaze followed the wall, extending to its end, where he beheld the formidable 50-meter barrier encircling the entire Nanshan Base City like the protective embrace of a giant's arm. Upon the wall, he could faintly see uniformed elite warriors from the Security Bureau patrolling tirelessly, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden threats or attacks, safeguarding the safety of all citizens within the Base City. Fang Han was thoroughly impressed by the sight. Nanshan Base City was merely a small third- or fourth-tier city. He had heard that some first-tier major base cities boasted towering walls reaching 100 to 200 meters in height. What a breathtaking scene that would be! Lost in thought, Fang Han was suddenly jolted back to reality by his sister's voice. "Brother, let's hurry," Fang Chow Chow urged, bouncing ahead with a cheerful laugh that rang like silver bells. Fang Han smiled gently as they exited the apartment complex and made their way toward the community entrance. Passing by the fitness equipment area, Fang Han was taken aback to see two elderly men with graying hair lifting a heavy barbell adorned with several weight plates. The weight was no less than 400 pounds. Apparently unsatisfied with the load, one of the elderly men effortlessly hoisted the barbell with one hand, spinning it in a flourish. The other elder, clearly unwilling to be outdone, began performing a challenging tossing and catching routine. However, after a couple of throws, one miscalculation caused a loud crash as the barbell fell to the ground, shattering the hard stone pavement beneath it with several cracks. Fang Han couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In his previous life, the world record for men's Olympic weightlifting was 446 pounds for the snatch and 530 pounds for the clean and jerk. Yet here, two elderly men could accomplish such feats effortlessly, and this was merely the level of low-tier apprentice warriors. Exiting the community, Fang Han and his sister headed toward the inner district of the base city. Baihua Community was located in District 10, right next to the outer wall. Districts 1 through 5 comprised the inner area. Fang Han attended Nanshan No. 3 Middle School, situated in District 3, conveniently near a well-known elixir shop with fair prices. He navigated his way toward the school with familiarity. Along the way, he bought his sister a pack of rainbow candies and some plum cakes. The little girl delightedly munched on the sweet black sesame cakes, her face smeared with sugary remnants. As they ventured further into the inner district, Fang Han noticed an increasing number of warrior apprentices among the crowd. However, those with physical strength exceeding 1,000 pounds were scarce, while even fewer advanced apprentices surpassed 1,500 pounds, and he had yet to encounter any true warriors capable of lifting a ton. After traversing several streets, they passed the entrance of a small farmer's market in District 6 when suddenly, a piercing and chilling scream erupted from within the market. Chapter 4. Beast Transformation. Almost simultaneously with the scream, the harsh alarm of the security radar blared. Fang Han immediately halted, his senses heightened as he turned to the market, shielding his sister Fang Chow Chow behind him. A portion of the panicked crowd surged toward them in a frenzied escape. Fong Han's gaze cut through the mass of people, peering into the small market. Amidst the chaos, at a grain and oil stall, a cacophony of anguished roars erupted. Two burly men, seemingly around 30 years old, suddenly hunched over and began to howl from their lower backs. Inexplicably, long tails approximately 1.5 meters in length sprouted, thrashing through the air, sending those unfortunate enough to be struck flying, bones shattered. The stalls they hit splintered and collapsed. As the crowd screamed and scattered, the two men continued their rampage, howling and wreaking havoc in the market. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, Fong Han beheld the men's clothes stretching and tearing under the pressure of their suddenly bulging muscles. Their once ordinary eyes turned a menacing shade of crimson, revealing a feral and bloodthirsty nature. The bizarre screeches echoed as the men's expressions morphed into something savage. Whiskers sprouted from their lips, and they bared their teeth in a savage grin, their canines elongated menacingly, and they unleashed growls that resembled no human sound, striking fear into the already panicked crowd. With a sickening crunch, their nails shattered, sharp claws erupting from their fingertips, piercing the flesh of several unfortunate souls who failed to escape in time. Leaving them bleeding on the ground as the two men continued to transform, their fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws. Just as their claws emerged, they wickedly seized two young men in their 20s nearby. The youths turned pale with terror, pleading for mercy, but the monstrous men remained unmoved, tightening their grip, revealing burgeoning bruises and streaming blood. This was the beast transform. Fong Han's pupils dilated slightly, his expression tense and grave. Beast transformation occurs when humans are infected by highly contagious and savage beasts or demon creatures from the wild, leading to genetic mutations that manifest animalistic traits, resulting in a complete loss of rationality, turning them into mindless killing machines. In an instant, all information regarding beast transformations flooded Fong Han's mind. The unsettling fact that the two men's animalistic traits were distinctly rodent-like filled him with dread. As of now, he had never heard of any rodent beast capable of inducing such transformations in humans. Could it be that a new, highly contagious mutated rodent beast had emerged? This terrifying thought flickered through Fong Han's mind. Run. Those two, they've grown tails. They're transforming into beasts. Quick, escape. The terrified crowd stumbled and scrambled past Fong Han and Fong Xiaoqiao in a chaotic frenzy. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Fong Xiaoqiao clutched Fong Han's shirt tightly, her small hand gripping his right hand. Fong Han, while pushing through the throng, ensured his sister remained safely behind him. The two beastly men, agitated by the blaring alarm and the tumultuous shouts, became increasingly frenzied. One bald beast man shattered the skull of the young man in his grasp with a single swipe of his claw. The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting apart, sending a spray of red and white matter flying. The air was instantly thick with an overwhelming stench of blood. The panicking crowd seemed to freeze in place. As if the world had hit pause, enveloped in a suffocating silence, Fong Han hurriedly covered his sister's eyes. Squeak, squeak, roar. The bald, beastly man bellowed as he hurled the headless corpse from his grasp. The lifeless body, dripping with crimson blood, soared through the air. With a resounding thud, it landed not far from Fong Han's feet, splattering fresh blood onto the nearby onlookers. One by one, they stood frozen in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A few droplets of that vivid blood also splashed onto Fong Han's face, trickling down his cheek and mingling with his lips. A metallic, rusty sweetness filled his senses. This was the scent of blood and death. Fong Han's eyes widened momentarily, as if his stomach had turned violently. He clenched his fists, narrowing his gaze. Raising his hand, he wiped the blood from his face. Fong Han did not shy away. He forced himself to adapt. He understood all too well that to survive in this brutal world, such scenes were inevitable. As he beheld the horrific spectacle, a profound realization washed over him. In this world, if one is weak, then when danger strikes, the only outcome is death. Fong Han's gaze sharpened, like a sword honed to a fine edge, growing increasingly keen. Squeak, squeak, roar. Another beastly man, adorned with tattoos, howled menacingly, bringing his fangs close to the neck of a young man. With a swift motion, he sank his teeth in. The artery burst, and sanguine blood gushed forth, splattering the tattooed beastman entirely. The thick, viscous blood only fueled his savage excitement, compelling him to feast with an insatiable appetite. The young man's cries were muffled by the torrent of blood, his pallid face losing its vitality in an instant. The horrifying sounds of flesh being torn echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Resembling the whispers of death itself, run! Escape quickly! The once bustling crowd, now pale-faced, continued to flee in sheer terror towards the street. The bald beastman scanned the surroundings with his blood-red eyes. With a powerful leap, he charged forward, heading straight for Fong Han. Brother, I doubt I'm scared. Fong Xiaoqiao clutched Fong Han's hand and the hem of his clothing, her voice trembling. Her adorable face, framed by large, dark eyes, reflected sheer terror as she gazed at the advancing bald beastman. Fong Han stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister, blocking her view of the grisly scene. He fixed his gaze on the beastman while softly assuring her, "Don't worry, brother will protect you." As he observed the beastman's movements, Fong Han calculated his strength, his eyes sharp as a blade. He quickly discerned that while this beastman was swift, his strength was relatively moderate, approximately weighing around 1,300 pounds. Squeak, squeak, roar. Seemingly hearing Fong Xiaoqiao's tender voice, the bald beastman turned his gaze upon them. His bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the siblings, nostrils flaring as if sniffing for something, his expression growing increasingly ferocious and greedy. Flesh. Sweet, delectable flesh, squeak, squeak, roar. Fong Han listened intently to the beastman's words and growls, filled with astonishment. How could this beastman still possess a semblance of intelligence? A gust of wind rushed past, snapping Fong Han from his thoughts. He watched as the bald beastman charged at him with the speed of an arrow, stepping forward. With the force of a sword unsheathed, he unleashed an overwhelming and formidable aura. "You seek death," Fong Han exclaimed coldly, striking with fierce intent. Chapter 5. Total annihilation. The bald beastman leapt over several people, crashing forward. As he neared, sensing Fong Han's presence, a wave of alarm surged through him. Instinctively aware of the impending danger, he found himself unable to halt his descent. Squeak, squeak, roar. Fueled by madness, the bald beastman roared, unleashing his 10 razor-sharp claws, descending upon Fong Han to strike. The ferocious momentum seemed intent on tearing Fong Han asunder. The stench of blood filled the air. Fong Han narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. He felt his mental energy expanding, allowing him to perceive every movement of the bald beastman with clarity. The beastman was charging. "Child, quickly evade. Don't just stand there. Flee." Ah! The surrounding crowd, witnessing the bald beastman barreling towards Fong Han, erupted into frantic shouts of warning. Many girls, unable to bear the sight, screamed in horror. But in the next moment, everyone stood frozen, shock and disbelief etched on their faces as they turned to Fong Han. There, Fong Han's hands deftly evaded the descending claws, intertwining with the beastman's wrist in one swift motion. He twisted it sharply. The sickening crack of bones echoed in the air. Ah! The bald beastman let out a piercing scream. Thud. His falling body crashed heavily onto the hard ground, kneeling before Fong Han. In agony, he lifted his head, his whiskers trembling, his crimson eyes filled with hatred and malice. With a furious whoosh, he lashed out with his tail towards Fong Han. Fong Han glanced over, noticing that the tail, about 5 feet long, had a sharp, steel-like tip. Its purple hue hinted at a deadly poison. Humph! Fong Han scoffed coldly, releasing the severed claw. His right hand narrowly dodged the tail's strike, grasping the base instead. With a powerful yank, the sound of tearing flesh echoed. The black, elongated tail, as thick as an adult's arm, was easily ripped off and discarded. Ah! The bald beastman writhed in agony on the ground, resembling a wounded rat. His cries filled with pain and terror. Fong Han looked down at him, and the moment their eyes met, the cold, murderous intent in Fong Han's gaze caused the beastman to shudder violently. Squeak, squeak, roar. The bald beastman whimpered in distress. Attempting to crawl away with all his might, blood dripped from the severed tail, creating a gruesome trail behind him. Fong Han stepped forward without mercy. His right leg shot out like lightning, delivering a powerful kick. All onlookers saw a dark shadow sweep across the bald beastman. Then came a resounding thud. The beast man was sent flying, akin to a deflated ball. His chest caved in from the impact. He soared 7 to 8 meters before crashing into a wall. After cracking the wall with spiderweb-like fissures, the massive body slowly slid to the ground. Blood gushed from his orifices. After a few pitiful squeaks, he breathed his last. The crowd, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, gasped in astonishment. They finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Shock and disbelief painted their faces as they stared at Fong Han. How remarkable! This youth managed to kill that beast man with a single kick. Hiss, a warrior. This child is undoubtedly a warrior. A young warrior at that, truly extraordinary. What a prodigy! With a warrior present, these beastmen are doomed. How splendid! The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes towards Fong Han filled with awe and respect. Fong Han glanced at the lifeless body of the bald beastman, feeling a slight sense of relief. He had a fairly good grasp of the capabilities of these rodent-like beastmen. Turning his attention to another tattooed beastman not far off, his confidence and murderous intent intensified. Meanwhile, the tattooed beastman, having been immersed in slaughter, abruptly turned upon hearing the anguished cries of his fallen comrade. His blood-red, feral eyes swept over the lifeless form of the bald beastman. Crumpled against the wall, squeak, squeak, roar. Baring his fangs, he let out a furious roar. "You little rodent, come here to meet your end." Fong Han's cold, indifferent voice echoed throughout the small marketplace. The tattooed beastman detected the mockery in Fong Han's words and roared in fury. He abandoned the terrified crowd, charging directly at Fong Han. Fong Han's eyes grew cold as he spoke softly to his sister behind him. "Xiao Xiao, wait here for a moment. Brother will be back soon." With that, Fong Han stomped the ground and shot forth with tremendous speed. "Brother, be careful." Fong Xiao's anxious voice called out from behind. Fong Han swiftly engaged in battle with the tattooed beast man in that instant. Every panicked individual halted, holding their breath, their expressions tense as they focused intently on Fong Han. Squeak, squeak, roar. The tattooed beastman howled, his claws slashing through the air. Fong Han's eyes narrowed as he anticipated the attack. Crouching low to avoid it, he unleashed a powerful punch at the beastman's chest. The latter squeaked in surprise, transforming his claws into a fist, blocking while retaliating with a heavy strike of his own. Bang! A resounding collision echoed, devoid of any embellishments. The two individuals retreated several steps, their movements echoing with a rhythmic thud. Fong Han's gaze turned slightly cold as he discerned that the strength of the tattooed beast-like man surpassed that of the bald man by a notable margin, reaching an impressive weight of 1,500 pounds. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation surge through his body, remnants of the potent essence from the top-tier body-refining pills he had yet to fully digest now ignited by the chaos of battle. Nurturing his physique and further augmenting his strength. 1,460 pounds, 1,470 pounds, 1,480 pounds. Fong Han felt a comforting warmth within him as his power steadily and resolutely increased. His eyes brightened with determination as he charged forward. The tattooed beast-like man, with a flicker of apprehension in his crimson eyes, dared not delay and met Fong Han head-on. The clash of fists resonated like thunder. A cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers during the new year, echoing continuously. Onlookers were left utterly astonished. Fong Han grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike, his power magnifying with every blow. In stark contrast, the tattooed beast-like man found himself in a state of despair. His heart swelling with an indescribable dread, he sensed that the strength of this young man before him was rapidly escalating, soon becoming overwhelming. Ultimately, Fong Han felt the last vestiges of the pill's potency deplete within him. His physical strength surging to a terrifying 1,700 pounds. With a dispassionate glance at the tattooed beast-like man, he declared coldly, "Death." This proclamation reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. Fong Han stepped forward with decisive strides, positioning himself before the tattooed beast-like man, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. The force of 1,700 pounds unleashed a tempestuous gale of fist wind. Imbued with a fierce intent to kill, the tattooed beast-like man's eyes widened in sheer terror as he beheld the impending blow. With a desperate cry, he raised his fists defensively. The sound of their bodies colliding was thunderous. followed by the sickening crack of bones splintering. A ghastly scream, more animalistic than human, erupted from him. To the astonishment of the crowd, Fong Han's punch shattered the tattooed, beast-like man's hands. Clutching his contorted, mangled appendages, the man staggered back, racked with agony. Fong Han advanced once more. Another punch was launched. The tattooed, beast-like man, utterly defenseless, was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the same wall, leaving behind yet another spider-webbed crater. His state was even more pitiful now, with a deep imprint from Fong Han's fist indented into his chest, likely turning his internal organs to mush. Unable to emit even a cry of despair, he lay lifeless, beyond salvation. Fong Han glanced at the two beast-like corpses, feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him. Turning his head, he spotted a young man standing at the mouth of an alley in the marketplace. His complexion slightly pale, observing Fong Han intently. Their eyes met, and the young man offered an awkward yet courteous smile. Fong Han paid him little mind and returned to his sister, Fong Xiao. The pale-faced young man cast one last deep glance at Fong Han before vanishing into the alley. Seeing the battle conclude, Fong Xiao hurriedly approached Fong Han, her face etched with concern. "Brother, are you all right?" she asked, grasping his hand and scrutinizing him anxiously for any signs of injury. Fong Han smiled and gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry. They can't harm me." All around, spectators gazed at Fong Han with a mixture of awe and respect upon witnessing the two slain beast-like men. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the swift sound of footsteps. Someone was approaching. Fong Han's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the bodies of the beast-like men. Three figures descended swiftly from the rooftops, landing gracefully before the corpses, clad in black windbreakers emblazoned with a golden shield on the back. They emanated an air of authority. Upon closer inspection, Fong Han noted that the shield was intricately woven with mystical patterns, pulsating with a faint aura of spiritual energy. This was the standard attire of the Nanshan Security Bureau's martial artists. The patrol team from the 6th District had arrived. The captain of the Security Bureau was here. The crowd erupted into a chorus of shouts upon sighting the trio. Fong Han scrutinized the members of the Security Bureau, one middle-aged man and two young individuals. Their presence exuded an overwhelming gravity. Merely standing there, they instilled a profound sense of pressure in Fong Han, particularly the middle-aged man, whose inscrutable demeanor suggested he was a formidable practitioner of a high rank. Fong Han mused silently, pondering the depths of the man's strength. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder as a squad of 20 armed soldiers rushed in, swiftly establishing a perimeter around the corpses. They meticulously examined the traces of the battle, dispersing the crowd and gathering accounts of the incident. The sequence of events unfolded methodically. Soon, two soldiers approached Fong Han. After inquiring amidst the onlookers, they learned that Fong Han had dispatched the two beast-like men. Addressing him with respect and courtesy, "Hello, student. We may need to take up some of your time. We require a brief statement and documentation regarding the situation here. Your actions in eliminating the two beast-like men averted potential casualties and further escalation. The Bureau will also provide a reward." "Reward, you say? That sounds promising. I could use it to purchase more pills and cultivation resources." Fong Han nodded slightly, taking his sister's hand as he followed the two soldiers to stand before the trio of Security Bureau martial artists. The captain, the middle-aged man, regarded Fong Han with a serious expression, lost in thought. "Captain, this is the young man who eliminated the two beast-like men." The soldiers reported loudly with a salute. The middle-aged man looked up, and upon seeing Fong Han's youthful face, his eyes widened in surprise. He smiled warmly and extended his hand. "Greetings, young man. I am Zhang Guohao, the captain of the Nanshan Security Bureau's first team." Fong Han shook Zhang Guohao's hand, replying, "I am Fong Han from Class 1, Senior Year, Nanshan No. 3 High School. It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain." Zhang Guohao nodded slightly, just as he was about to speak. Two young subordinates returned after examining the beast-like corpses and their causes of death. A slender young man reported to Zhang Guohao, "Captain, based on the bone density and the anomalous muscle strength of the bald beast-like man, his physical strength was likely just under 1,400 pounds. The fatal blow was delivered to the heart, shattering it with a single strike. Furthermore, the battle did not exceed 3 exchanges. It was executed with remarkable efficiency." After listening to his subordinate's report, Zhang Guohao's gaze towards Fang Han brimmed with increased astonishment. Another young woman, strikingly beautiful, chimed in, "Captain." The other tattooed beast-like man exhibited slightly greater strength. The power unleashed from his muscles and bones was approximately 1,500 pounds. There were numerous traces of combat, indicating multiple exchanges. The final lethal strike also targeted the heart, leaving a distinct imprint from a heavy punch. Likely obliterating his internal organs, Zhang Guohao nodded appreciatively, smiling as he introduced Fang Han to his subordinates. "This is Fang Han. He is the one who vanquished the two beast-like men. Ha ha ha. It seems that heroes emerge from youth. To defeat two foes with such decisiveness is quite impressive. He is certainly a promising talent." The calamity that could have resulted in significant casualties was deftly resolved by Fang Han, who had also revealed such a remarkable talent. This pleased Zhang Guohao immensely, and his gaze towards Fang Han was tinged with admiration. Zhang Guohao's two subordinates, having caught wind of their captain's appreciation for Fang Han, approached him amiably for a brief chat. The slender young man introduced himself as Cui Shan, while the beautiful young woman was Bai Lin. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Guohao inquired, "Fang Han, what is your current physical strength?" Fang Han replied candidly, 1,700 pounds. 1,700 pounds. What? Only 1,700 pounds? Bai Lin exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Cui Shan, equally astonished, queried, "Fang Han, you have yet to become a martial artist?" Fang Han nodded, somewhat perplexed by their reactions. Zhang Guohao's expression shifted to one of even greater astonishment. "You have not yet become a martial artist, yet you were able to defeat two beast-like men. Remarkable." Fang Han was unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "Those two beast-like men were swift. But I could see through their movements. To kill is hardly a matter of great significance." What seems entirely natural to Fang Han has indeed left Zhang Guohao and his companions in a state of astonishment. Bai Lin widened her beautiful eyes and gazed at Fang Han, exclaiming in sheer surprise, "What do you mean by acting swiftly? These beastified individuals, possessing such muscular strength, particularly exhibit the agility characteristic of Rodentia. Their speed is undoubtedly comparable to that of a formal martial artist of the first sequence. By common standards, it would require at least a first sequence martial artist to successfully eliminate two such formidable beastified beings." Upon hearing Bai Lin's words, Fang Han was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Zhang Guohao and Cui Shan, who nodded in agreement. Zhang Guohao scrutinized Fang Han from head to toe, realizing that not only had he slain these two beastified creatures, but he had also emerged unscathed. A startling hypothesis flickered through his mind. "Fang Han, could it be that you have awakened the spiritual perception possessed only by martial artists ahead of time?" Zhang Guohao inquired incredulously. Fang Han was momentarily stunned. He recalled the sensation of releasing his mental power during the earlier battle. Could it be spiritual perception? Fang Han attempted to harness it once more. It was not particularly challenging, and in fact, it felt rather intuitive to him. He immediately surmised that the fusion of his two souls after his transmigration had caused a surge in his mental power, thus allowing him to awaken the spiritual perception typically reserved for formal martial artists of the first sequence. While channeling his spiritual perception, he inquired, "Is this external manifestation of mental power, this awareness of the surrounding environment, what you refer to as spiritual perception?" Bai Lin clearly sensed the intense waves of mental energy emanating from Fang Han. Her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with astonishment, her gaze fixed upon him as she gasped in awe. It turns out that there truly exists someone who can awaken and master spiritual perception at the apprentice level of a zero-sequence martial artist. Wait, your spiritual perception waves. Bai Lin hesitated, awestruck as Fang Han became increasingly adept at manipulating his spiritual perception. The intensity of his mental energy surged even further. This youth, his spiritual perception waves are astonishingly powerful. Remarkably, he has yet to become a formal martial artist of the first sequence. Yet, these waves of spiritual perception surpass even those of me, a high-level martial artist of the first sequence. It is utterly unbelievable. Bai Lin felt her understanding of cultivation shaken to its core. Cui Shan, with wide eyes, was rendered speechless. Zhang Guohao regarded Fang Han with a gaze full of shock and admiration. To possess such formidable spiritual perception before even becoming a martial artist, with a physical prowess of 1,700 gene, he could swiftly dispatch two beastified beings. Some newly graduated high-level martial artists of the first sequence still hesitate in actual combat. In comparison to this youth, the disparity is truly monumental. What a remarkable talent! Zhang Guohao silently approved in his heart. Feng Qiaoqiao stood beside Feng Han, sensing the admiration and astonishment the three members of the security bureau held for her brother's performance. The little girl, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "You should have seen it. My brother was incredible. He took care of those two bad guys in no time." As she spoke, Feng Qiaoqiao animatedly gestured. Feng Han, listening to the little girl's self-praise, could only smile helplessly. Gently ruffling her hair, he pulled her close to him, halting her exuberant antics. The three of them exchanged amused glances at Feng Qiaoqiao's adorable and innocent visage. He glanced back at the ongoing progress and turned to Feng Han, saying, "Once the brothers at the bureau finish their work, let us return together to file an incident report. Slaying beastified beings and assisting in resolving security issues within the base city earns a reward. After we complete the report, I'll have the accounting department transfer the funds directly to your account." Feng Han nodded, unhurried. Suddenly, an urgent sound of footsteps approached. "Captain." A forensic examiner clad in white medical gloves approached Zhang Guohao, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. Similarly, his expression was grave and perplexed as he reported, "The two beastified corpses exhibit some peculiarities." Everyone paused, taken aback. "What has occurred?" Zhang Guohao furrowed his brow as he inquired. Preparing to lead his two subordinates to investigate, as the three turned, their gazes fell upon the bodies by the wall, and their eyes widened in shock. Feng Han also turned his gaze in that direction. Narrowing his eyes, to his astonishment, he beheld the two beastified corpses dissolving at a visible pace. The flesh, bones, skin, and organs of their robust forms appeared to melt away, reminiscent of winter snow meeting the warmth of the sun. The chilling sound of their dissolution echoed ominously. Feng Han frowned slightly. A faintly pungent odor wafted towards him, emanating from the smoke rising from the dissolving bodies. He keenly observed that the liquid resulting from the dissolution seemed highly corrosive, immediately creating charred marks and various sized holes upon contact with the ground. The soldiers, initially gathered around the corpses, quickly covered their mouths and noses, retreating with grave expressions, unwilling to approach even slightly. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Guohao also refrained from advancing. With a serious demeanor, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the forensic examiner beside him, inquiring, "Lao Chun, after so many years as a forensic examiner, you must understand the significance of these two beastified corpses. Why, just a moment ago, were they perfectly intact, and now they are undergoing this bizarre transformation?" Chapter 8. The disintegration of genetic sequences. Zhang Guohao spoke with utmost seriousness. These two corpses represent crucial evidence and sampling specimens. The emergence of Rodentia beastified individuals strongly indicates the potential birth of a new, highly infectious beast. Through the study of these corpses, we may very well develop corresponding antidotes and vaccines, saving countless lives in the future. However, the inexplicable dissolution of these two corpses poses terrifying consequences and a chain reaction that made the forensic examiner break out in cold sweat. He spoke uneasily, filled with self-reproach. "I sincerely apologize." "Captain," then, with a tone laden with doubt, the forensic examiner continued, "In the past, beastified individuals have always reverted to a human corpse state upon death. Yet the cellular changes occurring in these two corpses are entirely unprecedented. I conducted various tests and samples using my portable instruments before the dissolution occurred. I discovered that the incubation period of the beastification virus in their bodies is longer than any previous cases. They were infected at least a month ago." The forensic examiner paused, glancing at the gathered crowd, then continued with a furrowed brow, "Moreover, I suspect that the reason for the dissolution of these two beastified individuals is likely due to a complete breakdown of their genetic sequences." The group fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. "Genetic sequences disintegrating?" Zhang Guohao repeated gravely. He fixed his gaze on Lao Chun, who was a highly skilled forensic examiner with a solid professional background. They had completed numerous missions together, and his character was trustworthy. Zhang Guohao felt confident that Lao Chun would not lie merely to evade responsibility. Lao Chun nodded seriously, affirming, "Yes, Captain. Based on the data collected thus far, I have an 80% confidence in my assessment. It is indeed the disintegration of the genetic sequences that has led to the dissolution of the corpses. Once we return, we shall conduct further verification with the Bureau's instruments. At that time, I will create a dynamic genetic analysis evolution chart, along with a detailed data report. After listening, Zhang Guohao fell into contemplation. Fang Han gazed at the corpses in the corner. During the conversation, the two beastified corpses had completely dissolved into two pools of reddish-brown viscous liquid, emitting faint white smoke as they sizzled and seeped through the cracks of the concrete floor. Zhang Guohao cast a deep glance at the ground and solemnly commanded Lao Chen. "Take your team to clean this up. All dissolved liquid tissue must be collected. Even those seeping into the stone slabs and soil, no matter how deep we must dig, ensure everything is gathered meticulously. Additionally, I require that genetic chart and data report within 24 hours. Yes, Captain." Lao Chen responded with utmost respect and promptly turned to commence his tasks. Fang Han, observing this dialogue, sensed the gravity of the situation. He stood quietly alongside his sister, awaiting developments. Shortly thereafter, Lao Chen returned with assistants and several soldiers, having completed their work. The blue biochemical protective bags filled 5 in total, each as tall as a person, carried by the soldiers back to the Bureau for sampling and research. Observing the scene before him, Fang Han's gaze momentarily sharpened. The corrosive effect was astonishingly potent. In such a brief span, it had seemingly penetrated 2 to 3 meters underground. A slight chill ran through his heart. Zhang Guohao issued the command to disband the team. Fang Han, accompanied by Fang Qiao, boarded an armored vehicle from the Security Bureau, returning to the Bureau located in Sector 1 of the Bay City. "Captain, should we take Fang Han to the interrogation room to draft the incident report?" Cui Shan inquired, holding a form detailing the incident. Upon hearing interrogation room, Fang Han's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Guohao waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Lin, please escort them to the meeting room." "Understood, Captain," Bai Lin replied. Leading Fang Han and Fang Qiao to the meeting room. As Bai Lin questioned and recorded their responses, some time passed before Zhang Guohao entered. He glanced at the individuals seated at the table and handed a box of biscuits to the bored Fang Qiao. The delightful thanks from the little girl caused Zhang Guohao's face to break into a smile, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. Fang Han also smiled faintly at the scene. Sitting beside Bai Lin, Zhang Guohao perused the task report, noting that most of it was nearly complete. After Bai Lin finished her inquiries and filled out the form, he pondered for a moment before addressing Fang Han. "The college entrance examination is just a week away, isn't it?" Fang Han nodded slightly. "Yes, the cultural exam is on the 7th, followed by the martial arts exam on the 8th. Zhang Guohao continued, "Do you have a specific martial arts academy in mind?" Both Fang Qiao, who was munching on biscuits, and Bai Lin, who was finalizing her notes, paused to look at Fang Han. He smiled faintly. "Perhaps Magic City Academy or Imperial City Academy." His tone was light, yet his words radiated undeniable confidence and determination. To an untrained ear, it might have sounded as trivial as discussing meals. "What? You intend to apply to the nation's top 2 martial arts academies?" Bai Lin exclaimed, somewhat flustered. But the entrance requirements for these 2 academies stipulate that apart from being a formal martial artist of the first sequence, one must possess a physical strength of at least 2 tons to qualify. And there is only 1 week left. Bai Lin stammered, her disbelief palpable. It was evident to everyone that Fang Han, with his current strength of 1,700 pounds, was far from the 2-ton benchmark. However, Fang Han merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Zhang Guohao regarded him intently and asked, "Fang Han, once you advance to become a formal martial artist, would you consider registering your qualification at Nanshan Security Bureau?" He added, "You need not worry about the subsidy standards. Whichever Bay City's martial arts academy you enroll in, Nanshan will provide you with the same subsidy." Fang Han contemplated the proposition. Each year, various security and military bureaus across the Bay Cities receive allocations of martial arts resources from Longhua and the provinces, proportionate to the strength of their martial artists. Many martial artists from smaller Bay Cities are afforded an opportunity to change their household registration and choose where to affiliate their martial artist qualifications after gaining admission to martial arts academies. They may either remain in their hometown or relocate to the Bay City housing the academy. Fang Han understood that Zhang Guohao's suggestion was aimed at ensuring Nanshan could secure more martial arts resources in the coming year. The more resources available, the greater the potential for nurturing talent. A more robust security bureau would equate to a safer Bay City environment. Fang Han was not one to forget his roots and recognized Zhang Guohao's commendable character. After a moment's reflection, he replied cautiously, "I understand, Captain Zhang. I will prioritize Nanshan Security Bureau. He did not make an absolute commitment, yet Zhang Guohao appeared quite pleased. After a brief further discussion, the substantial bonus of 30,000 yuan was credited to Feng Han, at which point he and Feng Xiaoqiao departed the security bureau. Once they were outside, Bai Lin turned to Zhang Guohao, her expression tinged with curiosity. Captain, do you truly believe Feng Han can gain admission to Magic City Academy or Imperial City Academy? Zhang Guohao did not respond immediately, instead countering with a question. Xiao Lin, what is your impression of this young man? Bai Lin reflected on her brief interactions with Feng Han, a look of astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes as she exclaimed. He is an exceptionally talented youth. His potential is immense. Both his character and strength are commendable. Even I find myself instinctively fearful when facing two ferocious beast humans. My strength would falter. Yet, he, with a mere 700 pounds of physical strength, managed to single-handedly vanquish those two rat-like beast humans. Truly impressive. Bai Lin responded with a hint of admiration. Zhang Guohao regarded her thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Regardless of whether he gains admission to the two elite martial arts academies, his potential is sufficient to warrant the Bureau's attention. That alone is enough. With that, Zhang Guohao picked up the incident report that Bai Lin had compiled and began to read through it. After scanning a few lines, his gaze suddenly froze. Bai Lin noticed Zhang Guohao's expression and directed her attention to where he was focused. That particular line indicated that the bald beast human had expressed a craving for flesh and blood. Having received a handsome bonus, Feng Han was in good spirits as he treated Feng Xiaoqiao to a lavish lunch. The little girl, seeing the table laden with delicacies, indulged her appetite until her belly was round and full before they exited the restaurant. Feng Han then bought Feng Xiaoqiao an entirely new outfit from head to toe. The little girl, already cute and endearing, appeared even more charming in her new clothes, flitting around Feng Han like a joyous butterfly. Brother, come quick and look at me. Am I pretty? Brother, who do you think is more beautiful, me or that big sister martial artist from the security bureau? Brother, do you think I will become more beautiful as I grow up? Feng Han listened to her barrage of innocent yet challenging questions with a mix of exasperation and amusement, gently ruffling her hair as he chuckled, Be good. My Xiaoqiao is the most beautiful. Feng Xiaoqiao giggled, and the siblings playfully bantered until they reached Knowledge Street outside Nanshan No. 3 High School. At the end of this road lay the school itself. As one of the only 3 higher secondary schools in Nanshan Bay City. It attracted not only numerous martial artists but also a wealth of training resources. The streets were lined with shops selling various martial arts resources and training programs. Qingyun Martial Arts Exam Tutoring Class. In this final week, we'll propel you to success on the exam. Second sequence martial artists one-on-one expert tutoring, the best choice for excelling in the college entrance exam. Newly arrived, martial artist apprentice body refinement treasure, body refinement pill. 1 pill guarantees your admission to the martial arts academy. Various banners and signs overwhelmed Feng Han's senses. After searching around, he found the store where he had worked during the winter and summer breaks, Old 100's Pill Shop. This shop primarily dealt in pills but also offered a selection of martial arts techniques. Tucked away at the entrance of an alley, the shop was somewhat difficult to locate, and its space was modest. Yet the prices were quite reasonable. Upon entering, Feng Han was greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. An elderly man with graying hair and a beard, in his 60s, sat atop a high stool, bent over the counter writing. This was the owner of the shop, Old Yang. Hearing the door open, Old Yang lifted his eyelids and glanced over. Oh, you little rascal actually thought to visit me, he said gruffly upon spotting Feng Han. Grandpa Yang, I've come to see you. Feng Xiaoqiao chimed in, standing beside Feng Han. Upon seeing the little girl, Old Yang's demeanor transformed completely, his face lighting up with a warm smile. Xiaoqiao, come here. Let Grandpa Yang have a look. Old Yang swung open the counter door, inviting Xiaoqiao to sit on another high stool, and reached into the cupboard to retrieve a bag of dried fruit, which he handed to her. Xiaoqiao's sweet words seemed to charm Old Yang, who laughed heartily at her chatter. Observing the delightful exchange between the two, Feng Han couldn't help but smile slightly. He placed a small bag of mung bean cakes, which he had bought earlier, on the counter and said, Old Yang, this is for you. Old Yang glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, but quickly unwrapped it without hesitation. Taking a piece and chewing leisurely as he savored the treat, he glanced at Feng Han and teased, Well, At least you've got some conscience, you little rascal. After a brief pause, Old Yang glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall and, with a serious tone, addressed Fong Han, only a week until the college entrance exam. Do you have enough pills? If you're facing any difficulties, just let me know. Although I'm alone, I can at least lend a helping hand. Fong Han shook his head gently. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. I came today to buy some pills. Old Yang was well aware of Fong Han's circumstances. He perceived the thoughtful youth was merely putting on a brave front, shouldering all the pressures and burying his troubles deep within. With a resigned sigh, Old Yang remarked, "You stubborn child. How can you be so inflexible at such a young age? You must learn to be adaptable. If you don't speak up about your struggles, even if someone wishes to help, they won't have the chance." With that, Old Yang bent down and retrieved a small white porcelain vial he had prepared earlier. Placing it before Fong Han. "Here, take it. I have prepared this for you long ago. Here are 2 body refinement pills and 2 body tempering pills. Just like the body refinement pills, the body tempering pills must also be taken with a 3-day interval. These newly developed pills possess enhanced efficacy compared to the body refinement pills. There's only a week left. Let us make the final push, even if you don't perform well in the martial arts examination and fail to gain admission into the martial arts academy, aim to enroll in a decent vocational school. Having a skill will make it easier to make a living in the future." Fong Han gazed at the small white porcelain vial, feeling a surge of emotion. Old Yang, who had no children or family, had genuinely come to regard Fong Han and Fong Xiao as his own grandchildren. He had always offered considerable care, and now, as the college entrance exams approached, he bestowed upon them 4 precious pills. After a moment's hesitation, Fong Han chose not to feign modesty and directly accepted the vial. He then earnestly addressed Old Yang, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa Yang. I will always remember your kindness over the years." Upon hearing Fong Han's words, Old Yang stroked his goat beard and nodded subtly, while chuckling, "Oh, no, no, you mischievous lad. Don't get all sentimental. That title of Grandpa sends shivers down my spine. Just call me Old Yang. It sounds much more pleasing to my ears." Fong Xiao obediently approached Old Yang from behind, giving him a shoulder massage. "Thank you for the pills, Grandpa Yang. Let me massage your shoulders, wishing you longevity and eternal health." Hee hee. Old Yang's eyes crinkled into slits from joy. "Our Xiao is the best." Fong Han left his sister playing there and ventured inside to select more pills. The shop was lined with display shelves, the central 5 rows dedicated to pill racks, while the leftmost column against the wall housed the martial arts techniques. As Fong Han perused the shelves, he suddenly halted before the martial arts section. Chapter 10. Combining Techniques, Strength Soars. Fong Han noticed several foundational body refinement martial arts manuals from various provinces on the shelves. The full title taught in school was the 5th set of basic body refinement techniques of Nanjiang Province. Here, he found versions from Nansu Province, the imperial capital, and several others. Inspired by the characteristics of the infinite synthesis bar, he had a sudden epiphany to eye in his unique line of sight, only visible to him. The infinite synthesis roulette materialized. With a mental cue, a copy of the 5th set of basic body refinement techniques of the imperial capital appeared in the synthesis bar. Just as Fong Han was troubled about how to place the basic body refinement techniques he had learned into the synthesis bar, a flash of golden light occurred. Another item, the 5th set of basic body refinement techniques of Nanjiang Province, automatically coalesced in the synthesis bar. The golden-edged infinite synthesis bar shimmered with the light of possible synthesis. Detection of items not belonging to the host. Synthesis cannot be performed. Fong Han was not surprised by the system's notification. Instead, he felt a wave of exhilaration. He scoured the entire martial arts shelf, ultimately discovering 7 additional versions of the foundational body refinement techniques, AT-2000 each. Holding all 7 in his hands, he knew that synthesizing a more advanced body refinement technique to establish a solid martial arts foundation made the total expenditure of 14,000 worth every penny. He also acquired 6 body tempering pills for a total of 12,000. 6 body refinement pills cost 6,000. His total expenditure amounted to 32,000. Previously, after spending 1,500 on meals and clothing for his sister, he was left with merely 500 from his bonus of 30,000 and 4,000 in savings. When Fong Han presented all his items to Old Yang for checkout, the latter was astonished, nearly believing Fong Han had just robbed a bank. Upon hearing that this was from a reward for slaying beast-like humans, Old Yang was even more shocked. his mouth agape. After a brief moment of daze, the old man, who was well aware of Fong Han's true capabilities, grasped the crux of the matter. Previously, your physical strength. Old Yang began but hesitated, quickly realizing the situation. With a serious expression, he cautioned Fong Han. Regardless of any fortunate encounters you may experience in the coming days, remember to keep it to yourself. The envy of others can be perilous. If you ever find yourself in an unsolvable predicament, just give me a call. Though I am old, I still have influence with certain individuals. Fong Han took Old Yang's words to heart, smiling softly. Rest assured, Old Yang, I haven't experienced any extraordinary encounters. I merely concealed my strength before. Old Yang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Fong Xiaoqiao sat nearby, her expression one of confusion. The siblings chatted with Old Yang for a while longer before departing. The old man sat on his high stool behind the counter, watching Fong Han's retreating figure, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Heaven has opened its eyes, he murmured softly. Then, Old Yang's gaze turned deep and contemplative. After a moment of silence, he slowly muttered, in due time. Once his strength has sufficiently grown, I shall pass it on to him. Upon returning home, Fong Han immediately entered his room and began synthesizing martial arts techniques and pills. Basic body refinement techniques of Nanjiang Province. Basic body refinement techniques of Nansu Province. Intermediate body refinement techniques. Basic body refinement techniques of the Imperial Capital. Basic body refinement techniques of Nanfuka Province. Intermediate body refinement techniques. Successfully synthesizing 4 volumes of intermediate techniques from 8 versions of foundational techniques, Fong Han's eyes lit up as he continued the synthesis. Intermediate body refinement techniques. Intermediate body refinement techniques. Advanced body refinement techniques. From the 4 volumes of intermediate techniques, he created 2 volumes of advanced body refinement techniques. Finally, with a burst of radiant golden light, a volume of top-level body refinement techniques emerged in the infinite synthesis bar. Detection of the host, synthesizing top-level body refinement techniques. Would you like to learn it? Fong Han immediately responded, learn. Buzz. A torrent of information surged into his mind, momentarily overwhelming him. His limbs, tendons, muscles, and bones. Fong Han's entire being trembled slightly, as if electrified. Simultaneously, a 3-dimensional diagram of the human body appeared in his mind. Every muscle, every tendon, every bone and organ. The training methods for all parts of the body were vividly etched in Fong Han's consciousness. After a while, he regained his composure, gently clenched his fist, a look of delight illuminating his face. He had mastered the top-level body refinement techniques in an instant. It felt as if he had practiced for decades. Forming muscle memory, Fong Han murmured with joy, feeling as though his body had transformed from a small wooden barrel into a vast river, its foundation deepening several-fold, allowing for even greater physical strength. This profound enhancement would undoubtedly have far-reaching benefits for his future path in martial arts. Fong Han then took out the purchased pills and began synthesizing. After 3 rounds of synthesis, 8 body refinement pills successfully combined to form a single top-level body refinement pill. Upon ingestion, his physical strength surged by 700 pounds, reaching a total of 2,400 pounds. Such immense power exceeded the threshold for ascending to the first-tier official martial artist, which is 1 ton, according to the current conversion rate. 1 ton equals 2,000 pounds, however. Fong Han sensed that no spiritual energy had yet manifested within him. Moreover, he felt that the potential of his body was far from being fully realized. It could still yield even greater physical strength, such as the advantage of a solid foundation. He retrieved the body tempering pills and placed them in the synthesis bar. Low-level body tempering pill, designed for 0-tier martial artist apprentices. A low-level pill for body tempering. Effect. Enhances physical strength by approximately 80 to 120 pounds, depending on martial arts talent. Note. Cannot be taken consecutively within 72 hours to avoid drug resistance. Taking 6 consecutively will yield no effect. Upon reviewing all the information, Fong Han nodded subtly. The efficacy of the body tempering pill was indeed superior to that of the body refinement pill. With lower susceptibility to drug resistance, he initiated synthesis. After 3 flashes of golden light, a fragrant crimson top-level body tempering pill appeared in the infinite synthesis bar. Top-level body tempering pill, designed for 0-tier martial artist apprentices. A top-tier pill for body tempering, depending on martial arts talent. It enhances physical strength by at least 800 pounds. It can also increase martial arts talent by 20. Note 1. Cannot be taken consecutively within 12 hours to avoid drug resistance. Taking 16 consecutively will yield no effect. Note 2. The enhancement effect on martial arts talent is only effective upon first consumption. Having absorbed all the information, Fong Han could hardly contain his joy and excitement. This top-level body-tempering pill not only provided a more potent strength boost, but also augmented martial arts talent. A 20% increase in talent alone made this small Crimson's pill a coveted treasure, sought after by countless individuals. Even at a pill auction, such a remarkable item would fetch nearly 10 million. And that's if it were available at all. With his eyes gleaming, Fong Han stared at the top-level body-tempering pill and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Chapter 11. Talent Enhancement. Incredible strength. As soon as the top-level body-tempering pill entered his mouth, Fong Han felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy and medicinal power erupt within him. At that moment, it felt as though every pore in his body had opened wide. The ethereal energy present in the external air resonated harmoniously with the medicinal potency of the internal spiritual essence. Hastening the refinement of the body, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs began to permeate the air, emanating from the pores of Fong Han, a testament to the elixir's presence. The supreme body-refining elixir swiftly augmented Fong Han's physical strength to an astonishing 3,200 gene. Simultaneously, an immense wave of medicinal power erupted, igniting the residual potency of the body-refining elixir that had yet to be fully assimilated. His entire body was enveloped with azure and purple veins, pulsating like writhing earthworms, while his muscles swelled, resembling inflated balloons, bulging forth dramatically. Fong Han's gaze became resolute and profound as he suppressed the myriad agonies surging within him, immediately commencing his practice of the supreme body-refining fist technique. Each movement and technique sent forth gusts of energy that roared through the room, yet not a single item was disturbed or shattered. Mastery of the supreme body-refining fist technique not only fortified Fong Han's foundation significantly, but also allowed him to exert unparalleled control over his body and strength. The sound of the wind from his punches echoed within the modest confines of the room. The thundering impacts of his heavy strikes occasionally detonated the air, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. After 2 hours, drenched in sweat, Fong Han finally digested all the medicinal power, his physical strength reaching a staggering 3,500 gene. Such immense power rendered him comparable to certain first-tier low-level formal martial artists. Moreover, Fong Han distinctly sensed that his body had not yet reached its limit, with ample room for further enhancement. Crucially, his martial arts talent had ascended to 60%, signifying that he could absorb and refine 60% of the spiritual energy during the process of body refinement. This placed him firmly within the realm of mid-tier top-tier talent, and with further improvement, he could soon step into the threshold of advanced talent. That evening, his mother, Kai Shuyun, returned home and, upon learning of the experiences shared by her children, felt a mixture of concern and relief. She continuously urged Fong Han to exercise caution in similar situations in the future. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, as the clock struck 5:30, Fong Han rose punctually. After breakfast and escorting his sister to school, he traversed several streets and entered the gates of Nanshan Third Middle School. The sound of the morning reading bell resonated throughout the campus. Fong Han quickened his pace, arriving precisely in class 3-1. A glance at the podium revealed that their homeroom teacher, Old Hu, was notably absent. Fong Han settled into the farthest row, at the leftmost seat by the window. Just as he set down his backpack, his deskmate, Zhou Wei, leaned over with a signature classic exclamation, "Wow, old Fong, today is the last monthly exam. Are you confident?" Zhou Wei's honest face bore a trace of nervousness. His physical strength was merely 1,600 gene, placing him in a precarious position. Many martial arts academies considered this final monthly exam alongside high school entrance exam scores during admissions. Thus, this assessment was crucial for all third-year students aspiring to enter martial arts academies. Fong Han patted Zhou Wei's shoulder, reassuring him, "Relax, old Zhou, you'll be just fine." With the comfort from his close friend, Zhou Wei's spirits gradually lifted. Fong Han organized his textbooks and sat down. Reflecting on the harrowing scenes of the beastly humanoids' rampage from the previous day, he turned to Zhou Wei and spoke earnestly. "Old Zhou, honestly, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Engaging in small business ventures within the Bay City might allow one to live a stable and happy life. Zhou Wei glanced at Feng Han, sensing the gravity of his words, and a bittersweet smile crossed his face. Old Feng, given the current situation, where can we find a stable life? He replied, my cousin, in his 50s with 3 children, faces immense financial strain. Even with monthly subsidies, it's insufficient. He has signed up to venture outside the city to cultivate the land. Still within the protective confines of the electric fence, during last weekend's break, I heard that just days after he left, he encountered a first-tier beast that slipped through a gap in the electric fence, ending in a gruesome fate. By the time they found him, his body had already begun to decay. Old Feng, we must become martial artists. In this era, if one does not become a martial artist, they are akin to ants. Zhou Wei clenched his fist, his voice tinged with determination. Feng Han placed a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder. At that moment, Yang Fan, seated in front of them, turned around to join the conversation. Old Zhou, what Old Feng says holds merit. While martial artists are indeed formidable, every mission they undertake carries significant risks. Each time, one must be prepared to put their life on the line. Those ferocious beasts, or terrifying otherworldly beings, are nothing short of horrific entities that devour humans whole. Yang Fan's father led a mercenary team, leveraging past connections and resources acquired during his tenure as a martial artist within the Nanshan Security Bureau. Feng Han and Zhou Wei had both visited, aware that Uncle Tian was one of the earliest members of the mercenary team. Approaching 40 years of age, he was a first-tier high-level martial artist, with a physical strength reaching 9 tons. Zhou Wei, eager and anxious, inquired, what happened to Uncle Tian? Yang Fan sighed. Last night, during dinner, my father shared that Uncle Tian had led a team to the Security Bureau for a mission beyond the electric fence. The entire team he took out has yet to return. It was only yesterday that the search and rescue team from the Bureau discovered traces. The martial artists in the entire team were devoured by the beasts, leaving only bones behind. Feng Han's gaze hardened, an expression of solemnity crossing his features. Zhou Wei gasped, fear evident in his eyes. Yang Fan continued, moreover, yesterday at the agricultural market in District 6, 4 beastly humanoids appeared. It was said they were unprecedented rodent-type humanoids. Each possessed a physical strength of 2 tons. Had it not been for someone who eliminated them on the spot, the consequences would have been dire. Furthermore, my father heard that the martial artist who exterminated those 4 beastly humanoids was remarkably young, still a 3rd-year student. He single-handedly took on 4, dispatching them within mere moments, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. 4 beastly humanoids, each with 2 tons of strength. That sounds a bit exaggerated. Feng Han awkwardly rubbed his nose. Zhou Wei's honest visage reflected sheer amazement as he exclaimed, wow, that's incredible. A fellow 3rd-year martial arts apprentice managed to slay 4 beastly humanoids, each with 2 tons of strength. It's infuriating how incredible some people are. That student is truly exceptional. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. That youth is undoubtedly extraordinary. Who knows, he might even be a direct disciple of a grandmaster. Sighing, he added, in any case, I don't want to dwell on it too much. With my meager martial arts talent and a physical strength of 400 gene, I may as well resign myself to never becoming a martial artist. My father has already arranged everything. After graduation, I'm to study accounting. Once I complete my studies, I'll manage the finances of the mercenary team, spending my life within the confines of the Bay City. Perhaps I'll find a partner, marry, and have children early, fulfilling the call for every household to bear at least 4 children for the development of our dragon country. Ha! Zhou Wei fell silent. Among the 3, Yang Fan came from the most affluent background, while Feng Han and Zhou Wei shared a similar socio-economic status. Yang Fan patted Zhou Wei's shoulder. Old Zhou, why don't you try taking the cleansing elixir distributed by the school? If you can't break through that 400 gene barrier, I'll ask my father for some funds to buy you an elixir to assist you. Subsequently, Yang Fan turned to Feng Han, suggesting, Old Feng, if you find yourself without any prospects in the future, consider joining me in studying accounting. My father is planning to open another supermarket, and since we're all acquaintances, I could arrange a position for you. Zhou Wei, whose disposition was naturally open-hearted, gazed at Yang Fan with gratitude, his eyes glistening. Feng Han, aware that he did not require such assistance, nonetheless expressed his gratitude for his friend's kindness. Just then, a group of figures approached the 3, striding confidently toward them. Chapter 12. A promising future awaits as Fong Han and his friends engaged in conversation, for individuals approached from the direction of the classroom's back door. Fong Han, come with us, one of them declared imperiously as they closed the distance. Fong Han furrowed his brow and turned to face them. The speaker was a tall, lanky youth with a horse-like face, his hair dyed an audacious orange. Dressed in a high-end custom school uniform adorned with intricate spiritual patterns, hands confidently tucked into his pockets, he regarded Fong Han with an air of arrogance, his demeanor dripping with condescension. Wei Chao? A descendant of the Wei family, a martial arts clan of some repute within the Nanshan-based city. Wei Chao had always struggled academically, viewed as an outcast within his family.in school. He was frequently reprimanded by teachers, serving as a quintessential example of a student gone astray. Yet, upon reaching the age of 18 and during the martial arts talent awakening ceremony, Wei Chao unveiled a high-level talent, with a spiritual energy absorption rate reaching 70%. Wei Chao immediately experienced a sensation akin to a humble chicken soaring to the branches and transforming into a phoenix. The Wei family's regard for him ascended at a rocket-like pace. The family's status had undergone a dramatic transformation. Resources poured in ceaselessly, coupled with the robust foundation he had built since childhood. Wei Chao's physical strength successfully reached 1 ton, promoting him to a formal warrior of the first tier. His ranking in the school's monthly assessments also surged significantly in terms of martial examination results. He undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in Class 1. Gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy was essentially a foregone conclusion. The rapid elevation of his status and power rendered Wei Chao's demeanor increasingly arrogant and overbearing. In stark contrast to Wei Chao's situation stood Fong Han. His academic scores were nearly all perfect, consistently placing first in cultural examinations. During the first and second years of high school, if Wei Chao was the negative example, Fong Han was the epitome of excellence. Wei Chao harbored deep resentment towards this. After the awakening ceremony, he felt a surge of vindication. Consequently, he took to lingering in front of Fong Han, devising various schemes to reclaim his former standing. The previous Fong Han had always adopted a conciliatory demeanor. But now, he merely cast a fleeting glance, devoid of any inclination to move, utterly disregarding Wei Chao's words. Witnessing Fong Han's attitude, Wei Chao's expression darkened instantly. The 3 lackeys beside him promptly stepped forward to support him. Fong Han, are you deaf? Brother Chao is speaking to you, you little brat, and you act like you didn't hear. Fong Han, Brother Chao is calling you, didn't you hear? Come over here. Are you just going to sit there waiting for the new year? Fong Han narrowed his eyes slightly, his icy gaze sweeping over the 3 clamorous lackeys. They suddenly felt an involuntary chill race through them, their expressions freezing in silence. Behind him, the robust Zhou Wei stepped forward. Facing Wei Chao's group with an angry countenance, his honest and straightforward visage, once settled, emanated an oppressive sense of a good-natured person on the verge of exploding. He intoned sternly, Wei Chao, do you have some unspeakable matter that cannot be said here? Why must you drag old Fong along with you? Who do you think you are? Others may fear you, but I, Zhou Wei, do not. So what if you're from a martial arts family? If you have the guts, let us settle this in a duel. As Zhou Wei spoke, he rolled up his school uniform sleeves. His powerful muscles bulged, veins protruding, as his aura surged with a palpable fighting spirit. Yang Fan also rose to stand beside Fong Han. Casting a cold glance at Wei Chao and intoning icily, Wei Chao, when a small man rises, he should not be arrogant, lest he unwittingly provoke someone he cannot afford to offend, leading to dire consequences. Fong Han felt a warmth in his heart at the sight of his 2 friends' actions. In times of glory, one often encounters fair-weather friends. In times of adversity, one learns the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Opposite him, Wei Chao observed Zhou Wei and Yang Fan stepping forward with no surprise. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Fong Han, drawing closer and lowering his voice, saying, Fong Han, I am here to offer you a splendid opportunity. The college entrance examination is just a week away. I need a sparring partner. Why don't you be my sparring partner? Rest assured, I will pay you. How about $10 an hour? Furthermore, we are about to distribute cleansing elixirs. If you hand over your cleansing elixir to me, I can arrange a position for you at my home afterward. Oh, by the way, the family has recently allocated me a small villa, and I am in need of a security guard. Fong Han, after the college entrance examination, you can work as a security guard at my home. By the end, Wei Chao had his hands shoved into his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. He did not believe Feng Han would refuse. After all, he had already secured 2 cleansing elixirs through this method. 2 unfortunate souls, fated not to be admitted to the Martial Arts Academy, had agreed to hand over their elixirs after the distribution point, 1 cleansing elixir in exchange for a stable job in the Bay City. For students destined not to enter the Martial Arts Academy, this deal was indeed a decent way out, of course. This relied on Wei Chao keeping his word. For Wei Chao, acquiring a few precious cleansing elixirs without effort would significantly advance his martial arts foundation. This was immensely beneficial for his future martial arts training. The commotion gradually attracted the attention of other classmates in the class. Some began to gather around. Wei Chao glanced at the crowd that was slowly converging. The 2 unfortunate souls, after all, were unknown to anyone, so whatever work they had agreed to could go to hell. As for Feng Han, arranging him as his family's security guard, ensuring he could watch the entrance every day, would also be a gratifying arrangement. With this thought, a smug smile crept onto Wei Chao's face. The 3 lackeys beside him began to earnestly persuade Feng Han. Feng Han, look how much Brother Chao cares for you. With your physical strength of over 700 pounds, there's no need to stress over the college entrance examination. Just be Brother Chao's sparring partner and earn some extra cash to help your family. Using the cleansing elixir on you is a waste. It would be better for Brother Chao, and you could secure a stable job as a guard, watching over Brother Chao's place, walking the dogs. How stable would that be? Yes, Feng Han, others envy you for this. There is a gap between people. Helping Brother Chao, who is destined to become a powerful martial artist, is also your honor. Feng Han gazed coldly at the faces of this group, his expression growing increasingly frigid and profound. If he truly possessed a physical strength of over 700 pounds and was reduced to serving as a sparring partner for Wei Chao, who wielded a strength of 1 ton, that would indeed be a death wish. Even if Wei Chao did not strike hard enough to kill, he would certainly suffer considerable hardship. Furthermore, the price of $10 an hour was laughably low. Even a cheap sparring partner would demand more. Subsequently, nursing a severely injured body would render his chances at the college entrance examination even bleaker. As for the cleansing elixir, it was a precious medicinal item not found on the market. Like many other valuable elixirs and martial resources, it could only be produced and sold in limited quantities by certain state-owned enterprises in the Dragon Nation. It had the ability to refine the body, solidify martial foundations, and enhance potential. For many ambitious martial artists, it was an object of great desire. Each student could only acquire one during their final year of high school. The optimal time for consumption was during the stages of a zero-sequence martial apprentice or a first-sequence formal martial artist. Wei Chao's actions not only aimed to sever Feng Han's path to the college entrance examination, but also sought to keep him close, a tool for venting his frustrations whenever he pleased. Wei Chao, you truly are asking for trouble. Zhou Wei erupted in anger. Yang Fan's fists were clenched tightly. Feng Han grasped Zhou Wei, who was about to roll up his sleeves and charge forward. His gaze fierce as he addressed Wei Chao and his entourage coldly. Thanks, old Zhou. Just a few wild dogs barking at me. I can handle this myself. Upon hearing this, Wei Chao could no longer contain his fury. Roaring, Feng Han, you are truly asking for trouble. The 3 lackeys surged forward without hesitation. Feng Han's eyes turned icy as he stepped forward decisively. Chapter 13. The siege. The classmates who had gathered around were astonished to see Feng Han not retreating, but instead proactively preparing to fight. They began to murmur in disbelief. Is the sun rising in the west today? Feng Han dares to retort against Wei Chao, which is unlike his usual demeanor. Oh no, it's about to get physical. Feng Han is stepping up. This is bad. Feng Han only has a physical strength of over 700 pounds, and even if Wei Chao refrains from attacking, each of his lackeys possesses no less than 1,500 pounds of strength. Indeed, it seems Feng Han is about to face a tough battle. At the back of the classroom, Zhou Wei and Yang Fan exchanged astonished glances, witnessing Feng Han boldly stepping forward. They both felt that their good friend seemed somewhat different from his usual self. Feng Han, you dare to offend Brother Chao. It seems you're itching for trouble. You little brat, today we'll loosen your muscles and bones. Just right for a warm-up before the monthly exam. Haha! Wei Chao's 3 lackeys cracked their knuckles and charged forward with determination. Old Feng, be careful. Zhou Wei urgently warned from behind. As everyone watched, the atmosphere brimming with tension. all eyes focused on the impending confrontation. The three lackeys of Wei Chao rushed forward. As they closed in on Fong Han, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The air crackled with the force of their blows, and none held back. They all sought to vent their frustrations for Wei Chao, hoping to earn some rewards afterward. Their faces were alight with confidence, seemingly envisioning the moment they would bring Fong Han down to the ground and unleash a flurry of strikes. However, in the next instant, their jubilant expressions froze abruptly. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers were equally stunned. Zhou Wei, who had intended to rush to aid, stood frozen in place. Fong Han lightly executed a kick, directly striking the calf of the sweeping leg. A resounding crack echoed throughout the classroom, piercing and chilling. Immediately following, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the surroundings. The youth, who aimed a powerful whip kick at Fong Han, immediately clutched his broken leg in agony, rolling on the ground in torment. Suddenly, two heavy fists came rushing forward. Fong Han narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing through the narrow slit of his eyelids. Nonchalantly, he extended both hands, intercepting the two whistling punches that struck toward him with remarkable speed. A couple of resounding thuds echoed. The fists exploded in Fong Han's palms, yet it felt as though they had collided with an unyielding wall. Unable to penetrate further, following that, Fong Han slightly tightened his grip. The triumphant smiles on the faces of the two opponents had frozen the moment their companion fell. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming force surging through their fists. An irresistible pressure. Their faces instantly turned pale, and their eyes filled with profound terror. How is this possible? One of them gazed at Fong Han, incredulity spilling from his lips. He felt as though his fist was gripped by iron pincers, ready to be twisted and crushed by this terrifying power at any moment. Another subordinate of Wei Chao, overwhelmed by pain, broke into a cold sweat, collapsing to his knees with a thud. His face drained of color. He stared at Fong Han with a trembling mouth, utterly disbelieving. "You doubt your strength? How can this be?" Fong Han paid no heed to the astonishment in their eyes. With a swift twist of his hands, he directly snapped the wrists of these two subordinates of Wei Chao. Then, like the wind, he executed a kick as swift as an arrow. With two resounding thuds, he struck their chests. The two were sent flying like deflated balls, soaring 4 to 5 meters before crashing down at Wei Chao's feet, crying out in pain. In that moment, the entire classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. The atmosphere, quiet for merely an instant, erupted like boiling water. Why heavens, what have I just witnessed? Is the sun today truly rising from the west? Just now, Fong Han effortlessly toppled those three subordinates of Wei Chao, who were all at least advanced martial artist apprentices. Wasn't Fong Han only at the level of a low-level martial artist apprentice? How could these three advanced martial artist apprentices fail to last even a single exchange against him? After this bout, he didn't even seem to be out of breath. It was evident he had not exerted himself fully. Not only were the surrounding classmates utterly astonished, but even Zhou Wei and Yang Fan's expressions turned to one of utter shock. "Lao Yang, is that Lao Fong's doing?" Zhou Wei, reflecting on the earlier scene, turned to confirm with the more composed Yang Fan. Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement beyond mere astonishment. Who would have thought that Lao Fong had hidden his capabilities so deeply? 3 advanced martial artist apprentices were dispatched as effortlessly as swatting flies. "Lao Zhou, his strength must surpass yours by a considerable margin." Upon hearing his friend's words, Zhou Wei finally confirmed that he was not imagining things. The two continued to observe the scene unfolding. Wei Chao glanced at his 3 subordinates writhing in agony on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. The murmurs of the surrounding classmates and the cries of pain from his subordinates echoed in his ears. Wei Chao felt as though he had received 3 invisible slaps to the face from Fong Han, each one igniting a burning sensation. His already sullen gaze turned icy, as if it could freeze solid. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more of Wei Chao's subordinates rushed into the classroom. Upon seeing their comrades rolling on the ground in pain, their expressions shifted dramatically. When they looked up at Fong Han, disbelief mingled with a palpable wariness filled their eyes. One of them tentatively asked Wei Chao, "Brother Chao, what should we do?" Wei Chao, with his cold, icy stare fixed firmly on Fong Han, spoke in a chilling tone, "Attack." The 3 subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they moved to encircle Fong Han. The onlookers, witnessing the approach of 3 more of Wei Chao's subordinates, all brightened with anticipation, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. Fong Han cast a detached gaze toward the encroaching trio. These 3 subordinates of Wei Chao, both in stature and aura, were evidently stronger than the previous 3. Moreover, Fong Han sensed a faintly familiar chill emanating from them. It soon dawned on him. These 3 exuded a murderous intent. Their every movement betrayed considerable combat experience. With purpose, the trio advanced, forming a tactical formation capable of both offense and defense, displaying impressive coordination. Quite intriguing. Fong Han scoffed coldly and initiated the attack. Chapter 14. Overwhelming power thud. Fong Han stomped his right foot down, causing the ground to erupt with a muffled roar. The entire Nanshan Third Middle School was constructed with spiritual patterned steel reinforcement, utilizing unique materials for the concrete. The academic building was exceptionally sturdy. Yet at this moment, Fong Han's stomp sent a tremor through the floor, startling the entire class. Such formidable strength left everyone in shock. The 3 Wei Chao subordinates, well-versed in combat, sensed the subtle vibrations beneath their feet. Their faces shifting drastically, their estimation of Fong Han's physical prowess escalated significantly. Simultaneously, alarm bells rang in their minds. The instant Fong Han stomped, he surged forward like a leaping leopard. His figure moved with blinding speed, reaching the 3 Wei Chao subordinates in the blink of an eye. Fast, too fast. This singular thought resonated in everyone's minds. Then, whoosh, 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 powerful fists, imbued with surging force, cut through the air with a deafening roar that filled the classroom. The 3 Wei Chao subordinates instinctively halted, raising their hands in a futile attempt to shield themselves. But it was utterly ineffective. The ferocity of the blows made them feel as though they had been struck head-on by a speeding vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull, explosive sounds reverberated. Everyone watched as 3 figures were sent hurtling backward. Clatter, clatter. The trio barreled through a sea of desks and chairs, eliciting screams as everyone scrambled to evade the chaos. The sight of the 3, faces flushed and sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise on their robust arms, was disheartening. Yet even this minor effort proved insurmountable. They lay there, blood trickling from their lips. Unable to rise or even move, Fong Han unleashed another blow, sending the 3 flying once more. An absolute domination. This was a complete and utter display of strength. All the spectators were left in profound shock. Such incredible physical power. Each of these 6 individuals was an advanced martial artist apprentice, particularly those in the second wave. Their physical strength should have been around 1800 Jin. Despite their numerical advantage, they were unable to withstand a single strike from Fong Han. When did Fong Han become this formidable? Wasn't it previously stated that his physical strength only reached 700 Jin? He had clearly been hiding his true capabilities. Good heavens, to unleash such power just before the upcoming exams, he had concealed it so deeply. Among the astonished and chattering crowd, a strikingly beautiful girl stood at the back, the class monitor of Class 1, Meng Xiaoxian. Her clear, enchanting eyes were also fixated on Fong Han. The results of his consecutive battles elicited a profound astonishment in her gaze. Behind Fong Han, Zhou Wei and Yang Fan gasped at the decisive and overwhelming combat. Hiss! These 3 were even stronger than the last trio, yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from Lao Fong. Zhou Wei exclaimed in shock, his eyes vacant. They didn't even lay a finger on Lao Fong's clothes before collapsing. Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with amazement, mirroring the sentiment of disbelief akin to discovering that an ordinary friend was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. Fong Han stood amidst the chaos, surveying the 6 moaning subordinates of Wei Chao sprawled on the ground, and remarked coolly, easily dispatched. He then turned his gaze toward Wei Chao, whose face was contorted with rage and whose eyes were as dark as a storm cloud, and spoke in a calm tone. Wei Chao, weren't you looking for a sparring partner? Here's your chance. Come at me. Fong Han beckoned toward Wei Chao with a taunting gesture. This provocative action instantly flushed Wei Chao's face with fury. Very well, very well. Wei Chao glared at Fong Han, his anger boiling over, even laughing in rage. You've got guts, Fong Han. I wondered why you suddenly leaped up. It turns out you've been hiding your strength, waiting for the perfect moment to pull a fast one on me. he snorted coldly, abruptly shifting his tone. If you're so confident, why would I not oblige you? A cold smirk spread across his lips. However, this isn't any fun if it's just a straightforward fight. If you're so bold, how about wagering something? Wei Chao raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Feng Han. Of course, if you're too afraid, then it's no trouble. Just come over, kneel before me, bow 3 times, and apologize, and give my 6 brothers a total of 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. Regarding this matter, I could consider letting it go just like that. What do you think? Wei Chao wore a chilling smile on his face as he fixed his gaze on Feng Han, resembling a cunning spider that had woven a web, patiently awaiting its prey. Wei Chao had already discerned Feng Han's true strength during the previous 2 battles, with a physical prowess of 2,200 pounds and this remarkable sensitivity to spiritual fluctuations. It turned out this little brat had officially become a first-tier warrior. No wonder he had managed to keep my 6 subordinates incapacitated. What a well-concealed secret. However, just a few days ago, my strength had surged to nearly 3,000 pounds. You still wish to challenge me? Dare you lay a hand on my subordinates? Humph. If you dare to gamble, I will ensure you are left unable to rise. Wei Chao thought maliciously to himself. Having lived 2 lives, Feng Han was naturally unfazed by Wei Chao's petty provocation. He chuckled lightly and remarked, Wei Chao, with that pitiful excuse for a brain of yours, do not embarrass yourself in my presence. Have you not bothered to check your own academic scores? Is it truly worthwhile to flaunt your incompetence before me? Speak up. What do you wish to wager? Upon hearing Feng Han's words, Wei Chao's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. His furious eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames, he took a deep breath, reminding himself that small grievances should not jeopardize grand ambitions. He intended not only to win the bet, but also to bring Feng Han to his knees. At the same time, Wei Chao mentally replaced the original stakes with something far more valuable, aiming to win something that Feng Han could not afford to lose. From the inner pocket of his tailored school uniform, Wei Chao produced a white porcelain vial and coldly declared to Feng Han, Here are 8 blood exchange pills. Let us wager on this. The surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs upon hearing the exchange between Feng Han and Wei Chao. What? Could Feng Han truly be contemplating a confrontation with Wei Chao? I initially thought he merely intended to retaliate and withdraw. It seems now that Feng Han is prepared to unleash his full potential and astonish everyone. Feng Han's earlier strength was approximately 2,200 pounds, indicating he had indeed ascended to the rank of a first-tier warrior. Those with keen eyes had already perceived Feng Han's true capabilities. Yet, Wei Chao had long since become an official warrior. Should Feng Han engage in a confrontation with him, he would likely suffer a disadvantage. What a joke! To be at a disadvantage is to overestimate oneself. Someone mocked. Immediately following, he lowered his voice to share insider information with a few classmates nearby. I heard that after Wei Chao ascended to official warrior status, he received considerable resources from his family, and now his physical strength is nearing 3,000 pounds. Good heavens, if Feng Han were to fight Wei Chao, would he not be akin to striking a rock with an egg? If Feng Han accepts this wager, he would be in serious trouble. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, all eyes turned to Feng Han. Chapter 15. Intermediate Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. The onlookers continued to speculate while casting glances at Feng Han. At the back of the crowd, Meng Xiaoxian also regarded Feng Han with keen interest, curious about how he would choose to respond. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan hurriedly approached Feng Han's side. Zhou Wei shot a fierce glare at Wei Chao, then lowered his voice to advise Feng Han. Old Feng, that old sly fox Wei Chao is setting a trap for you. He has already ascended to the rank of a first-tier official warrior. Moreover, he has the resources of the Wei family backing him. His physical power is certainly formidable. Old Feng, you must not fall for this. You absolutely cannot fight Wei Chao. Yang Fan chimed in, urging Feng Han as well. Old Feng, Wei Chao is merely using provocation. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. You have already left Wei Chao's 6 subordinates searching for their teeth. You have effectively rubbed his face in the dirt. If he resorts to these tricks, it is merely an attempt to regain his dignity. Do not fall for his ploy. Feng Han offered a reassuring smile to his 2 friends, responding, Do not worry. I am confident, Wei Chao. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter and witnessing Feng Han's continued silence, feared that Fong Han might have discerned his true strength and immediately seized the moment to sneer and speak again. Fong Han, if you are afraid, just say so. Come over and knock your head 3 times, and pay me 100,000 in medical expenses, and we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, before Wei Chao could finish his sentence, Fong Han interrupted him. Wei Chao. His gaze was deep and his smile light as he spoke. Not only will I accept your wager, but I shall raise the stakes. In addition to these 8 blood exchange pills, I want an additional 100,000. This opportunity presented itself, and I see no reason not to seize a bit more. Fong Han's tone was casual and nonchalant, yet his words struck like a boulder cast into the hearts of all present, instantly stirring up waves of astonishment. What? Fong Han actually wishes to add 100,000. 8 blood exchange pills are worth at least 20,000. Whoever wins this match will walk away with over 100,000. A substantial sum indeed. Has Fong Han lost his mind? This is utterly absurd. He is effectively betting on a near-certain loss while wagering 100,000. Where does he find such confidence? I have heard that Fong Han's family background is quite modest. He resides in an old neighborhood, and his family's income relies solely on his mother's work at a food factory outside the city. My goodness, how could he afford such recklessness? To suddenly wager over 100,000. How could his family possibly manage that? Do not rush to conclusions. I have a feeling that this is not as simple as it appears. While the crowd continued to murmur, Wei Chao was momentarily taken aback by Fong Han's declaration. 100,000, plus 8 blood exchange pills. This sum, even with the support of the Wei family, was not insignificant. Wei Chao immediately sensed that Fong Han's reaction was rather unusual. He recalled the earlier 2 battles. The strength Fong Han exhibited upon striking was undoubtedly around 2,200 pounds. This strength merely indicated his recent ascent to first-tier official warrior status. Furthermore, Fong Han was already aware of Wei Chao's own advancement. So why would this brat choose to gamble against him? Moreover, he was wagering such a considerable sum. Could it be that Fong Han possesses some hidden advantage? Wei Chao could not help but ponder. Wait! Suddenly, he grasped the crux of the matter. This amount of money was nearly unbearable for me. Why does he mention it so easily? Is it possible that Fong Han is already regretting his decision, intentionally saying this to make me hesitate and withdraw from the wager? By heavens, if I back down, then this little brat will achieve a resounding victory today. Indeed, that must be his true objective. Humph! This Fong Han, scoring perfect marks in academics, is indeed shrewd and full of schemes. Fortunately, I realized this in time. Do I look like someone who can be fooled? Ha! What a joke! Wei Chao sneered inwardly. Then, he recalled the precious item his family had bestowed upon him, his eyes glinting as he spoke. Is an additional 100,000 sufficient? He chuckled. Fong Han, your ambitions are rather limited. I shall add 1 copy of the intermediate spiritual energy guidance technique. As he spoke, Wei Chao produced a pale purple memory crystal, roughly the size of a baby's fist. This intermediate spiritual energy guidance technique was a recent resource granted to him by the Wei family, intended to assist Wei Chao in making a final push for the college entrance examination. IT was a technique through which the spiritual energy within a warrior's body could coalesce into a more refined and potent form, enhancing their physical power and combat capabilities. This was an exceptionally valuable martial resource. This single copy of the intermediate spiritual energy guidance technique was worth at least 200,000. Wei Chao held the memory crystal and the porcelain vial. A smug smile plastered on his face as he regarded Fong Han. Fong Han, with 8 blood exchange pills, 1 copy of the intermediate spiritual energy guidance technique, and an additional 100,000. Do you dare to accept? The crowd was left utterly stunned upon hearing Wei Chao's words. This seemingly trivial skirmish had escalated into a wager worth over 300,000. For everyone present, this was an unprecedented occurrence. They all turned their gazes towards Fong Han, curious to see how he would respond. Fong Han's eyes sparkled as he regarded the 2 items in Wei Chao's hands. This boy is quite the prodigal, delivering an opportunity right to my doorstep. Fong Han smiled and readily affirmed, I accept. Hearing this, Wei Chao's face immediately contorted with disdain and ridicule. Accept? Fong Han? Please do clarify the situation. You cannot simply declare your acceptance. What do you intend to stake? Do you truly believe you can match the value of these martial resources worth over 300,000 with mere words? What a farce! Fong Han's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze turning icy. "I will back old Fong," Yang Fan declared, standing beside Fong Han. Zhou Wei gritted his teeth and stepped forward as well. "Count me in too." Yang Fan fixed his gaze on Wei Chao, speaking with venom. "Wei Chao, what do you have to be so smug about? Old Fong may be short on cash, but I have it. We accept." Following this, Yang Fan turned to Fong Han and Zhou Wei, saying, "Old Zhou, considering your family circumstances, you should refrain from getting involved. Old Fong, if you lose, I'll cover this money for you. Let's consider it a lesson learned." Sigh. He exhaled deeply. Fong Han patted the shoulders of his two friends. "Don't worry, I won't engage in anything I'm uncertain about." Wei Chao, seeing Yang Fan step forward, smirked with satisfaction. He was aware that Yang Fan's father was the leader of a mercenary squad. Thus he could indeed take on this wager. With someone to take over, Wei Chao felt reassured. He gazed at Fong Han and his companions, a sense of pride swelling within him. "All right, Yang Fan, I trust you." Fong Han, let us begin. Chapter 16. Clash of Fists. Fong Han, let us commence, Wei Chao proclaimed, brimming with confidence as he positioned himself in the center of the arena. The 6 subordinates finally regained their composure. Laboriously rising from the ground to gather behind Wei Chao, they fixated their gaze on Fong Han, cheering him on. "Chao Gu, take him down. Chao Gu is magnificent. Win this bet and we'll sell everything to support you. Go, Chao Gu." With Chao Gu personally stepping in, "Fong Han, your end is near." The onlooking students, witnessing the astounding stakes now established, were all fixated on the unfolding battle. At the back of the crowd, the class monitor, Meng Xiaoxian, watched with a mix of confusion and curiosity, her gaze fixated on Fong Han. Fong Han approached Wei Chao, casually beckoning with his hand. Wei Chao, burning with fury, sneered coldly, "Fong Han, I will show you just how vast the chasm between us truly is. I, Wei Chao, am destined to become a formidable martial artist. As for you, Fong Han, you shall learn to cower before me." Ha ha ha. Wei Chao laughed boisterously. With a thud, he propelled himself forward, unleashing nearly 3,000 pounds of physical power. The force was formidable. The moment his foot struck the ground, the sturdy floor trembled slightly. Wei Chao's somewhat lean and tall frame shot forth like a dart, and as he neared Fong Han, he unleashed a fierce right punch. A grayish-white glow of spiritual energy erupted from his fist. The violent force of his punch and the brutal energy created a whistling sound that reverberated through the air. Such an intensity elicited gasps from the spectators. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan clenched their fists, sweating nervously for Fong Han. As the punch approached, the wind generated by it caused Fong Han to squint. A cold glimmer radiated from his eyes. "Wei Chao, you do love to chatter," Fong Han bellowed. In an instant, he transformed from utter stillness to explosive motion, akin to a fierce leopard leaping to hunt. All 3,500 pounds of his immense strength surged forth. The air before his fist roared with a powerful wind. Fong Han neither retreated nor made any evasive maneuvers. His eyes blazed with intensity as he delivered a straightforward punch. Colliding head-on with Wei Chao's blow, the onlookers were astonished by the sheer ferocity of Fong Han's punch. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the two fists met with a thunderous crash. Bang! A deep, resounding thud echoed through the classroom. Crack, crack. The tiles beneath their feet shattered under the overwhelming force of their clash. Their fists locked in a moment of stalemate, and suddenly, Wei Chao's expression transformed in disbelief. "This is impossible." Everyone held their breath. They watched as the grayish-white glow of Wei Chao's spiritual energy flickered twice like a short-circuited bulb before extinguishing. Following that, an even more violent force erupted from Fong Han's fist. Over a ton, 3,500 pounds of raw power, transmitted through his fist and arm, directly impacting Wei Chao's entire body. In that fleeting moment, a figure was seen soaring backward. With a thud, he crashed against the wall beside the classroom's back door. Crack, crack. The wall's plaster shattered and fell to the ground along with that figure. All of this transpired too swiftly for many to comprehend. When the crowd turned their attention to the corner, they realized that the figure hurled through the air was none other than Wei Chao. Faces turned pale in shock, disbelief rippling through the crowd. They struggled to fathom that this initial confrontation, devoid of any embellishment, ended with Wei Chao being sent flying. As the crowd shifted their gaze back to the center, Fong Han stood calmly, exuding an air of nonchalance. As if it were all perfectly natural, some quick to react finally grasped the situation. How did this possible? Fong Han's physical strength is greater than Wei Chao's. What on earth is happening? Everyone was overwhelmed with astonishment. Questions swirling in their minds. Wei Chao's 6 subordinates, upon witnessing their leader being sent flying, rushed to his side in a daze. Chao Gu, are you all right? They questioned anxiously. Wei Chao suppressed the tremors and pain in his right fist. Stifling the anger surging within him, he stood up, angrily pushing aside the encroaching subordinates. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wei Chao glared fiercely at Fong Han, the grayish-white glow of spiritual energy enveloping him, a heavy, oppressive aura radiated from him. He unleashed all his strength, releasing his spiritual senses. His eyes glinted like those of a wounded wolf as they bore down on Fong Han. His words dripped with fury, seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Fong Han, do not revel too soon. I was careless just now. Prepare to be brought to your knees, Wei Chao roared, his bravado masking the flicker of trepidation that had crept into his heart. He began to sense, albeit vaguely, that this wager of over 300,000 might very well end in defeat. As this thought surfaced, Wei Chao forcefully suppressed it. He erupted in rage. The grayish-white glow of spiritual energy on his fist blazed brightly. The wind from his punch howled ominously. Fong Han fixed his gaze upon him, in his spiritual perception. He felt as though this incoming punch was not merely a strike, but a colossal stone bearing down upon him. This is a first-star spiritual martial technique. With the enhancement of a formal martial artist's spiritual energy, such techniques could unleash a power that surpassed one's physical capabilities. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this display. A first-star martial technique. What formidable and fierce power. Fong Han is finished. Old Fong, be careful, Zhou Wei warned urgently. Yang Fan was equally distressed. Fong Han's narrowed eyes remained fixed on this spiritual martial technique. A cold glint igniting within, he clenched his fists tightly, summoning all his physical strength and the faint spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. The sole offensive martial technique taught in school, the zero-star technique, Mighty Bull Fist, was unleashed. The first form of Mighty Bull Fist, Mighty Bull Horns. Fong Han infused his fists with power. His fists, imbued with raw strength, charged forth like the sharp horns of a bull galloping across the plains. Delivering a ferocious blow, whoosh, under such might, the air emitted a low, mournful wail. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing Fong Han render the seemingly ordinary Mighty Bull Fist into an awe-inspiring force. Chapter 17. Victory whoosh, at the back of the classroom. A tempest of force surged. Under the breathless gaze of all, the arena erupted with a resounding bang. Fong Han and Wei Chao's heavy fists collided with tremendous impact. Crack, crack. The tiles beneath them instantly shattered under the powerful backlash. The violent clash of spiritual energy and brute force created a deafening boom. Everyone gasped once more as another figure, akin to a ball, was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, he slammed against the previous wall. This time, not only did the plaster fragment and fall, but the robust wall, constructed of reinforced concrete, also erupted with countless fine cracks. Spiderweb-like fissures marred the wall, surrounding the wretched figure as the crowd focused intently. They realized the figure sent flying was still Wei Chao. The plaster rained down as Wei Chao slid down, his grayish-white glow of spiritual energy vanishing. The agony caused him to convulse uncontrollably. His hands, which had clashed with Fong Han's, twisted grotesquely from the impact. At that moment, the crowd stared in disbelief. The atmosphere fell silent. Fong Han withdrew his fist, standing resolutely. This final blow was delivered due to his physical strength surpassing Wei Chao by over 500 pounds, thus crushing him. Even with the use of a martial technique, the vast disparity in strength could not be bridged. Fong Han regarded Wei Chao's pitiful state, calmly stating, "I have won." This declaration instantly jolted the crowd. Wei Chao's 6 subordinates looked at Fong Han with expressions of incredulous fear. Meanwhile, the surrounding students, momentarily stunned, erupted into astonished chatter. What is happening? Fong Han has actually defeated Wei Chao. This is simply unbelievable. That was a first-star martial technique Wei Chao used. Utilizing martial techniques and coupled with Wei Chao's explosive physical strength of nearly 3,000 pounds, it is astonishing that he remains unable to match Feng Han. How is this possible? Everyone was utterly astounded. At this moment, someone gazed at Feng Han, suddenly realizing something, their eyes widening to the extreme as they exclaimed, "Holy cow, Feng Han is still a Zero Series martial apprentice. It is truly unbelievable to defeat a formal martial artist while being an apprentice from a different series." The physical strength Feng Han just unleashed must have reached 3,500 pounds. Goodness. This nearly 2-ton physical strength, and yet he hasn't even ascended to become a formal martial artist? Then how profound must Feng Han's martial foundation be? As the crowd buzzed with astonishment, Zhou Wei and Yang Fan approached Feng Han, their faces alight with excitement. "Holy cow, old Feng, you truly did it. You actually defeated Wei Chao." "Ha ha ha, that punch just now was absolutely exhilarating," Zhou Wei exclaimed, throwing an arm around Feng Han's shoulder, brimming with enthusiasm. Yang Fan gazed at Feng Han with an excitement akin to that of meeting an old friend for the first time. With a hint of agitation, he remarked, "Old Feng, your strength is remarkably concealed. It is simply astonishing." Zhou Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. "I told you I was confident," Feng Han replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. At the back of the onlooking crowd, Meng Xiaoxian glanced at the crumpled Wei Chao in the corner and then at the unscathed Feng Han. A faint shimmer of wonder flickered in her clear, enchanting eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Several muffled, painful coughs broke the silence. The crowd gradually quieted, turning their attention toward the source of the sound. Wei Chao, with his head bowed low, struggled to lift it, his dim eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. "No, it can't be. I won't lose. Why is this happening? Cough, cough, cough. I can't possibly lose," Wei Chao murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Feng Han, you." He painfully clutched his agonizing hands, his back pressed against the wall, striving to stand. His 6 subordinates hurriedly positioned themselves beside him, offering support. Wei Chao, swaying unsteadily, fixed a fierce gaze upon Feng Han. Suddenly, he erupted in a fit of hysteria. "Cheating! Feng Han, did you consume some kind of elixir? You absolutely cheated. It's impossible. You're just a martial apprentice. How could you defeat me?" Wei Chao's voice rose to a furious crescendo. "You scoundrel, deceitful scoundrel." Feng Han coldly interrupted Wei Chao. "What is the matter? Too afraid to admit your loss? Ha, what a joke, Wei Chao. You were the one who proposed the gamble, and now you dare to deny it?" The glint in Feng Han's eyes was frosty. His muscles tensed, his aura surging. He resembled a poised predator, radiating an imminent threat to strike once more. Wei Chao and his 6 subordinates gazed at the subtly prepared Feng Han, their hearts sinking in fear. They instinctively took a step back, pressing against the cold wall. They swallowed hard, struggling to suppress their rising terror. As Wei Chao beheld Feng Han's intimidating stance, then glanced at his 6 injured subordinates and his own broken hands, his gaze began to tremble violently. "Yes, it was I who chose to gamble. I brought this upon myself, truly self-inflicted misery." Wei Chao's heart sank into despair. It felt as though all his strength had been drained away, and he slumped to the ground in defeat. I will give it to you. Third, help me hand over the items to Feng Han." Wei Chao spoke with great difficulty. Yes. A slender subordinate promptly retrieved a white porcelain vial and a crystal of memory. Tossing them to Feng Han, Wei Chao watched the 2 items fly through the air, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Feng Han accepted the 8 blood exchange pills and the intermediate spiritual guidance technique crystal. He then took out his phone, waving the payment code. Wei Chao gritted his teeth and continued, "Third, scan my phone and give it all to him." Wei Chao growled softly. Ding dong, a notification chimed on Feng Han's phone. The account had received 100,000 yuan. He smiled contentedly. Upon hearing the notification, Wei Chao felt as though a piece of his heart had been sliced away. "It's over. Everything is over," Wei Chao murmured in anguish. He sensed that years of effort had been squandered in an instant. The blood exchange pills intended for his high-stakes exam and the intermediate spiritual guidance technique were all handed over to Feng Han. Moreover, nearly all of his hard-earned savings had ended up in Feng Han's pocket, items worth over 300,000 yuan. As Wei Chao glanced at his fractured hands, He pondered how he could possibly participate in today's monthly martial exam. Although he could immediately seek treatment, it would still require at least 2 to 3 months of recuperation. With the high-stakes exam looming just a week away, how could he partake? Wei Chao felt as though the once accessible martial academy had suddenly become an unattainable dream. If he failed to gain admission to the martial academy, his family's standing. Suddenly, Wei Chao felt darkness envelop him. The internal injuries sustained during the conflict surged forth, causing a violent wave of blood to rise. Choking his throat, ha, he collapsed into unconsciousness. His 6 subordinates rushed to support Wei Chao, and together they exited the classroom, heading to the hospital. He is coming. Old Hu is here. Someone at the classroom door shouted as they spotted the homeroom teacher arriving. Chapter 18. The monthly exam begins. Fang Han glanced at the departing Wei Chao and his entourage, stowing away the pills and memory crystal before returning to his seat alongside Zhou Wei and Yang Fan. The other students gradually retracted their astonished gazes, settling back into their seats. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the familiar sound of leather shoes echoed at the front of the classroom. Fang Han turned to look. A middle-aged man dressed in an old suit, clutching a vintage black briefcase, strode into the classroom. It was none other than Hu Zhiqing, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Year 3. Old Hu sported a slightly graying crew cut, though he was only in his 40s. He appeared as if he were nearing 60. His perpetually solemn expression bore numerous furrows, and his lips were pressed tightly together. His piercing gaze left every student he locked eyes with feeling a sense of unease. Old Hu immediately noticed the cracks in the wall and floor tiles at the back of the classroom. Frowning slightly, he unconsciously released his formidable spiritual perception. A weighty aura instantly enveloped the entire classroom. Fang Han and all others sat upright, not daring to display any signs of insubordination. Hu Zhiqing surveyed the students, his voice grave and resonant. What's going on? Did you all decide to demolish the classroom just because I missed morning study? Who did this? Step forward. Fang Han stood up, preparing to explain. Suddenly, the graceful figure sitting in the front row stepped forward first, declaring, Teacher Hu, it was Wei Chao who brought people to bully Fang Han during morning study. Her melodious voice rang clear, yet the impact felt as heavy as a boulder crashing into the tranquil lake of the classroom, stirring ripples of surprise among the students. All eyes turned to Meng Xiaoxian, who had stood up to defend Fang Han. They exchanged glances between the class monitor and the equally astonished Fang Han, and the curiosity ignited in their gazes flared to life. Fang Han was equally puzzled, unsure why Meng Xiaoxian chose to speak up for him. Although she had treated him with neutrality, there had been no special consideration. Their relationship was not particularly close. Why the sudden display of kindness? With Meng Xiaoxuan's aid, Old Hu was now aware of Fang Han's earlier ordeal. Fang Han recounted the events in detail, and Old Hu did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised by Fang Han's sudden display of strength. Following this, Hu Zhiqing proceeded to announce the details of today's monthly exam. Everyone is aware of the significance of this monthly exam, so I want to reiterate it. What I wish to convey is that the overall difficulty of this month's exam has significantly increased. The cultural exam in the morning will feature approximately 1/3 more questions. In the afternoon, during the martial exam, the school has invited the captain of the Security Bureau to participate in the assessment and scoring. At that time, there will be arrangements for practical combat against wild beasts, even demon beasts, to evaluate your abilities. I hope everyone will be in peak condition. As Hu Zhiqing's words resonated, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Zhou Wei leaned closer to Fang Han, whispering, Holy cow, old Fang. This month's exam actually involves combat against fierce beasts. This difficulty is quite daunting. Fang Han, however, felt no trepidation. Rather, he was somewhat eager. Hearing his friend's words, he smiled and said, Old Zhou, this type of martial exam is actually your strength. As long as you muster the courage to unleash your full potential, your performance might even surpass everyone else's. Zhou Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he listened, and he glanced at the classmates who were beginning to show signs of worry and anxiety, nodding vigorously. Exactly. Indeed, that is the case. With a sweeping glance across the classroom, Hu Zhiqing nodded slightly upon noticing Fang Han's calm demeanor. He then raised a hand to quell the murmurs among the students and continued. Although the difficulty of this month's examination has increased, the corresponding rewards will be equally generous. The allocation of monthly elixirs based on examination rankings for this final month will be doubled. Those who place in the top 20 of their grade will receive additional substantial rewards. Spirit guidance techniques, martial skills, elixirs, weapons, and armored, all will be available. The higher the rank, the more abundant the rewards. Furthermore, the day after tomorrow, our Nanshan-based city will host a joint training session with 3 high schools. Only students with outstanding results in this month's examination will be eligible to participate. There will be even more generous rewards at that time. I hope everyone seizes this opportunity, performs excellently in the upcoming examination, and strives for everyone to qualify for the training session, making solid preparations for the final push towards the college entrance examination. Yes, teacher. The entire class responded in unison. Fang Han's gaze was intense. Brimming with anticipation, in the front row, Meng Xiaoxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected, the joint training session would indeed take place the day after tomorrow. Hu Zhiqing called out to Meng Xiaoxian, instructing her to distribute the cultural examination papers. When she reached Fang Han, she paused for a moment and softly said, "Fang Han, please wait for me a bit after the cultural exam. I need to discuss something with you." Fang Han was momentarily taken aback, thought for a moment, and nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, Zhou Wei overheard Meng Xiaoxuan's words, elbowed Fang Han, and teased, "Wow, old Fang, that's impressive. Since when did you become so close to our class beauty?" Fang Han chuckled helplessly, dismissing his friend's curious gaze as he focused on the exam questions before him. The morning passed swiftly, and Fang Han completed the exam about an hour early. After a brief review, he stood up to submit his paper. Old Hu glanced at Fang Han's submission and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Fang Han hand in his paper, Meng Xiaoxian quickly got up to follow suit. The sight of the two leaving the classroom immediately drew the attention of their classmates. Fang Han could distinctly feel the intense gazes directed at him. He paused briefly and turned a glance at Meng Xiaoxian, who was following him out of the classroom in her ordinary school uniform. She exuded an air of pure elegance and charm that was hard to overlook. Her figure was captivating, and even the loose-fitting uniform could not conceal her alluring silhouette. Though her name was Xiaoxian, her assets were undeniably substantial. She hurried to catch up, and the mesmerizing curve of her figure left Fang Han momentarily dizzy. "Fang Han, what are you looking at?" Meng Xiaoxian exclaimed. A hint of embarrassment in her voice as she stood before him. It must be said that girls are quite sensitive to certain gazes. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, Fang Han shifted the subject. "You mentioned wanting to find me for something. Is there an issue?" Upon broaching the subject, Meng Xiaoxian huffed softly and adjusted her hair. She looked up at Fang Han and said, "Fang Han, let's team up for the joint training session the day after tomorrow." "Team up together?" Fang Han raised an eyebrow at Meng Xiaoxuan's suggestion. "Old Hu hasn't even revealed what the training entails. Do you happen to know?" Meng Xiaoxian nodded slightly. "I do have some information." Fang Han recalled that while she typically dressed in school uniform and maintained a low profile, her lifestyle and access to various elixirs were quite impressive. It seemed her background was not ordinary. Fang Han fixed his gaze on Meng Xiaoxian and instinctively asked, "What information?" Seeing Fang Han's interest piqued, Meng Xiaoxian leaned in slightly, as though to share a secret. They stood close to the classroom, and many classmates could see them through the windows. Although they were still taking the exam, several heads turned to observe the scene unfolding. "Wow, what's going on between Fang Han and the class monitor? Hey, isn't that Meng Xiaoxian? Who's that guy? Oh my goodness, single men are taking a serious hit here." The fervent gazes shot toward them from all directions. Every boy watching wished to take Fang Han's place. If these stares could manifest as physical blows, Fang Han would likely be riddled with wounds by now. He cast a glance at the onlookers, but was unfazed, leaning closer to Meng Xiaoxian. The girl smiled mischievously. "Hee, you have to agree to team up with me before I can tell you. Even Old Hu doesn't know this information. Not even Old Hu knows." Fang Han was momentarily taken aback. Elevating his opinion of Meng Xiaoxuan's background, he pondered for a moment. Since she wished to team up, it was likely that the training would be practical in nature. Given her strength, seeking him out for a partnership suggested that the training would be even more challenging than the upcoming examination. Old Hu mentioned that the joint training session would involve 3 schools, implying that the rewards would be substantial as well. With the examination still ongoing, there was no rush regarding the training session. Furthermore, once he received the rewards for the examination, his strength would likely improve significantly with the limitless synthesis panel. It might not be necessary to form a team after all. Having made his decision, Fang Han glanced at the time on his phone. I have something to attend to at noon. Since you are not willing to share now, let us discuss teaming up after the examination. With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Meng Xiaoxian stood momentarily stunned, watching Fang Han depart, discussing it after the exam. What does this mean? Is he rejecting me? Normally admired for her beauty and captivating presence as the acknowledged school beauty, Meng Xiaoxian, despite her low-key demeanor and approachable personality, was accustomed to being pursued. The notion of being treated so coldly was foreign to her. Having met with rejection from Fang Han, Meng Xiaoxian huffed softly in mild irritation. In a fit of pique, she considered teaming up with someone else. After contemplating for a while, several faces crossed her mind. However, the thought of those who would cling to her at the slightest sign of kindness made her feel quite uncomfortable. After a moment of reflection, Meng Xiaoxian reluctantly decided to leave alone. This scene left the students who had been observing in utter astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Han exited the classroom, quickly grabbing a simple lunch at the cafeteria before heading to the training room in the gymnasium. During this final phase of preparation for the college entrance examination, the training rooms were made freely accessible to all third-year students. The room resembled a quiet meditation chamber. In the center of the floor lay an orange-yellow silk mat, and before it stood a low black table, atop which rested a small triangular bronze incense burner, with a long incense stick exuding a calming fragrance. Beside the burner lay a compact tablet designed for students who preferred meditative music or the sound of rain for their focus training. The walls were adorned with illustrations of human meridians and a few simple paintings, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Fang Han closed the door behind him and settled onto the mat. After rummaging through his school uniform pocket, he retrieved a white porcelain vial containing blood-cleansing elixirs and a memory crystal. Releasing his spiritual perception, he briefly scanned the contents of the crystal featuring the intermediate spirit guidance technique. This was a 3-star intermediate technique capable of being cultivated to the 3rd sequence. However, the subsequent intricacies of condensing spiritual energy into spirit force for advancement to the 4th sequence were not recorded. This was expected. He skimmed over the section concerning formal warriors guiding spirit force through their meridians in a cyclical manner, focusing instead on the key techniques for refining the spirit energy into spirit force. This was the essential gateway for an apprentice warrior of the 0 sequence to transition into a formal warrior of the 1st sequence. Once he comprehended the nuances thoroughly, Fang Han put away the memory crystal. He then opened the white porcelain vial and poured out 8 blood-cleansing elixirs, beginning the synthesis process. Low-level blood-cleansing elixir. A low-level elixir for warriors with physical strength exceeding 1 ton. Used to refine the body and purify vital blood. Effect: enhances physical strength by approximately 100 to 140 pounds, depending on martial talent. Note: cannot be taken continuously within 72 hours. Or drug resistance will occur. Consuming 6 consecutively will yield no further effects. After reviewing the information on the blood-cleansing elixir, Fang Han nodded slightly. The effects of this low-level elixir surpassed those of body-tempering and body-refining elixirs. This indicated that upon synthesizing the top-level blood-cleansing elixir, the effects would be even more remarkable. Fang Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he quickly began to place the elixirs into the synthesis panel using his spiritual perception. The synthesis sequence generated continuously, and golden light flashed as the synthesis progressed. Low-level blood-cleansing elixir. Low-level blood-cleansing elixir. Intermediate blood-cleansing elixir. Intermediate blood-cleansing elixir. Intermediate blood-cleansing elixir. Advanced blood-cleansing elixir. Finally, as the gentle and rich golden light of synthesis blossomed before him, a fragrance so potent that it was almost intoxicating filled the entire meditation room. Congratulations, host, for synthesizing the top-level blood-cleansing elixir. Top-tier blood exchange pill. A supreme elixir designed for warriors with a physique strength exceeding 1 ton, utilized for the refinement of the body. Depending on the martial arts talent, it can enhance physical strength by at least 850 pounds. It can also elevate a warrior's martial arts talent by 20. Tip 1. Continuous consumption within 12 hours is not allowed, as it may lead to drug resistance. After consuming 16 pills consecutively, there will be no effect whatsoever. Tip 2. The enhancement effect on martial arts talent is only effective upon the first ingestion. Fang Han felt a surge of joy in his heart. With a flicker of his spiritual awareness, he retrieved the vivid red pill from the synthesis bar and swallowed it whole. Chapter 20. The Beast Cage in the Armored Truck. The top-tier blood exchange pill. the size of a fava bean and entirely crimson, dissolved immediately upon entering his mouth. The powerful medicinal energy swiftly melded into Fong Han's body. Thump, 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 like the dull sound of a large drum being struck. Reverberations echoed within him. It was the sound of Fong Han's robust heart trembling violently. His face flushed red from the sudden rush of blood. Fong Han felt his entire body's blood boiling, surging violently through his veins. Each blood vessel began to tingle sharply, the sensation quickly escalating into a tearing pain. Ultimately, Fong Han felt all the blood vessels and meridians in his body convulsing and spasming. He clenched his teeth. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans oozing from his forehead and cascading down. His clothes became drenched with the cold sweat pouring from him. Fong Han dared not linger, immediately rising to his feet. Enduring the excruciating pain, and began practicing the top-tier body-forging fist repeatedly as he executed the fist techniques. The medicinal power was rapidly digested and absorbed. The steady and powerful fist techniques unfolded in the quiet room, generating gusts of wind that stirred the hanging calligraphy and anatomical charts on the walls, causing them to rustle. Once, twice, thrice, an hour later, Fong Han executed the final move of the body-forging fist with impeccable form. The fierce and violent force of his punch, infused with formidable energy, compressed the air in front of his fist. A low, mournful whistle erupted forth. A faint red mist, laced with blood, erupted from Fong Han's mouth. The small, quiet room was immediately enveloped in a subtle scent of blood. Fong Han stood still after retracting his fist. His school uniform was stained with impurities seeping from his pores, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. However, his eyes sparkled like radiant stars, filled with remarkable vitality. Fong Han felt a tremendous surge of power within him, invigorating his spirit. His physical strength had increased by 900 pounds, reaching a total of 4,400 pounds, over 2 tons of physical strength, a level already commensurate with that of a first-tier low-level warrior. Nevertheless, Fong Han was acutely aware that he had not yet reached his limit. He could continue to solidify his foundation and enhance his strength further. Most importantly, the level of spiritual energy absorption had increased by another 20%, now reaching 80%. This advancement elevated Fong Han's martial arts talent to a higher tier. With a slight release of his spiritual awareness, he could perceive the ambient spiritual energy in the air. With every breath he took, Fong Han sensed the spiritual energy flowing through his mouth and nose into his body, retaining around 80% to be stored within his flesh. With each practice of the body-forging fist, this spiritual energy gradually merged with his body, reinforcing his physical strength. This continuous and gradual enhancement was intoxicating for Fong Han. He glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until the afternoon martial arts examination assembly. Fong Han opened his door, headed to the gym's bathroom for a quick shower, changed into a sports shirt, and briskly made his way to the large field at 1:30 in the afternoon, the schoolyard of Nanshan No. 3 Middle School. Students from all classes gathered here for the final monthly martial arts examination of their senior year. Fong Han arrived just in time, standing at the back of Class 1 alongside Zhou Wei and Yang Fan. He observed his surroundings, with each class arranged in formation for morning practice. The podium was set up with a microphone. Seeing that the time was nearly upon them, Principal Fu Wenbin ascended the stage. He was a kind-faced middle-aged man. After a brief encouraging speech, Fu Wenbin instructed each class's homeroom teacher to lead their students in warm-up exercises. Before completing a set of body-forging fist techniques, a sudden, heavy rumbling of truck engines erupted from the side entrance on the right of the field. Fong Han and everyone else halted their movements, turning their gazes toward the side entrance. Armored trucks, adorned with golden shield insignias, rolled in and parked beside the podium. A line of fully armed soldiers from the Nanshan Security Bureau disembarked and formed ranks. The solemn expressions and atmosphere immediately stirred the students into a buzz of discussion. It was the Security Bureau's armored trucks, along with soldiers in full gear. Hiss, those guns are loaded. Fong Han and his companions fixed their eyes on the unfolding situation. As soldiers disembarked and assembled, Zhou Wei gazed in astonishment and exclaimed, "Whoa, Lao Fong, Lao Yang, such a grand display. With so many armed soldiers, are we truly going to engage in combat with ferocious beasts? Isn't this a bit excessive for a monthly martial arts exam?" Fong Han released his spiritual awareness, slightly raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Those armored trucks must be carrying ferocious beasts or monstrous creatures. I sense a multitude of violent, bloodthirsty, beastly auras. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan immediately turned their gaze toward the rear compartments of the armored trucks, their eyes reflecting caution and fear, in the large field. Some students who had advanced to formal warriors also sensed the beastly aura emanating from the truck compartments, their expressions turning serious as they furrowed their brows. A profound silence quickly enveloped the area. A heavy, tense atmosphere soon filled the entire space. Click, on the lead armored truck, a sturdy-faced middle-aged warrior from the security bureau opened the door and stepped down, followed by a man and a woman. His young subordinates. Fang Han's gaze momentarily paused. These three were none other than the team leader of the Nanshan Security Bureau, Zhang Guohao, along with his first team members, Cui Shan and Bai Lin. Fang Han observed Zhang Guohao exchanging pleasantries with Fu Wenbin, who nodded enthusiastically. Subsequently, Fu Wenbin announced the commencement of the martial arts examination. With a single command from Zhang Guohao, an armored truck was turned around and parked in front of each class's line. The heavy military green rear compartment faced the students. Fang Han's attention sharpened as he looked on. Armed soldiers, their expressions solemn, retrieved keys to unlock the double doors of the truck compartment. As the locks were disengaged, golden spiritual patterns flared to life, radiating from the locks and extending throughout the entire compartment. It seemed that some spiritual inscription had also been activated. The sounds of locks clicking open soon filled the air. Creak, creak. The doors swung open. Roars of ferocious beasts erupted forth the moment the doors were opened. Simultaneously, the dark interiors of the trucks exuded a strong, pungent odor. Waves of violent, bloodthirsty killing intent seemed to materialize. Flooding outwards, the overwhelming stench hit the students, prompting startled gasps and causing them to instinctively step back. Ferocious beasts. There are ferocious beasts inside the truck. This month's martial arts examination is truly going to involve fighting ferocious beasts. Amidst the astonished cries of the students, the stern-faced soldiers from the security bureau entered the compartments, pulling out various cages for beasts and placing them on the field. Chapter 21. Cautionary Level Monstrous Beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Uneasy and savage beastly roars echoed persistently. The stench filled the air, permeating the entire playground of Nanshan No. 3 Middle School. Hundreds of spirit-patterned beast cages of varying sizes were brought out and positioned in front of the podium. Each cage was flanked by 5 armed and vigilant soldiers from the security bureau. These cages were arranged in 3 rows. Fang Han stood at the back, releasing his spiritual awareness to survey the scene. The first row, closest to the students, had the most cages but contained the weakest beasts: black-furred sharp-toothed mice, 3-clawed short-tailed chickens, spiked-billed cranes. Most of these were high-level ferocious beasts with a physical strength around 1,500 pounds. Classified as 0 tier. This row posed no threat to Fang Han. He merely glanced at it and moved on. Turning his attention to the second row, he found the beasts therein much more troublesome. Clawing cats, 3-tailed dogs, sickle-clawed ferrets. These were primarily beasts with a physical strength around 1,900 pounds, on the brink of breaking into the first tier of 0-tier peak-level ferocious beasts. In comparison, the second row of beasts appeared considerably quieter. The feral, bloodthirsty glint in their eyes intensified. Fang Han casually swept his gaze over this row as well. These beasts were all within his capability to kill with a single strike. His gaze fell upon the third row, closest to the podium. This row contained only 10 cages, yet the savage aura emanating from them was more intense than the combined ferocity of the previous 2 rows. Inside were all first-tier low-level monstrous beasts: needle-tailed jackals, sword-haired wild boars, blood shadow wolves. 10 distinct forms of monstrous beasts lay quietly in their cages. They neither roared nor bared their teeth. Yet within those pairs of ferocious, bloodthirsty crimson eyes, a chilling intent to kill occasionally emanated, causing every student who met their gaze to feel a shiver run down their spine. Their bodies trembling involuntarily. It could be asserted that these mere 10 beasts possessed the capacity to annihilate all the formidable creatures of the O sequence from the other 2 rows, as the threat they posed was of an entirely different magnitude. The primary distinction between these monsters and the ferocious beasts lay in the possession of their own unique supernatural abilities. For the O sequence beasts, the pathway to ascend to the first sequence of monsters required not only a physical body weight of at least 1 ton, but, crucially, the awakening of their innate abilities. Once this awakening was successfully achieved, their threat level would surpass that of the ferocious beasts by several fold. The first sequence of monsters has been classified by the Dragon Kingdom as a level of caution. A single one could slay a dozen armed soldiers, sufficient to alert the local garrison. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Fong Han's eyes. Although the physical strength of these monsters fell short compared to his own, he found himself particularly fascinated by their innate abilities. According to the knowledge imparted through textbooks in his memory, many of the initial martial techniques of humanity's first warriors were derived from the imitation and study of the innate skills of these monsters. Engaging in combat with these beasts or observing their supernatural abilities would greatly enhance one's martial skills. After discerning the authenticity and essence of the 3 rows of beast cages, his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the armored truck at the front, previously occupied by Zhang Guohao and his companions. The rear compartment of that truck had remained unopened, and under the influence of Fong Han's extraordinary spiritual perception, an overwhelming aura emanating from within suggested a primal essence far surpassing that of all the beasts present on the playground. Following the arrangement of the beast cages, all the students were similarly fixated on that direction, their gazes a tapestry of curiosity, dread, and eagerness, an intricate blend of emotions. The air buzzed with murmurs of astonishment. What? There are first sequence monsters. Are we really expected to confront first sequence monsters in this month's martial examination? Don't fret, let's see what the principal has to say. Not everyone is necessarily facing such terrifying beasts. On the dais, Fu Wenbin turned to Zhang Guohao, who nodded in affirmation, signaling that all was prepared. The principal then approached the microphone and solemnly announced, the martial examination for this month's assessment will employ a practical combat scoring system. All students will approach according to their classes, select a beast cage, and engage in combat within it. The 5 soldiers from the garrison beside you will serve both as your protectors and as judges. Scoring based on your performance in battle. I shall refrain from further elaboration. This martial examination is crucial. The rewards for the top 20 are substantial, and it is directly tied to the qualification for the upcoming joint training of the 3 schools. I hope all of you will strive diligently now. I declare the martial examination officially commenced. As Fu Wenbin's words fell, the entire playground erupted into a cacophony of discussion. What? We have to fight the ferocious beasts locked in cages. This martial examination is far too perilous. We are to become warriors who will eventually combat all manner of ferocious beasts and monsters. Yet now we cannot even muster the courage to confront the beasts confined within the cages. How can we possibly venture into the wild or onto the battlefield in the future? The crowd buzzed with debate and disputation, but ultimately, under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers, they began the martial examination. At the back of Class 1, Fong Han glanced at his 2 friends beside him. After hearing the rules of the martial examination, Zhou Wei appeared increasingly eager, rising onto his toes with head held high as he surveyed the beast cages he would soon battle. Yang Fan, however, with his feeble physique, had long abandoned the notion of attending the martial arts academy, sighing as he prepared to withdraw from the examination. Fong Han offered him a few words of consolation when he suddenly felt a gaze from the dais directed at him. He looked up to find Zhang Guohao, standing beside Principal Fu Wenbin, nodding in mutual acknowledgement. On the dais, Fu Wenbin noticed Zhang Guohao's gaze and inquired, Captain Zhang, is that student someone you know? Zhang Guohao withdrew his gaze, shaking his head slightly, yet spoke with a hint of anticipation. I have only met him once before, but I sense that this youth possesses both commendable temperament and aptitude. I wonder how he will perform in this martial examination. Fu Wenbin cast a glance at Fong Han, recognizing him as the student who consistently ranked first in academic assessments, but whose martial examination results had been lackluster. This only deepened his curiosity. He voiced his thoughts, Captain Zhang. I am aware of that youth's situation. He consistently ranks first in academic courses, yet his martial examination results have been rather disappointing. If I recall correctly, his martial talent is only rated as weak. Captain Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback by this statement. That youth's name is Fong Han, right? Fu Wenbin affirmed, yes, that child is indeed Fong Han. Zhang Guohao smiled, then there is no mistake. The 2 beastified individuals that emerged at the agricultural market in District 6 yesterday were dealt with by this young man. He has indeed rendered me a significant service. Chapter 22. The final batch of tests. Upon hearing Zhang Guohao's words, Fu Wenbin was momentarily stunned. He glanced once more at Fong Han, positioned at the rear of Class 1. Then back at Zhang Guohao, his warm and gentle demeanor now tinged with incredulity. Captain Zhang, are you implying that this student resolved the incident at the agricultural market in District 6 yesterday? Zhang Guohao nodded earnestly. Behind him, Cui Shan added, Principal Fu, not only did Fong Han neutralize the two beastified individuals, but he also dispatched them with remarkable efficiency, within just a few moves. In terms of physical prowess and combat experience, he stands out among his peers. Zhang Guohao nodded in agreement. Two beastified individuals, defeated in a single blow, a standout among peers. As Cui Shan's words sank in, Fu Wenbin's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Bai Lin brushed her hair behind her ear, casting a glance at Fong Han in the distance, and continued, That young man has even awakened his spiritual perception ahead of time. The intensity of his spiritual waves during the apprentice stage surpasses that of my own as a first-sequence advanced warrior. His talents in terms of mental acuity are likely astonishing. Spiritual perception awakened early, the spiritual waves of an apprentice exceeding those of a first-sequence advanced warrior. What is happening? Fu Wenbin's mind was overwhelmed with shock from this influx of information. Soon after, his expression transformed into one of delight. Contemplating the upcoming joint training of the three schools, he found himself murmuring with joy, Wonderful. I never expected Fong Han to deliver such a remarkable surprise before the college entrance examination. The prospects for the joint training of the three schools have become significantly brighter. Fu Wenbin clenched his fist slightly, reflecting on past year circumstances, feeling an increasing urge for this year to achieve a breakthrough. Zhang Guohao was aware of the situation at Nanshan No. 3 High School. Among the three public high schools in the Nanshan Bay City, No. 3 had consistently ranked at the bottom in terms of student quality and overall strength year after year. Fu Wenbin, being quite pragmatic, often found himself constrained by factors such as student recruitment and the allocation of martial resources, unable to fully realize his ambitions. Zhang Guohao offered a few words of comfort. Principal Fu, the changes and efforts made by No. 3 in recent years have not gone unnoticed by the director. The proportion of graduates from the Martial Arts Academy returning to develop Nanshan is the highest among the three schools. This year, No. 3 is bound to achieve a commendable result. Then I shall take Captain Zhang's words as a good omen. Ha ha, Fu Wenbin's spirits lifted. Zhang Guohao glanced at the first batch of students already entering the beast cages and remarked, Let us observe this year's promising talents in No. 3. I hope Principal Fu is also prepared for the necessary mindset. The safety and development of Nanshan Bay City require more talents. Indeed, we must keep a close watch on that young man. Fong Han, Fu Wenbin nodded solemnly. The group turned their attention to the beast cages below. The increasingly thunderous roars of the beasts echoed around them, drawing the attention of Fong Han and all present to the first batch of students beginning their assessments. The homeroom teachers exchanged glances, each silently vying for supremacy, akin to the competition among the various high schools in Nanshan. The performance of the students in their respective classes during the monthly assessments and college entrance examinations directly influenced the allocation of future student recruitment, performance bonuses, and martial resource distribution. Among them, the rivalry between Class 1 and Class 2 was the fiercest. Historically, Class 2 had consistently outperformed Class 1, but today Hu Zhiqing recalled the surprise Fong Han had unexpectedly provided him earlier that morning. And a smile crept onto his face as he met the arrogant gaze of Class 2's homeroom teacher, Old Chin. This time, the outcome was far from certain. Suddenly, the entire playground erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Lo and behold, Tang Yifei from Class 2 boldly challenged the 10 fearsome beasts of the first sequence in the third row. Impressive. Old Tang truly lives up to his reputation as the genius who ranked first in the martial arts examination. While others typically began their challenges from the first row, Tang Yifei went straight for those terrifying beasts, displaying an audacity that was simply astonishing. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Old Chun from Class 2 cast a provocative glance towards Hu Zhiqing. Hu Zhiqing scoffed softly. The old fox remains as cunning as ever. Himph, attempting to intimidate me right from the start? Let us see who has the last laugh. Murmuring a few words, Hu Zhiqing turned to Meng Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, do not rush. Let us observe the outcome of Tang Yifei, that show-off, before you make your move. Only proceed when you are certain. Understood, Teacher Hu, Meng Xiaoxian replied, yet a competitive glint sparkled in her beautiful eyes. At the back of the line, Fong Han glanced over at Tang Yifei. He was a tall youth, well-proportioned and powerful, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, exuding a sense of purpose and determination. Fang Han's spiritual perception allowed him to gauge Tang Yifei's strength accurately, a low-level warrior of the first sequence. Tang Yifei had chosen to confront a sword-haired wild boar. According to Fang Han's spiritual sensing, this beast ranked among the stronger ones of the 10, boasting a physique of approximately 3,000 pounds. Its innate skills, however, remained a mystery. Although Tang Yifei entered the beast cage early, he handled the situation with notable caution. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dodged the sword-like thrusts of the beast for about 5 minutes before seizing the opportunity to counterattack once the wild boar was weakened. Fang Han's gaze flickered slightly as he discerned that Tang Yifei possessed nearly 3,500 pounds of physical strength. After delivering a series of powerful blows, Tang Yifei finally succeeded in slaying the sword-haired wild boar. The final score was out of 100, determined by the combined ratings of 5 soldiers from the Security Bureau. Tang Yifei's ultimate score, 95 points. When the soldier announcing the results called out the score, all the students, particularly those from Class 2, gasped in astonishment. Incredible. He actually scored 95 points. Impressive. Old Tang has truly slain that sword-haired wild boar. He is formidable. It seems Old Tang is poised to claim first place in this month's examination once again. Amidst the discussions, Old Shun, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, wore an increasingly smug expression. While Hu Jiqing's demeanor became more serious, he realized that Tang Yifei's strength had advanced yet again. Students from various classes who ranked within the top 10 could no longer contain themselves and began to step forward. Time swiftly passed, and most students had completed their assessments. After a fierce bout of combat and testing, everyone emerged with a bit more maturity and strength. Numerous ferocious beasts had been slain from the hundreds contained within their cages. Yet in the third row, only 3 beasts had been defeated. During this time, several students exhibited a tendency to overestimate their abilities, but fortunately, the soldiers from the Security Bureau were present to safeguard them. In critical moments, Zhang Guohao and others also stepped in to prevent any casualties. Meng Xiaoxian had also finished her assessment, having slain a needle-tailed wolf whose strength was comparable to that of the sword-haired wild boar. The soldiers awarded her a composite score of 95 points as well. This high score drew gasps of surprise from the crowd and cheers from Class 1. Zhou Wei unleashed his potential and took down a particularly formidable beast from the first row. Leaving him quite satisfied, the line of students waiting to be tested gradually thinned. The last group of students prepared to take the stage. Fang Han unexpectedly found himself among the final batch from Class 1. Chapter 23. Fang Han takes the stage. Fang Han stood in line, waiting with an air of calm. 3 students from the previous group were still undergoing their assessments, and the last group could only proceed once they finished. This month's martial arts examination was nearing its conclusion, and everyone turned their attention to the final group of students being tested. Old Shin, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, glanced at the standings of various classes. Currently, Class 2 maintained the highest composite scores, significantly ahead of Class 1. Theo overtake them. At least one more first sequence beast from the third row needed to be slain to level the playing field. Old Shun calculated in his mind, glancing at the last batch of students from Class 1, feeling a slight sense of relief. There seemed to be no noteworthy students with potential. It appeared that today's martial arts examination results would not yield any further surprises or changes. Old Shun thought to himself, a growing sense of satisfaction etched across his lean, weathered face. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely to the queue of Class 1, feigning nonchalance as he spotted Hu Jiqing. "Oh, look who it is, old Hu. Your class has finally reached the last batch. Huh. Haha. It seems this month's examination will once again see our class claim first place. You'll have to concede this time." Old Shin couldn't suppress a chuckle of delight. Historically, Hu Jiqing and Old Shun had not harbored much animosity, but in recent years, the position of vice principal at their school had remained vacant, leading to an unspoken rivalry between them. Both had the most experience and were the most qualified to compete for the role. Their respective classes, Class 1 and Class 2, had consistently outperformed others in various respects. Initially, Hu Jiqing had not been particularly eager to contest, but Old Shun had subtly begun to employ underhanded tactics. Over time, the rivalry escalated into an open conflict. Under the leadership of both homeroom teachers, the competition between Class 1 and Class 2 became intensely fierce. With competition came motivation. Fu Wenbin was acutely aware of these dynamics. He desired a healthy competition that could be managed effectively. As old Chen's words reached Hu Zhiqing, his expression soured immediately. The students of Class 1 felt a wave of discontent wash over them. Meanwhile, the students of Class 2, confident in their victory, reveled in their triumph. It's settled. This month's comprehensive results will undoubtedly see our class in the lead. Haha, that essay given. All thanks to Brother Fei. Brother Fei is magnificent, indeed. Old Tang is impressive. He is likely to secure the first place in this month's examination. Fang Han cast a tranquil glance at everyone from Class 2. The expressions of the other students grew increasingly despondent and bitter. Students from other classes observed the fierce competition between Class 1 and Class 2. Engaging in their own discussions, it appeared that Class 2 would once again claim first place in this final round of examinations. Yes, with the college entrance examination just days away, it's likely that the results will mirror this outcome. This year's top class will probably fall into Teacher Chen's hands. Just look at that old Chen, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. The graceful and beautiful Meng Xiaoxian, listening to the chatter from Class 2 and other classes, felt a surge of indignation. Determined, she approached Teacher Hu with a resolute gaze. Teacher Hu, I'd like to challenge again. All eyes from Class 1 turned towards her. Hu Zhiqing shook his head gently. That's enough, Xiaoxian. Class rankings aren't everything. Second place is still commendable. The college entrance examination is imminent. Your personal well-being is of utmost importance. If you sustain an injury, even if you manage to regain your pride, it would be of little consequence and could jeopardize your future. Let us leave it at that for this month's examination. Hu Zhiqing noticed that the girl had already given her all and did not wish for her to take any further risks. The hopeful gazes of her classmates dimmed in response. Teacher, I will help our class secure first place. A voice, seemingly casual yet powerful, suddenly resonated, startling everyone as if struck by a thunderclap. Hu Zhiqing, Meng Xiaoxian, and all the students from Class 1 turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Fang Han. The memory of Fang Han's display of strength when he defeated Wei Chao during morning self-study ignited a flicker of hope in their hearts. Meng Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Fang Han. However, Hu Zhiqing shook his head slightly. Fang Han, I appreciate your intentions. Please do not overreach. While you were able to defeat Wei Chao, which demonstrates your considerable strength, surpassing Class 2 will require you to take down at least one more first sequence beast from the third row. Did you see that fellow from Class 3? Wu San? His strength was not far from Wei Chao's, yet he foolishly challenged a first sequence beast from the third row and nearly met with a disastrous fate. Thankfully, the soldiers from the Security Bureau and Captain Zhang at the podium reacted swiftly. Otherwise, there would have undoubtedly been casualties today. Hu Zhiqing's words dimmed the light in the eyes of all the students in Class 1. Indeed. Although Fang Han had managed to defeat Wei Chao, Wu San from Class 3 had nearly perished at the claws of a beast. In truth, facing a first sequence beast from the third row with his current strength would likely prove too daunting. As these thoughts circulated, many began to lose hope. Hu Zhiqing patted Fang Han's shoulder, offering encouragement. Do your best. Your journey is still long ahead. The college entrance examination is approaching. Do not take any unnecessary risks. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan also urged Fang Han, not wishing for their good friend to take such chances. Fang Han smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Next batch, prepare. The soldiers from the Security Bureau, tasked with maintaining order, shouted loudly. The final batch of students from each class approached to select the beast cages they wished to challenge. Fang Han, being relatively tall, stood at the back. By the time it was his turn for the assessment, only a few students remained in the arena. Among Class 1, the best performance from the last batch of students was merely slaying a ferocious beast from the second row. Class 2 had taken the lead, and the situation appeared to have become a foregone conclusion. Student, it's your turn now, go ahead. The soldier from the Security Bureau said to Fang Han in a deep voice, with a slight lift of his brows. Fang Han stepped forward, making his way directly toward the third row. Soon, more and more students and teachers noticed his actions. Hu Zhiqing sighed, watching Fang Han's retreating figure with a hint of concern. The eyes of all his classmates from Class 1 sparkled with a glimmer of hope once again. Meng Xiaoxian gazed at Fang Han's calm and composed silhouette, murmuring softly, "This guy doesn't seem to be someone who seeks to show off. Could it be that he truly has confidence?" A trace of anticipation gradually emerged in her shimmering eyes. On the playground, The other classes erupted in astonishment upon seeing Fong Han's actions. What is happening? Isn't that Fong Han from Class 1? Am I seeing things? Why is he heading toward the beasts in the third row? Fong Han consistently ranked first in academic assessments, yet his martial evaluations were always at the bottom. Why is he suddenly challenging the beasts in the third row? Isn't that a reckless gamble with his life? Indeed, this is not the time for bravado. The teachers and students from other classes were perplexed by Fong Han's actions. Old Chun from Class 2 sneered as he saw Fong Han approaching the beasts in the third row, mockingly addressing Hu Zhiqing. Old Hu, you really know how to push your students to their doom just to secure first place. Impressive, truly impressive. Hu Zhiqing's face turned red from Old Chin's taunts. He retorted angrily, "You, silence." The soldiers from the security bureau shouted sternly, "As martial artists, one must accurately assess the strengths of both enemies and allies. If that student is indeed being reckless, then experiencing a setback today is better than facing danger in the future without preparation and rushing to their demise. Moreover, Captain Zhang is here. We will ensure this student's safety." The soldier from the security bureau spoke with firm conviction. Hu Zhiqing and Old Chen fell silent. Everyone turned their attention toward Fong Han, on the podium. Zhang Guohao and Fu Wenbin, along with others, closely monitored Fong Han's movements. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Han halted before the beast cage at the center of the third row. He lifted his gaze. Within the cage, adorned with intricate golden spiritual patterns, was a ferocious and cunning blood shadow wolf. The blood shadow wolf, with its eyes half closed, rested its head on its forelegs. Its robust and powerful body lay languidly on the ground. Between its clawed paws, sharp, elongated talons subtly revealed themselves. A gentle scrape against the ground would leave unmistakable, deep claw marks. The wolf, roughly the size of a water buffalo, was covered in resilient, smooth crimson fur. Its thick, powerful tail lazily swished back and forth, seemingly swatting away the surrounding flies. Yet, the gust of wind that accompanied its movements was truly alarming point. One could easily imagine the terrifying consequences of such a tail striking against a body, resulting in broken bones and torn muscles. If sensing Fong Han's gaze, the blood shadow wolf slowly opened its eyes. A glimmer of mockery and disdain flickered in its azure-green gaze. Even the lowest-tier beasts of the first sequence possess a measure of intelligence. The cunning nature of the wolf-like beasts places them as the elite among their peers. It felt no threat emanating from Fong Han. The blood shadow wolf lazily closed its eyes once more. Fong Han smiled faintly and addressed the 5 security bureau soldiers beside the cage. "I'll choose this blood shadow wolf. Could you please open the cage for me?" Everyone on the playground heard Fong Han's words. His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Fong Han not only intends to challenge a beast from the third row, but also the strongest one, the blood shadow wolf. This is madness, akin to the longevity god hanging himself. Tired of living, Fong Han, so intelligent, why would he act so foolishly in such a crucial moment? The crowd was in an uproar. Hu Zhiqing felt a pang of regret as he witnessed this scene. The students from Class 1 felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon seeing Fong Han's choice. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan clenched their fists, anxiously staring at Fong Han's situation. Meng Xiaoshuan's eyes brimmed with confusion. Yet curiosity and anticipation also filled her gaze. The more incomprehensible Fong Han's choice seemed to her, the more she felt he must possess some hidden strength. If pressed to articulate her reasoning, she would be at a loss. Perhaps it was simply a sixth sense that girls possess. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, the beautiful class monitor fixed her attention on Fong Han's figure. On the podium, Fu Wenbin's expression tightened as he observed Fong Han's choice of the blood shadow wolf. He turned to Zhang Guohao next to him and said, "Captain Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, this blood shadow wolf should be the strongest beast in the third row, correct?" Zhang Guohao nodded slightly. "Indeed. It weighs around 3,500 pounds. The expression on the security bureau captain's face revealed a hint of doubt and gravity. Under normal circumstances, to defeat the blood shadow wolf alone, one would need a physique strength of at least 2 tons and considerable experience in battling beasts. Only a skilled practitioner among the first sequence's lower tier could achieve that. I never anticipated that Fong Han would directly choose the most challenging blood shadow wolf." Fu Wenbin expressed his concern. "Captain Zhang, if any emergencies arise, I'll need your assistance. Rest assured," Zhang Guohao replied resolutely. Behind them, Bai Lin and Cui Shan also fixated on Fong Han's situation. The soldier from the security bureau holding the key to the Blood Shadow Wolf's cage glanced at Feng Han, hesitating momentarily. He turned to Zhang Guohao, who nodded slightly. With the captain's approval, the soldier opened the gate of the Blood Shadow Wolf's cage. Click! The lock disengaged. The lock and the spirit-patterned cage suddenly burst forth with radiant golden light. Following that, intricate spiritual patterns converged from all parts of the cage, rapidly crawling like ants, all entering the now unlocked lock. Once all the patterns were retracted, the golden light on the lock gradually faded away. Creak! Under the gaze of the multitude, the cage door swung open. Feng Han's calm gaze fell upon the languid Blood Shadow Wolf. He chuckled softly, and in his eyes, a sharp, cold glint suddenly erupted. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the ground. At that moment, all martial artists above the first sequence felt a jolt in their hearts. They sensed an astonishing aura erupting from Feng Han, like a gem long covered in dust suddenly revealing its brilliance. He emanated a dazzling radiance that startled onlookers' eye in their spiritual perception. A potent, faint, blood-colored aura surged from Feng Han, completely coalescing into billowing clouds of blood-like vapor. The blood aura gathered like clouds. It was indeed blood aura like clouds. Well versed in the extraordinary, Fu Wenbin gasped at the sight. Zhang Guohao, whose face typically bore a serious demeanor, now displayed a hint of joy. Wait, the blood clouds are changing again. Bai Lin, who was closely observing Feng Han, exclaimed eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The blood-red furnace appeared as a mere specter, its form shrouded in ambiguity. One could discern only its triangular shape, while the intricate patterns above remained indistinct. However, the dense aura of blood emanating from the entire furnace profoundly resonated within the souls of all present. The overwhelming force and the intense, corporeal essence were vividly reflected in the eyes of every onlooker. Crashing upon their hearts like a tidal wave, at that moment, even Zhang Guohao could not suppress his astonishment, whispering in awe, "The Blood Chi Furnace. It is the Blood Chi Furnace. This Feng Han has indeed established such a formidable foundation in martial arts. Even at the zero-sequence martial apprentice level, he has managed to refine his physical foundation into a Blood Chi Furnace. This young man is truly remarkable." Behind him, Cui Shan and Bai Lin nodded in agreement. On the playground, Hu Zhiqing, Old Chun, and the various class instructors were all taken aback by Feng Han's state, a martial foundation of the Blood Chi Furnace level. How splendid, truly splendid, Hu Zhiqing exclaimed in uncontainable delight. The students of Class 1 were utterly bewildered, one of them hastily asking, "Teacher Hu, what is the Blood Chi Furnace?" This question inadvertently voiced the thoughts of all present. Students from other classes also leaned in to listen. Before Old Hu could respond, Meng Xiaoxian, with her sparkling eyes, had already taken it upon herself to explain. The martial foundation of a warrior is categorized into several levels, from low to high. The lowest is the blood chi is clouds, ranging from 1 blood cloud to 9. Above the blood chi is clouds is the blood chi furnace. The more robust the martial foundation, the stronger the warrior's combat prowess and potential. I have never heard of anyone refining a blood chi furnace foundation at the martial apprentice level before. It is truly unbelievable. As Meng Xiaoxian concluded, her astonishment was palpable. Xiaoxian is correct, Hu Zhiqing affirmed with approval. He then gazed toward Feng Han, continuing, in my 30-plus years of teaching at Nanshan No. 3 Middle School, I have only encountered one martial apprentice who managed to condense a blood chi as cloud's foundation. At that time, that student possessed a 9-blood cloud foundation and was promoted to a formal warrior. Old Hu's expression brightened slightly. Now, Feng Han's martial foundation is even more impressive. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He does not merely make a sound. He creates a sensation. Laughter erupted from Hu Zhiqing's words, filling Class 1 with excitement and joy. Could it be? Meng Xiaoxian suddenly gasped, her words trailing off. All eyes turned to her. The girl stared at Feng Han's figure, her face a mask of astonishment. Could it be that Feng Han has been concealing his strength to temper his martial foundation all along, only revealing it after achieving results? Upon hearing Meng Xiaoxuan's speculation, the gazes directed at Feng Han shifted, tinged with newfound respect. How many could endure solitude, tirelessly honing their martial foundation day after day? Who could withstand the constant disdain and ridicule from those around them, all for the sake of one day achieving rebirth and transformation? The outcome that Feng Han revealed at this moment left everyone in shock, while Meng Xiaoshuan's words evoked thoughts of the immense effort Feng Han had invested behind the scenes. The students of Class 1 regarded Feng Han with an added layer of admiration. Old Shan from Class 2 cast a gloomy glance at Feng Han's sudden eruption of strength. The anticipatory excitement radiating from Class 1 irked him greatly, and in a sardonic tone, he remarked, even with a blood chi furnace martial foundation. This boy is merely a martial apprentice. He may possess greater strength, but it cannot fend off the innate skills of beasts. Tang Yifei, positioned at the forefront of Class 2, who had initially felt confident about securing the top score in the upcoming monthly exam, was now dismayed by the emergence of Feng Han as an unexpected rival. His expression darkened as he echoed Old Chin's sentiment, Class 1, don't celebrate too soon, lest your hopes soar only to be dashed later. A scoff escaped Tang Yifei's lips. Other students from Class 2 chimed in to support him. Class 1, however, refused to back down, resulting in a spirited exchange of banter. Look, Feng Han is about to enter the beast pen, someone suddenly shouted. Both sides halted their quarrel and turned their attention to the arena. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Feng Han. The faintly blood-colored ethereal furnace enveloped him, releasing an intense aura. His tall and robust silhouette stood upright like a resilient pine, facing the ferocious blood shadow wolf. In that instant, observers felt Feng Han's presence swell, as if he had suddenly grown in stature, stirring a profound sense of reverence within their hearts. All the soldiers of the Security Bureau also turned their gazes toward Feng Han. He slightly clenched his fist, his eyes emanating a chilling brilliance, an aura of murderous intent. With a step forward, he entered the beast pen. The Blood Shadow Wolf had been on high alert the moment Feng Han unleashed the Blood Chi Furnace. Now, as it saw Feng Han step into the enclosure, the first-tier beast sprang to its feet. Its azure-green eyes were filled with intense vigilance and wariness, and it let out a resounding roar as a warning. The blood-red fur on its massive form bristled like a rising tide, exuding a vibrant, ominous glow, poised to unleash a staggering attack at any moment. Feng Han regarded the Blood Shadow Wolf's movements with indifference, undeterred. As he entered the beast pen, he exuded an air of casual ease, as if strolling through his own backyard, evoking a sense of tranquility and leisure. The Blood Shadow Wolf, unable to contain its fury, unleashed a ferocious roar and charged forward. Chapter 26. Slaying the Blood Shadow Wolf. The robust and menacing Blood Shadow Wolf had its fur bristling and its limbs coiled like a spring. In a flash, it lunged at Feng Han like a streak of crimson lightning. Its azure-green eyes sparkled with savage intent and bloodlust, with a low growl emanating from its slightly parted jaws. It seemed to yearn for a feast of fresh blood and flesh. Its claws, extending about half a meter, glimmered ominously as they aimed directly for Feng Han's head, ready to tear him apart. The very air was torn asunder, producing a sharp, whistling gale. A few timid girls in the audience could not help but scream, unable to bear the sight of the impending bloodshed. The soldiers of the Security Bureau, armed and ready, swiftly readied their weapons, aiming at the Blood Shadow Wolf, prepared to unleash a hail of bullets at a moment's notice. Zhang Guohao, Cui Shan, and Bai Lin were equally tense, their energies swirling within, poised to act at a critical moment. Just as the wolf's claws were about to descend upon Feng Han, everyone witnessed him suddenly move. He stomped the ground, advanced, and struck. The three actions flowed seamlessly together. A thunderous crash reverberated as Feng Han's foot struck the solid ground of the beast pen. Simultaneously, his fists shot forward like cannonballs. The ethereal image of the Blood Chi Furnace surged and coalesced around his fists. A low, mournful wail filled the air as the atmosphere ahead of his fists trembled under the force of his overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, Feng Han's fists collided violently with the Blood Shadow Wolf's claws. The sound of their clash echoed, a forceful, repressive impact. A sickening crack resonated from the point of impact as bones shattered, followed by the Blood Shadow Wolf's anguished howl. All held their breath, fixated on the scene. Blood burst forth at the point of contact, as Feng Han's fists brutally shattered the Blood Shadow Wolf's claws. The ferocious force of his strike surged through the broken limbs, sending the first-tier beast flying through the air. With a resounding crash, the wolf's massive form collided heavily against the iron bars of the beast pen, which had been forged from alloy steel, Bending the bars into a remarkable arc, the Blood Shadow Wolf howled in agony. Slowly sliding down, crashing heavily to the ground, fresh, crimson blood gushed from its severed claws, pooling in small patches upon the ground of the beast pin. The wolf's fur, stained with its own blood, became a ghastly shade of scarlet. It curled into a corner of the enclosure, lowly whimpering while casting furtive glances at Fong Han, as if pleading for mercy in its helplessness. Fong Han stood his ground, observing the Blood Shadow Wolf with an air of calm detachment. His eyes, devoid of warmth, radiated an icy chill. An oppressive silence enveloped the playground. No one had anticipated that the clash between the two would unfold in such a manner. Fong Han had effortlessly shattered the Blood Shadow Wolf's claws with a single blow, sending it crashing to the ground. How formidable, terrifyingly so. This thought consumed the minds of all students at Nanshan No. 3 Middle School. On the podium, Fu Wenbin's expression relaxed slightly. He just revealed a hint of relief. But beside him, Zhang Guohao furrowed his brows, speaking gravely, "That beast is cunning." No sooner had the words left his lips than the situation within the beast cage underwent a dramatic transformation. Fong Han stepped forward once more. The Blood Shadow Wolf, which had been pleading for mercy just a moment ago, now had its azure-green eyes filled with a palpable cunning and a vivid crimson hue. Its mouth suddenly displayed a terrifying set of bloodied fangs. A howl, an enraged and vengeful wolf's roar, echoed fiercely through the air. The Blood Shadow Wolf leapt into action, its fangs sharp and numerous, resembling a mouth lined with hooked daggers, stretched wide open. Bloodlight flickered within its throat, and the stench of its breath surged toward Fong Han. Immediately after, a 2-meter-long crescent-shaped blade of blood surged forth from the wolf's maw, hurtling toward Fong Han with a piercing shriek that sliced through the air. Moreover, the Blood Shadow Wolf itself followed suit, leaping forward right behind its blood-red wind blade. With the blade clearing a path ahead and the beast pressing fiercely from behind, this dual assault carried a savage and ruthless intent to tear Fong Han apart on the spot. "Swift Wind Blood Blade," Bai Lin exclaimed from the podium, revealing the beastly talent skill of the first-ranked Blood Shadow Wolf. She sprang into action, ready to assist Fong Han. Yet, at that moment, another astonishing change erupted within the beast cage. Facing the onslaught of the foul-smelling wind, Fong Han raised his brow and slightly lifted his eyelids. His calm and serene demeanor seemed to indicate that, until this moment, he had not regarded the Blood Shadow Wolf with any seriousness. Stomp, advance, strike. He executed these 3 actions once again, but this time, the force of his punches and the intensity of his energy exploded with even greater ferocity. The whistling wind grew more urgent. To everyone watching, Fong Han's response left them utterly astonished. He was actually going to meet the wind blade, capable of slicing through steel, with nothing but his fists? Hu Zhiqing, watching from a distance, instinctively shouted, "Get out of the way." Bai Lin's aura flickered with energy as she gracefully descended from the podium. All the armed guards from the security bureau aimed their weapons at the Blood Shadow Wolf, fingers hovering over the triggers. Old Chen's lips curled into a faint smirk of satisfaction. What a naive young man. His combat experience was still rather shallow. To think he would use his fists to withstand the Blood Shadow Wolf's swift wind blade. And to do so without any protective energy at the level of a martial arts apprentice. It was truly a death wish. Old Chen's smug grin widened. He seemed to envision the glorious moment when his class would seize the title of the best class in the monthly assessment after Fong Han failed and was injured. But in the next instant, the smile on Old Chen's face froze. Not only him, but everyone present found their expressions and movements abruptly halted. All eyes were drawn to the beast cage, where, with a thunderous crash akin to shattering glass, Fong Han had actually shattered the 2-meter-long swift wind blade with his bare fists. Fragments of energy and blood splattered everywhere, reflecting the incredulity in the wolf's wide eyes as it lunged forward. Without pause, Fong Han charged ahead, his gaze icy and resolute, uttering a single word, "Die." As the word fell, his fists landed solidly on the wolf's head. Typically, wolf-like beasts possess copper heads and iron backs, making their skulls the hardest part of their bodies. Yet, in that moment, under the sheer force of Fong Han's wrathful blows, the Blood Shadow Wolf's head exploded with a dull thud, shattering like a ripe watermelon. Blood and viscera splattered across the ground, pooling everywhere. The headless carcass of the wolf crumpled to the earth. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Feng Han, who stood proudly amidst the gruesome scene, momentarily speechless, equally rendered silent. Chapter 27. The beastly aura from the rear of the vehicle as the crowd beheld Feng Han standing before the headless wolf. Their eyes widened in disbelief, rendering them speechless. 90% of those present had never anticipated that Feng Han could defeat the Blood Shadow Wolf. Moreover, none had imagined he would do so in such a forceful and dominating manner. Dispatchin, are there other demon beasts imprisoned within? Feng Han pointed towards the armored truck on the right side of the podium. Bai Lin was momentarily taken aback and turned her gaze in the direction Feng Han indicated. Upon realizing it was the very armored truck she had arrived in, her expression shifted dramatically. Bai Lin turned her head, and with her keen intuition, she discerned the eagerness embedded in Feng Han's words. With a hint of gravity, she spoke, "Feng Han, that demon beast was captured just this morning. With your current strength, you still..." Bai Lin. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Zhang Guohao, seated on the podium, interjected abruptly. Both Feng Han and Bai Lin turned their attention towards him. Zhang Guohao gazed intently at Feng Han and remarked with a tone laden with significance, "Feng Han, I have always felt that you have yet to unleash your full potential. The Blood Shadow Wolf from the third row was vanquished with almost no resistance by your 2 punches. I am curious to know the true extent of your current strength. To be able to condense a robust foundation akin to a blood chi furnace. Just how much physical power do you possess? The first-tier low-level demon beast in that rear compartment possesses nearly 2 tons of physical strength. Are you bold enough to give it a try? 2 tons? Almost 4,000 pounds, coupled with the innate abilities of the demon beast. Such a first-tier low-level demon beast is more than capable of contending with a formal warrior possessing 4,500 pounds of physical strength. I currently have 4,400 pounds of physical prowess, making this demon beast the perfect honing stone to further refine my foundational strength." Feng Han continually calculated in his mind, resolutely making up his mind. Feeling a surge of confidence, a glint sparked in his eyes as he succinctly replied, "All right." Chapter 28. Nearly 2 tons of beastly strength, all right. Feng Han promptly agreed. He then turned to Fu Wenbin and declared, "Principal, I wish to challenge once more." Fu Wenbin, taken aback by how swiftly events had unfolded, stammered as he looked towards Zhang Guohao, saying, "Captain Zhang, this." Zhang Guohao patted Fu Wenbin on the shoulder. "Principal Fu, to become tempered steel, one must undergo trials. Feng Han is not only a talent from your Nanshan No. 3 high school but also a valuable asset to our Nanshan base city. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is arranged properly." Fu Wenbin glanced at Zhang Guohao and then at Feng Han, ultimately giving a wry smile and nodding in agreement. With Feng Han himself consenting, he saw no reason to refuse. Zhang Guohao continued to organize. Instructing, "Xiao Chui, take the key and assist Bai Lin in bringing out the beast cage from the truck. Let Feng Han have a go." Once the beast cage was properly set up, they were to stand guard beside it, ready to provide protection at any moment. "Yes, Captain." Chui Shan immediately saluted and responded respectfully, turning to make the necessary arrangements, with Bai Lin following suit. All the armed soldiers from the Security Bureau also sprang into action. The other students, aside from Feng Han, had completed their tests and proceeded to move the remaining beast cages back into the armored truck, clearing a vast area. Subsequently, soldiers, alongside Chui Shan and Bai Lin, maneuvered the armored truck from the right side of the podium to the center of the venue. Bai Lin and Chui Shan positioned themselves at either side of the truck's rear compartment, awaiting Zhang Guohao's command. Feng Han stood about 10 meters away from the rear of the truck, biding his time. Surrounding him, armed soldiers formed a wide circle, enclosing Feng Han and the armored truck at the center. As the students observed the martial arts examination apparently concluding, the sudden commotion sparked waves of confusion and speculation among them. Seeing the arrangements were in place, Fu Wenbin stepped forward and briefly explained the situation through the microphone. As soon as he finished, a wave of astonishment and uproar swept through the crowd. "Did I hear correctly? The principal just said that Feng Han wants to challenge again, and it's a stronger first-tier demon beast this time. Given the circumstances, it must be true. Didn't the principal mention that this demon beast possesses nearly 2 tons of beastly strength? My goodness, 2 tons of beastly strength? Can Feng Han really handle it? It's not that simple. In the same tier and lower levels, demon beasts inherently possess greater combat strength than we do. Moreover, Feng Han is still at the level of a martial arts apprentice. Unable to utilize spiritual power techniques, which significantly diminishes his combat effectiveness, I find it exceedingly difficult. I also feel he is likely to fail. From the principal's words, this demon beast is even stronger than the Blood Shadow Wolf. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Old Chun from Class 2 wore a grim expression once more. He had initially believed that Feng Han seizing the first position in the monthly exam would deter further competition. With the honor of having the best class in the monthly exam secured, he thought it an acceptable outcome. Yet now, with this unexpected turn of events, Feng Han was set to challenge an even more formidable demon beast. This sudden development caused a drumming anxiety in Old Chin's chest. Just moments prior, he had felt pride and satisfaction as Feng Han faced off against the Blood Shadow Wolf. But now, with the prospect of another challenge looming, he felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. His gaze remained fixed on the unfolding situation, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. Behind Old Chun, Tang Yifei's expression was equally somber. Feng Han's overwhelming defeat of the Blood Shadow Wolf not only secured him the top spot for the monthly exam but also overshadowed Tang Yifei's previous glory. This left Tang Yifei, a figure often celebrated and at the center of attention, feeling notably vexed. Feng Han's rise had already made him uncomfortable. It was all the more intolerable that this ascent was paved at his expense. At this moment, as he gazed at Feng Han, his eyes brimmed with intense envy and displeasure. Within Class 1, as Hu Zhiqing and the others reveled in Feng Han's victory over the Blood Shadow Wolf, they were suddenly taken aback by the announcement of yet another challenge. The expressions of Zhou Wei, Yang Fan, and their classmates shifted to one of deep concern. Meng Xiaoxian gazed at Feng Han, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Could it be that vanquishing the Blood Shadow Wolf was not your limit? The girl murmured softly, sensing an enigmatic aura shrouding Feng Han that eluded her understanding. Each time she believed she had glimpsed his true strength, she would only discover that what had been revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. This elusive and unfathomable sensation intensified her anticipation and curiosity towards Feng Han. On the podium, Zhang Guohao, seeing that the armored truck and its protective measures were in place and Fu Wenbin had completed his announcements, promptly nodded at Bai Lin and Cui Shan. Bai Lin retrieved the key from her uniform pocket and inserted it into the lock of the rear compartment door. After channeling her spiritual power, the entire array of runes within the truck retracted. The seals and locks of the compartment were then released. Bai Lin stepped back as Cui Shan moved forward to pull open the double doors of the compartment. All eyes were glued in suspense. From the pitch-black interior of the truck, a fierce roar, laced with a pungent scent of blood, erupted. As everyone's eyes widened in shock, the air was filled with the thick, iron-like aroma of blood wafting from the open rear compartment. Simultaneously, a ferocious and terrifying beastly aura surged forth, far surpassing that of the demon beasts encountered earlier. This presence was imbued with a domineering and savage bloodlust. Such thoughts raced through everyone's minds. There was undoubtedly a formidable demon beast within. The crowd collectively came to their senses, involuntarily swallowing hard, their gazes towards Feng Han now filled with a complex mix of concern, curiosity, and even schadenfreude. Cui Shan, accompanied by several soldiers from the security bureau, entered the compartment to retrieve the beast cage. The cage, draped in black cloth, was larger than any demon beast they had encountered before. Dominating the entire rear compartment, as the black cloth-covered beast cage was pulled from the truck, the crowd could hear the heavy, bloodthirsty breaths of the demon beast within. The mingling scent of blood and the acrid odor of flesh was nauseating. Feng Han and the others remained fixated on the cage, anticipation hanging in the air. With a heavy thud, the massive cage was placed 3 meters in front of Feng Han. With a swift motion, the black cloth was pulled away. A furious and bloodthirsty roar resonated across the entire playground. Feng Han narrowed his eyes slightly, while all the students present gasped in fear, their eyes wide with terror. Chapter 29. The deceitful Old Chun. Feng Han and all present were astonished to find that within the enormous cage was a black-brown, black-furred bear demon, with a body length of around 4 meters. Its robust frame was covered in coarse, black-brown fur. Once impervious to blades and swords, the bear's body now bore several long, deep gashes, with crimson blood oozing from them, staining the surrounding area a dark red. Despite appearing grievously injured and in a state of disarray, Fong Han keenly observed that these gruesome wounds were gradually healing and staunching. The bear demon's powerful claws and limbs were bound by 4 spiritual rune chains, restraining it at the center of the cage. As the black-furred bear demon struggled to move, it became increasingly agitated and feral. Upon the broad, rounded head of the bear, within its blood-red eyes, there resided an overwhelming essence of greed and bloodlust. The beast's gaze scanned the surroundings, ultimately settling upon Shui Shan and Bai Lin beside the beast cage. Seemingly recognizing the two, the sanguine glimmer of bloodthirst and frenzied rage within its eyes intensified with fervor. With an uncontrollable roar, it erupted in a ferocious bear growl. In the center of the arena, facing the bear demon, Fong Han remained utterly unperturbed by the creature's furious roar and overwhelming presence. He meticulously scrutinized the injured black-furred bear demon, fully aware that a wounded beast could be even more savage and pose a greater threat. On the playground, everyone gazed at the blood-soaked, roaring black bear with astonishment. Incredible! It's the Tremor Black Bear. This Tremor Black Bear, among the lower-tier demonic beasts of the first sequence, was undoubtedly a dominant force. Even though its combat prowess had diminished due to injury, it would undoubtedly be more ferocious. Could Fong Han possibly contend with it? It seemed overwhelmingly difficult. The disparity felt insurmountable. After all, Fong Han was merely a martial arts apprentice. Although he had slain the Blood Shadow Wolf, this Tremor Black Bear was far superior. Indeed, without any mastery of spiritual power techniques, Fong Han might very well be crushed under the bear's innate skills when unleashed. It was undeniably a daunting challenge. Within Class 2's ranks, Old Chun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Tremor Black Bear. Then erupted into a triumphant laugh. He shot a contemptuous glance at Hu Jiqingdou who, what a fate! The Tremor Black Bear again. Last year's college entrance training saw your class suffer injuries due to this very beast. Goodness, and now, in this month's martial arts examination, it seems Fong Han has encountered the Tremor Black Bear once more. He ought to surrender gracefully. I concede this young man has potential, having slain the Blood Shadow Wolf. But the strength of the Tremor Black Bear is simply incomparable. Even injured, its physical might reaches at least 2.5 tons. Only a first-sequence martial artist with adept mastery of spiritual techniques could stand against it. Fong Han, despite his formidable martial foundation, is merely a zero-sequence apprentice. Wouldn't he just be walking to his doom? If he doesn't withdraw, defeat is inevitable. The more Old Chin spoke, the more satisfaction surged in his heart, releasing the pent-up frustration and indignation he had felt earlier. He also contemplated the rewards that would accompany his class winning the best performance of the month, causing his smile to bloom like a radiant chrysanthemum. In Class 1's ranks, although Hu Jiqing was reluctant to engage with Old Chin, his concern for Fong Han grew as he observed the unfolding scene. He recognized that Old Chin's words bore truth. The Tremor Black Bear was indeed far stronger than the Blood Shadow Wolf. Even a wounded Tremor Black Bear posed a significant danger to Fong Han. Behind him, Meng Xiaoxian furrowed her brows upon hearing Old Chin's remarks. Having previously ignored the petty squabbles of Class 2, she spoke with a cold, frosty demeanor. Teacher Chun, who was it that said Fong Han was merely walking to his demise against the Blood Shadow Wolf? Who claimed he was just a bit stronger? Teacher Chen, while aging isn't your fault, your constant reliance on age to belittle others for your own selfish gains is indeed a fault. I wonder. Are you so confident in your judgment? What will you do if Fong Han wins? The girl's delicate and beautiful visage was marred by frost and indignation. Old Chun, taken aback by Meng Xiaoshuan's retort, felt his face flush with humiliation and anger. He glanced around, pointing at the wooden placard held by a student from Class 2. With a reddened face, he exclaimed, "If Fong Han manages to slay this Tremor Black Bear, then I doubt I will eat our class's placard." His words left Meng Xiaoxian momentarily speechless, and the students from both classes around them were equally stunned. Goodness, is Old Chin truly that reckless? He would even eat his own class's placard. What a fierce individual! Unfazed by the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Old Chun held his head high and met Meng Xiaoshuan's gaze with apparent resolve. Yet, beneath that facade lay an inner trepidation. As he began to regret his impulsive declaration, if Fong Han truly won, would he really have to eat the placard? The thought coursed through Old Chin's mind, igniting an unsettling doubt about his previously unwavering confidence and martial expertise. As soon as he uttered those words, regret washed over him for allowing such a ridiculous sentiment to escape his lips. However, he maintained a stern exterior. Well, it's done now. Once the arrow is loosed, it cannot be retrieved. I cannot back down now. Decades of reputation are at stake. No, I absolutely cannot waver. Fong Han is merely a martial arts apprentice. There is no way he can win. Old Chun continued to reinforce his own convictions. Meng Xiaoxian cast a pointed look at Old Chen before glancing at the placard of Class 2, her voice unwaveringly cold. Teacher Chun, don't speak so definitively. I fear you may find it difficult to save face later. And eating your class's placard? You've brought your tricks even to school. When Fong Han emerges victorious, I wonder where you will hide that old face of yours. Old Chun's aggressive demeanor and biting remarks ignited a flicker of anger on Hu Zhiqing's otherwise solemn face. He turned to face Old Chun, speaking in a low voice, Teacher Chen, if Fong Han wins, I will personally ensure you eat your class's placard. Evading Hu Zhiqing's gaze, Old Chun felt an unsettling unease creeping in. Nevertheless, he persisted in maintaining his composure. Hu, you're going too far. I am not targeting anyone. I have great faith in Fong Han's potential. I simply do not wish for him to meet his demise. The circumstances of battling a demonic beast are ever-changing. While the authorities from the Security Bureau are present, any unforeseen incident would ultimately be a loss for the school. I hold Fong Han in high regard and hope our Nanshan No. 3 high school can cultivate more talents like him. With the tri-school joint training coming up, I am also considering you. Hu, wishing for Fong Han to bring honor to our institution. Old Chen's grandiloquent words garnered nothing but a cold snort from Hu Zhiqing. In the arena, as preparations were finalized, Cui Shan looked towards the podium, where Zhang Guohao gave a slight nod. Immediately, Cui Shan produced the key to the beast cage and unlocked it. With a click, the spiritual pattern lock was disengaged. Not only were the spiritual formations on the beast cage retracted, but the chains binding the tremor black bear's limbs were also released with a melodious chime. With a clatter, 4 long black chains fell to the ground. The freed tremor black bear's eyes gleamed with a savage and ruthless cold light. With a roar, the demon bear opened its massive maw. Unleashing a ferocious and thunderous growl, the rich stench of blood mingled with the scent of carnage permeated the air. Fong Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling glint flickering within, under the watchful gaze of all. He boldly stepped into the beast cage. As a gentle breeze brushed his face, the air swirled around him. The faint, blood-colored furnace of vitality surged forth once more, the overwhelming aura, a fusion of blood energy and physical might, incited the tremor black bear into a frenzied roar. Its eyes, filled with a brutal crimson, remained fixed upon Fong Han. Without uttering a word, the demon bear charged forward. The ground shook with the weight of its massive body. Reverberating with a heavy thud, Fong Han braced himself against the oncoming gale, his gaze locked on the advancing black bear. As the savage demon bear closed in, it raised its thick paw, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. From between its massive claws, sharp claws, at least 30 centimeters long, shot forth, glinting with a menacing gleam. The paw, larger than a fan, radiated a faint yellowish demonic power. As it sliced through the air, the pressure created a whistling sound. This strike, if it were to land, would not only shatter bones but also eviscerate with its razor-sharp claws. Fong Han unleashed his spiritual awareness, clearly perceiving the momentum of the bear's impending strike. To everyone's astonishment, he boldly surged forward to meet it head-on. The blood energy furnace within him suddenly merged with his being, his muscles tensing like iron rods as he struck out with his right palm against the enormous bear paw. Witnessing this scene, Cui Shan and Bai Lin instinctively stepped forward, their spiritual power radiating as they prepared for intervention. All the warriors of the Security Bureau raised their firearms in unison. On the podium, Zhang Guohao and Fu Wenbin gazed intently, their eyes filled with profound contemplation, fixed on the battle unfolding within the beast cage. On the playground, every onlooker, captivated by Fong Han's silhouette, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts as they witnessed his response. In the next instant, disbelief widened their eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the clash between man and beast. A roar, laced with pain and fury, followed suit. Everyone beheld as Fong Han's palms collided fiercely with the earth-shaking black bear, causing the latter to stumble back 3 or 4 steps. This utterly absurd scene left all spectators with their eyes wide open in astonishment. It's impossible. Old Chin's shock rendered his voice sharper. Various gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. Holy cow! Fong Han's strength is even greater than that of the earth-shaking black bear. Am I dreaming? Is this real? It was truly terrifying. On the podium, Zhang Guohao's eyes lit up at this spectacle. Closest to the beast cage, Cui Shan and Bai Lin, along with all the Security Bureau warriors, felt the intensity even more acutely. The gust of wind and the sound of their collision reverberated in their ears, allowing them to sense the terrifying power emanating from Fong Han, capable of suppressing the earth-shaking black bear. As everyone remained utterly astonished, their focus shifted even more toward the battle within the beast cage. They all witnessed Fong Han, having gained the upper hand after his first strike, surge forward once again. His fists rained down like cannonballs, relentlessly pounding forth. The compressed air emitted a low whistle. The earth-shaking black bear did not yield. Retaliating fiercely, the dull thuds of flesh colliding echoed repeatedly within the cage. The clash of immense forces stirred up gusts of wind. The colossal beast cage shook violently. With each strike, the earth-shaking black bear grew increasingly alarmed. The more they fought, the more it realized that this seemingly weak human possessed strength surpassing its own. The bear's massive paws, capable of shattering stone, wielded nearly 2 tons of raw power. Yet, at this moment, the earth-shaking black bear felt no semblance of safety. It could not suppress the diminutive human before it. Roars of rage, savagery, and bloodlust erupted from the bear's gaping maw. The battle between man and beast intensified. The earthy yellow glow of demonic power radiated increasingly from the bear's massive paws. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the bear's paw swelled even larger, the faint yellow glimmer of demonic energy coalescing into a hazy, colossal handprint. From left to right, it came crashing down toward Fong Han's head. All spectators' pupils dilated as they beheld the giant handprint conjured by the earth-shaking black bear. It was evidently a strike imbued with the beast's innate skills, containing immense power capable of shattering stone, leaving everyone in a state of dread. Fong Han felt the howling wind of the incoming strike grow sharper, stinging his face. He immediately recognized that this blow was far from ordinary. Steadying his mind, Fong Han's form resembled a bowstring pulled taut, slightly bent. Closer, even closer, finally 0.10 centimeters. In that moment, Fong Han perceived every subtle change in the bear's paw. The bulging muscles rippled. Veins protruded like long, sinuous snakes. Streams of demonic energy coalesced from the 4-meter-tall beast. The faint yellow handprint appeared insubstantial, yet the overwhelming power and energy it contained made Fong Han's scalp tingle with apprehension. In the nick of time, Fong Han crouched and darted aside. Whoosh! Fong Han watched as the earthy yellow wind and shadow swept past him. He narrowly avoided the ferocious handprint. Boom! The handprint struck the iron bars on the right side of the cage with a resounding crash. In the ensuing chaos, everyone was horrified to discover that the iron bars had been blown apart, creating a massive breach. Meanwhile, having evaded the earth-shaking black bear's innate skill, Fong Han had no time to dwell on the cage's condition. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself off the ground. His powerful and robust frame surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, closing in on the towering, earth-shaking black bear's chest. The sharp glint of determination flared in Fong Han's narrowed eyes. In one swift motion, his right leg lashed out, delivering a side kick. Chapter 31. The surge of fist power with a forceful strike. Fong Han's kick cleaved through the air like a shadow tearing the fabric of reality. It crashed into the exposed chest of the earth-shaking black bear. In that moment, Fong Han's calm demeanor was unnervingly chilling. The sudden counterattack was remarkably sharp. Boom! The darkened silhouette of his leg struck the bear with tremendous force in the blink of an eye. Cui Shan and Bai Lin, positioned nearby, were astounded to hear the sickening crack of breaking bones. In an instant, everyone was left in shock as the 4-meter-tall beast was sent sprawling backward by Fong Han's powerful kick. Crash! The bear's massive body collided heavily with the iron bars of the cage, shattering them as if they were mere paper, rolling away like a deflated ball for 3 or 4 meters before finally coming to a halt. A profound silence enveloped the entire playground as all gazed in stunned disbelief at Fong Han. They could scarcely fathom that his physical prowess had reached such staggering heights. This spectacle shattered their collective understanding. They could hardly imagine that a zero-sequence martial arts apprentice possessed such terrifying combat capabilities. The ability to overpower a demon bear with 2 tons of strength and even shatter the iron bars of the beast cage. All soldiers immediately moved to protect the students, ushering them to the edges of the playground. Zhang Guohao on the podium quickly regained his composure and issued orders. The cage had been destroyed. Now, the battlefield between Fang Han and the earth-shaking black bear had expanded to encompass the entire playground. Yes, the soldiers of the Security Bureau responded in unison. They worked swiftly, guiding all teachers and students from their respective classes to the perimeter of the playground. Ready to evacuate at a moment's notice, in the center of the playground, Fang Han strode forth from the shattered beast cage. The astonished expressions of Cui Shan and Bai Lin lingered nearby, always on guard for any unforeseen developments. All the students and teachers of Nanshan No. 3 Middle School gazed at Fang Han's figure. His repeated defiance of their expectations ignited an overwhelming curiosity within their hearts. Just how strong is Fang Han? Roar! The furious, vengeful roar of the bear jolted everyone from their reverie. All eyes turned toward the center of the playground. Fang Han's indifferent gaze fell upon the earth-shaking black bear, which struggled to rise. The once slowly healing wounds on its majestic frame now burst open anew under the impact of Fang Han's devastating kick. Blood gushed forth, and several ribs were fractured, leaving its chest grotesquely uneven. A sharp broken rib even protruded from its body, revealing a 10-centimeter-long, blood-soaked shard of bone. The fiery rage burning in the bear's eyes seemed ready to erupt into a conflagration, fixed upon Fang Han. With a furious roar, blood streamed from the bear's mouth and nostrils, a consequence of its shattered ribs piercing internal organs. Fang Han regarded the bloodied and staggering beast with chilling indifference, declaring, "All your roars are merely the futile cries of a dying creature." As a first-sequence demon beast, the earth-shaking black bear possessed considerable intelligence. Upon hearing Fang Han's words, its eyes widened in fury, and it charged forward with reckless abandon. Its colossal paws swung in a dual assault, descending upon Fang Han like grinding millstones from the heavens, the stench of blood mingling with the gusts of wind. The intensity escalated, yet Fang Han astutely noted that the power within the bear's paws was waning. He met the attack head-on, extending his fists without flinching. Boom, boom, boom. The forceful impacts of his punches met the bear's paws, forcing the earth-shaking black bear to retreat step by step. Amidst this chaotic battle, Fang Han's physical strength surged ever greater. The various top-tier medicinal pills he had consumed and the ultimate body refinement fist technique had fortified his foundation immensely, sculpting a terrifying potential for martial prowess. In that moment, through fierce combat and struggle, his robust foundation and formidable potential were unleashed. 4,400 pounds, 4,450 pounds, 4,500 pounds. With each punch Fang Han unleashed, his ferocity intensified. Each collision with the bear's massive paws further enhanced his physical power, making him feel as though he were a steel ingot being hammered into perfection. The earth-shaking black bear, at this juncture, was utterly at its wits' end. He gazed at Fang Han, suddenly perceiving the latter as if he were a monstrous beast. The terrifying physical prowess was, astonishingly, even more formidable than that of himself. The earth-shaking black bear, known for its strength, this was utterly devoid of natural justice. Thud, thud, thud. The fists of man and beast collided incessantly. The battle intent and murderous aura in Fang Han's eyes burned ever more fervently. The ferocious power of his punches finally surged past the threshold of 5,000 pounds. Fang Han gathered his strength for a single strike and unleashed it with ferocity. Roar. A heart-rending bear's roar echoed. Piercing through the air, Fang Han's escalating might had finally overwhelmed the earth-shaking black bear. Crackle, crackle. The chilling sound of shattered bones began to resonate. After another barrage of 3 punches, each weighing 5,000 pounds, Fang Han forcefully tore apart the flesh of the bear's right paw. Vivid crimson blood splattered everywhere. The once mighty paw had contorted into a grotesque arc. The flesh was ruptured and rolled back, revealing the shattered, blood-stained bones within. The earth-shaking black bear's mouth bled profusely as it clutched its mangled right paw in excruciating pain. Retreating step by step in its eyes, a flicker of dread and fear began to take hold. This brutal, visceral clash captivated the attention of all present. What astonished them even more was Fong Han's increasingly dominating suppression of the bear, leaving the creature with no room for resistance. Roar, 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 amidst the furious bear's cries. A hint of desolation and torment gradually emerged. Clutching its shattered paw, the earth-shaking black bear sensed the impending arrival of death. The flow of its vibrant blood increased, a consequence of the severe internal injuries sustained during the relentless confrontation with Fong Han. On the podium, Fu Wenbin clenched his fists slightly, his expression one of astonishment. He observed Fong Han firmly suppressing the earth-shaking black bear, and could not help but express his exhilaration. It seems this monstrous bear is no match for Fong Han. Zhang Guohao nodded slightly, a rare smile gracing his otherwise stoic face. Who would have thought that this young man's physical power would reach an astounding 5,000 pounds? Zhang Guohao's eyes mirrored the same astonishment. Suddenly, a tempestuous wind swept through the playground. Zhang Guohao's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an unusual energy within this strange gust. Chapter 32. A forceful kill. As Zhang Guohao's expression changed, his powerful spiritual awareness immediately extended outward. Damn it! This earth-shaking black bear has managed to break through in the heat of battle. Zhang Guohao cursed under his breath, his gaze on the bear now laden with gravity. The swirling air coalesced into a pale white tornado, converging upon the injured, earth-shaking black bear. Thick, ethereal energy was drawn into the creature's body along with the wind. Fong Han, facing the bear, could acutely sense the drastic changes occurring within it. His eyes narrowed, seeing clearly that the bear's injuries were healing at an observable rate. The earthy yellow aura of demonic power surrounding its robust form became increasingly pronounced. The once pitiful roars transformed back into vicious and malevolent growls. Laced with the excitement of an imminent breakthrough, Fong Han furrowed his brow slightly. His formidable spiritual awareness detected the rapidly intensifying beastly aura emanating from the earth-shaking black bear. The creature's physical strength, previously at 2 tons, began to surge upward, 4,100 pounds, 4,200 pounds, 4,300 pounds. No. He absolutely could not allow this demon bear to succeed in its breakthrough. Fong Han thought resolutely. Clenching his fists, his gaze sharpened. At this moment, not only Fong Han, but everyone present could distinctly sense the burgeoning, rich aura of demonic energy and beastly strength. Click, click. All the soldiers of the Security Bureau chambered their demon-slaying rifles, their faces etched with vigilance as they shielded all students and teachers of Nanshan No. 3 Middle School behind them. The students gazed at the increasingly ferocious demon bear, their faces paling. Hu Zhicheng, Meng Xiaoxian, and their classmates, who had previously appeared elated, now wore expressions of frozen shock. Standing not far from Fong Han, Cui Shan and Bai Lin unleashed their spiritual awareness, their auras radiating with palpable intent to kill. Their eyes were locked on the earth-shaking black bear, filled with a chilling resolve. They looked towards Zhang Guohao on the podium. With a single command from their captain, they would charge forth to slay the beast. Fu Wenbin, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of anxiety. He turned to Zhang Guohao. Captain Zhang, call off the challenge. Zhang Guohao nodded slightly. In light of the circumstances, there was no other choice. If they allowed the demon bear to complete its breakthrough, Fong Han could find himself in dire straits. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Guohao's mind as he issued the command. Cui Shan, Bai Lin, you too. Before Zhang Guohao could finish his sentence, suddenly, under the horrified gazes of all, Fong Han charged directly at the earth-shaking black bear mid-breakthrough. Zhang Guohao's usually composed demeanor shifted dramatically. Fong Han, what are you doing? Stop, Fong Han. Retreat immediately. This is madness, utter madness. Zhang Guohao darted off the podium, with Fu Wenbin closely following. As a formidable warrior of the third sequence, Zhang Guohao reached the scene in mere moments. He was prepared to eliminate the bear during its breakthrough when he suddenly realized the situation on the field had drastically changed. Wait! Zhang Guohao quickly called out to halt Cui Shan and Bai Lin, who were ready to charge in. The 4 of them froze, observing the fierce battle between Fong Han and the earth-shaking black bear. They saw a vividly clear blood aura furnace manifest around Fong Han. Merely gazing upon this blood aura furnace conveyed a sense of abundant and robust vitality. The blood aura furnace materializing from Fong Han took the form of a 3-legged cauldron. Standing at his height, initially faint and indistinct, it now bore intricate engravings that, while not entirely discernible, exuded an enchanting and unique beauty. Before anyone could scrutinize further, Fong Han had already surged toward the earth-shaking black bear. The faint, blood-red aura furnace enveloped his form, crashing through the winds of spiritual energy as he advanced. Fong Han exhaled forcefully, confronting the demon bear, and unleashed a crushing punch. The surrounding winds of spiritual energy, caught in the tempest of Fong Han's 5,000-pound punch, emitted a low, mournful wail. The earth-shaking black bear, just recovering from its injuries and in the midst of a surge in strength, saw Fong Han charging in and felt an intense rage ignite within. It revealed its gaping maw, brimming with malice, and raised its paws, channeling its demonic power to meet Fong Han's devastating blow. Boom! A resounding explosion, akin to a huge drum being struck, erupted from their collision. The violent force shattered the air, momentarily stalling the winds of spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, whoosh, a massive figure was sent flying. It was the earth-shaking black bear, propelled back by Fong Han's punch. The winds of spiritual energy enveloping the bear were also shattered. Boom, boom. The 4-meter-tall bear tumbled across the ground, leaving behind several craters. Swish! Fong Han charged forward, the blood aura furnace swirling around him, his fists vibrating the air with a resonant hum, like a torrential downpour. His punches relentlessly battered the bear's body. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their bodies colliding reverberated continually. The demon bear fought desperately to withstand the onslaught. It had not anticipated that, even at the brink of its breakthrough, it would still be crushed by this seemingly insignificant human. The earth-shaking black bear's frustration and fury intensified. The winds of spiritual energy surged again, but most of it was consumed in healing the injuries inflicted by Fong Han once more. The growth of the bear's strength became sluggish. Its defiant and enraged roars echoed throughout the arena. Fong Han's eyes gleamed with a chilling intent to kill, showing no signs of restraint. Every punch was delivered with full force. Aimed to kill, he sensed the bear's strength had risen to over 2 tons, around 4,500 pounds, and it continued to grow. Fong Han gritted his teeth, his fists like cannonballs. He had to finish this quickly. Otherwise, if the demon bear successfully broke through, dire consequences would surely follow. He thought resolutely. Roar. A thunderous bear's roar erupted nearby, filled with unrestrained fury. The earth-shaking black bear, which had been relentlessly suppressed, suddenly unleashed a surge of formidable earthy yellow demonic power. Its strength had inexplicably soared to 4,800 pounds. The bear's paws spread apart slightly, resembling 2 heavy doors of earthy yellow. The seething hatred and rage in its eyes seemed poised to engulf Fong Han. It swung its paws down upon him with tremendous force. Fong Han inhaled deeply, channeling all his might into his hands. The blood-red aura furnace around him thrummed with energy, stabilizing his presence at that moment. The swirling winds of spiritual energy drawn by the earth-shaking black bear's breakthrough split into 2 currents. One of those currents was irresistibly drawn to the resonating blood aura furnace on Fong Han. Connecting directly to him, a wisp of pale spiritual energy swirled and flowed into Fong Han's body through the mouth of the blood energy furnace, merging with his physical strength and enhancing his powerful blow. Fong Han felt a refreshing stream of spiritual energy cascading from above, invigorating his already formidable fist. With the might of a rampaging bull, a ferocious bellow echoed across the entire playground. Under the combined influence of the blood energy furnace and the ethereal wind, Fong Han unleashed the full force of his physical prowess, manifesting a spectral, blood-colored bull with astonishing clarity. The bull, fierce and magnificent, roared, enveloping Fong Han entirely as he launched a devastating attack that collided violently with the earth-shaking black bear. The impact erupted with a resounding boom, capturing the attention of all present, their eyes wide with disbelief. They witnessed the horrifying sound of bones shattering as the black bear's powerful fists crumbled under the assault. Flesh contorting and blood gushing forth amidst the chaos. Fong Han's bull-like punch, having shattered the bear's forelimbs, continued its relentless trajectory, striking directly at the bear's chest. A muffled thud reverberated as the black bear's imposing form was sent hurtling several meters away. Its chest brutally pierced, revealing ghastly holes. The internal organs had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, and the massive beast collapsed to the ground, a pool of thick, crimson blood pooling beneath it. undeniably lifeless. Chapter 33. It turns out the clown was me all along. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Fong Han had slain the earth-shaking black bear, which was on the verge of a breakthrough. As this surreal event unfolded before their eyes, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, shock rendering them speechless. In that moment, no student from Nanshan Third Middle School dared to question Fong Han's strength. The disparity was so immense that even jealousy seemed an impossibility. Fong Han from Class 3-1 achieved a perfect score of 100, with an additional 100 points awarded. Zhang Guohao gazed at the lifeless black bear. His eyes filled with astonished delight as he reported Fong Han's comprehensive score. The playground erupted into a frenzy of excitement, and why heavens! Fong Han's score in the martial arts examination is equivalent to 200 points. This is hardly surprising, given that Fong Han could vanquish the earth-shaking black bear. Bestowing him 200 points is entirely justified. This formidable beast, capable of reigning supreme among low-level beasts in the first sequence, had been decisively defeated by Fong Han. It was utterly unbelievable. Wait, isn't this caliber of beast typically the domain of at least a mid-level warrior from the first sequence? Has the world gone mad? Or am I still dreaming? Furthermore, let us not forget a crucial point. Fong Han is merely a zero-sequence martial artist apprentice, yet to ascend to the ranks of formal warriors in the first sequence. If he possesses such strength now, how formidable will he become upon promotion? Terrifying, inconceivable. He truly is a prodigy, soaring to great heights. Everyone gazed at Fong Han in awe, their voices tinged with shock and reverence. Fu Wenbin sighed in relief, approaching Fong Han with a warm smile of encouragement. Cui Shan and Bai Lin were equally astounded by Fong Han's impressive display of prowess. They silently compared their own performance during their third-year studies, inwardly muttering, "What a genius!" Zhang Guohao was undoubtedly thrilled by Fong Han's remarkable strength. Having met him for the second time, Fong Han had left an indelible impression on him. The captain of the security bureau exchanged a few friendly words with Fong Han before departing with his team. Armored trucks began to roll out of the campus in succession. Fu Wenbin surveyed the Naobear playground, feeling quite pleased. After arranging for the teachers to grade the cultural exams, he waved for all classes to leave. Fong Han returned to his class, greeted by cheers and applause, reminiscent of a hero's homecoming. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan rushed over, brimming with excitement. Zhou Wei, grinning broadly, embraced Fong Han and exclaimed, "Wow, Fong! I had no idea you were this incredible. We were worried for nothing. With your strength, the college entrance examination is a certainty. You can choose any martial arts academy you desire. Killing a 2-ton earth-shaking black bear means you could easily gain admission to Magic City Academy or Imperial City Academy." Yang Fan chimed in, genuinely happy for his good friend. "Right, Fong? Aunt Fong will be so proud to see you succeed." Hu Zhiqing approached, patting Fong Han on the shoulder. "Fong Han, you've worked hard, thanks to you. Our class secured the best performance in the monthly exam. It was my duty, Teacher Hu," Fong Han humbly replied. Even when Fong Han's martial arts talent was deemed weak, Hu Zhiqing had shown him considerable kindness. Unlike some classes that concentrated resources solely on the top students, who had ensured Fong Han received his fair share of martial arts resources every month, he often invited Fong Han to his office for additional guidance. Fong Han felt immense gratitude for these gestures. After offering a few encouraging words, Hu Zhiqing's expression grew serious as he earnestly warned Fong Han, with less than a week until the college entrance examination. "Do not let success go to your head. I noticed some impulsiveness in your approach when facing the beasts. During the martial arts examination, it was manageable since the warriors from the security bureau were nearby for protection. However, when you face beasts in the wild, you must exercise caution and never act recklessly." "Understood, Teacher Hu," Fong Han replied sincerely, recognizing the good intentions behind Hu's advice. Hu Zhiqing turned to address the entire class, explaining, "Today was a first encounter with beasts for most of you. I hope those aspiring to become martial artists and engage in combat with beasts remember every detail from the Beast Compendium, including their weaknesses. Beasts of the first or second sequence generally exhibit mutated physiques and enhanced innate skills. Their habits and weaknesses are relatively clear and identifiable. However, as we progress to higher sequences, we will encounter increasingly bizarre and formidable beasts. These creatures can be terrifying, some possessing high intelligence. A moment of carelessness or impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. Underestimating or acting rashly can result in fatal outcomes. All students respectfully acknowledge teacher whose guidance. Fong Han also recalled the higher sequence beasts and their characteristics from the compendium, reminding himself to remain vigilant. As the crowd dispersed from the playground, Class 2 began to leave. Suddenly, Hu Ziqing called out to halt the figure attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. "Teacher Chen, don't rush off. I'm looking forward to your performance." The expression on old Chen's face darkened as if it were dripping with ink. And the students of Class 2 froze, hearing the promise he had made earlier. Zhou Wei, standing nearby, looked disdainfully at old Chen from Class 2 and whispered to Fong Han, "Old Fong, those little brats from Class 2 were mocking you during your martial arts exam. They're a bunch of envious miscreants, especially that brat Tang Yifei and old Chen, that old coot." Meng Xiaoxian leaned closer to Fong Han, saying, "Fong, just now, Teacher Chen said that if you defeated the earth-shaking black bear, you would publicly eat the Class 2 rank card in front of us." Upon hearing this, Fong Han immediately understood the situation and turned his gaze towards Class 2 with a relaxed smile. Within Class 2, old Chen's face darkened ominously. All the students were aware of his earlier promise, their expressions reflecting their dismay. Old Chen looked earnestly at Hu Ziqing, pleading, "Old Hu, we've known each other for so many years. Let's not make things so tense among colleagues." Hu Ziqing responded with a stern expression, "Old Chen, you're wasting your breath. You know my principles." Then, turning to Fong Han, he added, "However, this time, it was Fong Han who earned our class the honor of best performance in the monthly exam. If he doesn't mind, I might let you off the hook, old Chen." All eyes in both classes turned towards Fong Han, and in the depths of Lao Chen's gaze, a glimmer of hope flickered. Fong Han offered a slight smile and inquired, "Teacher Chen, who was it that proposed this matter?" Lao Chen returned a bitter smile, confessing, "It was I. Truly, I have lifted a stone only to crush my own foot. Everything was perfectly fine. Why did I have to utter such words and provoke Fong Han? This inscrutable youth?" In that moment, Lao Chen's heart brimmed with regret. Fong Han's smile grew increasingly frosty. And who was it that claimed, should I triumph over the earth-shaking black bear, that I would consume the class banner? Lao Chen's voice, steeped in remorse, seemed to be forced through gritted teeth. "It was also I. It seems the fool was none other than myself." At this moment, Lao Chen felt as though his insides were twisting with regret. Fong Han chuckled derisively, a hint of mockery dancing upon his lips. "Then by all means, please proceed, Teacher Chen." Chapter 34. "It is not hope that compels one to persevere, please, Teacher Chen." Fong Han gestured toward the class banner of the second class. Aware of his inevitable fate, Lao Chen gritted his teeth and lowered his head, trudging toward his class banner. The student holding the banner, upon noticing the approach of their homeroom teacher, instantly wore an expression of awkward tension. "Teacher Chen, I doubt this," he stammered, unsure whether to hand over the banner or offer some words of comfort to his teacher. Lao Chen's countenance darkened, his face flushed with the pent-up fury that had turned it an unhealthy hue. In a sudden motion, he snatched the banner from the student's hands, then, to the astonishment of all present, he bit down forcefully, chewing with great fervor. Fong Han observed quietly, an amused expression gracing his features, while the students from Class 1 erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha! Teacher Chen is incredible. Teacher Chen truly stands by his word. An exemplary figure at Nanshan number 3. Indeed, Teacher Chen has sacrificed his own health to alleviate the pre-exam anxiety of his students. What an outstanding teacher, embodying the virtues of education. He is truly a paragon in the teaching profession. Perhaps we should prepare a box of Ma Ding Lin for him. Or maybe some effective laxatives would be more fitting. Yes, I believe after consuming his class's banner, Teacher Chen will require such thoughtful medication. Magnificent. Truly, you outdo yourself. Ha ha." Amidst the frenzy of laughter, the expressions of Tang Yifei and a few others from the second class turned grim. Meanwhile, others struggled to avert their gazes, desperately suppressing their amusement. The commotion attracted the attention of students from other classes, who curiously turned to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the usually stern and acerbic Lao Chen publicly devouring his class's banner, the entire playground erupted in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Why is Teacher Chen from Class 2 eating his own class banner? Is this moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Ha ha ha, forgive my unseemly laughter. This is the #1 news of the year. Ha ha ha, it's simply too hilarious. Such a bold character. Nay, this surpasses mere boldness. He is undeniably a true rogue. Allow me to witness this. Oh my goodness. This is beyond incredible. Lao Chen absorbed the cacophony of laughter and chatter around him, his temples throbbing with indignation. He felt as if his reputation at Nanshan No. 3 had been utterly obliterated. In a fit of extreme regret and anger, he bit down hard on the banner in his hand. The sound of a clear and resonant crack echoed through the air, abruptly silencing the scene. In the midst of Fong Han's and everyone else's astonished expressions, two of Lao Chen's teeth flew from his mouth, landing on the ground. Ha ha ha! The crowd could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a chorus of laughter. Thus, the farcical drama concluded amidst the roaring laughter that echoed across the playground. Fong Han and the students from Class 1, led by Hu Zhiqing, returned to their classroom early. Afterward, Fong Han learned that Lao Chun had gone directly to the hospital's gastroenterology department after his meal. However, being a first-tier advanced martial artist, although he experienced some indigestion after consuming the entire banner, he faced no life-threatening danger. After a brief treatment, he was discharged. Yet, his dignity and authority at Nanshan No. 3 had been irrevocably tarnished. Furthermore, Lao Chen acquired a widely circulated nickname, Toothless Chun. Meanwhile, upon returning to Class 1, Fong Han and his peers attended 2 review sessions, and the comprehensive results of the monthly examination were finally compiled and reviewed. Attention students, can you hear me? This is Fu Wenbin. All teachers, please cease your activities as I present a summary of our school's monthly examination results. The voice of the principal resonated through the school broadcast, and everyone could discern the excitement and elation in his tone. Silence fell over all classes. Fu Wenbin cleared his throat and began to announce, I will now reveal the names and scores of the top 20 students in the school. Subsequent rankings will be communicated by each class's homeroom teacher. I also encourage the students mentioned, as well as all others, to exert themselves in this final week leading up to the college entrance examination. Fu Wenbin paused, and the students and teachers in every class perked up their ears. He solemnly announced, the top score in this month's comprehensive examination, Fong Han, cultural exam, full score of 100. Martial exam, full score of 100, plus an additional 100 bonus points, total score, 300. Upon hearing Fong Han's results, Nanshan No. 3 erupted in excitement. 300. This is a dual full score. Plus bonus points, incredible, terrifying. This achievement is truly remarkable. In Class 1, the students who had anticipated the results regarded Fong Han with awe and admiration. Fong Han, however, remained unfazed, knowing that with his infinite synthesis ability, achieving such a score was only natural. At that moment, the broadcast continued with Fu Wenbin's voice. Students, please settle down. I understand that everyone is astonished and thrilled by Fong Han's results. I must take a moment to emphasize the significance of his achievement. This score undoubtedly sets a new record since the establishment of Nanshan No. 3. There has been no precedent, and I believe it will be quite challenging to surpass in the future, of course. I hope as you marvel at Fong Han's exceptional performance, you also consider the hard work he has put in. In every examination, Fong Han has consistently scored full marks or come very close to it, securing the top position in the school. Even when his martial exam scores were less than ideal, he never gave up nor lacked effort. Thus, I hope that through Fong Han's example, we can impart a vital lesson to all students at Nanshan No. 3. It is not hope that compels one to persevere. Rather, it is perseverance that cultivates hope. Let us all strive together at Nanshan No. 3. In that moment, a flame ignited within the hearts of all students at Nanshan No. 3. The atmosphere of diligent study and martial practice surged, becoming increasingly vibrant. It was indeed from this cohort onward that the overall academic performance of Nanshan No. 3 underwent a transformative change throughout the Nanshan Bay City. Sometimes, individuals merely lack the opportunity for change and improvement. At this juncture, Fong Han undoubtedly became the catalyst for transformation among all the students at Nanshan No. 3. He emerged as an idol in their hearts, a symbol of aspiration and motivation. Chapter 35. The one-star killing technique. After Fu Wenbin concluded the announcement of the top 20 students' names and comprehensive scores, the broadcast came to an end. Subsequently, an assistant to the principal arrived, delivering documents detailing the subsequent monthly examination rankings and the arrangements for the tri-school training scheduled for the day after tomorrow to Hu Zhiqing. In Class 1, Fang Han turned his gaze toward Hu Jiqing at the podium. Hu Jiqing briefly reviewed the documents provided by the principal's assistant, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He surveyed the room before addressing the students. First and foremost, let us congratulate Fang Han for achieving the top score in this month's examination. Applause erupted in Class 1, a resounding and enthusiastic ovation. The students gazed at Fang Han with a mix of admiration and reverence. Fang Han sat calmly at his desk, graciously accepting their applause and attention. Hu Jiqing also took a moment to commend several other students who had performed well or shown significant improvement in their scores. He then glanced at the documents in his hand and began to announce, "Now, I have a few announcements to make. First, students participating in the tri-school training the day after tomorrow will have tomorrow off. Please make all necessary preparations at home." The students participating in the training session included Old, who read out 10 names from the roster. Class 1 has 53 students, out of which 10 are eligible to attend the training session the day after tomorrow. These 10 are primarily the ones who have a promising chance of being admitted to the Martial Arts Academy. It goes without saying that Fang Han would definitely be going. Zhou Wei also performed commendably in this month's examination, securing one of the spots. As Old, who announced the names for the training session, Fang Han's thoughts began to wander. His physical strength had already reached an impressive 5,000 pounds, yet he felt he had not yet reached his physical limit. There was still room for further growth. Tomorrow's rest day would need to be utilized to devise a way to earn some money to purchase some medicinal pills. Fang Han pondered silently, gradually setting his sights on the outskirts of the city. Perhaps he could venture into the warning zone beyond the electric fence to slay some beasts for profit. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. His recent experience facing beasts during the martial examination had granted him some combat experience and confidence. Furthermore, the warning zone was regularly cleared of dangerous creatures by the martial artists from the Security Bureau. So there wouldn't be any formidable beasts present. As long as he could eliminate a few ferocious or lower-tier beasts, he could process them and return with a handsome profit. Fang Han began calculating in his mind. After Old, who finished announcing the names of the 10 students for the training session, the other classmates cast envious glances at those who had the opportunity to enter the Martial Arts Academy. Gaining admission and successfully graduating would herald a future of immense promise. A formal martial artist of the first tier could expect a salary and allowances starting at no less than 300,000 a year. The perks of housing privileges, medical benefits, and numerous other advantages were beyond counting. In the marriage market, martial artists were highly sought after. For martial artists, matters such as cars, houses, and appearance took a back seat. The students, acutely aware of their situation, recognized the widening gap between themselves and these 10 promising individuals. As the college entrance examination approached, this disparity would only grow more pronounced, ultimately leading to 2 entirely different paths in life. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Fang Han perceived this with clarity, intensifying his urgency and desire for greater strength. After Old, who finished announcing the training roster, he began to address the next matter. The second announcement: each student may collect 2 body refinement pills for this final month. For Fang Han, that amounts to 8. Additionally, there will be 1 cleansing pill per person. For Fang Han, that totals 3. I hope everyone can make good use of these additional resources provided by the school and make a final push. Fang Han nodded quietly. Having 2 to 3 times the resources compared to others, coupled with the additional rewards from the monthly exam, was sufficient to demonstrate the significance of achieving first place. The expressions on the faces of all the classmates reflected their astonishment. These 2 body refinement pills and 1 cleansing pill would certainly elevate everyone's strength to a new level. During the college entrance examination, their martial exam results would also improve. Moreover, it would enable some students, who were on the brink, to finally cross the threshold into the Martial Arts Academy. Zhou Wei was one such individual. His honest face radiated excitement. This is fantastic. With these body refinement pills and cleansing pills, I will be far more confident in the college entrance exam. Fang Han glanced at his earnest, bulky desk mate and, recalling his earlier thoughts and plans, spoke up. Old Zhou, I plan to head to the warning zone outside the city tomorrow. Are you coming along? Zhou Wei was momentarily taken aback by Fang Han's statement, then exclaimed in surprise, Old Fang, you mean, you want to hunt beasts? Fang Han nodded slightly. The determination and sharpness in his gaze caused Zhou Wei to shudder slightly. He immediately realized that his resolute friend was not jesting. The honest giant lowered his head, contemplated for a moment, then clenched his fists and nodded earnestly. All right, Old Fang, I'll go with you. What is the worst that could happen? I have this worthless life. I might as well take a gamble with you, just as long as you don't mind me being a burden. By the end, Zhou Wei's face was flushed with excitement. Fang Han smiled faintly and patted his friend's shoulder, silently acknowledging his support. Zhou Wei's family circumstances were similar to his OWN. Tio changed their fate. They could only rely on excelling in the college entrance exam to gain admission to the martial arts academy and become martial artists. If Zhou Wei were to falter now, Fang Han would lose interest in helping him. But now, with his steadfast ally believing in him, and being of decent character and willing to take a risk, Fang Han felt it was worthwhile to lend a hand. A strong man has 3 helpers in future battles. Having a reliable brother to trust with his back would allow him to face more perilous situations. On the podium, Old Hu began to announce the next matter, and the 2 friends ceased their discussion. Hu Jiqing took a sip of water and continued. The last matter. The training session between the 3 schools the day after tomorrow will be more challenging than today's monthly examination. According to information from the principal, if we secure the top position among the 3 schools, it would mean being the best among all graduating seniors in Suyang City. Old Hu paused, building anticipation among the crowd. Then looked at Fang Han, reward of a high-level spirit guidance technique, a 1-star killing secret technique, along with some rare medicinal pills will be granted. Additionally, students ranking in the top 50 among the 3 schools will also receive training rewards. The distribution of resources this year is more generous than in previous years, and I hope everyone will strive hard. Let us achieve a good ranking. Yes, teacher, Fang Han and all the classmates replied in unison. Old Hu's words were clearly directed at Fang Han, hoping he would strive for the top position among the 3 schools. This news sparked envy and astonishment among the students, leading to a flurry of discussion. What? They're actually rewarding a killing secret technique. Is it true that they will offer a technique even more precious than martial skills? Indeed, if Old Hu says so, it must be quite credible. A 1-star killing technique and the high-level spirit guidance technique. Wow, the rewards for the top position in the 3-school training session are truly extraordinary. Mastering the killing technique would undoubtedly increase combat power significantly, allowing one to sweep through peers. But it's not that simple. You have to secure the top position to obtain it, which means being number 1 in all of Suyang City. Yes, we probably don't stand a chance. But Fang Han might have an opportunity. Fang Han is already capable of slaying beasts across tiers. If he learns this killing technique, wouldn't he become even stronger? Absolutely. If Fang Han could advance to the 1st tier and learn this technique, he would not only dominate his peers but could very well be invincible within the same tier. Terrifying. As the crowd discussed, they occasionally glanced at Fang Han. Must be said that Fang Han was indeed intrigued. He licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with intensity. The top position among the 3 schools was something he must secure. He would not accept anything less. Chapter 36. Monthly Exam Rewards, 3 Friends on the Podium. Hu Jiqing noticed the spark of interest in Fang Han's eyes and knew he was intrigued. The enthusiasm of the others was also stirred. He nodded in satisfaction. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Class monitor, come up and distribute the body refinement pills and cleansing pills. Fang Han, follow me to collect the monthly exam rewards, Hu Jiqing announced. Fang Han approached the podium alongside Old Hu. After the female class monitor, Meng Xiaoxian distributed 8 body refinement pills and 3 cleansing pills to Fang Han. She gave him a lingering glance. Fang Han paid it no mind, brushed past her, and followed Old Hu to the office. Upon entering the classroom office, the teachers greeted Fang Han with warm attitudes. With full marks in both academic and martial subjects, he was undoubtedly a coveted student in the eyes of every teacher. Beside Hu Jiqing's desk, the principal's assistant was already waiting. Old Hu took a tablet from the assistant and handed it to Fang Han. Fang Han, this is a selection of martial arts resources that the school has reserved. You may choose from resources below 1 star. If they are all 1-star low tier, you can select 4 items. If they are all 1-star mid-tier, you may choose 2. If they are 1-star high tier, you can select 1. Furthermore, as the first in the monthly exam, you will receive a scholarship of 50,000, which will be directly transferred to your account by the school's finance department. Please keep an eye out for it. Fang Han nodded slightly, took the tablet, and began to browse through the list of resources. He had already considered that, with his unlimited synthesis panel, he should choose items of lower star levels but in greater quantities. With enough quantity, he could use the synthesis panel to upgrade their star levels later. Medicinal pills were undoubtedly the most suitable choice. As for weapons and equipment, Fang Han planned to purchase them online later to avoid drawing attention. After a brief review, Fang Han selected 4 bottles of 1-star low-tier medicinal pills, 1 bottle of 1-star low-tier cleansing pills, 8 pieces, 1 bottle of 1-star low-tier strengthening pills, 8 pieces, 1 bottle of 1-star low-tier bone refinement pills, 8 pieces, and 1 bottle of 1-star low-tier muscle strengthening pills, 8 pieces. After selecting the 4 items, Fang Han handed the tablet back to Old Hu. "Teacher Hu, I would like to choose these 4 medicinal pills." Old Hu glanced at the selections and nodded in agreement. "Your physical strength is sufficient to endure the refining of 1-star medicinal pills. As the Gaokao approaches, it is indeed prudent to exchange some elixirs to enhance one's physical prowess. This is an undeniable truth. When consuming them, do not forget to manage your resistance." "Very well, Teacher Hu," Fang Han acquiesced. The assistant principal retrieved the tablet and directly procured 4 vials of elixir, handing them to Fang Han. After receiving the reward for the monthly exam and returning to the classroom, most of the students had already departed. Fang Han noticed that besides Zhou Wei and Yang Fan, Meng Xiaoxian was also leaning against the window with her backpack, waiting for him. He approached his seat. Yang Fan, with a furrowed brow, approached and inquired, "Old Fang, are you and Zhou Wei heading out of the city to the quarantine zone tomorrow?" "She knows too." Fang Han cast a glance at Meng Xiaoxian, who was gracefully leaning by the window. Zhou Wei scratched his head and said, "Sorry, Old Fang. I was borrowing money from Old Yang just now, and the class monitor overheard. She asked several times, and I had no choice but to tell her." Fang Han nodded slightly, realizing that Meng Xiaoxuan's presence here was clearly a tactic to extract information from Zhou Wei. Yang Fan, with a serious expression, continued, "Old Fang, the class monitor borrowed 10,000 from Zhou Wei and me. Even so, I feel that it's still too dangerous for you guys to venture outside the city. After all, none of us have been to the quarantine zone, and we are unaware of the circumstances. Engaging in a one-on-one battle with demon beasts in a cage is entirely different from hunting them outside the city. Sigh, Old Fang, please reconsider." Fang Han patted Yang Fan's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll be back the same day with Old Zhou. We won't venture too deep." Yang Fan could only nod in agreement. Zhou Wei's honest face depicted a certain eagerness as he asked, "Old Fang, do you think we should make any preparations?" Fang Han pondered for a moment before responding. "Old Zhou, if you trust me with this 20,000, go purchase some weaponry and detoxification elixirs. Additionally, buy some elixirs you need for physical refinement." "All right, I'll follow your lead, Old Fang." Zhou Wei nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seeing that the 3 had concluded their discussion, Meng Xiaoxian approached, biting her lip, and said to Fang Han, "Fang Han, I want to join you guys outside the city tomorrow." "No way." Fang Han firmly rejected her. Frowning slightly as he gazed at Meng Xiaoxian and said in a deep voice, "We are going to slay demon beasts for profit, not for a leisurely outing." Given the girl's demeanor, Fang Han doubted she lacked funds. Moreover, if any unforeseen circumstances arose, considering her seemingly complicated family background, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Thus, it was better to refuse outright from the start. Upon hearing Fang Han's resolute denial, Meng Xiaoxuan's delicate face flushed with anger. "You?" The girl's poised figure quivered with rapid breaths, a stark contrast to the pampering she had always received both at school and at home. She had never encountered such unrelenting treatment. Meng Xiaoxian took a deep breath, managing to suppress her frustration. Reflecting on their previous conversations, her head drooped in dejection. Fang Han stole a glance at her. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, stirring his heart. Sighing softly, Fang Han spoke. "Class monitor, why must you insist? You have no need for elixirs and live a life of comfort. Why risk yourself with us? We are venturing out to gamble with our lives for money. If you accompany us and something unexpected occurs, I would have to look after you." And then, Fang Han's words trailed off, but Meng Xiaoxian sensed a hint of concession in his tone, as if he was genuinely concerned for her. This realization brought a flicker of joy to her eyes. She lifted her head, indignantly retorting, "Humph, I don't need your protection. Am I not stronger than this big oaf?" Meng Xiaoxian pointed at Zhou Wei. "He can go. Why can't I? Besides, I have been practicing archery and marksmanship since childhood. My archery skills are exceptional. Hitting a target at 100 paces is a breeze. I have even obtained a firearm license. And my shooting skills are formidable. Moreover, I have already advanced to a low-level martial artist in the first sequence, and my physical strength has reached 3,000 pounds. I have also begun to grasp some of the intricacies of wind elements. During the monthly examination martial arts test, had the battleground not been in the beast cage, but rather on a stage where movement is possible, I might even outperform you in combat prowess. Humph, what is so impressive about that? Meng Xiaoxian glared at Fang Han, her face brimming with defiance, and angrily slung her backpack over her shoulder, ready to leave. Yet her steps were noticeably slower than a leisurely stroll. Zhou Wei, who had remained quiet throughout, could only scratch his head at the unexpected verbal barrage directed at him, silently observing the two. Upon hearing the girl's words, Fang Han felt a twinge of surprise. Meng Xiaoxian had begun to comprehend wind elements. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed she had grasped some of its subtleties. With such impressive archery and marksmanship skills, she would indeed contribute significantly as a ranged combatant outside the city. Fang Han mused to himself, "Old Fang, how about we take the class monitor along?" Zhou Wei tentatively suggested. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, adding, "The class monitor's performance in the archery competitions during the first and second years was indeed commendable." Fang Han feigned nonchalance as he cleared his throat and called out to the girl who had yet to reach the classroom door. "All right then. Tomorrow morning at 6, we'll gather at the southern gate. Bring all necessary equipment." Meng Xiaoxian, thrilled at Fang Han's consent, joyfully clenched her fist. "Yay! As long as we go outside the city together tomorrow, we can team up for training the day after. Hee hee. After searching for so long, I must secure that elixir." Turning around, the girl's expression softened, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she replied, "Got it." Subsequently, Meng Xiaoxian skipped out the door, her spirits high. Chapter 37. Triggering the mutation synthesis, Fang Han observed Meng Xiaoxuan's triumphant departure with a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone regarding a transaction. Upon checking, he discovered that the 50,000 yuan scholarship for ranking first in the monthly exam had been deposited, with a balance of 150,500 yuan. Fang Han felt his mood brighten considerably. The three friends exited the campus together. Upon reaching the alley where Old Yang's elixir shop was located, they each went their separate ways. Fang Han entered the commoner's elixir shop, while Yang Fan took Zhou Wei to procure some supplies needed for the following day. During his previous visit to purchase the various versions of the basic body refinement fist technique, Fang Han had noted that Old Yang also had several other foundational techniques available. This time, with a substantial sum in hand, Fang Han swept up 3 foundational techniques, 7 versions of the basic sword technique, 7 versions of the basic archery technique, and 7 versions of the basic body technique. In total, he acquired 21 foundational techniques, each priced at 2,000 yuan, spending a total of 42,000 yuan. Old Yang watched with some confusion but refrained from questioning Fang Han's actions. The reason Fang Han chose to make his purchases here was to avoid arousing suspicion or envy. When it came to buying weapons and equipment, there was less concern. It was common for martial artists to keep several spare weapons at home. While Old Yang was busy packing the techniques, Fang Han discreetly ordered 8 low-level forged straight swords, 8 low-level ironwood longbows, 1,600 precision iron arrows, 8 sets of low-level combat gear, 8 outdoor tactical backpacks, and various supplies such as field rations, detoxification elixirs, and mosquito repellent spray online. This expenditure amounted to nearly 88,000 yuan, leaving him with just over 20,000 in his account. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Han transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother's account and briefly informed her of his achievement in ranking first in the monthly exam and receiving the scholarship. After finalizing all expenses, he glanced at his account, which now held only 600 or 700 yuan, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He marveled at how quickly money could come and go before gathering all the techniques and bidding farewell to Old Yang as he exited. While picking up his younger sister, Fang Han also bought a portion of almond walnut pastry and her favorite crispy roast duck as a treat for dinner. As Fang Xiao happily munched on the pastry, she joyfully recounted the amusing incidents from school that day while holding Fang Han's hand. That evening, their mother, Kai Shuyun, had to work overtime again. Fang Han prepared dinner, and just as the siblings finished their meal, the delivery arrived at their doorstep. In this era, due to the abundance of wild demon beasts and otherworldly creatures, it had become exceedingly perilous. Each base city operated its own local network. The weapons and equipment Fang Han ordered online were sourced from shops within the Nanshan base city. Within an hour, Everything was delivered to their home in 4 large boxes requiring ID verification. When the courier arrived to collect the signature, he checked Fong Han's identification. Lacking a martial artist certificate, Fong Han presented his student ID from Nanshan No. 3 High School. Upon realizing Fong Han was a senior about to graduate, the courier was taken aback. Tio purchased such a vast array of equipment for martial artists' outdoor combat clearly indicated a promising future in the martial arts academy. With this thought, a trace of envy and nostalgia flickered in the courier's eyes. With deft precision, Fong Han identified his identity and successfully unlocked the ID locks of 4 large chests before departing. He transported the items back to his modest room and immediately commenced a fervent synthesis. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he began placing the low-grade refined iron arrows into the synthesis slot. He sought to verify whether 8 low-tier refined iron arrows could be synthesized into top-tier quality, and if so, whether they could be further enhanced. The enigmatic and resplendent golden synthesis will manifested at Fong Han's beckoning. One by one, the low-grade refined iron arrows coalesced amidst radiant bursts of golden light, swiftly ascending to a superior quality. Before long, 2 top-tier refined iron arrows came into existence. Top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrow, crafted from refined steel. This triangular arrowhead is exceptionally sharp. Effect: increases the armor-piercing effect of arrows by 5. Evaluation: 0-star top-tier. As Fong Han beheld the description of this top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrow, he grasped its glistening and menacing tip. Feeling an involuntary approval swell within him, he proceeded to place the 2 top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrows into the synthesis slot once more. However, he soon noticed the synthesis bar had turned an inoperative gray. 2 lines of prompts appeared. Prompt: the existing materials of the 2 items have both reached top-tier quality. New materials must be provided to pursue a higher quality synthesis. Upon reading these prompts, Fong Han gained a deeper understanding of the synthesis bar's function. 2 low-grade refined iron arrows of the same material had a quality synthesis CAP. TO, elevate the top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrow further. It was imperative to possess new, more potent materials for synthesis into a 1-star arrow. Fong Han committed this characteristic of the synthesis bar to memory, casting a glance at the over 1,000 refined iron arrows still awaiting synthesis in the large chest, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It was prudent to synthesize other equipment first. He opened another large chest. After several rounds of synthesis, 8 low-grade tempered straight swords transformed into a top-tier myriad tempered straight sword. Top-tier myriad tempered straight sword. A straight sword forged from refined steel through countless tempering processes, its sharpness is unparalleled. Effect: the straight sword, having reached the pinnacle of quality through myriad tempering, possesses a tin-tearing and armor-piercing effect. Evaluation: 0-star top-tier. Fong Han examined the description, admiring the top-tier myriad tempered straight sword in his hand. It was entirely black, save for a glimmering edge that radiated a chilling light. The blade's design closely resembled that of a Tang sword, albeit wider and heavier, approximately half a palm's width, weighing in at 800 pounds. For Fong Han, with a physical strength of 5,000 pounds, it felt slightly light, yet its swiftness in motion was enhanced. Coupled with the formidable tearing and armor-piercing capabilities, this weapon was undoubtedly a powerful asset in Fong Han's hands. He sheathed the sword and began synthesizing outdoor combat backpacks. 8 military green outdoor combat backpacks. Each half a person's height and entirely military green, boasted substantial internal storage capacity along with numerous highly practical external pockets. Fong Han initiated a continuous synthesis of the 8 backpacks. Waves of golden light flickered. As he approached the final synthesis, Fong Han's gaze suddenly sharpened. The golden radiance in the synthesis bar surged intensely, and a system prompt resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mutation synthesis enhancement. Trigger probability, 0.5. Oh, there is indeed a mutation enhancement? And the trigger probability is merely 0.5, Fong Han murmured in astonishment and anticipation. Chapter 38. Frenzied synthesis. Upon hearing the mutation enhancement prompt, Fong Han's spirits soared. He eagerly fixed his gaze upon the synthesis bar. A black backpack, seemingly unremarkable, emerged from the golden light. With a mere thought, it materialized in his hands, its size reduced by more than half compared to the previous outdoor combat backpacks. Only slightly larger than Fong Han's own backpack. He glanced at the system introduction prompt. Top-tier combat backpack. A backpack that has reached the pinnacle quality of its material, having undergone mutation synthesis resulting in a significant leap to a higher star rating. Now possessing even more formidable characteristics, the Effect contains 3 cubic meters of dimensional storage space. Evaluation: 1-star top-tier.it now offered an additional 3 cubic meters of storage space, and its quality had surged from 0-star top tier to 1-star top tier. Truly, the mutation enhancement proved to be immensely powerful. Fong Han beamed with delight as he examined the inconspicuous black backpack, growing increasingly fond of it. He experimented with storing and retrieving items, finding the process akin to normal usage. Except that upon opening the backpack, he could see miniature spatial items. Once retrieved, they returned to their normal size. Furthermore, regardless of how heavy the items placed within, the backpack remained remarkably lightweight. Such space storage items did exist in this world, but they were crafted from precious spatial stones unique to other realms, each worth a fortune, often exceeding tens of thousands of currency. Yet now, Fong Han had transformed a commonplace outdoor combat backpack into one with such formidable spatial characteristics through mutation synthesis. This undoubtedly brought him immense joy. Fong Han hastily stored various sundries, such as outdoor rations, detoxifying pills, and mosquito-repellent spray, into the backpack. Then, he turned his attention to the remaining over 1,000 low-grade refined iron arrows. His eyes lighting up with excitement. After synthesizing so many refined iron arrows, he was bound to trigger a few mutation syntheses. He wondered what characteristics these refined iron arrows would exhibit post-mutation. With eager anticipation, Fong Han began synthesizing refined iron arrows one by one. After spending over an hour, he completed the synthesis of all the refined iron arrows, ultimately obtaining 194 top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrows. Having triggered 6 instances of mutation synthesis, Fong Han gazed at the 6 oddly shaped refined steel arrows in his grip. 3 of the arrows bore crimson magical runes on their tips, glowing with a fiery red light while intermittently erupting with bursts of tiny flames. Triangular Flame Arrow, a 0-star top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrow post-mutation synthesis. Effect: upon striking a target, it triggers the magical rune, igniting flames that scorch the target. Evaluation: 1-star top tier. These 3 flame arrows, capable of igniting flames, were undoubtedly lethal tools for precise elimination. Additionally, 2 other arrows featured ice blue magical runes on their tips, emanating a chilling aura when held. Fong Han examined the system introduction for these 2 arrows. Triangular Ice Arrow, a 0-star top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrow post-mutation synthesis. Effect: upon striking a target, it triggers the magical rune, causing frost to form on the target surface, inflicting a certain degree of freezing damage while reducing movement and attack speed by 20. Evaluation: 1-star top tier. These ice arrows could serve as a means of crowd control, and Fong Han felt quite satisfied. The final mutated arrow bore dark golden magical runes at its tip, radiating a sharp, piercing brilliance. Triangular Shattering Arrow, a 0-star top-tier triangular armor-piercing arrow post-mutation synthesis. Effect: enhances the arrow's penetrating power by 20. Once the shattering effect is triggered, the metallic magical rune at the tip activates, directly piercing the target and inflicting immense damage. Evaluation: 1-star top tier. Fong Han was particularly thrilled upon reading the description of this triangular shattering arrow. Its enhanced shattering effect surpassed even the armor-piercing capabilities, making it a crucial trump card for delivering decisive blows in critical moments. He carefully stored the 6 mutated arrows in his spatial backpack and proceeded to synthesize other equipment. 8 low-grade ironwood strongbows were synthesized into a top-tier iron frame bow. Top-tier iron frame bow, constructed from exceptionally sturdy ironwood, complemented by a copper frame and iron skin. The bowstring is woven from the tendons of 9 formidable beasts. Effect: requires a tremendous force of 4,000 pounds to fully draw, inherently enhancing arrow speed and power by 10. Evaluation: 0-star top tier. Fong Han weighed the top-tier bow in his hands, noting its robust and somewhat rigid frame along with the taut, powerful bowstring. Drawing it fully required a force of 4,000 pounds. Fong Han gave it a tentative pull. The resilient bowstring bent into a perfect crescent, and upon release, it snapped back with a whoosh, creating a resonant hum that reverberated through the air. Fong Han nodded slightly. This level of force was precisely what he needed. After setting aside the top-tier iron frame bow, Fong Han turned his attention to the 8 combat uniforms in the chest, synthesizing them into a single top-tier warrior combat uniform. Warrior combat uniform, crafted from the leather of top-tier ferocious beasts. This combat attire is tanned to perfection. Effect: provides a 10 resistance to tearing, armor-piercing, and piercing attacks. Evaluation: 0-star top tier. This perfectly fitting black combat uniform, divided into upper and lower sections, resembled a martial arts outfit but fit snugly and comfortably. The middle waist was connected by a flexible belt equipped with sword and dagger clasps. Although the combat uniform lacked magical runes, as a top-tier defensive garment made from ferocious beast leather, it still offered a commendable level of protection. This made Fong Han reflect on the martial artist cloaks worn by Zhang Guohao and his companions in the Security Bureau, which bore golden shield insignias crafted with magical runes, serving a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. They undoubtedly possessed unique protective properties. Fong Han meticulously organized all his equipment before retrieving 21 foundational techniques. He synthesized them into 3 exceptional primary-grade techniques: Supreme Swordsmanship, Supreme Archery, and Supreme Agility. All 3 techniques were rated as 0-star top tier, encompassing various techniques and skills pertaining to swordplay, archery, and agility. While they did not contain particularly profound knowledge, they provided an exhaustive analysis and instruction on these essential components of a warrior's strength. After successfully enhancing and integrating these techniques through the synthesis interface, Fong Han immediately recognized a dramatic transformation in his proficiency with the sword, bow, and agility. This laid a solid foundation for his future studies of star-rated martial arts. The enhancement of his capabilities was evident. In swordsmanship, he became intimately familiar with the 8 fundamental sword techniques: sweeping, hacking, flicking, slicing, grazing, countering, slashing, and thrusting. As if he had wielded a blade for decades. In archery, he mastered skills such as hitting the bullseye from 100 paces and rapid fire. In fact, Fong Han felt he had surpassed Meng Xiaoxian, who had practiced archery since childhood. In expertise. As for agility, he sensed a newfound nimbleness, allowing him to attack and evade with unprecedented fluidity. Now, Fong Han's close combat techniques, ranged attacks, and evasive maneuvers were all fortified to their utmost potential, enriching his entire combat system and significantly enhancing his battle prowess. With a satisfied smile, he finally took out all the reward elixirs from the monthly examination. Chapter 39. Ingesting 5 Supreme Elixirs. Power surges from the inner pocket of his school jacket. Fong Han retrieved 5 white porcelain bottles. He synthesized 8 body refinement pills, 8 strength enhancement pills, 8 bone refinement pills, 8 muscle fortification pills, and 13 marrow cleansing pills into their supreme forms. During this process, he triggered 3 instances of extraordinary synthesis. Upon completion, Fong Han acquired 1 supreme body refinement pill, 1 advanced body refinement pill, 1 supreme strength enhancement pill, 1 supreme bone refinement pill, 1 supreme muscle fortification pill, 2 supreme marrow cleansing pills, 1 advanced marrow cleansing pill, and 1 inferior marrow cleansing pill. After organizing the surplus elixirs, Fong Han began to consume the 5 supreme elixirs. 12 hours had passed, and the resistance to the supreme body refinement pill had diminished, allowing its full effects to manifest. After ingesting 1, Fong Han's physical strength surged to 5,700 pounds. He continued with the Supreme Strength Enhancement Pill. Supreme Strength Enhancement Pill, a premier elixir for first-sequence warriors possessing over a ton of strength, designed to integrate the body's muscular power. Effect: enhances physical strength by at least 900 pounds and aids the warrior in consolidating their muscle power, facilitating a swift transition into the realm of unified strength. Warning: continuous use within 12 hours is prohibited to avoid resistance. Consuming more than 16 will yield no further effects. Rating: 1-star top tier. After briefly glancing at the effects of the Supreme Strength Enhancement Pill, Fong Han swallowed it. The sensation upon consumption was unlike any he had experienced before. He felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his muscles, a testament to the elixir's potency as it refined his entire musculature while augmenting his physical strength. This accelerated his progress toward mastering the realm of unified strength. As the elixir's effects unfolded, Fong Han practiced the Supreme Body Refinement Fist within his room. Gradually, he sensed a peculiar sensation emerging from his entire being, a profound mastery over his muscles, allowing for effortless control. His physical strength escalated from 5,700 to 6,600 pounds. Once the effects were completely absorbed, Fong Han stood still, keenly attuned to the changes within him. His muscles had become more evenly distributed and refined, manifesting in a noticeably slimmer physique. Now, Fong Han exemplified the adage slim in clothes, muscular when bare. After a moment's pause, Fong Han's slightly squinted eyes abruptly widened, radiating a fierce brilliance as he unleashed a direct punch with astonishing force. Strangely, this punch was utterly silent, akin to a feather gliding through the air. However, when the punch reached its culmination, a resounding boom echoed as the air before his fist exploded with a deafening crack. The turbulent air surged forth, generating a violent gust and powerful currents. This was the result of his incredible punching power, forcibly compressing and detonating the air itself. Fong Han smiled contentedly. A single supreme strength enhancement pill had initiated the preliminary integration of his muscle power, allowing him to reach a state where lifting felt effortless. This punch, when it traversed the air, made no sound until the moment it unleashed its full might. This represented a deeply profound mastery of power, typically requiring a mid-level warrior of the first sequence to even begin grasping. Now, having achieved a preliminary understanding, Fong Han could apply it to any offensive technique, significantly amplifying his combat capability. After consuming the Supreme Strength Enhancement Pill, Fong Han then poured out the Supreme Bone Refinement Pill and swallowed it whole. Supreme Bone Refinement Pill, a premier elixir for first sequence warriors with over a ton of strength, designed to refine the entire skeletal structure. Effect: enhances physical strength by at least 900 pounds and assists the warrior in tempering their 206 bones, hastening entry into the realm of bones as resilient as steel. Warning: continuous use within 12 hours is prohibited to avoid resistance. Consuming more than 16 will yield no further effects. Rating: 1-star top tier. The moment the elixir entered his system, Fong Han felt an icy chill coursing through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Almost immediately, the powerful effects of the elixir swept through all 206 of his bones. Fong Han gasped as he felt as though his bones had plunged into an icy abyss. This piercing cold sensation lasted only for a fleeting moment before he was overwhelmed by a wave of soreness and prickling pain that enveloped every inch of his skeletal structure, as if each bone was being meticulously refined. The sounds of cracking and grinding echoed within him as the elixir worked its magic. He repeatedly executed the Supreme Body Refinement Fist. Once the effects were fully absorbed, Fong Han keenly sensed that the strength of his bones had increased several-fold, marking his initial entry into the realm of bones as resilient as steel. His physical strength surged to 7,500 pounds, sufficient to shatter solid stone slabs. Moreover, Fong Han realized that once he fully mastered the realm of bones as resilient as steel, his fists would become as formidable as steel spears, his legs as unyielding as iron rods, and his fingers as sharp as swords, all effortlessly attainable. This prospect filled Fong Han with immense anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he released his spirit, mastering his entire being, and began to consume the Supreme Muscle Fortification Pill. Supreme Muscle Fortification Pill, a premier elixir for first sequence warriors with over a ton of physical strength, designed to refine the body's sinews. Effect: enhances physical strength by at least 900 pounds and aids the warrior in fortifying their sinews, hastening entry into the realm of sinews as taut as bowstrings. Warning: continuous use within 12 hours is prohibited to avoid resistance. Consuming more than 16 will yield no further effects. Rating: 1-star top tier. The moment the Supreme Muscle Fortification Pill activated within Fong Han, he contorted painfully, resembling a shrimp as his body arched in agony. Cramps, spasms. Every sinew and blood vessel in his body trembled violently as they underwent a dramatic transformation. If anyone were to witness Fong Han in this state, they would surely be taken aback. Dark purple sinews erupted from beneath his skin, writhing as if alive. Within 3 to 4 breaths, not only the sinews but also various blood vessels and capillaries expanded and swelled. The surface of Fong Han's body flushed crimson, resembling a web of veins covering him. The excruciating pain persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Fong Han successfully achieved the preliminary stage of sinews as taut as bowstrings. His sinews and blood vessels had become several times tougher than before, and the meridians through which he would later circulate his spiritual energy had also widened and strengthened significantly. This would undoubtedly benefit Fong Han greatly in the future. With a mere movement of his body, his sinews would immediately tighten, akin to a drawn bowstring, delivering blows akin to arrows. His agility and responsiveness soared to unprecedented heights, and his physical strength ascended to 8,400 pounds, equivalent to a terrifying force exceeding 4 tons. Finally, Fong Han took out the Supreme Marrow Cleansing Pill and swallowed it whole. Supreme Marrow Cleansing Pill, a premier elixir for first-sequence warriors with over a ton of physical strength, designed to refine bone and spinal marrow. Effect: enhances physical strength by at least 900 pounds and assists warriors in purging their marrow. Warning: continuous use within 12 hours is prohibited to avoid resistance. Consuming more than 16 will yield no further effects. Rating: 1-star top tier. Upon ingesting the Supreme Marrow Cleansing Pill, Fong Han felt his entire body stiffen abruptly. In the next moment, it felt as if searing magma had penetrated deep into the very marrow of his bones and spine. The dragon-like ridge along his back and the marrow within each bone transformed into an unbearable heat, akin to being scorched by fire. In his hands, the supremely refined Supreme Body Forging Fist technique faltered slightly during its execution. Hindered by the excruciating pain, with a hiss, he exhaled a breath that resembled white mist. His flushed face, dripping with sweat, bore a gaze as resolute as a branding iron. He continued to strike, relentlessly consuming the surging potency of the medicinal essence. The terrifying heat emanating from the depths of his bones, as if it were piercing his very soul, gradually became bearable, then numb, until ultimately, Fong Han even felt a semblance of comfort as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Through his ever-expanding spiritual awareness, he swiftly discovered that his bone marrow had grown increasingly dense, its hue beginning to intertwine with a faint silvery sheen, reminiscent of mercury. Suddenly, while practicing his punches, Fong Han felt something fall away from his skin. Upon inspection, he was astonished to find that his hair and body hair were rapidly shedding. Entering the realm of marrow refinement, such a phenomenon should not occur. Would he have to step out tomorrow sporting a bald head? Fong Han murmured to himself, unable to suppress a wry smile. Yet, he persisted in his punches, gradually digesting the medicinal power. A sound akin to the ceaseless flow of the Yangtze River suddenly resonated in his ears. Upon sensing it with his spiritual awareness, he realized that the sound emanated from the blood coursing through his veins, surging with vigor. With the enhancement of his bone marrow, the blood that had emerged was even more vibrant and forceful. Fong Han felt an itch upon his now bald head. When he touched it, he found that hair was rapidly sprouting back, returning to a crew cut. The sound of rushing rivers gradually faded from his ears. Replaced by a sense of clarity throughout his body, Fong Han's physical strength surged to a terrifying 9,300 pounds, equivalent to over 4.5 tons of force. For an ordinary martial artist, the physical strength of a first-sequence low-level official martial artist ranges from 1 to 3 tons, while that of a mid-level first-sequence ranges from 3 to 6 tons, and high-level first-sequence from 6 to 10 tons. However, for Fong Han, merely a peak zero-sequence martial apprentice yet to ascend to an official martial artist, he already possessed a fearsome strength rivaling that of a mid-level first-sequence martial artist. Should others discover this, it would undoubtedly upend their worldviews. Moreover, the various realms of physical refinement he had entered were typically comprehensible only to mid-level first-sequence martial artists. Yet here he was, as a martial apprentice, already grasping the fundamentals. After fully digesting the rewards from this month's assessment, Fong Han felt content and decided to cleanse himself. Upon returning, invigorated and refreshed, he clenched his fist. The palpable strength within him instilled an immense sense of reassurance. He vaguely sensed the limit of his burgeoning martial foundation, 10,000 pounds. Once his physical strength reached this threshold, he could begin his ascension to an official first-sequence martial artist. This realization ignited a spark of clarity within Fong Han. As his spirits soared, the abundant vitality contained within his 9,300 pounds of strength erupted involuntarily, enveloping him in a misty aura of sanguine energy, in the small secondary chamber. A dense mist of blood energy cocooned him. Various shapes of blood energy furnaces began to manifest. To his astonishment, he had condensed 4 blood energy furnaces. Fong Han murmured with delight. His formidable 9,300 pounds of physical strength coalesced into 4 furnace-like structures. Rising and falling within the sanguine haze, exuding an overwhelming and fearsome aura. The first was the previously formed tripedal cauldron. Now, he could clearly discern the intricate patterns upon its surface, beautiful mountains and rivers intricately woven into its design. One mountain stood out, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of the revered Wudong Mountain. Moreover, the features depicted on the cauldron seemed to echo the landscapes of his former life in the Xiang and Yi regions. This cauldron bore a striking resemblance to the Jingzhou cauldron. Fang Han mused thoughtfully. He then turned his gaze to the second blood energy furnace, a quadrupedal cauldron. The landscapes depicted upon it, under the rich blood energy, were equally discernible, intersecting rivers and undulating hills. One long, winding river bore a striking resemblance to the Yangtze. The topography on the cauldron evoked memories of the Jianghuai region from his past life. This quadrupedal cauldron, Fang Han felt, likely corresponded to the Yangzhou cauldron. Next, he observed the third furnace, also a quadrupedal cauldron. Towering mountains and expansive basins were vividly portrayed. The unmistakable Sichuan Basin and the majestic Mount Taihua, likened to a sword piercing the heavens, assured Fang Han that the landscapes etched upon this cauldron depicted the stunning beauty of the Sichuan and Shaanxi regions. This was undoubtedly the Yangzhou cauldron. Finally, his gaze settled upon the fourth furnace. This tripedal cauldron showcased the terrains of Huai Bay, Su Bay, and Lu Nand. A majestic peak loomed atop it, embodying the spirit of the 5 sacred mountains. This cauldron was unmistakably the Shuzhou cauldron. The correspondence of these 4 cauldrons to the 9 cauldrons of the realm stirred excitement and fervor within Fang Han's heart. He understood that the blood energy furnaces formed from one's essence varied in style. Depending on the individual, the more intricate and systemic the design, the more robust one's martial foundation. The 9 cauldrons, representing the 9 provinces, were ancient symbols of state power. This signified that his current martial foundation was unparalleled in its depth and strength. With that thought, Fang Han couldn't help but feel elated. Having already condensed 4 furnaces, he sensed that the 5th blood energy furnace was on the verge of manifesting. He estimated that with a slight increase in strength, he would be able to bring it forth. The terrifying and awe-inspiring power coursing through him elevated his aura steadily. He couldn't help but envision the moment when all 9 blood energy cauldrons would coalesce. Pondering how extraordinarily powerful his martial foundation and abilities would be, Fang Han meticulously savored and familiarized himself with every increment of his newfound strength, striving to master it in the shortest time possible. Achieving effortless control, he felt that if he were to confront the earth-shaking black bear from last month's martial assessment now, a single punch would suffice to annihilate it. Even if the beast were to break through, it would take at most 2 punches. Now, Fang Han's combat prowess had undoubtedly increased by 4 to 5 times compared to before. He began to practice his punches slowly, each movement exuding an air of tranquility. Reminiscent of an elderly person performing Tai Chi with each strike, it felt as though he were submerged in water, creating a howling commotion in the surrounding air. Fang Han unleashed his techniques, and his sinews and bones began to resonate in unison, emitting sounds akin to the roar of a tiger or the growl of a leopard, gradually evolving into the thunderous resonance of a storm. Tiger and leopard roars, bones in harmony. This was the preliminary manifestation of his physical refinement. Hearing these unusual sounds filled Fang Han with joy, yet he remained unfazed, continuing his practice with a calm and relaxed demeanor. After completing 3 rounds, he withdrew his fists and stood still, feeling completely at ease and invigorated. The resonances of the tiger and leopard, the thunderous vibrations, gradually subsided. The wind continued to swirl restlessly around the small room for a considerable while before finally calming. At that moment, Fang Han had fully mastered the nearly doubled physical strength he had gained. After a long day of exertion, he lay down on his bed at a click. He heard the sound of a key unlocking the door. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 10 o'clock in the evening. His mother must have returned from her overtime work. Coughing intermittently, Kai Shuyun's voice echoed softly as the microwave hummed. Fang Han had prepared a meal for her. The clinking of dishes followed. After she finished eating and cleaned up, the sound of a door closing resonated from the master bedroom across from him. Fang Han listened quietly, contemplating how, in this perilous world, he needed to grow stronger to ensure a better life for his mother and sister. He clenched his fist slightly, resolute in his determination. After a moment, he composed himself and opened his phone. a nightly ritual of browsing the news before sleep that he had maintained across both lives. The focal news updates were from the official information platform of the South Mountain Bay City Security Bureau, summarizing recent significant events occurring both domestically and internationally. Fong Han perused each headline, finding that most were related to martial artists. Shockingly, a giant beast had appeared along the coast of the Fusang Nation, causing the land to sink in an instant. Clicking on the headline, he saw the news anchor introducing the situation. The video began to play, and the screen turned dark. Fong Han noted the timestamp, indicating that the event had occurred the previous night. The footage appeared to be taken from a high vantage point, likely by an amateur with a smartphone, as evidenced by the pixel quality and shakiness of the video. In the background, sounds of Japanese voices could be heard, as the person filmed the myriad lights of the base city below. The base city should be located by the seaside, with the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore. Suddenly, the sound intensifies. Crash, crash, rumble, rumble. The roar of the ocean grows louder and louder, drowning out the voices of the people in the footage. It becomes a thunderous cacophony. The video shakes as it turns towards the source of the tremendous noise. Fong Han, who is watching the video, raises his eyebrows slightly. He is astonished to see a broad white streak emerging on the coastal waters of the video. This streak, slicing through the deep sea with the force of split waves, rushes towards the shore with the swiftness of an arrow. As it passes, the waves it generates erupt into a cacophony of roaring sound, amplifying the chaos. When the white streak approaches within 100 meters of the coastline, suddenly, Fong Han's eyes widen slightly. He sees in the video a terrifying shadow, reminiscent of a skyscraper. It seems to possess a peculiar demonic power that obscures the immense size of this beast. Fong Han can only gauge its colossal and fearsome form from the torrents of water cascading off its massive body. The frothy water sprays down from its towering figure. The video not only ceases to shake, but also falls into a profound silence. As if everyone witnessing this scene has frozen in their tracks, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Roar. The beast emits a deafening roar. Fong Han watches as a torrent of white water cascades from the creature's head, suddenly revealing a gaping, dark maw. As the beast bellows, the very air is violently shattered. All glass in the base city of the land of the rising sun shatters with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this scene, Fong Han is overwhelmed with dread, his expression grave. The people in the video, jolted awake by the roar of the beast and the sound of shattering windows, are engulfed in a frenzy of screams and exclamations. Horrifying! What is that? A monster. A monster has appeared. Run quickly, escape. As these cries echo, Fong Han observes the video shaking violently. It appears that the person recording the video is fleeing along with the panicking crowd. However, this individual evidently possesses an insatiable curiosity, capturing the chaos behind him while escaping. Fong Han, suppressing the shakes of the footage, continues to focus intently on the screen. The terrifying beast, after its thunderous roar, opens its massive mouth, which seems to transform into a black hole filled with insa. Zhang Guohao sat at his desk, his brow slightly furrowed as he stared intently at the computer screen. Bai Lin, the last to finish her tasks, glanced around the now empty office, realizing she was left alone with her captain. She called out, "Captain." There was no response. "Captain," she shouted again. What puzzled Bai Lin was that Zhang Guohao seemed lost in thought, completely oblivious to her calls. Feeling a sense of curiosity, she stood up and approached his desk. "Captain." Zhang Guohao appeared to awaken from a dreamlike state, momentarily startled, and finally responded, "Oh, it's Xiaolin. Is there something you need to report?" He casually closed the interface of his office computer and raised his head to inquire. Although Bai Lin found his response somewhat strange, she brushed it off and said, "Captain, today's reports and documents have all been sent to your email. If there's nothing else, we can call it a day." Zhang Guohao glanced at his inbox and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. It's getting late. Hurry back and rest." "Yes, Captain." Bai Lin saluted and took her leave. Zhang Guohao surveyed the now empty office, his expression again lost in thought as he sat down and reopened his computer. The screen prominently displayed the household registration inquiry system for Nanshan Bay City. The name in the search bar was Fong Han. The household registration system at the Security Bureau was highly powerful and comprehensive. On the main interface, all the registration information for Fong Han, Fong Qiao Qiao, and Kai Shu Yun was clearly displayed. What left Zhang Guohao in a state of bewilderment and deep confusion was the fact that the entry for Feng Han's father was blank. He meticulously checked everything again. The entry for Kai Shuyun's spouse was also empty. Naturally, Zhang Guohao did not overlook Feng Qiaoqiao's information either, but only the adoption details were available, with no other useful information found. This led Zhang Guohao to initially suspect a system error, thinking that Feng Han's household registration file had not been fully entered. However, when he navigated back to the household type interface, it clearly stated that Feng Han's family was the family of a martyr. Each month, there were also details regarding the distribution of allowances for martyr families. After confirming there were no errors, Zhang Guohao's mind began to fill with speculations. He stared at the screen for an extended period, then abruptly stood up and walked towards the director's office at the end of the corridor. He knocked on the door. "Come in," a deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man replied from within. Zhang Guohao pushed the door open. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, frowning slightly as he reviewed documents. This man was none other than Song Weimin, the director of the Security Bureau in Nanshan Bay City. Upon hearing the door open, Song Weimin looked up and, upon seeing Zhang Guohao, a smile broke through his stern demeanor. Guohao, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Zhang Guohao and Song Weimin were old comrades, and he wasted no time in taking a seat at the chair in front of the desk. With a serious gaze, he asked, "Old Song, can there be errors in household registration information?" Song Weimin paused for a moment before replying, "We just conducted a census last year. It should be accurate, especially for certain special groups." He sensed that Zhang Guohao's words carried deeper implications and added that last remark. Zhang Guohao nodded. "It's the family of a martyr." Song Weimin set down his pen. "Then it's even more unlikely. Families of martyrs receive monthly allowances, and the review process is incredibly strict. No one would dare be careless in such matters. What exactly is going on? Please explain in detail." Song Weimin's curiosity was piqued, and his expression grew serious. Zhang Guohao organized his thoughts and recounted in detail the two encounters he had with Feng Han. He is a senior student from Nanshan No. 3 High School, named Feng Han. The first time we met was during the incident involving the beastly rat humanoids in District SIX.IT. Was Feng Han who eliminated those two beastly creatures. Thankfully, this young man prevented any significant casualties. Upon hearing this, Song Weimin's eyes glimmered with approval. "Is he the one you reported to me about? The one whose genetic samples were sent to the research institute?" "Yes," Zhang Guohao continued, providing an update on the aftermath of the incident. The details regarding the two beastly humanoids had already been reported to the Provincial Combat Readiness Bureau. Our research institute lacks the advanced equipment necessary for analysis and research. So we requested assistance from the Provincial Bureau. The Provincial Research Institute's response should be arriving soon. Song Weimin pondered for a moment, recalling such an event. Yes, they did approve it. Once the Provincial Bureau finalizes their travel plans, have Old Shun take you all to Modu. Yes, Director. Zhang Guohao stood up straight and saluted. When it came to official matters, he was always serious and meticulous. Song Weimin chuckled. "All right, no need to be so formal. Sit down and continue telling me about this young man named Feng Han. What is his situation?" Zhang Guohao resumed his seat and began to elaborate. That young man was still a martial arts apprentice when he killed the beastly humanoids. His strength astonished me at that time. However, this afternoon, when I went to Nanshan No. 3 High School to organize the martial arts examination, he surprised me once more. "Oh, how so?" Song Weimin's interest was immediately piqued. He poured a cup of tea for his old comrade. Zhang Guohao took a sip, the slightly bitter yet sweet tea soothing his throat, causing him to squint his eyes in comfort. In this era, where resources were scarce, tea had become a luxury, and only at Song Weimin's place could Zhang Guohao indulge in it. Seeing this, Song Weimin couldn't help but chuckle. "You old rascal, if I didn't know better. I think you came here just to mooch tea. Quickly tell me what happened this afternoon at Nanshan No. 3 High School that has you so concerned about this young man." Recalling the scene from earlier, a look of astonishment and shock crossed Zhang Guohao's face. He slowly began. The final martial arts examination at Nanshan No. 3 this year was quite a decisive one. They had the students engage in one-on-one battles with beastly creatures. "This was approved by you, Song Weimin." He nodded slightly, encouraging Zhang Guohao to continue. "Indeed, this year, Nanshan No. 3 has produced a few promising students. However, none compare to Feng Han. That young man is still at the peak level of a martial arts apprentice, yet his strength has astonishingly surpassed 2 tons. his solid martial arts foundation has even coalesced into a blood energy furnace. Upon hearing this, even after years of honing his composure as a director, Song Wayman could not suppress the shock on his face. Teo possessed such terrifying blood energy, and the manifestation of a blood energy furnace at the level of a martial arts apprentice was truly astonishing. Song Wayman recalled the few prodigies he had heard of, realizing that individuals with such foundations were exceedingly rare. Once they grew, they would undoubtedly become formidable warriors, safeguarding the populace. The thought that someone like this could emerge from his own base city ignited a fervent excitement in Song Wayman's eyes. Zhang Guohao glanced at his old comrade and former superior. Smiling knowingly, he continued, Fong Han went up against the low-level blood shadow wolf from the first sequence. That creature, which was supposed to be the finale, couldn't he even withstand 2 punches before being annihilated? The delight in Song Wayman's gaze intensified. Geniuses do exist, however, many only focus on their training, and when it comes to actual combat, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. But Fong Han, with such apparent talent and incredible potential, is capable of maintaining his combat prowess in the heat of battle. This is precisely the kind of talent that every base city, or rather, the entire Dragon Kingdom, truly needs. Struggling to contain his excitement, Song Wayman asked, and then what happened? Zhang Guohao continued, later, Fong Han sensed that in our armored truck, there was still a Zendibai black bear that we had captured during the morning's cleanup. Song Wayman raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, he sensed it. How did that young man manage to do that? Aren't the Security Bureau's armored trucks inscribed with spiritual patterns? Zhang Guohao smacked his forehead. How could I forget? During the beastly humanoid incident, I discovered that this young man had awakened his spiritual awareness. Moreover, his spiritual perception is quite remarkable. During the afternoon martial arts examination, he must have intuitively sensed the primal aura emanating from the rear compartment. Upon hearing this, Song Wayman's expression transformed into a vivid tapestry of surprise, astonishment, and shock. Zhang Guohao took a sip of tea and, waiting for his former superior to digest the information, continued, when Fong Han was engaged in combat with that ground-shaking black bear. The beast unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough in the midst of battle. However, Fong Han did not allow it to succeed, and during the process, he decisively annihilated the formidable creature. Song Wayman nodded, clearly in agreement with Fong Han's combat approach. Zhang Guohao proceeded, subsequently, I learned that this young man's family background and resources are rather lacking. I consulted with Fu Wenbin regarding the specifics, contemplating whether we could apply for some support and assistance from the Bureau's resources if possible. Later on, Zhang Guohao paused slightly. From Fu Wenbin, I discovered that Fong Han is actually a martyr's relative. The school's records are incomplete, so I returned to check the household registration documents registered with the Bureau. To my surprise, his registration file was quite peculiar. His mother appears to be ordinary, yet the section for his father is entirely blank. His only sister is also adopted. The biological father of that sister was indeed a fallen martial artist from the Armament Bureau. However, I could find no information regarding Fong Han's biological father. After listening, Song Wayman immediately opened his computer. Utilizing his ID privileges, he accessed the household registration system of the Security Bureau and searched for Fong Han. Upon closer inspection, everything indeed matched Zhang Guohao's account perfectly. He scrolled to the bottom and suddenly froze in place. Zhang Guohao, attuned to Song Wayman's unusual demeanor, cautiously inquired, Lao Song, did you discover something? Song Wayman glanced at him and turned the computer screen around. As Zhang Guohao focused on it, he noticed that at the very end of Fong Han's registration file, in a section visible only to Song Wayman's authority, was marked with a conspicuous .x, Chapter 42. Ruins. Zhang Guohao stared in disbelief at the imposing X displayed on the computer screen. His eyes filled with incredulity. He stood in shock for several seconds before slowly regaining his composure. Swallowing hard, he struggled to suppress his astonishment and turned to Song Wayman for confirmation. Lao Song? This is .anx file? The file of Fong Han's father is, in fact, an .x file. An X file signifies that this is a document of an unknown top-secret level that neither of us can access. Song Wayman's expression mirrored a complex blend of emotions. Upon hearing Zhang Guohao's words, he turned the computer screen back, staring intently at the enigmatic X, nodding gravely. It must be true. Given the circumstances, perhaps even this young man himself is unaware. I never imagined that such a significant figure could be present in our base city. Zhang Guohao pondered for a moment before asking Song Wayman, Lao Song, Can you not access this X file with your level of clearance? Song Weimin shook his head slightly. Your clearance cannot even view this X. As for mine, I can at most see this X. The confidentiality level of this document must be at least above S-class. Zhang Guohao inhaled sharply upon hearing this. He recalled the young man who consistently astonished him, his gaze filled with disbelief. The office fell into a sudden silence. After a brief pause, Song Weimin seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, Guohao, Zhang Guohao snapped back to attention, gathering his thoughts to respond. Song Weimin, gazing intently at his trusted subordinate, solemnly cautioned, this matter is of utmost importance. Apart from you and me, no one else must know. If this information leaks, being the relative of a martyr associated with an X-file, combined with Fang Han's extraordinary martial talent, it could inevitably draw the malicious intent of certain individuals. You have witnessed the methods of those traitors. At this juncture, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Song Weimin's eyes, his tone turning decidedly cold and resolute. He reiterated, we must not be careless regarding this matter. Zhang Guohao, his gaze sharpened with seriousness, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Lao Song. I understand the gravity of the situation and will absolutely keep this under wraps. As memories surged forth, his fists clenched involuntarily. I will ensure that those traitors do not succeed. Subsequently, Zhang Guohao asked, should we utilize the Bureau's resources to support this young man, Fang Han? Song Weimin furrowed his brow slightly, taking a sip of tea. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, not for now. If we activate the Bureau's resources, it would draw too much attention. The day after tomorrow, there will be a joint training session among the 3 schools. Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3. You and I will attend together. If Fang Han achieves a commendable ranking, we can provide support through a reward. I will also submit a talent recommendation to the War Preparedness Bureau in Modu. Given Lin Ju's authority, we might be able to uncover details about this document. Given that S-class martyrs have made significant contributions to Longhua, this level of confidential document is beyond our reach. We should treat him as we normally would. Zhang Guohao nodded, understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. We will go together the day after tomorrow. Song Weimin inclined his head slightly. Zhang Guohao exited the room. Gazing at the X on the computer screen, Song Weimin remained silent for a long while. After a moment, he shut down the file and moved to the window, gazing up at the night sky. The night was cloudless and pitch black, yet countless stars twinkled like resilient sentinels against the chaos and peril of the world. Humanity, though fragile, stood steadfast amidst the earth, enduring with unwavering determination, striving for the almost unattainable hope of a peaceful and prosperous era, for a lifetime. The next morning, before 5 o'clock, Fang Han awoke, after freshening up and donning his gear. He was clad in a sleek black combat suit, with a refined straight sword hanging at his waist. He carried a spatial backpack on his back, equipped with a top-tier iron bow and a quiver of 50 arrows secured to the backpack sides. The remaining 3 quivers and all other miscellaneous items were stored within the spatial backpack. Fully armed, Fang Han left a note and quietly stepped outside. He did not inform Fang Qiao or send a message to Kai Shuyun, fearing it would cause them worry. Rising early, he left a note stating he was going to a classmate's home for training. Upon exiting, Fang Han quickly resolved his breakfast at a nearby stall before heading to the southern gate. The imposing city walls of the base city loomed 50 meters high, and as he approached, he felt an overwhelming, dense aura envelop him. Fang Han withdrew his gaze and turned towards the entrance of the city wall. After a brief search, he spotted the robust figure of Zhou Wei. To his surprise, Yang Fan was also present. The two noticed Fang Han as well. Old Fang, over here. Zhou Wei called out, waving enthusiastically. He was also fully equipped today. Clad in a military green combat suit that accentuated his muscular physique, resembling a hardened warrior. A hefty machete hung from his waist, while a military-grade backpack, nearly half his height, rested on his back. Fang Han approached and greeted his 2 friends. Yang Fan, having driven Zhou Wei, also offered to escort Fang Han out of the city. The 3 exchanged a few casual remarks. Suddenly, a deep, throaty roar of an engine echoed from afar. Drawing closer, the trio turned to see a matte black, heavy-duty off-road pickup truck, resembling a massive black beast, approaching and coming to a halt right before Fang Han. The vehicle stood 2 meters tall and stretched 6 meters long, showcasing numerous modifications. Its half-meter-tall tires were equipped with rugged anti-skid chains. The imposing front, reinforced with an excessively thick bumper, exuded an intimidating presence. The four-windowed cabin was secured with iron mesh to safeguard the interior. The truck bed was covered with a metal lid, concealing whatever lay within. As Fong Han and his friends examined the remarkable off-road pickup, the door swung open with a creak. A strikingly beautiful girl stepped out, striding confidently towards them, her smile radiant as she approached Fong Han amidst their astonished gazes. It was none other than Meng Xiaoxian. Fong Han gazed at her, internally marveling at how stunningly beautiful girls can look in anything. The school uniform she wore exuded an air of pure elegance, yet this ensemble unveiled her capable and valiant side. She donned a long black leather coat over a fitted dark blue armor crafted from the scales of an unknown exotic beast, perfectly accentuating her alluring form. The intricate patterns of spiritual runes adorning the arm guards, leg guards, and chest armor clearly indicated to Fong Han that this ensemble was evidently not merely for aesthetic appeal. At her waist, she sported a silver handgun and a short sword sheathed in black. Noticing Fong Han's astonished gaze as he scrutinized her, a glimmer of delight danced in the girl's eyes. In a cheerful mood, she glanced at her watch and playfully smiled at the three of them. "My apologies. I went to retrieve the car and I'm a few minutes late." This smile rendered her already exquisite features even more enchanting. Zhou Wei and Yang Fan were both left wide-eyed. Fong Han waved his hand. "All right, now that everyone is here, let us depart." After bidding farewell to Yang Fan, the three of them climbed into the rugged pickup truck. Zhou Wei took the wheel while Fong Han occupied the passenger seat, and Meng Xiaoxian settled in the back. Upon entering the vehicle, Fong Han noticed a deep blue spiritual longbow and a black spiritual rifle resting in the back seat. The sight of such equipment made him inwardly marvel. This modified pickup truck, along with the gear worn by Meng Xiaoxian, was evidently all of at least one-star caliber spiritual equipment, clearly reflecting the girl's prestigious background and heritage. Regardless of the world, financial prowess undeniably remains a formidable force. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei, robust and muscular, was already exclaiming in awe at the colossal armored pickup. After a brief introduction by Meng Xiaoxian, Fong Han and the others learned that the truck was equipped with a steel sunroof that could be opened for shooting. The windows were reinforced with the latest bulletproof tempered glass, providing significant defense against beastly attacks. In the truck bed, various tools and materials for disassembling, cutting, and storing the corpses of ferocious beasts were neatly arranged. The girl had indeed anticipated every requirement and prepared meticulously. Fong Han couldn't help but nod in approval. With Meng Xiaoxian joining their expedition outside the city, they had undoubtedly gained considerable assistance. After registering at the South Gate checkpoint, the trio successfully exited the city. As the vehicle sped up, the vast fields outside the city, dotted with a few grain silos and fortifications, came into view. His gaze traversed the golden wheat stalks, landing on the number 1 grain silo where his mother worked. Meng Xiaoxian, seated in the back, kept her attention on Fong Han and glanced in that direction. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, "Fong Han, do you know anyone in the number 1 grain silo?" Fong Han diverted his gaze, shifting the topic. "Let me grab a bag of arrows for you." With that, he retrieved a pouch containing 50 top-tier armor-piercing arrows, 2 flame arrows, and 1 ice arrow from his spatial backpack, handing them to Meng Xiaoxian. Upon witnessing Fong Han change the subject, Meng Xiaoxian let out a soft, displeased hum. Initially indifferent to the arrows, her mood lifted upon seeing the astonishing quality of the armor-piercing arrows. When she beheld the 3 special arrows, her eyes widened in surprise at Fong Han. Her own arrow equipment paled in comparison, and certainly, the 3 unique arrows crafted from the infinite synthesis slots were superior. "Thank you, Fong Han," the girl expressed softly. Fong Han waved his hand dismissively. "You're skilled," with a bow. "We'll rely on your long-range suppression later. These arrows will be beneficial." Meng Xiaoxian smiled brightly. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Wei, who was driving, interjected, "Which way are we heading?" In the midst of their conversation, they had already passed through the outer electric fence checkpoint. Meng Xiaoxian adjusted her belt, and Fong Han noticed a piece of jade on it glimmer slightly. The jade belt was likely a spatial item. Suddenly, a navigation device, about the size of a brick, appeared in the girl's hand, clearly displaying the location of the off-road truck and a detailed map of the surrounding alert zones. "This is a custom navigation device from the Nanshan Security Bureau, linked to the Bureau's database," Meng Xiaoxian explained with a charming smile, her expression reflecting a desire for praise. Zhou Wei, perceptive as ever, played along. Fang Han took the navigation device, quickly scanning it before locking onto a specific area, an urban ruin located in the second outer ring. He recalled seeing on the evening news that the first ring of alert zones had been cleared, prompting him to set his sights on the second ring. The rugged pickup truck sped steadily, traversing the wilderness and hills of the first ring for about an hour before finally arriving at the urban ruins. The trio parked the vehicle beside a nearby forest to avoid startling any beasts within the ruins. Fully armed, they strode purposefully towards the dilapidated remnants at the end of the road. 10 minutes later, the entirety of the ruins laid bare before Fang Han. Towering skyscrapers from a bygone era stood in ruins, some having crumbled entirely. Fang Han gazed at the cross-sections with a slight furrow in his brow, struggling to fathom the terrifying force that could snap such towering buildings, over 100 meters in height, in half. He knew that this city had been laid waste by a fearsome beast, a creature of sheer horror. Lush vines and climbing plants spiraled up the walls of the structures. If the skyscrapers were akin to titanic giants, then these vines functioned as thick green chains binding them to the desolate ruins. Years of enduring the ravages of time had transformed the ground into a wild expanse of knee-high grasses, while bizarre plants emerged from the cracks in the pavement and buildings. Some tree trunks were thick enough for 4 or 5 people to embrace, their branches slender like delicate swords thrusting in every direction, and their leaves resembled green pine needles. Some trunks twisted into grotesque shapes, and branches extended like massive serpents. There were also mutant sunflowers with leaves resembling saw blades and vibrant, rainbow-like, kelp-like grasses towering a meter high. A variety of peculiar plants mingled among the ruins, cloaking the entire desolate city in a thick layer of greenery. The morning sunlight bathed the scene, imbuing it with a semblance of life amidst decay. Instilling a sense of beauty and hope, however, Fang Han was not deceived by these outward appearances. The breeze carried a lingering stench of blood and decay. Shadows flitted between the crumbling edifices, and the occasional glare of murderous eyes that fell upon the trio served as a stark reminder that this was indeed a perilous wasteland. Standing at the edge of the urban ruins, Fang Han's expression was one of utmost vigilance. This city was once the seat of government for Nanshan City in the old era. Following the opening of spatial rifts and the resurgence of spiritual energy, it had been ravaged by a high-tier monstrous beast. Just that one beast had reduced the entire city to ruins. Moreover, after its departure, the residual aura and viruses had caused many corpses and animals within the ruins to mutate. Among them were soulless beings resembling zombies, various beast-like humans, and numerous formidable mutated creatures and beasts. After decades of relentless extermination, the danger level of these urban ruins had only been reduced to the first-tier alert zone. Nevertheless, the first-tier creatures and beasts that remained were not to be underestimated. For Fang Han and his companions, it was an ideal hunting ground. Additionally, slaying the beasts within and bringing them back to the base city would yield substantial rewards. The flesh of ferocious beasts and monsters was a highly sought-after delicacy, and any unregistered beast-human genes obtained would fetch a handsome price. Furthermore, if some monsters fortuitously formed a core, it could be sold for a good sum. For Fang Han and his companions, these urban ruins were undoubtedly a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Various thoughts flitted through his mind. Taking a deep breath, Fang Han activated his embedded wireless earpiece and spoke firmly. "Is there any static? Can you all hear me?" Being the strongest among them, Fang Han naturally took on the responsibility of commanding. "Loud and clear." Received. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei responded in unison, with the wireless earpiece echoing their replies. After the test was complete, Fang Han's gaze turned steely. "Let us go. We're entering the ruins. Old Zhou, lead the way with your shield. Xiaoxian, stay in the middle. I'll cover the rear. If we encounter any situations, Xiaoxian, avoid using the spiritual rifle to prevent drawing more mutated creatures and beasts. Use your bow and arrows for suppression and elimination. Old Zhou, your task is to ensure Xiaoshuan's safety. I'll handle the rest." With the brief instructions concluded, Zhou Wei and Meng Xiaoxian both responded affirmatively. 3 individuals cautiously stepped into the desolate ruins of the city. Fang Han and Meng Xiaoxian unleashed their spiritual senses. As they gradually traversed the dilapidated urban streets, the rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding overgrown grass and crumbling buildings. approximately 30 to 40 meters away, became increasingly apparent. Within Fong Han's spiritual perception, these sounds were attributed to a host of bloodthirsty and gluttonous O-sequence beasts lurking in the shadows, observing Fong Han and his companions like patient hunters assessing whether the creatures before them constituted their meal for the day. Meng Xiaoxian refrained from making a rash attack, awaiting Fong Han's command. Fong Han, positioned at the rear, noticed the shield-bearing Zhou Wei's white-knuckled grip on his weapon, a testament to his anxiety. The incessant rolling of his Adam's apple and his restless gaze revealed an inner turmoil of unease and tension. Fong Han spoke in a low voice, "Old Zhou, take a deep breath and relax. They are merely O-sequence beasts." Zhou Wei followed his advice, gradually easing his tension. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoshuan's keen eyes spotted something alarming. "Fong Han, there are virus-corrupted corpses." Instantly, the trio's spirits tightened. Fong Han's gaze sharpened as he saw, behind a cluster of scrapped cars on the road ahead, 5 of the virus-corrupted corpses shuffling towards them. Their tattered garments hung like filthy rags, failing to conceal their decaying bodies, which were marred by mottled gray-brown spots and dark red putrid flesh. In some areas, the decay was so severe that their stark white bones were visible. Some had even lost their eyeballs, which dangled on tendons, swaying as they moved. Neither Meng Xiaoxian nor Zhou Wei had ever encountered such a sight before. They had studied it in books and seen it in videos. But the visceral impact of facing it in reality was entirely different, causing their stomachs to churn uneasily. Sensing their distress, Fong Han immediately instructed, "Old Zhou, protect Xiaoxian. I'll handle them." With an almost predatory excitement, the 5 virus-corrupted corpses seemed to have detected the scent of the living. Their lifeless eyes, devoid of luster and vitality, fixated on the trio. Their yellowed and blackened teeth, some reduced to mere gums, clacked together as they advanced towards them at a rapid pace. "All right." Zhou Wei responded to Fong Han's command, suppressing his discomfort, and positioned himself firmly beside Meng Xiaoxian, shield raised. The girl had already knocked her spiritual patterned longbow, taut with a half-drawn arrow, ready for action. Fong Han took a quick step forward, darting out with a grace that belied his speed in a heartbeat. He had reached the 5 virus-corrupted corpses, their claw-like hands, elongated and dark, swiped at him. The fetid stench met him like a wave. Fong Han remained unperturbed, his expression as cold as ice. With a swift motion, he sliced through the 5 corpses like a flash of lightning. Appearing behind them in an instant, he elegantly flicked his blade, shaking off the black blood that clung to it. The obsidian edge of his Yunwen knife remained pristine. Meanwhile, the 5 corpses continued their momentum forward. Unaware of their impending doom in the next moment, to the astonishment of Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei, the 5 virus-corrupted corpses instantaneously crumpled to the ground, their bodies severed, black blood pooled around them, rendering them utterly lifeless. These 5 virus-corrupted corpses could have easily overwhelmed a peak O-sequence warrior apprentice, yet Fong Han dispatched them with a single stroke. His formidable combat prowess immediately reassured Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei. The trio stepped over the repugnant corpses and pressed onward. Fong Han distinctly sensed that, following this encounter, some of the beasts lurking nearby had retreated. However, the remaining, more powerful beasts now regarded them with even greater ferocity. Ahead, a crossroad emerged. The cacophony of roars that erupted from the front and the flanking streets was even more intense than before. Fong Han scanned the scene. A multitude of virus-corrupted corpses were advancing greedily towards them. Accompanied by a horde of O-sequence beastmen, a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 44. Arrow kill at the intersection. Over 100 virus-corrupted corpses surged forth from the 3 routes, followed closely by more than 50 feline beastmen. These agile, swift-moving aberrations had shed nearly all human traits, their bodies covered in thick fur, crouched low with sharp claws and fangs. Adorned with fluffy ears that twitched occasionally, their acute hearing had detected the presence of Fong Han and his companions, prompting them to swiftly converge for the kill. The feline beastmen leapt and bounded atop the wrecks of abandoned vehicles, showcasing their incredible speed and explosive power. Their emerald eyes, tinged with blood, fixated on the trio. From the dilapidated buildings lining the streets, low growls resonated. Fong Han's gaze swept across the area, revealing the previously hidden beasts emerging like seasoned hunters, subtly blocking the trio's retreat. Fong Han furrowed his brow slightly and commanded, "Old Zhou, Keep an eye on the front and report the distances. Xiaoxian, let us start taking down those beasts behind us. With a resounding thud, Zhou Wei planted his massive tower shield firmly on the ground, resolutely guarding the front while vigilantly watching the approaching corpses and beastmen from the left and right streets. Meng Xiaoxian swiftly drew her bow, launching an arrow with remarkable speed. Meow! A piercing scream echoed before abruptly ceasing. The arrow had cleanly penetrated the skull of a clawed cat. As crimson and white splattered forth, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The dying scream of the clawed cat acted as a battle cry, inciting the surrounding beasts to roar and charge towards the trio. Among them were dogs with gaping mouths that split into 4 parts, clawed cats with vicious hooks for paws, and wolves with saber-like fangs protruding from their lips. 15 bloodthirsty and savage beasts surged forward, scaling car rooftops and climbing building walls with lightning speed. Meng Xiaoxuan's spiritual patterned longbow began to shimmer with a deep blue glow as a flurry of arrows shot forth. Fang Han also readied his top-tier iron bow. Knocking an arrow, Meng Xiaoxian stole a glance at him. In her mind, Fang Han's archery skills had never stood out, but in the next instant, she realized how gravely mistaken she was. Fang Han gripped 3 piercing arrows, pulling the bowstring back with breathtaking speed. Almost instantaneously, he released them. The 3 arrows whistled through the air, gleaming with a chilling luminescence, piercing the skulls of 3 rapidly charging beasts. The entire process took scarcely 2 seconds, 1 second to draw and 1 second to fell 3 foes. This simultaneous release, with every shot finding its mark, left Meng Xiaoxian utterly stunned. Her movements momentarily halted. In that moment, she recognized that even with her own archery skills, achieving such precision would be exceedingly difficult. 70 meters, Zhou Wei shouted. The virus-corrupted corpses and beastmen had closed the distance to about 70 meters in the brief span of time. Zhou Wei's call jolted Meng Xiaoxian back to focus as she braced herself against the oncoming beasts. With a swift motion, Fang Han and Meng Xiaoxian quickly dispatched several more beasts. 50 meters. Zhou Wei called out again. Fang Han and Meng Xiaoxuan's hearts tightened. The remaining 6 beasts were now dangerously close. With a ferocious roar, the 6 beasts lunged forward. The fetid stench made Meng Xiaoxuan's breath catch in her throat. Facing the overwhelming reality of life and death, her pupils dilated slightly. As she released another arrow. Her nerves betrayed her, causing it to graze the head of a gaping-mouthed dog, narrowly missing its target. At this distance, there was no time for a second shot. A sense of dread filled Meng Xiaoxuan's heart, her beautiful eyes widening in terror. The beast closing in seemed poised to rip her apart at any moment. In that instant, a figure stepped forward to shield her. It was none other than Fang Han. He cast aside his iron bow and, gripping his black, intricately designed blade, took a decisive step forward to protect the girl. The razor-sharp edge of his blade sliced through the air, creating a deadly ballet of steel. Behind Fang Han, Meng Xiaoxuan's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the 4 beasts that had charged forward being shredded into pieces in an instant. Following this, Fang Han sheathed his knife and propelled himself off the ground, executing a powerful whip kick that thundered through the air. With 2 resounding crashes, he struck the oncoming saber-toothed wolf and clawed cat with tremendous force. These 2 beasts, capable of slaughtering dozens, were sent flying like cannonballs. Their bones shattered mid-air as they spewed blood, crashing into the wrecked vehicles and creating 2 deep dents in the metal, upon the battered and mangled body of the beast, pierced by fragments of shattered bone within. Blood flowed profusely, ceaselessly trickling down. The fanged wolf and the clawed cat, having merely endured a single whip kick from Fang Han, were already gasping for breath, their lives hanging by a thread. Meng Xiaoxian, witnessing Fang Han eliminate 6 ferocious beasts in the blink of an eye, was filled with astonishment. He has grown stronger. The girl keenly sensed the increasingly terrifying power emanating from Fang Han. During battle, do not lose focus. After sweeping out with his whip kick, Fang Han, confident of the demise of the 2 beasts, couldn't be bothered to look back. Instead, he turned to Meng Xiaoxian and cautioned her. Oh, understood. The girl, snapping back to reality, responded with a slight blush adorning her delicate and beautiful face. 20 meters. Zhou Wei shouted boisterously, his voice resonating with authority. He braced himself behind a heavy tower shield, gazing at the horde of decaying corpses and beastmen converging approximately 20 meters ahead. The pounding of his heart and the pressure before the impending clash caused his right hand, gripping the hefty blade, to tremble slightly. Fang Han leaped over Meng Xiaoxian, deftly retrieving the iron bow from the ground, bending it and knocking an arrow. 3 piercing arrows flew forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerful steel arrows, each one penetrating the skulls of 3 or 4 infected corpses. Zhou Wei, who had been fixated on the front, recognized immediately that Fang Han and Meng Xiaoxian had resolved their battle behind them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Xiaoxian swiftly followed suit. Gradually acclimating to the rhythm of slaughter, the girl unleashed her full strength as a first-tier martial artist. On her dark blue, spirit-patterned longbow, intricate spirit patterns shimmered and glowed, empowering the launched triangular piercing arrows with the essence of wind. The arrows imbued with wind elements and the effect of piercing the air displayed destructive power that rivaled that of Fang Han. The arrows, glowing with a greenish hue, sliced through the void, each one also piercing through the skulls of 3 or 4 infected corpses. Under the barrage of arrows unleashed by Fang Han and Meng Xiaoxian, these infected corpses and beastmen fell rapidly. Even those few that managed to evade the rain of arrows would be intercepted by Zhou Wei wielding his tower shield and blade, blocking and striking down. Moments later, the modest intersection lay littered with corpses. The thick stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of infected corpses permeated the air, invading the nostrils of the trio. Zhou Wei panted heavily. Although he had slain a dozen infected corpses while standing at the forefront, he felt fatigued yet exhilarated, gradually finding his rhythm in battle. His combat prowess escalated rapidly in the face of danger. The brief baptism of battle was sufficient to mature Zhou Wei swiftly. Meng Xiaoxian had also dispatched numerous infected corpses and beastmen, particularly focusing on the latter. At this moment, her fingers trembled slightly as she drew her bow, her internal spirit power considerably drained. Yet, the intense battle undeniably enhanced her archery skills. From her initial nervousness to her later calm and efficient drawing and shooting, her control over her depleting spirit power and physical strength improved significantly. Her growth was remarkable. Fang Han, who had slain the most among the 3, smiled faintly upon observing their changes. "Let us tidy up the battlefield, and once we're done, we'll retreat." Fang Han spoke in a deep voice, remaining ever vigilant of their surroundings. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei nodded in agreement. The trio immediately set to work. The fangs of the fanged wolf, the claws of the clawed cat, all valuable parts from the ferocious beasts were severed and stowed away in Meng Xiaoxuan's spatial belt. They also collected the intact piercing arrows. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, Fang Han led the 2 back to a nearby building to rest. Subsequently, they scoured the street they had just entered. This area could be considered the periphery of the city ruins, populated solely by zero-tier beastmen, infected corpses, and ferocious beasts. Although the numbers were slightly greater, for Fang Han and his companions, it merely required a bit more effort. Through this training in the area, Zhou Wei and Meng Xiaoxian experienced significant growth. Although they did not encounter any valuable beastmen, the fangs and claws from the ferocious beasts yielded approximately 15,000 worth of spoils. After consuming some rations and resting, Fang Han examined the map on the navigation device and continued deeper into the ruins. As the 3 proceeded to the next intersection, suddenly, a thunderous, explosive roar erupted from afar. Echoing like thunderclaps, bang, 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 doors, windows, and the glass of abandoned vehicles by the roadside shattered instantly. Fang Han's trio stiffened, instantly realizing they had trespassed into the territory of a demon beast. Moreover, it was undoubtedly a formidable one. A first-tier demon beast. Chapter 45. Meng Xiaoxian in bewilderment as the ferocious roar of the demon beast reverberated. Fang Han and his companions immediately heard the cacophony of savage growls erupting from all corners of the neighborhood. Fang Han looked up at his surroundings. Shadows flickered atop the abandoned skyscrapers, amidst the decaying structures, and deep within the distant alleyways. Everywhere, the essence of ferocious beasts was manifesting. Low growls emanated from the end of the street ahead and the adjoining alleys, accompanied by the pungent stench of infected corpses wafting through the air. "Stay alert. Old Zhou, let us use the abandoned cars to create a protective wall," Fang Han commanded in a low voice. He realized that the earlier roar had been the demon beast lord of this territory, summoning its minions to ambush the outsiders. Taking refuge in the nearby abandoned building was not an option either. Who knew if it harbored numerous infected corpses or ferocious beasts? It was better to construct a makeshift protective wall first and assess the situation. Fong Han quickly joined Zhou Wei in moving the abandoned vehicles from the street to form a simple defensive barrier around them. Meng Xiaoxian, armed with her spirit-patterned longbow, stood at the center, while her spirit-patterned rifle was placed within easy reach. The safety was already disengaged. Should the situation turn dire, she would not hesitate to fire. Regardless of attracting the attention of the beasts, Zhou Wei stood beside Meng Xiaoxian, firmly remembering Fong Han's directive to protect her. Fong Han, standing atop a car, scanned the surroundings. Soon, they observed a swarm of infected corpses converging from every direction. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they amassed along the main road, relentlessly advancing toward Fong Han and his companions. The terrifying sight of the main road, wide enough for 4 vehicles to pass side by side, now completely filled with infected corpses, sent chills down their spines. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei stared in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. The sheer number of infected corpses surpassed 1,000. Even a first-tier martial artist would be overwhelmed and buried alive in this sea of corpses. Along the crumbling buildings flanking the street, ferocious beasts and beastmen clambered up the walls, swiftly approaching. Xiaoxian, open fire and keep a close watch on the ferocious beasts and beastmen on the buildings. Zhou Wei, protect her. I'll handle the rest, Fong Han commanded without hesitation. All right, understood. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei responded in unison. Bang, bang, bang. On the black spirit-patterned rifle, the spirit patterns glowed, the flames at the muzzle shimmering in a dark blue hue. Bullets, trailing faint blue light, were instantly unleashed. They penetrated the walls of the dilapidated buildings and the rushing ferocious beasts alike. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails of dying screams, shattered debris mingled with the bodies of the ferocious beasts and beastmen. Cascading to the ground, Fong Han, witnessing the rifle's power, nodded approvingly. The spirit pattern seemed to amplify both the power and velocity of the bullets, coupled with special bullets capable of bearing spirit energy. They could effectively slay ferocious beasts. Each shot was akin to spending money lavishly. Only a girl of Meng Xiaoxuan's affluent background could afford to wield such a spirit-patterned gun. The infected corpses ahead had already surged to within approximately 50 meters. Fong Han smiled indifferently. He leaped down from the car roof. Then, to the astonishment of Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei, Fong Han astonishingly embraced the front of a dilapidated sedan with both hands. With a surge of strength, creak, creak, the metal groaned under the strain. The front of the car, gripped by Fong Han, crumpled under his immense power. Lift. Subsequently, Fong Han effortlessly hoisted the vehicle aloft. This scene left Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei spellbound. As if immobilized, a typical sedan weighs around 1.5 tons. Yet, Fong Han's current physical strength exceeded 4.5 tons. Although lifting the car appeared unwieldy, it was undoubtedly effortless for him. Without hesitation, Fong Han strode forth toward the tide of over 1,000 infected corpses. The throngs of decaying corpses, with their dim, blood-red eyes, were wholly consumed by greed and the instinct for slaughter. Spotting a living human charging toward them, they surged forward, akin to a cooked duck flying straight into their mouths. A sumptuous feast lay before them. A multitude of decaying corpses, with their yellowed and rotting mouths, suddenly began to drool forth a nauseating stream of putrid saliva. The pace of their steps quickened, driven by an uncontainable urge. Unbeknownst to them, approaching them was none other than a deadly harbinger of death. Against the front line of these viral cadavers, Fong Han raised the battered vehicle in his hands and brought it crashing down with tremendous force. The terrifying power transformed the car into a massive battering ram. Unleashing a furious gale, with a resounding crash, it collided forcefully with the rotting bodies of the first row of viral corpses one by one. The corpses were flattened, akin to overripe tomatoes, propelled into the air by this overwhelming force. They shattered into multiple segments, akin to cannonballs, ricocheting into the throngs of undead behind them, creating an even more horrifying cascade of destruction. The sheer might of this strike left Zhou Wei and Meng Xiaoxian utterly speechless. Fong Han's direct assault obliterated over 20 corpses, and the subsequent devastation from the shattered remains felled another dozen viral cadavers. He wielded the dilapidated automobile like a war god, striking left and right, forging upstream against the tide. Viewed from above, it would be evident that Fong Han, at that moment, seemed to wield an eraser, methodically erasing the existence of all viral corpses in his path. In a mere minute, he had annihilated over 1,000 viral cadavers. With a thunderous sound, Fong Han discarded the vehicle, now smeared with putrid flesh and dark, toxic blood. He glanced back to see Meng Xiaoxian, her spirit-patterned rifle blazing with fire, swiftly dispatching the monstrous beasts and beastified humans. A few that managed to draw near were deftly blocked by Zhou Wei's tower shield. Fong Han immediately turned back, leaping onto the car's roof. His iron bow in hand, and unleashed 3 piercing arrows. With pinpoint accuracy, he impaled 3 razor-clawed weasels against the wall. Just as the trio prepared to capitalize on their momentum, a roar, even more ferocious than before, erupted. The ground trembled under the weighty footsteps resonating ominously. Chapter 46. The rending lizard. As the heavy footfalls echoed, Fong Han and his companions observed all the ferocious beasts and beastified humans retreating towards the end of the street. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow emerged, trudging forward with an immense weight. A thick, ominous purple-black aura billowed forth like smoke. Fong Han furrowed his brow slightly and warned through his earpiece, "Everyone, be cautious. This is a mid-tier beast of the first sequence." Meng Xiaoxuan's spiritual senses detected the surge of demonic energy. She narrowed her brows, raising her spirit-patterned rifle to aim at the area shrouded in the dark aura. Zhou Wei, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, felt his complexion pale. All the retreating beasts and beastified humans acted like respectful servants, positioning themselves beside the looming shadow of demonic energy. Fong Han strode forward, wielding his blade in one hand. Standing firmly in the center of the street, his gaze turned icy, and he released his aura without restraint. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the area. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei looked at Fong Han, feeling as though his presence had grown immensely. A potent, astonishing blood energy materialized, manifesting as a crimson mist that surged forth. 1 blood energy furnace. 2 blood energy furnaces. As they beheld 4 blood energy furnaces orbiting around Fong Han like stars encircling the moon. Both Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei were filled with awe. During the previous battle, they had sensed Fong Han's strength seemingly augmenting. Yet, they had not imagined that within just one night, he could manifest 4 blood energy furnaces. The rich blood energy in the 4 surrounding furnaces rendered Fong Han, standing resolutely in the street's center, akin to a demon god returning from the abyss, exuding an extraordinary and formidable presence. He radiated an air of invincibility, as if no one could stand against him. The beast across from him, sensing the overwhelming aura, erupted in a fierce, warning roar. Its colossal, terrifying form stepped forth from the murky purple-black haze. Fong Han and his companions beheld a fearsome rending lizard, measuring approximately 15 meters in length and towering 7 to 8 meters high. Its body was covered in hard, purple-black scales the size of soup bowls. Each heavy step it took reverberated with a deep, thunderous sound. The wrecked cars and streetlights before it were effortlessly crushed underfoot. Its enormous, sinister head, resembling that of a lizard, grotesquely split into 4 parts. As it breathed and roared, its jaws gaped wide, revealing densely packed, hook-like teeth. There was no doubt that a single bite could tear apart a chunk of flesh weighing hundreds of pounds. Its thick, powerful tail thrashed about, producing a mournful wail as it sliced through the air. The aura surrounding it was overwhelmingly dense. Coupled with its terrifying and ferocious form, it truly inspired dread. Zhou Wei's face turned white as he swallowed hard. It was a mid-tier rending lizard of the first sequence. What tremendous demonic energy! Meng Xiaoxian recognized the vile creature as well. The bloodthirsty gaze of the rending lizard fixated on Fong Han, for it sensed that only he posed a threat. Its lantern-sized eyes gleamed with a savage and bloodthirsty glint. With a roar, it charged forward without hesitation, its massive form thundering towards him. The ground trembled beneath its weight. The foul, rancid wind assaulted Fong Han's face. The overwhelming demonic energy enveloped him in an icy, chilling embrace. Fong Han's eyelids flickered slightly at that moment. His eyes shone with the brilliance of divine blades, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. "Kill!" Fong Han bellowed. The potent blood energy surged within him. The 4 mystical furnaces whirled around him. He bent his knees and propelled himself off the ground. With a thunderous boom, the solid concrete beneath him fractured and shattered. In an instant, he launched himself toward the enormous rending lizard, his blood energy swirling around him, trailing a faint crimson glow as he shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow. The charging rending lizard, upon spotting the diminutive human daring to rush towards it, let out an enraged roar. It snapped its four-part jaw open, revealing sharp, serrated teeth glinting ominously, and lunged at Fong Han, intent on devouring him whole. Fong Han's eyes narrowed as he faced the shadow looming above him and the foul stench of its breath. He remained unfazed. Closer, even closer. The razor-sharp teeth were a mere 10 centimeters above his head. Suddenly, Fong Han leapt into the air. With a swish, he soared upward. The rending lizard, caught off guard, found itself snapping at nothing but air. The tremendous force of its bite crashed onto the ground below. A concrete slab measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter shattered upon impact. In midair, Fong Han's gaze hardened. Seizing the momentum of his descent, he gripped his blade tightly and struck downwards. With a sickening squelch, the steel blade penetrated flesh, blood splattering forth. One of the lizard's massive jaws was severed, sending it soaring into the air. With a roar of pain, rage, and brutality, the rending lizard unleashed a furious cry. It whipped its head back up, its long tail slicing through the air, creating a dark, foreboding shadow as it lashed out at Fong Han. Fong Han, sensing the impending assault through his heightened awareness, nimbly dodged and leapt to the side. The massive tail crashed into the adjacent dilapidated building, shattering a gaping hole measuring 7 to 8 meters long. Debris and rubble rained down as dust filled the air. Fong Han landed smoothly, fixing his gaze on the rending lizard. He flicked the blade to shake off the beast's blood, inhaled deeply to steady his breathing, and prepared to charge once more when... Suddenly, the rending lizard's blood-red, furious eyes locked onto Fong Han, and its demonic energy surged violently. The dense purple-black aura coalesced into its gaping maw, pooling with blood from its previous victims. This was the rending lizard's innate demonic skill. With a whoosh, a 2-meter diameter sphere of purple-black demonic energy materialized, spinning rapidly as it hurtled towards Fong Han. Chapter 47. Piercing strike. The purple-black sphere of demonic energy whirled like a cannonball, hurtling towards Fong Han with tremendous speed. As the wind howled around him, Fong Han's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly evaded the incoming projectile. The 2-meter sphere struck the concrete ground, and to everyone's surprise, it emitted no sound of explosion. It was as if it had landed not as a sphere of demonic energy, but as a mere wisp of air. However, Fong Han soon detected an unsettling sound. A hissing, corrosive sound erupted abruptly. A dense, acrid mist of bluish-white smoke began to spread rapidly. Fong Han cast a fleeting glance, and his expression instantly turned grave. After the demon energy sphere landed on the ground, it took merely a second or two to erode the solid concrete surface, creating a corrosive pit nearly 4 meters in diameter. A bead of cold sweat involuntarily trickled down Fong Han's back. While he felt a twinge of trepidation, he dared not underestimate the formidable rift lizard before him, classified as a mid-tier entity of the first sequence. As a pungent, acrid scent wafted towards him. Fong Han quickly held his breath, steeling himself against the terrifying beast. Roar. The rift lizard, infuriated by its failure to strike Fong Han with its demon energy sphere, became even more enraged. The brutality and bloodlust in its eyes intensified. Its massive form lunged forward with sudden ferocity. The 2 robust forelimbs, resembling razor-sharp short swords, glinted with a chilling brilliance as they descended mercilessly towards Fong Han. Fong Han's gaze flickered. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His entire being erupted with a surge of vital energy, causing the air around him to resonate with a howling sound akin to 4 roaring furnaces. In an instant, he transformed into a crimson shadow, dashing forward approximately 10 meters. Boom! The rift lizard's sharp claws shattered the concrete beneath. Meanwhile, the agile Fong Han evaded the assault and slipped beneath the soft underbelly of the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Han's eyes narrowed, and he raised the black cloud-patterned, tempered blade high above his head. With a swift thrust, he plunged it into the rift lizard's soft skin. With ruthless precision, he sliced horizontally. Sizzle, a gaping, bloodied wound, spanning 4 to 5 meters, was suddenly torn open. Fong Han, following the trajectory of his strike, swiftly emerged from the rift lizard's abdomen. Roar! A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the creature's massive jaws, a sound of pure agony. Clatter! Fong Han heard the sound of rushing water behind him. He stomped his feet to a halt and turned, sword in hand, his body half-crouched and brimming with vigilance against the rift lizard. He quickly observed that from the creature's abdomen, blood flowed forth like water from a broken faucet, a deep crimson and acrid beast's blood. The furious, vengeful gaze of the beast fixed unrelentingly upon Fong Han. A low, thunderous roar emanated from its maw. All the beastified humans and ferocious creatures that had retreated to its rear, as if commanded, rushed towards Fong Han with wild, bloodshot eyes. Xiao Xian, block them. Fong Han shouted urgently into his wireless headset. His eyes locked onto the injured rift lizard. Meng Xiaoxian immediately raised her spirit-patterned rifle. The deafening crackle of gunfire erupted, fiercely protecting Fong Han from all sides. The bullets, propelled with lethal intent, pierced through the approaching ferocious beasts and beastified humans, turning them into a veritable hive of destruction. However, at this moment, as Fong Han focused on the rift lizard, his brow furrowed deeply. He was alarmed to see the purplish-black demon energy rising from the creature. Converging upon its wounds, the initially severed maw was already healing, steadily regenerating. The elongated wound on its lower abdomen also quickly closed, halting the flow of blood. The chill and murderous intent in Fong Han's eyes intensified. He realized that this mid-tier rift lizard of the first sequence possessed an overwhelming strength, coupled with the numerous beastified humans and ferocious beasts it could command. If the battle dragged on, there would be no escape for him and his companions. A swift resolution was imperative. With resolve, Fong Han tightened his grip on the cloud-patterned blade and charged forward. His movements were blindingly swift. Sizzle! As he gathered momentum, the blade's tip dragged along the ground, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. At that moment, the rift lizard regarded Fong Han with a growing sense of caution and dread. The previous encounters had made it acutely aware that this seemingly insignificant human possessed the power to slay it. As the rift lizard saw Fong Han charging once more, its pupils dilated slightly. It sidestepped, swinging its massive tail with ferocious intent. Whoosh! The air was filled with a low, mournful howl as the heavy shadow of the tail struck. Fong Han did not falter. He met the tail head-on with a powerful slash. Clang! The resounding clash reverberated, vibrating through his eardrums. Not only did Fong Han block the tail's strike, but he also cleaved into it. However, upon contacting the rift lizard's solid tailbone, the blade became lodged, unable to penetrate further. Roar! The rift lizard bellowed, attempting to retract its tail to crush Fong Han beneath it. Yet Fong Han offered no opportunity for such a maneuver. He relinquished the cloud-patterned blade and seized the bloodied stump of the rift lizard's severed tail. Following the direction of the tail's swing, he exerted all his strength, bellowing, up. The roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the street. The fierce battle momentarily halted the advance of the beastified humans and ferocious creatures, who looked towards the rift lizard. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei also turned their gazes in concern. In the next instant, both sides stared in disbelief, their forms frozen in shock. Fong Han, with his blood surging and the essence of the furnace coursing through him, seized the rift lizard's tail and, with a single, powerful motion, hurled it into a nearby dilapidated shop. Crash! The shop was obliterated under the weight of the colossal beast. Beams splintered. This scene, akin to an ant lifting an elephant and executing a spiral throw, left Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei gasping in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with incredulity as they regarded Fong Han. The disoriented rift lizard, battered and bruised, felt pain radiating from every inch of its body. Seizing the moment, Fong Han rushed in, withdrawing the cloud-patterned blade lodged in the lizard's tail, and climbed onto its head. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the rift lizard descended into a frenzied it rose violently. Careening wildly in all directions, boom, walls crumbled and beams collapsed. Shops and homes shattered as it rampaged like a bulldozer. Its massive head thrashed about, attempting to dislodge Fong Han. But Fong Han would not allow it to succeed. Gripping the scales atop the beast's head, he relentlessly hacked at it with the tempered blade. Clang! The scales on the head and back of the rift lizard were its most resilient defenses. Even with the peak-level cloud-patterned blade, He could only create sparks that failed to penetrate. After considerable effort, he managed to inflict only a few superficial wounds. Once the Rift Lizard regained its composure and concentrated its demon energy, those wounds would surely heal without a trace. Moreover, the edge of Fong Han's blade had begun to dull. Standing firm atop the thrashing Rift Lizard, he scanned his surroundings until his gaze fell upon the creature's blood-red eyes. With a surge of murderous intent, he leaped forward, positioning himself between its two beastly eyes. Gripping the blade tightly, he thrust downward towards the lantern-sized eye swoosh. Even the eye membrane of a mid-tier beast of the first sequence could not withstand the onslaught of the cloud-patterned blade. The viscous liquid within the eye burst forth, mingling with the thick, crimson blood. Roar. The excruciating pain from the shattered eye drove the Rift Lizard into a frenzied rage. It flailed and whipped its tail, yet could not grasp Fong Han atop its head. Boom. It crashed through the shop wall, returning to the street. Witnessing the Rift Lizard's wild rampage, all beastified humans and ferocious creatures froze in terror. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei anxiously watched Fong Han atop the creature's head, the girl aiming her spirit-patterned rifle, hesitating repeatedly, fearful of accidentally harming him. Under the scrutiny of both sides, the battle suddenly took a dramatic turn. Driven to desperation, the Rift Lizard resolved to smash its head against the ground, intending to crush Fong Han beneath it. Fong Han, feeling the rapid descent, quickly deduced the creature's intent. His gaze sharpened. Die for me. With a roar brimming with murderous intent, Fong Han unleashed all his strength, driving the dulled cloud-patterned blade deep into the beast's skull, piercing through its eye. This strike sapped the Rift Lizard of its remaining strength. Its massive body stiffened momentarily. With a thunderous crash, the colossal form collapsed to the ground. Fong Han withdrew his bloodied hand from the lifeless head of the Rift Lizard, standing triumphantly upon its corpse. Surveying the surroundings with an air of dominance. Chapter 48. Uninvited guests. The ferocious beasts and beastified humans clinging to walls, car roofs, and streetlights were thrown into a panic as they witnessed Fong Han slay their leader. The Rift Lizard, scattering in disarray. Within moments, the area was deserted. Meng Xiaoxian lowered her spirit-patterned rifle, her face a mask of shock and disbelief as she gazed at Fong Han's figure. The Rift Lizard was actually slain by Fong Han alone? Is this a dream? The girl murmured in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. A single strike capable of obliterating dozens. A mid-tier beast of the first sequence, the Rift Lizard had fallen to a mere martial arts apprentice. Had she not witnessed it unfold before her very eyes, she would have deemed it an inconceivable tale. Beside her, Zhou Wei, with a slightly pale countenance, finally relaxed his previously tense expression, exhaling a long breath. At long last, survival has been achieved. Zhou Wei, upon hearing Meng Xiaoxuan's murmurs, cast an awestruck glance towards Fong Han, exclaiming his admiration. Regardless of the past or present, my respect for old Fong remains unwavering. After plummeting from the exalted heights of adulation, he did not exhibit an ounce of despondency. No matter the incessant gossip or the daily jeers surrounding him, old Fong consistently claimed the top position in every literary examination. Heaven rewards those who strive. Now, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, he has finally unveiled his full prowess, astonishing everyone in an instant. Old Fong is formidable, exceedingly so, perhaps even more than we could have ever imagined. He is truly a genius. Meng Xiaoxian nodded in wholehearted agreement. Upon the corpse of the Fong Han shook off the beast's blood from his hands. He felt a peculiar resistance when he pierced the giant lizard's brain moments ago. It seemed as if something lay deep within the creature's head. Intrigued, Fong Han probed his hand into the wound. Guided by his earlier sensation, he soon grasped an irregular object the size of an infant's fist. Extracting it, he focused intently to reveal a translucent crystal core of a purplish-black hue, wisps of cloud-like vapor swirling within, drifting to and fro. Could this be? Fong Han's eyes sparkled with realization. A demon core, its appearance reminiscent of a crystal core, yet imbued with the essence of demon energy, akin to mist and cloud. Indeed, this is undeniably a demon core. This has condensed a mid-level demon core. Recalling the knowledge gleaned from his textbooks, Fong Han murmured in delightful astonishment. Each demon beast of the first sequence and above possesses a certain probability of crystallizing a demon core. These cores encapsulate the essence of the demon beast's energy, making them indispensable materials for crafting various spiritual patterns and items. Each core commands a handsome price, and the carcass of a demon beast capable of yielding such a core is also of significant value. Gazing at the demon core in his hand and then at this corpse beneath him, Fong Han's mind began to calculate. A mid-level first sequence demon core is worth just over 100,000. If the entire were to be brought back, it could fetch around 150,000. Just from this alone, a remarkable sum of 250,000 could be gained in that moment. Fong Han's spirits soared. Simultaneously, he found himself secretly astonished. In a wonder, everyone in this world aspires to be a warrior. It's not merely due to the elevated status and protection they offer to the base city. It's also because only warriors can slay demon beasts, acquiring wealth in an instant that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to amass. Clutching the demon core tightly, Fong Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leaped down from this corpse, where Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei approached. With a slight smile, he revealed the demon core. Today, fortune smiles upon us. This has indeed condensed a demon core. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei momentarily froze upon seeing the demon core in Fong Han's hand. But their faces quickly transformed into expressions of delight. Oh, it truly is a demon core. Incredible. What a bountiful harvest we have this time. Ha ha. However, their moment of joy was abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, a voice emerged from a nearby alley. Ah, another. Brother Jiang, you were right. Following the gunshots has indeed led us to a reward. Hee hee, it seems our luck is quite favorable today. Fong Han, Zhou Wei, and Meng Xiaoxian froze in surprise, their faces instantly shifting to one of wariness as they turned to face the source of the voice. For fully armed warriors strode forth from the alley. The first on the left was a small, wiry figure clad in gray combat attire, deftly twirling two short, sharp daggers between his fingers. He carried a crossbow and a backpack on his back. Exuding the energy of a low-level first-sequence warrior, his face adorned with a sinister grin. The words just spoken had come from his lips. The second individual, known as Brother Jiang, appeared to be the leader among the four. Dressed in black combat gear, he radiated the energy of a mid-level first-sequence warrior, his hands resting arrogantly on the hilts of two long swords as he surveyed Fong Han and his companions with disdain. As his spiritual perception swept over them, assessing their strength, a mocking sneer crept onto his face. The third figure was a young man with a stern expression, wielding a longbow and carrying 3 quivers on his back. Emanating the energy of a low-level first-sequence warrior, his gaze turned greedy upon spotting the spiritual pattern rifle in Meng Xiaoxuan's hands. The final individual, the most robust among them, held a large round shield and a hefty broadsword. His energy nearly at the threshold of mid-level first sequence, radiating without restraint. He regarded Fong Han and his companions with a cold smile, as though they were mere corpses. Fong Han scrutinized the unwelcome visitors. A sense of foreboding creeping over him, he lowered his voice, cautioning, Zhou, Xiaoxian, be careful. These individuals do not come with good intentions. At that moment, the small, wiry man's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed to the others. Brother Jiang, Old 2, Old 3, look, that kid has a demon core. This is that has condensed a demon core. The other 3 froze in shock, their eyes revealing uncontainable greed. A chilling intent to kill quickly surfacing. Fong Han's expression turned icy as he tucked the demon core into his pocket, his fists clenching slightly as he stared at the 4 before him. Meng Xiaoxian raised her rifle, her demeanor resolute, while Zhou Wei planted his shield firmly on the ground, gripping his broadsword tightly. The atmosphere grew tense, the air charged with impending confrontation. The dual sword-wielding man surveyed the scene, his eyes darting as he cleared his throat to ease the tension and draw everyone's attention. Fong Han's gaze remained icy as he focused on the dual sword man. The latter's eyes subtly scanned the attire and equipment of Fong Han and his companions, finally lingering on the spiritual pattern rifle in Meng Xiaoxuan's grasp. A glimmer of wariness flickered in his expression as he softened his tone, smiling as he spoke. Students, no need to be alarmed, hee. You appear to be young, likely students from the Nanshan base city. Out here honing your skills, am I right? Fong Han did not respond immediately. He accepted the iron bow Zhou Wei handed him, drawing an arrow and forming a semicircle with it. Though the arrowhead pointed towards the ground, He could unleash a swift attack at the slightest hint of treachery from the dual sword man. Let us not get too familiar right from the start. We're not that close. If you have something to say, do so from where you stand, Fang Han coldly retorted, meeting Brother Zhang's gaze with unwavering intensity. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei remained vigilant, with the former switching her rifle's firing mode to rapid fire. The dual sword man, noting Fang Han's assertiveness, was seething with frustration. You little brat. Enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Once I get close enough to snatch that gun, if I don't take you down, I'll change my name. Brother Jiang glanced at the rifle's muzzle aimed at him, forcing a smile onto his face as he attempted to maintain composure. His companions were less restrained, with the wiry man jumping in indignation. You damn! Silence, old four! Brother Jiang sharply interrupted. Fang Han's gaze remained cold as ice, fixed on the small man. Turning back, Brother Jiang donned a congenial smile, attempting to defuse the situation. Hey, my fellow students. Please don't take offense. My brother here tends to be a bit hot-headed. He means no harm. We are members of the Fangtooth mercenary team from Nanshan Bay City. We are merely out here for a routine cleaning task commissioned by the Security Bureau. Hee, we're all on the same side here. We mean well. If you're willing, you can join us. It's always better to have more people for protection. After all, this city's ruins are crawling with those damn demon beasts and beastified humans. Every additional person adds to our strength, right, little brother? Hee. Fang Han listened intently to the dual sword man's words, fully aware of his ulterior motives. A cold smirk crept onto his face as he narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. So that's how it is, Brother Jiang. You should have mentioned it sooner. Indeed, it's wise to travel together for mutual safety. Fang Han stepped forward, seemingly intent on shaking hands with the dual sword man, while discreetly signaling Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei to remain on guard. Seeing Fang Han approach with his bow lowered, the dual sword man's smile widened. You little brat. By this point, the other three had also come to comprehend their leader's intentions. Each of them wore a smile that failed to reach their eyes as they fixated on Fang Han, akin to a group of wolves observing a lamb straying into their midst. As they closed the distance of roughly 5 paces, Brother Jiang, with a smile, extended his hand. First, they would seize this little brat. Then, they would coerce the girl opposite them and the dim-witted giant into relinquishing their spiritual patterned rifles and surrendering. Indeed, that was the plan. It seemed at this time, they would easily devour this substantial bounty. Oh, the girl possesses quite an appealing appearance. Perhaps they could enjoy some amusement afterward. Ha ha ha, the dual-bladed man chuckled to himself, the thoughts swirling in his mind causing a smile to blossom on his face like a flower. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Han had approached 2 more steps. Suddenly, a low yet piercing sound cut through the stillness. A sharp sound like metal unsheathing echoing in the air. It was the lean man, unable to restrain himself, who had stealthily drawn his twin daggers. Jiang Gu no longer concealed his intentions, loudly proclaiming the inevitable revelation. Kill! Fang Han roared, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual patterned rifles erupted with gunfire, heralding death. The burly man, wielding a large round shield, rushed forward to absorb the incoming bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets exploded against the sturdy steel shield, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds and dazzling sparks. Jiang Gu, furious, shouted, "Third, fourth, incapacitate that little brat and bring him here." The short, lean man, brandishing a dagger, immediately grinned wickedly and lunged forward. The mere 3 steps separating him from Fang Han were but a mere sprint away. In the blink of an eye, his lean frame darted in front of Fang Han, licking his lips with a sinister grin. The sharp, matte dagger was gripped tightly in his hand, akin to a venomous snake leaping from its den, poised to strike at Fang Han's waist. Meanwhile, the cold-faced warrior with the longbow unleashed a flurry of 3 arrows aimed directly at Fang Han. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated in his ears. The 3 arrows effectively blocked all avenues for Fang Han to evade or retreat. In that instant, the 3rd and 4th exhibited an impressive synergy in their coordinated assault, aiming to inflict grave injury upon Fang Han in a single encounter. At this critical juncture, Fang Han wore an expression of utter calmness. His formidable spiritual awareness unfurled, capturing all incoming threats within his sight. With the agility of an elite adept, he advanced rather than retreated. Gliding past the 3 arrows with effortless grace, Fong Han looked down with a faint smile at the short, lean man, whose expression had suddenly frozen in shock. He extended his hands in a swift motion. He seized the man's wrist, where the dagger was held in a reverse grip. With a swift twist and a slight force, the sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. A piercing scream erupted. Reverberating through the air, everyone's movements froze in shock. The gunfire ceased. They turned towards the source of the wail, only to behold the fourth, who wielded the twin daggers, now pale and drenched in cold sweat, collapsing before Fong Han. His daggers had long since clattered to the ground. Both wrists were twisted. Confronted directly by Jiang Gu, Fong Han felt an icy chill creeping up his back. Note, this is impossible. How could this be happening? You are merely a martial arts apprentice. How could you possibly evade my attacks? Why is this occurring? Die. Jiang Ji's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a frenzied roar. The spiritual energy within him depleting rapidly. The twin swords in his hands sliced through the air, creating a flurry of sword shadows that grew increasingly swift and intricate. Yet, this seemingly impenetrable curtain of death, woven with lethal intent, was rife with flaws under Fong Han's formidable spiritual perception and unparalleled agility. It appeared he had grown weary of prolonging the confrontation. With a surge of blood energy, a multitude of blood chi furnaces materialized around Fong Han. Jiang Gu and the shield-bearing man widened their eyes in shock. 1, 2, the fourth, the fifth. After numerous fierce battles, Fong Han's physique had undergone considerable refinement, his strength skyrocketing to an astonishing 99 gene, a staggering 699 gene increase. The sheer might of 5 tons, coupled with his solid martial foundation, enabled Fong Han to instantly coalesce 5 blood chi furnaces. As these 5 blood cauldrons fused with his body, they infused his next strike with unparalleled power. A resounding bellow erupted, reminiscent of a ferocious bull, as a blood chi bull lunged forth from Fong Han's fist. Propelled by his devastating punch towards Jiang Gu, in a split second, the swordsman, caught off guard, crossed his blades defensively. The clash resounded, clang, clang, as the overwhelming force of Fong Han's punch shattered the twin swords, sending fragments scattering across the ground. The unstoppable force surged like a tidal wave, crashing into Jiang Ji's chest. A sickening crack echoed as his ribcage collapsed, leaving 2 deep impressions from Fong Han's fists. His internal organs were obliterated in that instant. Like a deflated balloon, Jiang Gu was sent flying 4 or 5 meters into the air, spewing a torrent of blood from his mouth and nose. His lifeless body crashed against a wall in the alley, crumbling it to dust before collapsing in a heap. Coughing and gasping, Jiang Gu, with blood streaming from his orifices, emitted a gurgling sound from his throat. Utterly speechless, he struggled to lift his head, casting a despairing gaze at Fong Han. This marked the first time Jiang Gu, a mid-level warrior of the first sequence, had engaged Fong Han in a direct confrontation. Yet, in this singular clash, he had found his insides shattered. Frustration, regret, despair, and a sense of hopelessness washed over him, culminating in an unyielding obsession with death as he succumbed to his injuries. The leader of the Fangtooth mercenary team had been unceremoniously felled by a single blow from Fong Han. Fong Han withdrew his indifferent gaze, slightly tilting his head to regard the shield-bearing warrior. The latter, locking eyes with Fong Han's icy stare, involuntarily shivered. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled into the depths of the alley. Fong Han picked up the iron bow and knocked a gleaming triangular armor-piercing arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Hearing the piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the atmosphere, the shield-bearer quickly turned to raise his shield in defense. Bang! The armor-piercing arrow, glowing brilliantly, penetrated the steel shield with ease. The arrowhead embedded itself deep into the warrior's forehead, creating a gruesome exit wound. A single-shot execution, thud. The shield-bearer's vision rapidly dimmed as he was robbed of all his strength, crashing to the ground in a lifeless heap, blood pooling beneath him. Thus, all 4 members of the Fangtooth mercenary team met their demise at the hands of Fong Han alone. Chapter 50. Bountiful Gains. Purchasing ascension items as the battle concluded, Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei hurriedly approached. Fong Han, are you injured? The girl asked with genuine concern. Fong Han shook his head slightly, reassuring her, don't worry, I'm fine. Meng Xiaoshuan's gaze shifted to the four corpses, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Zhou Wei's expression also paled as he surveyed the lifeless bodies. Fang Han, possessing a mature disposition, had encountered the beastification incident at the 6th District's agricultural market, and thus viewed the scene with a more detached perspective. Noticing his friend's unease, he paused before speaking. Given the circumstances, had we not eliminated them, we would have been the ones slain. These 4 individuals were not novices. They had likely committed such acts before. Outside the base city, there are no rules, only the law of the jungle, where the weak perish before the strong. You both must be mentally prepared to adapt swiftly. Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei nodded silently in agreement. Zhou Wei took a deep breath to steady his emotions and asked, "Old Fang, what should we do with their bodies?" Fang Han contemplated for a moment. "We should deliver a finishing blow to each of their heads to prevent them from transforming into beastified beings or corpses. Additionally, let us search their belongings. There should be some valuable spoils," Fang Han added. "Understood." Zhou Wei agreed, promptly setting to work. Before long, he returned after cleaning the battlefield and gathering the spoils. The trio quickly assessed their findings. The equipment and possessions from the 4 mercenary warriors amounted to around 200,000. Combined with their previous loot, they could easily divide 480,000 among the 3 of them. Fang Han reviewed their gear. They had expended a considerable amount of arrows and ammunition. This outing had yielded satisfactory results, and there was no need to linger further. He instructed Zhou Wei and Meng Xiaoxian to fetch the vehicle while he remained to guard the corpse of the cracklip lizard. With the surrounding streets cleared, Fang Han was unconcerned about potential dangers from dividing their forces. While Zhou Wei and Meng Xiaoxian went to retrieve the car, Fang Han encountered 3 or 4 waves of over 100 ferocious beasts drawn to the blood and flesh of the cracklip lizard. As expected, he dispatched them all with ease. The fangs, pelts, and other spoils from these beasts contributed an additional 20,000 to Fang Han's collection. When Meng Xiaoxian and Zhou Wei returned with the vehicle, Fang Han loaded the crack-lipped lizard's body into the truck bed and set off toward the base city. Along the way, with Fang Han's exceptional archery skills providing cover, they navigated through several encounters with beastified beings and ferocious creatures emerging from the hills and forests without incident. They arrived an hour later at the perimeter of the base city's electric fence.at checkpoint 1 in the southern outskirts. The station chief, Hong Zhuang, a low-level officer of the 2nd sequence, was filling out the day's routine duty report. Suddenly, the sound of an overloaded engine and a cacophony of excited chatter reached his ears. Frowning, he set down his pen, opened the slightly ajar door, and stepped outside. "What are you all making such a ruckus for instead of standing guard?" Hong Zhuang's reprimand was abruptly cut short as he beheld the scene before him. Soldiers stationed at the checkpoint had gathered around a clearly modified off-road pickup truck, their faces etched with astonishment and shock. As the soldiers noticed their chief's presence, they quickly straightened up and saluted. "Chief," they called out in unison. Hong Zhuang's gaze swept over the crowd and fell upon the conspicuously large off-road truck. This modified vehicle was several times larger than a standard pickup and bore the immense carcass of a beast that dwarfed the vehicle itself. The terrifying weight had flattened the modified tires considerably, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Hong Zhuang quickly recognized it as a mid-level crack-lipped lizard from the 1st sequence. His spiritual sense enveloped the corpse, and the residual aura of the beast revealed that it had been slain less than half a day ago. The massive mouth displayed signs of regeneration, while a deep, bloody hole in its eye socket testified to the fatal blow that had shattered its skull. In a mere glance, Hong Zhuang had pieced together the timeline and circumstances surrounding the lizard's demise. Silently commending the skill involved, he turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Who did this?" The soldiers pointed toward Fang Han, who was busy registering their return in the crowd. Hong Zhuang, surprised by Fang Han's youth, quickly recognized Zhou Wei and Meng Xiaoxian seated in the truck.is at U3. Upon recognizing Zhou Wei, who had filled out the exit registration that morning, Hong Zhuang's eyes widened. After Fang Han completed the registration form, he saluted Hong Zhuang. The soldiers handed over the form for Hong Zhuang to review. After a quick glance, he expressed his astonishment. "You ventured into the 2nd circle of the city ruins during the return registration process." They were required to provide a brief account of their journey. If any new information was included that the Security Bureau had not yet gathered, the reporting warriors would receive monetary rewards. This was one of the methods the Security Bureau used to collect information about the outside world. Fang Han detailed the encounter with the Fangtooth mercenary team and other relevant events. He nodded slightly, Yes, sir. We did not delve too deeply. After slaying the crack-lipped lizard in the second district, we returned. Hong Zhuang nodded with appreciation, then gently reminded, recently, the ferocious beasts and demon beasts outside the city have grown increasingly aggressive. Despite the organization's multiple campaigns to subdue them, the overall environment remains somewhat unstable. When you venture out, be well prepared. Do not stray too far. The first ring of the alert zone is manageable. But as you enter the second ring of the security zone, you will encounter many unpredictable dangers. You are still young, endowed with such talent and potential. The road ahead is long, Fong Han nodded earnestly. After listening to the station master's words, he couldn't help but recall the videos he had seen in last night's news. After a brief moment of distraction, Fong Han expressed his gratitude for Hong Zhuang's guidance and departed in his vehicle. The soldiers at the checkpoint gathered around, gazing at the form Hong Zhuang held with astonishment. Old Liang, look, I told you these three seem young, but they are actually this year's high school seniors. One exclaimed that today's youth are truly remarkable. They can eliminate a mid-level at the senior year of high school. Hiss, look at the rank sequences of these three young men. There are 2 martial arts apprentices and 1 low-level martial artist from the first sequence. How is this possible? This combination can reach the second ring of the alert zone in the city's ruins and even clear out 2 blocks in A. Just as the soldiers were puzzled by the return information of Fong Han and his companions, Hong Zhuang, watching their departing figures, spoke with a hint of melancholy. The boy who registered the information just now is quite extraordinary. My spiritual sense perceives a terrifying physical power within him. The dense vitality in his blood seems like an imminent volcanic eruption. That boy's foundation in martial arts is certainly impressive. Upon hearing the captain's remark, the others were equally astonished, turning their gazes towards the departing off-road pickup truck, enveloped in swirling dust as it receded into the distance. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Fong Han and his companions finally returned to the Nanshanbei city. Driving the highly conspicuous off-road vehicle, carrying the corpse of they headed straight for the Nanshan Mall in the 3rd district. The mall housed a diverse range of martial arts resource shops, allowing them to swiftly sell all their gains from this expedition. Additionally, Fong Han intended to procure all the necessary items for his promotion to a formal martial artist at Nanshan Mall. After his physical power reached 9999 genes, Fong Han felt he had finally reached a limit that it was time to ascend to a formal martial artist. As the off-road vehicle carrying this corpse entered the mall, the merchants on the first floor dealing in the purchase and sale of 1-star items erupted in excitement. A complete demon beast carcass signified substantial profit. No one would turn down money. Each shop dispatched a representative for negotiations. When Fong Han announced that it was that produced a demon core, the representative's eyes burned with fervor. Ultimately, the carcass, along with the demon core, was acquired by a wealthy shop for 300,000, exceeding Fong Han's estimated price by 50,000, a very decent deal indeed. After liquidating all their spoils, the trio collectively amassed a staggering sum of 550,000, based on their contributions. Fong Han received 250,000, Meng Xiaoxian got 150,000, and Zhou Wei received 100,000. They parted ways, with Meng Xiaoxian happily purchasing spiritual pattern bullets, while Zhou Wei headed towards the pill shop, equally in need of his promotion to a formal martial artist. Fong Han, on the other hand, ventured into a shop selling spiritual pattern tools, preparing to gather the necessary items for his advancement. Including a gathering spirit mat and calming incense, he entered the largest spiritual pattern tool store, and upon pushing the door open, Fong Han was taken aback by a familiar figure. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the young man standing at the sales counter, conversing with the store manager. This young man was the same individual he had encountered at the alleyway during the beastly transformation incident at the 6th District's agricultural market, dressed in a tailored suit identical to that day. His tall, slender frame suggested a well-off background. The young man's complexion appeared even paler than when Fong Han last saw him, lacking any hint of color, and his lips seemed slightly dehydrated. The man held a rolled-up spiritual pattern array diagram. With a slight sweep of his spiritual sense, Fong Han sensed the rich aura emanating from the diagram, indicating its substantial value. He also discerned that this young man was, in fact, an ordinary person devoid of any martial arts cultivation. Suddenly, Fong Han's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed a tattoo peeking out from the back of the man's neck, obscured and peculiar. His powerful spiritual sense detected a faint aura emanating from the tattoo. which was enigmatic. It resembled both the vitality of flesh and spiritual energy, yet the aura carried a sense of brutality akin to demonic energy. When Fong Han attempted to release his full spiritual sense for a thorough investigation, the aura vanished without a trace. To his astonishment, even the strange tattoo on the young man's neck had completely disappeared. Fong Han's brow furrowed further. He was confident he hadn't misjudged or misperceived anything. Just as he was deep in thought, the opening of the door caught the store manager's attention. The young man, noticing the change in the manager's expression, turned to look. Upon seeing Fong Han, a fleeting look of recognition crossed his eyes. Though his face remained impassive, the young man halted his conversation, bid farewell to the store manager, and made his way towards the exit. As he brushed past Fong Han, the latter slightly stepped aside to clear the doorway. For a moment, Fong Han caught a glimpse of a barely perceptible cold smirk on the young man's face. Ding ding ding. The sound of a mobile phone ringing interrupted Fong Han's thoughts. He checked his pocket. It wasn't his phone. It belonged to the young man behind him. The man, glancing at the incoming call on his phone's screen, discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Fong Han allowed the automatic door to close slowly, and in the end, he faintly overheard the young man respond into the phone, "Dad, I got it. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" A gentle, courteous voice interrupted Fong Han's eavesdropping and contemplation. He looked up to see the store manager, her elegantly made-up face adorned with a professional smile. Fong Han gathered his thoughts and surveyed the various wall-mounted items in the spiritual pattern tool store before speaking. "I am here to purchase some spiritual pattern tools necessary for advancing to a formal martial artist." Upon hearing Fong Han's request, the store manager's fair complexion brightened, her exquisitely lined eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Years of sales experience allowed her to quickly calculate the commissions and income from Fong Han's anticipated expenditure, and her demeanor transformed into one of utmost warmth and friendliness. Under the manager's guidance, Fong Han perused the store, acquiring all he needed. A version of the intermediate spiritual energy guiding technique from Nanshu province cost 200,000. 8 low-level gathering spirit mats adorned with spiritual pattern array diagrams amounted to 16,000, and 8 low-level calming incenses cost 8,000. Once everything was prepared, the charming manager, after applying discounts, totaled nearly 240,000. The attractive manager watched as Fong Han, without batting an eye, directly scanned the payment code. The captivating glimmer in her eyes seemed magnetically drawn to him. Young, handsome, wealthy, and a martial artist with immense potential. The manager mentally tagged Fong Han with numerous positive attributes, and a mischievous thought began to stir within her. As he prepared to leave, Fong Han politely declined the manager's suggestion to exchange contact information. Dismissing the room number of the Maple Leaf 5-star hotel that she whispered, he exited the store, contemplating the imminent 3-school training camp that would commence the following day. Fong Han decided against returning home for the time being and sought out a rental meditation room near Nanshan Mall. Intending to directly advance to a formal martial artist, the entrance of the Starry Sky training ground, the monitoring room doubled as the reception desk. The middle-aged owner, seeing a customer, eagerly retrieved a tablet computer, rubbing his hands together while eyeing Fong Han as if he were a golden nugget. "Greetings, esteemed martial artist. What kind of meditation room do you require? Our Starry Sky training ground offers everything from low-level 1-star to top-tier 2-star meditation rooms. We can even arrange the internal decorations and various spiritual pattern tools for your training at a moment's notice, of course. If you wish to book a custom room, that's also possible." "No need. I only require a simple 1-star low-level meditation room," Fong Han replied with a slight smile. The owner's enthusiastic demeanor faltered slightly, his attitude cooling considerably as he mechanically assisted Fong Han with the paperwork. After concluding the transaction, Fong Han took the room key and left. Behind him, the owner muttered in disappointment, "What bad luck. Finally a customer, and it's just a low-level room. What a pitiful wretch, with no money to his name. He dares to seek solace in the quiet chamber for cultivation. What dignity can such a young lad possibly uphold?" "Humph." The proprietor, with a swift motion, clanged the transparent barrier shut. Faintly, a few words from Fong Han reached his ears. He paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Upon arriving at the entrance of the quiet chamber, he swiped his card and stepped inside. This low-grade 1-star quiet chamber was roughly the same size as the school's cultivation room. Yet its furnishings were vastly inferior. IT contained merely a dummy for measuring punching power and a dilapidated incense burner tucked away in the corner. The tiles on the floor bore the simplest of spiritual inscription patterns, offering a minuscule, almost negligible effect of spirit gathering. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Naturally, having procured a spirit gathering mat and prepared everything, Fong Han was indifferent to such trivialities. The walls were lined with soundproofing cotton and acoustic panels. While the door was fortified with 3 electronic soundproof locks, the environment was relatively safe and tranquil. Fong Han retrieved 8 one-star low-grade spirit gathering mats from his spatial backpack and began the synthesis process using the infinite synthesis panel. A dark golden synthesis wheel materialized at his command. With a flicker of spiritual awareness, 2 one-star low-grade spirit gathering mats appeared in the white synthesis queue. 1-star low-grade spirit gathering mat. 1-star low-grade spirit gathering mat. 1-star mid-grade spirit gathering mat. As the synthesis sequence rapidly generated, Fong Han promptly initiated the synthesis. Mysterious spiritual inscriptions on the surface of the synthesis wheel radiated golden light. In the resplendent synthesis panel, the 1-star mid-grade spirit gathering mat emerged amidst the golden glow. 2 1-star mid-grade spirit gathering mats were then synthesized into a 1-star high-grade spirit gathering mat. After consuming all 8 low-grade mats, a mat of exquisite silk, soft to the touch, adorned with silver-white mystical spirit gathering inscriptions and radiating a brilliant yellow hue, appeared before Fong Han. Top-tier spirit gathering mat. A mat inscribed with a 1-star top-tier spirit gathering formation. It has reached the material's utmost quality and cannot accommodate a more potent spirit gathering formation. Effect: attract surrounding ambient spiritual energy, enhancing the concentration of ambient spiritual energy within a 4-meter radius by 20. Quality: 1-star top-tier. Fong Han's spiritual awareness stirred, activating the inscriptions on the mat. Instantly, he felt a peculiar wave of energy emanating from it, spreading throughout the small chamber. The concentration of ambient spiritual energy soared, refreshing his breath and invigorating his senses as if he were ensconced in a deep forest, each inhalation bringing a refreshing clarity. Excellent, Fong Han nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with delight. He then proceeded to synthesize other items. 8 calming incense sticks were combined to create a 1-star top-tier calming incense. Top-tier calming incense, crafted from the bark of a 1-star top-tier mutated elm. It undergoes processes of crushing, grinding, mixing, and drying to produce a long incense with calming effects. Effect: inhalation enhances mental focus by 20 and improves cognitive agility by 20. Quality: 1-star top-tier. Fong Han placed the calming incense into the incense burner in the corner and ignited it. Unlike ordinary incense, this 1-star top-tier calming incense emitted a fragrance that was utterly captivating, reminiscent of the sweet scent of blooming osmanthus in spring. Upon inhalation, Fong Han felt his mind clear, sharpening his ability to think. Returning to the spirit-gathering mat, he sat cross-legged. Fong Han continued to synthesize all the other prepared items. Finally, he produced 2 copies of the Intermediate Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique and commenced synthesis. Intermediate Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. Intermediate Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. Advanced Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. As the synthesis sequence appeared, a new system prompt suddenly resounded. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a top-tier synthesis enhancement. Trigger probability: 1. Fong Han's heart leaped with joy. A mere 1% chance of encountering such a top-tier synthesis enhancement. Splendid. This was yet another method of enhancement, including regular synthesis, cross-tier synthesis, and mutated synthesis. This marked the 4th synthesis approach. He wondered what unique enhancement effects it might possess. Fong Han murmured with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the changes within the golden synthesis panel. Synthesis sequence recalibrating. Intermediate Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. Intermediate Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. Top-tier enhancement, 1 trigger probability. Top-tier Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique. Upon hearing the synthesis sequence echo in his mind, Fong Han's delight was palpable. This top-tier enhancement was indeed formidable, capable of leaping 2 tiers, directly upgrading the intermediate quality to top-tier quality. Wonderful. With this top-tier spiritual energy guidance technique and a foundational martial arts strength of 999 gene, upon advancement, his power would undoubtedly soar to an astonishing level, Fong Han whispered in elation. Within the golden synthesis panel, the top-tier spiritual energy guidance technique had been successfully synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized a 3-star top-tier spiritual energy guidance technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes, Fong Han responded without hesitation. The next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind, pouring in an instant. Various cultivation knowledge and diagrams illustrating the flow of meridians became vividly clear in his consciousness. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Fong Han unknowingly closed his eyes, his eyelids fluttering erratically. After an indeterminate time, he slowly opened his eyes, a profound and wise glint fleeting across his gaze. He clenched his fist slightly. At this moment, Fong Han brimmed with confidence. With the ultimate martial arts foundation of 9,999 Jin and the most advanced spiritual energy guidance technique, everything was now in place. It was time to ascend. Fong Han took a deep breath, calming his mind. The quiet chamber was suffused with a faint white smoke from the calming incense. Gradually, his thoughts settled into a tranquil state, returning to a serene, undisturbed peak. He released his spiritual awareness, acutely attuned to even the slightest changes within his body. Every ounce of power was under his command. The spiritual awareness began to draw and channel the ambient spiritual energy in the surrounding air. As this spiritual energy was inhaled through his nose and mouth, Fong Han immediately activated the breakthrough method recorded in the top-tier spiritual energy guidance technique. The spiritual energy flowed swiftly along his meridians. On his first run, it felt remarkably smooth, as though he had practiced for decades, exhibiting unparalleled mastery. Waves of ambient spiritual energy obeyed his will, as docile as the most gentle of lambs, as Fong Han's formidable physique began to release bursts of vitality. The crimson vitality intertwined with the pale white ambient spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, merging seamlessly. After completing one cycle through his meridians, the first thread of spiritual power uniquely belonging to Fong Han was successfully birthed. It felt as if the dam had burst, flowing effortlessly. In this moment, Fong Han distinctly sensed that all 60 trillion cells within his body were rejoicing, exulting with excitement. Simultaneously, every cell and bodily tissue exhibited an uncontrollable yearning for this newly birthed, purer energy. As soon as the spiritual power manifested, it permeated through his meridians, spilling into the surrounding cells, bodily tissues, and flesh. Fong Han's physical form rapidly strengthened. The previously insurmountable limit of 9,999 Jin was instantly breached. 10,000 Jin, 10,500 Jin, 11,000 Jin. The vitality and spiritual energy continued to circulate and intertwine within his meridians. Threads of spiritual power were swiftly birthed and subsequently fused with his body. Fortifying his physical form, this positive cycle revolved repeatedly within Fong Han. Simultaneously, his entire being seemed to transform into a colossal beast, ravenously devouring the ambient spiritual energy in the air. The small quiet chamber was suddenly engulfed in swirling cyclones. Several cyclones converged, forming larger whirlwinds. Ultimately, these whirlwinds expanded into a pale white tornado of spiritual energy, connecting the ceiling and floor of the quiet chamber, centered around Fong Han's seated form. The roaring winds morphed into a low, mournful wail of the tornado, and the commotion grew ever louder. In the monitoring room at the entrance of the quiet chamber, the proprietor, Wang Shun, over 60 years of age, reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely crossing his legs while perusing a colorful novel. His lewd chuckles occasionally echoed within the small room. As he reached an exciting section, old Wang's face flushed with vigor, as if he had been rejuvenated by 20 or 30 years. Returning to his youthful days of charm and allure. Just as he became so engrossed that his breathing quickened, his aged visage flushed crimson. A sudden alarm blared. Beep, beep, beep. The spiritual energy leakage alarm in the monitoring room erupted. Wang Shun jolted upright, momentarily startled. However, he forgot he was seated in a rocking chair. Damn, he exclaimed in shock, crashing to the ground along with the chair, landing rather unceremoniously. Ouch, my old back, damn it. I must see which fool dares to wreak havoc on my territory. Old Wang, clutching his aching waist, cursed as he clambered up from the ground, casting his gaze towards the surveillance screen. The scene before him rendered him momentarily frozen, as if struck by a spell. His mouth agape in astonishment, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 52. A drastic change in power dynamics, lifting the light with ease. What is going on? Wang Shun's aged and murky eyes were fixated on the monitor, his lips parting slightly as he murmured in disbelief. The overwhelming surprise surged within him, momentarily eclipsing the pain from his fall. To his astonishment, the entirety of the surveillance screen resembled a meteorological map forecasting a typhoon. With a low-level one-star meditation chamber at its center, surrounded by a swirling vortex of pale white energy, rapidly converging and contracting. Initially, these pale white energy readings should have been displayed in a tiered arrangement, categorized by each meditation chamber from low to high star ratings. Now, they were all thrown into disarray by an inexplicable force. Wang Shun next glanced at the energy concentration indicators in the upper right corner of each meditation chamber. What in the world is happening? Old Wang cursed under his breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. He observed that every bar graph representing energy concentration was plummeting like a flood released from a dam. Wang Shun then focused on the one-star low-level meditation chamber at the center of the pale energy vortex. The energy concentration indicator in its upper right corner had surged to a shocking crimson level. Old Wang surmised that the internal energy concentration sensor within the chamber must have been overwhelmed. Damn it, could it be that some brat has exploited a flaw in the energy regulation system? Infuriated, Old Wang began furiously tapping on the keyboard and control panel. Suddenly, the images on the surveillance screen shifted. An image of the energy regulation system appeared, resembling a complex diagram of underground pipes in a city, sprawling with interwoven pipelines. These were the energy conduits buried beneath the meditation rental shop. Wang Shun scrutinized the scene before him. His aged, murky eyes once again became fixated. All the regulating valves beneath the meditation chambers showed no abnormalities. Only at the intersections of several pipes were there signs of overflow and overload. The cause of all this chaos was still that peculiar one-star low-level meditation chamber. Wang Shun discovered that the energy conduits beneath that chamber seemed to have been equipped with multiple energy extraction pumps, voraciously siphoning energy from the surrounding chambers. The speed and intensity were so fierce that the pipe junctions were overwhelmed. Moreover, the range of energy extraction was rapidly expanding. This was precisely the scene that had been displayed on the monitor earlier. The energy regulation system appeared intact, deepening Wang Shun's confusion regarding the images on the screen. Returning to the surveillance feed, Wang Shun, now wearing flip-flops, inexplicably felt that something was amiss on the screen. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at the total energy storage displayed on the control panel. This single glance made him leap up in despair. Damn it! The rate of energy depletion. How could it have happened in such a short time? Which little brat brought an ancient beast in here? My energy. No. Wang Shun wailed in anguish. The continuously plummeting total energy displayed on the control panel had already reached the equivalent of half a month's total consumption for the entire establishment. This caused Wang Shun's heart rate and blood pressure to skyrocket. He pulled up the login information for the meditation chamber. Upon seeing Feng Han's details, Wang Shun was momentarily taken aback. He recalled how, after issuing Feng Han's chamber card, he had made some sarcastic remarks about the young man's poverty. Could it be that this brat bore a grudge and was wreaking havoc in my meditation chamber? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Shun's irritation surged even higher. Without further ado, he seized a flip-flop in hand, flung open the door, and stormed out. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was taken aback. In the corridor, the doors of all the meditation chambers were flung open. The narrow passageway, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side, was filled with angry and bewildered warriors. What? Your meditation chambers also have no energy? Exactly. I specifically booked a 2-star top-level chamber to stabilize my recently broken-through realm, and now look. The energy in a 2-star top-level chamber might not even be as potent as the energy in my toilet. What a joke. A swindler. Absolutely a swindler. The Nanshan Review app even claimed that this meditation chamber offered great value for money, but it seems it was all bot reviews. Let us go find him. Refund, Arnim. We must make this owner pay back. The crowd was incensed. The warriors' anger ignited, and they clamored for Wang Shun to refund their money. Seeing this scene, the arrogance Wang Shun had displayed upon exiting vanished without a trace. He quietly set down his flip-flops, bent his back, lowered his posture, and stealthily prepared to return to the safety of the monitoring room. Suddenly, that is the owner, grab him. A loud shout rang out from behind. Indeed, it's him. Quick, catch him. Don't let this swindler escape. The furious shouts came in succession. Realizing escape was impossible, Wang Shun turned around, wearing an expression of grievance as he faced the approaching crowd, raising his hands in surrender. Esteemed warriors, I assure you, it is not that old Wang is being unscrupulous. It is truly, there is a reason behind this. The crowd pressed in, demanding an explanation. What reason could there be? Look at all these people. Has every single meditation chamber suddenly malfunctioned? Yes, Boss Wang, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to demand a refund. Listening to their demands, Wang Shun felt a profound sense of helplessness. If he admitted that there was a problem with his meditation chambers and issued refunds to so many, the reputation of his starry meditation hall on the Nanshan Review app would be tarnished. How would he ever attract business again? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. His anger was further fueled by thoughts of Fong Han, the original instigator of it all. Wang Shun hastily began to explain to the crowd, "Esteemed warriors, please allow this old man to speak. It is not my intention to cut off the energy supply to your chambers. There is a foul brat scheming behind the scenes. I don't even know when I offended him." As he spoke, old Wang faltered slightly, but meeting the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, he straightened his neck, striving to raise his voice once more to deflect their suspicions. "I do not know why that brat seeks to take revenge on me. He booked a one-star low-level chamber, and I have no idea what he is doing in there, but he is draining all the energy from my starry meditation hall. Old man, I stand to lose at least half a month's worth of business today." Wang Shun cried out in desperation, wishing he could sprout 8 mouths to help explain his predicament. The gathered warriors, upon hearing his words, temporarily quelled their anger, each casting skeptical glances towards Wang Shun, contemplating the truth of his claims. Observing their piercing stares, old Wang swiftly produced a portable display device from his belongings. "Esteemed warriors, take a look at this. Observe the energy concentration image displayed here. You can see for yourselves that old Wang is certainly not lying." The crowd gathered around, peering at the portable energy concentration display in old Wang's hands. The expansive pale white energy vortex enveloping the entire starry meditation hall caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. Before they could express their shock or engage in conversation, they suddenly heard a series of astonished shouts emanating from the direction of the low-level meditation chambers. What is happening? What kind of person is in that meditation chamber?" Wang Shun and the crowd were momentarily taken aback by the outburst. Old Wang immediately removed a flip-flop from his foot, brandishing it in his hand, and shouted towards the assembled warriors. "Esteemed warriors, it must be that others have also noticed the irregularities in that brat's meditation chamber. I implore you all to follow me, Old Wang, for I will provide you with an explanation. If it truly is that brat causing the destruction, I hope everyone can stand by me." The crowd exchanged glances, and someone called out, "Let us go see what is going on. If someone is intentionally causing trouble and harming our interests, we cannot simply let it slide. Right? Let us all go move." The crowd found the reasoning sound and echoed in agreement. Witnessing this, Wang Shun felt a renewed sense of confidence. Gripping a pair of flip-flops and barefoot, they strode purposefully towards a low-grade meditation room. As the group rounded the corner and beheld the scene in the corridor, they were taken aback by a profound shock. Outside, the spiritual energy was as barren as a desert, yet within the corridor, a misty, ethereal white energy seeped from the floor tiles, converging towards the center of the corridor where the meditation room lay. The stark contrast between the two locales was akin to the heavens and the earth. At that moment, a throng had gathered outside the meditation room. Upon witnessing this spectacle, old Wang immediately grasped the situation. The spiritual energy conduits beneath the tiles were evidently overloaded, causing a significant leak. This was all money. Old Wang felt his heart bleed. In a fit of indignation, he led everyone to crowd around the entrance of Fong Han's meditation room. The closer they drew to the room, the more they sensed a refreshing and invigorating spiritual energy filling the AI art. It was evident that the concentration of energy here was extraordinary. As old Wang pushed through the throng. The moment they reached Fong Han's door, their expressions froze in astonishment. At that instant, everyone heard a series of peculiar sounds. The sound of rushing water echoed in their ears, reminiscent of the tumultuous Yangtze River. Additionally, there were deep, resonant thuds reverberating through the air. Experienced martial artists could not suppress their gasps of astonishment upon recognizing the source of the sound. Hiss! This is the sound of blood flowing through veins. And the heartbeat. Indeed, this sound is utterly terrifying. The expressions of Wang Shun and the others mirrored sheer shock upon hearing the martial artist's exclamation. Suddenly, roar erupted from within, a fierce and proud bellow akin to that of a tiger or leopard reverberating through the mountains. Each roar sent a tremor through the crowd. The booming sounds echoed like summer thunder, resonating from within the room. That moment, as everyone listened to these strange and alarming sounds, they realized the sheer volume of the blood flow was extraordinary. How powerful must the martial artist inside be? And the heartbeat. We could hear it so clearly even through the soundproof door of the meditation room. This was simply terrifying. Suddenly, another martial artist exclaimed, "Right? I remember now. The sound is the roar of tigers and leopards." This person must have refined their physical body to attain the roar of tigers and leopards. Who exactly is in there? Are they cultivating or breaking through a realm? Given the density of the gathered spiritual energy, it was highly likely they were on the verge of a breakthrough. As the crowd deduced that Fong Han was breaking through, they immediately became tense. "Everyone, be quiet. The martial artist inside is breaking through. Do you want to be punished by the security bureau, or do you want the martial artist inside to come out and deal with you personally?" Silence. The Dragon Kingdom had long enacted strict laws. Any external disturbance during a martial artist's breakthrough would result in severe penalties. Realizing Fong Han was in the midst of a breakthrough, everyone ceased their chatter, and silence enveloped the scene. Each individual gazed at Fong Han's meditation room with profound reverence. Wang Shun stood by, like a wooden statue, listening to the crowd's conversation. He felt his heart sink rapidly. The flip-flops he had raised high in his hand were now lowered submissively. His weathered face was etched with bitterness, filled with deep regret for having previously mocked Fong Han. Slap, in a fit of remorse. Wang Shun slapped himself twice. The crowd turned to him, and some sharp-minded individuals connected the dots, quickly realizing the implications. One martial artist patted old Wang on the shoulder. "Boss, if you offended the martial artist inside, all I can say is good luck to you." Others cast sympathetic glances at Wang Shun. Upon hearing this, his already worn face seemed to age a decade in an instant. Just as the crowd stood in awe outside, Fong Han within the meditation room approached a critical moment in his breakthrough. The spiraling currents of spiritual energy connecting the ceiling and floor absorbed a vast amount of energy, which Fong Han inhaled through his mouth and nose. The blood energy surged and fused with him. Streams of pure spiritual power rapidly expanded and converged, flowing through his meridians like mighty rivers. Following the breakthrough method outlined in the Supreme Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique, he cycled through 81 rotations. Fong Han's spiritual perception stirred, and all the highly refined spiritual energy streams converged towards the 3-inch area below his navel, his lower dantian. Boom. It was as if the heavens were splitting open, a thunderous sound reverberating in his ears. The deafening roar echoed incessantly, leaving him slightly dizzy. Fong Han quickly focused his mind, calming his spirit. Through his spiritual perception, he clearly saw that his lower dantian was successfully opened. Pure energy rose, impurities descended. The scene was akin to the creation of the world, rapidly unfolding within his newly opened lower dantian. The barrier of his dantian quickly solidified, becoming remarkably sturdy. The entire space of the lower dantian was also quite expansive. Recalling the descriptions in the Supreme Spiritual Energy Guidance Technique, Fong Han realized that his lower dantian was at least 10 times larger than that of an ordinary martial artist of the same rank. The foundation of his strength and potential in martial arts was evident. Once everything stabilized, the influx of spiritual energy began to coalesce into a misty form, perhaps due to Fong Han's potent blood energy. The spiritual energy he refined appeared blood red. When the blood red mist occupied about 1/3 of his lower dantian, it finally subsided. This indicated that upon his breakthrough, Fong Han had reached a level where he could seamlessly enter the ranks of intermediate-level martial artists in the first sequence. He felt a slight itch on his skin. Fong Han opened his eyes and was astonished to find that his skin had shed a thick layer, akin to a snake molting. Rising to his feet, he cleaned off the dead skin that had sloughed away. The newly formed skin was smooth, tender, and remarkably fair. More importantly, it was more resilient than the toughest hide. Not only his skin, but his flesh and internal organs had also undergone tremendous enhancement. With a look of delight, Fong Han sensed that following the baptism and refinement of a vast amount of spiritual energy, his physical realm had improved by a leveled. Intermediate-level refining marrow was like mercury. Intermediate-level forging bones was like steel. Intermediate-level stretching tendons was like a bowstring. Intermediate-level harmonizing strength, all achieved simultaneously. The effortless mastery of lifting weights transformed into an innate understanding. Even the lightest object felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Thanks to Fong Han's control over spiritual energy and strength, basic applications like plucking leaves to harm were now within his reach. He gently clenched his fist. 15,000 pounds. To his astonishment, his strength had increased by a full 5,000 pounds. Excellent, truly excellent, Fong Han murmured, his face brimming with joy. With a physique strength of 7.5 tons, combined with his spiritual energy enhancement, Fong Han was now capable of rivaling ordinary high-level martial artists in the first sequence. The transformation in his strength since his breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of system notifications resounding in his mind. Chapter 53. Unlocking the fifth synthesis method, detection. Host has ascended to a formal martial artist in the first sequence. Detection. Host has successfully unlocked 4 synthesis methods: normal synthesis, overlevel synthesis, top-tier synthesis, anomalous synthesis. The 2 conditions for unlocking the 3rd synthesis category have been fully met. Beginning to unlock the 3rd synthesis category. Unlocking. As Fong Han listened to the string of system notifications, joy radiated from his expression. I'm about to unlock the 3rd synthesis category. The effects of the first 2 synthesis categories were already so powerful. I wonder what effects this newly unlocked synthesis category will reveal, Fong Han murmured with excitement, his eyes fixed intently on the dark golden synthesis wheel visible only to him. His gaze was filled with anticipation. The surface of the wheel shimmered with intricate, profound spiritual patterns that radiated brilliant golden light. As the synthesis wheel spun rapidly, it emitted a grinding sound akin to interlocking gears. After 7 or 8 seconds, the entire dark golden wheel suddenly vibrated and emitted a resonant hum. A dazzling golden ripple surged forth from the synthesis wheel, swiftly expanding like ripples in water. This layer, rich with the intricacies and mysteries of the world's arcane rules, rippled through all matter, swiftly radiating in all directions. Outside Fong Han's tranquil chamber, all the standing warriors suddenly trembled. They could neither see nor sense the arcane ripples passing through them, nor were they aware of the aura emanating from within Fong Han's sanctuary. They could only feel their hearts racing violently, a profound fear blossoming within them, directed towards Fong Han inside the room. This sensation was inexplicable, with no discernible source. Yet, at that moment, all the warriors felt an inherent reverence for the presence within the tranquil chamber. As if it were a matter of course, this terrifying feeling pierced through the flesh of each warrior outside, unraveling their souls and planting a seed of awe for Fong Han deep within. In an instant, this thought and feeling took root and began to sprout. The posture of those standing outside Fong Han's door transformed into one of greater respect and trepidation. The ripples of the arcane emanating from the composite wheel were imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the fluctuations of the aura were continuously diminishing. After spreading outward, even the warriors of the first sequence could no longer perceive it. Within the South Mountain garrison in the base city, all the warriors of the 3rd sequence and above also froze momentarily. They sensed this inexplicable wave of energy. The doors of various captains' offices swung open as they exchanged glances filled with astonishment. The aura was profoundly obscure, and its source remained unknown. The captains, with grave expressions, promptly made their way to the director's office. Inside the director's office, Song Wayman sat at his desk, his complexion similarly altered in his moment of distraction. The steel pen in his fingers left a dark blot on the document. Yet, he paid no heed to this trivial matter. He deeply felt the profound and intricate mysteries concealed within the fluctuations of this aura. He was utterly bewildered. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed. Coming back to his senses, Song Wayman pondered briefly before realizing that the wave of energy had indeed affected the captains in the bureau. Come in. All the captains entered the office, saluting in unison. Zhang Guohao, leading the group, furrowed his brow and inquired, Director, what was that wave of energy just now? Song Wayman nodded slightly. Yes, I sensed it as well. Instantly, the captains relaxed a fraction. their expressions still serious as they looked at Song Weiman. Zhang Guohao, with a solemn demeanor, asked, "Director Song, can you discern the origin of this energy?" Song Weiman stood and gazed out the window. After a moment of silence, he shook his head slightly. "No, I cannot grasp any leads." A hush fell over the captains. Song Weiman turned to face them, speaking in a grave tone. "There have been numerous unusual occurrences lately. I have a foreboding feeling. In these turbulent times, let us all remain vigilant and attentive." "Yes, Director." Zhang Guohao and the other captains immediately stood at attention and responded solemnly. The arcane ripples emanating from the composite wheel continued to spread further, their energy fluctuations becoming increasingly elusive. Outside South Mountain Bay City, in a darkened place approximately 100 miles from the electric fence, a figure cloaked in a deep black robe emanated an aura more profound than the darkness itself. He was meticulously forming intricate hand seals. Each seal, materializing like dark crystal, floated into the air. If one were to observe closely, they would be astonished to find that the seals, like droplets merging into a vast ocean, gently stirred the air around them before permeating this space. As each hand seal emerged and dissipated, the surrounding atmosphere began to destabilize. The scenery occasionally warped and wrinkled, with bizarre shadows appearing, depicting scenes entirely foreign to this dark space. These phenomena flickered in and out of existence. Just as the enigmatic figure was engrossed in his intricate hand seals, suddenly, he trembled, his movements freezing for an instant. The dreadful power within his grasp lost control in a heartbeat. Whoosh, crackle, hiss, various sounds, some muted, others shrill or jarring, erupted from his frozen palms. A strand of black energy, the width of a hair, inadvertently surged from between his fingers, drifting to the ground like willow fluff, with a thunderous boom. The solid ground erupted, creating a chasm 5 meters long and over half a meter deep. The figure, startled by the explosion, lowered his gaze to the uncontrolled energy in his hands. With a swift motion, he gathered it, as if kneading dough, compressing the explosive force into a ball the size of a ping-pong. Then, he brought his palms together. A sound akin to shattering a small water balloon resonated. Instantly, the terrifying energy dissipated like a gentle breeze. After disposing of this minor nuisance, the figure lightly pushed off the ground. Boom. The solid earth beneath him, approximately 5 meters in diameter, fractured under immense pressure. Swish! The cloaked figure transformed into a shadow of darkness, soaring into the sky. Boom. The summit of a towering mountain, hundreds of meters high, shattered upon his arrival. This mysterious figure had been hidden deep within the mountain. After breaking through the rock, he ascended into the air, standing as if on solid ground, his formidable senses sweeping the surroundings. After thoroughly scanning the area several times without finding anything, an awkward, hoarse voice emerged from the enigmatic figure's lips. "Just now, that wave of energy should be an arcane fluctuation. Yet, I couldn't even capture its direction or source." Though the voice was intermittent and occasionally unclear, a trace of astonishment was evident. Following a moment of silence, he sensed again, his tone now imbued with profound surprise and bewilderment. "This arcane fluctuation contains, indeed, the laws. This is the wave of law energy. Who could it be?" The mysterious figure's mind was engulfed in confusion. Soon, he noticed that the profound arcane fluctuation had vanished without a trace. Despite unleashing all his senses, he could not grasp this energy. For a moment, his heart was filled not only with astonishment, but also with deep uncertainty. After lingering in the air for a moment longer, he ultimately resigned and returned to the depths of the mountain. While many outside were unsettled and astonished due to Fong Han, within the tranquil chamber, Fong Han's face radiated with immense joy. On the dark golden composite wheel, to the right of the 2 white synthesis slots, a square synthesis slot glowing with dark iron light materialized. This third synthesis slot encircled the golden synthesis slot at the center of the wheel. Fong Han then observed the outer ring of the wheel, noting that a significant portion still remained vacant. His heart raced with excitement at the thought. Could these blank areas generate new synthesis slots with each unlocked condition? As he contemplated this, Fong Han felt an exhilarating heat coursing through him. "Congratulations, host. The third synthesis slot has been successfully unlocked." "Congratulations, host. The spirit synthesis has been successfully unlocked." "Congratulations, host. The dark iron vision has been awakened." The continuous stream of system notifications jolted Fong Han back to reality. As he gazed at the 3 pieces of system information, his eyes gleamed brighter. Incredible! 3 rewards all at once. What might their effects be? Fong Han murmured softly, his gaze shifting to the lines of small text beneath the dark iron square. Hint: the dark iron synthesis slot can perform additional effect synthesis based on the 2 white synthesis slots. The synthesized items are those recognized by the dark iron vision. Dark iron vision. In the host's field of vision, items eligible for additional effect synthesis using the dark iron synthesis slot will emanate a black glow. Additional effect synthesis. An extra enhancement of item attributes during synthesis based on the 2 white synthesis slots. Upon reading these hints, Fong Han's face lit up with sheer delight. What a treasure! This is equivalent to adding new item attributes during the synthesis process. But where could he find dark iron items? Fong Han felt a twinge of confusion. He scanned his surroundings. The fist strength doll, incense burner, spirit gathering mat. None of the items glimmered with a black light. Fong Han once again opened his spatial backpack and cast a glance inside. There were various items: elixirs, Mitsubishi armor-piercing arrows, instant rations. A multitude of miscellaneous objects. Yet, there was one thing missing. Wait. As he scanned the contents, a flicker of despondency crossed Fong Han's face as he prepared to zip up the backpack. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glimmer of black light that flashed before his eyes. Fong Han quickly peered back into the spatial backpack, focusing intently. The black iron object emitting a dark glow turned out to be a sharp claw. A hooked claw, stained with dark red blood, belonged to a clawed cat. It had somehow been forgotten by Fong Han and had settled at the bottom of the backpack. Unsold, he decided to take out the claw first. Fong Han rummaged through the entire backpack but found no other black iron items. Only then did he resign himself to the situation. With a flicker of intuition, he placed the claw of the clawed cat into the black iron synthesis slot, in the other 2 white synthesis slots. He placed 2 detoxification pills. The synthesis slots immediately turned gray, indicating that synthesis was impossible. At that moment, a line of system prompts slowly materialized beneath the black iron synthesis slot. Black iron item, 0-star top-tier claw of the clawed cat. Synthesis effect. Can perform spiritual synthesis on weapon-type items, enhancing their sharpness by 3. Note: a black iron item can only perform 1 spiritual synthesis on a weapon. Evaluation: 0-star top-tier. So, this claw can enhance weapons through spiritual synthesis. Fong Han's eyes lit up as he read the information. He promptly retrieved 2 0-star advanced Mitsubishi armor-piercing arrows and placed them in the white synthesis slots. 0-star advanced Mitsubishi armor-piercing arrow. 0-star advanced Mitsubishi armor-piercing arrow. 0-star top-tier claw of the clawed cat. 0-star top-tier Mitsubishi armor-piercing arrow. The golden synthesis slot shimmered brilliantly. Top-tier Mitsubishi armor-piercing arrow. An arrowhead crafted from fine steel, exceedingly sharp. Effect: increases the armor-piercing effect of arrows by 8. Evaluation: 0-star top-tier. Excellent. The armor-piercing effect has increased by 3 percentage points. Originally, the top-tier armor-piercing arrow had a 5 effect. Now, after the spiritual synthesis, it has astonishingly risen to 8. Fong Han immediately grasped the significance of this. According to the prompt, the claw of the clawed cat could no longer perform spiritual synthesis on this top-tier armor-piercing arrow. However, there were other black iron items available. This meant that if he had enough different types of black iron items, even a piece of scrap weaponry could evolve into a top-tier artifact through spiritual synthesis in the black iron synthesis slot. Fong Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured to himself in delight. After a series of experiments, he finally understood the immense potential of the black iron synthesis slot. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Fong Han packed everything away. The gains from this breakthrough were truly bountiful. With a beaming expression, he stood up. Just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly spotted the strength-testing dummy standing nearby. A thought crossed his mind. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his newly enhanced punches. Fong Han approached the dummy and assumed his stance. His gaze hardened. He inhaled slightly, releasing his spiritual sense to sense and control the full strength of his muscles and spiritual energy. At that moment, Fong Han suddenly sensed something unusual, and a look of surprise and joy crossed his face. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Power Within Spiritual Energy Transaction. Fong Han unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual energy he had condensed seemed to possess some extraordinary qualities. It contained a faint thread of unique power. With a slight probe of his spiritual sense, he could perceive the formidable aggression and potency embedded within this mysterious power. While executing the top-tier spiritual energy guidance technique, the blood and energy of his physical body merged with the external spiritual energy, coursing through his meridians, condensing into waves of spiritual energy. And from this faint thread of mysterious power, it naturally emerged. As the condensed spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, he could effortlessly wield it with a mere thought. The blood-colored spiritual energy, now infused with this mysterious power, gathered on his right fist. In an instant, Fong Han's entire right fist shimmered with a blood-red glow. His gaze hardened. His blood energy surged and erupted. With a powerful push from the ground, he lunged forward. His right fist, akin to a drawn bow releasing an arrow, struck fiercely against the chest of the strength-testing dummy. With a resounding boom, the impact reverberated through the quiet room. The dummy shattered as if it contained high explosive charges, exploding into a million fragments. The shards, glimmering with blood-red spiritual energy, scattered everywhere. Upon hitting the ground, they transformed into mere dust. Fong Han watched this scene unfold, his deep-set eyes widening involuntarily. Such power was truly astonishing. This strength-testing dummy was capable of withstanding 5 tons of force. Yet, Fong Han had merely utilized 5 tons of strength. Under normal circumstances, the dummy would have crumbled into a pile of rubble. But now, it had disintegrated into dust. What was this mysterious power that could wield such destructive force? How could he amplify it further? A multitude of questions surged in Fong Han's mind. After a moment of contemplation, feeling utterly baffled, he set the matter aside for now. Tidying up all his belongings, Fong Han unlocked the 3 electronic locks of the quiet room. Click, click, click. The electronic lock disengaged. Outside the quiet room, Wang Shun and the others trembled at the sound. The door swung open. As all the martial artists beheld Fong Han's youthful visage, their faces filled with profound astonishment. This astonishment quickly morphed into deeper reverence. Noticing the crowd surrounding the door, Fong Han, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is going on here?" Before anyone could respond, Lao Wang pushed his way through the throng, standing before Fong Han with genuine sincerity and a humble demeanor. "My lord Fong Han, when you entered earlier, Lao Wang stammered, his lips trembling with nervousness. Upon hearing Wang Shun's words, Fong Han immediately recalled the incident from earlier. He remained silent, fixing a calm gaze upon Lao Wang. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. All eyes turned to Lao Wang and Fong Han. Wang Shun's body began to tremble slightly. He felt that Fong Han's silence was far more terrifying than any words. The weight of the gazes upon him felt like 2 mountains pressing down on him. A heavy psychological burden surged within him. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Slap, 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 without a word. Wang Shun slapped himself several times. "Why, Lord Fong Han, it's all my fault for speaking out of turn. I sincerely apologize." At that moment, Lao Wang suddenly recalled something. Shaking hands, he retrieved a portable device. Oh, and as for your expenses during this retreat in the quiet room, it's all free. I will refund you immediately. I truly apologize. It's all my fault for not recognizing the greatness. Ding dong. A notification rang on Fong Han's phone, signaling the refund had been processed. He glanced at the substantial amount of spiritual energy consumption displayed on Lao Wang's portable device, somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this breakthrough would consume such a vast amount of spiritual energy. Fong Han muttered in surprise. Wang Shun shivered, hurriedly responding, "No worries, no worries. This amount of spiritual energy is nothing. As long as you're willing to come, not only can I provide you with 3 months' worth of spiritual energy supply from this starry training ground, but even half a year's or a year's worth, I would gladly extend it to you." Lao Wang's heart ached, filled with bitterness, yet he still forced a smile. Fong Han cast a casual glance at him. Offering a faint smile, he tilted his head slightly toward the quiet room, stating, "Apologies, boss. I accidentally broke the strength-testing dummy inside." Wang Shun and all the martial artists immediately turned their gazes toward the quiet room. Upon seeing the remnants of the dummy reduced to a pile of dust, their eyes widened in disbelief. Hissing sounds of gasps filled the air, creating a chorus of astonishment. Their throats bobbed as they swallowed nervously. Accidentally? A dummy capable of withstanding 5 tons of force could be shattered into powder so easily. This implied that this remarkably young youth could effortlessly annihilate a mid-tier martial artist with a physical strength of 5 tons? Even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing Fong Han's destructive power firsthand left them utterly awestruck. They instinctively began to ponder what would happen if they were on the receiving end of such a punch. The more they contemplated, the paler their faces became. Among all present, no one possessed the confidence to withstand a single strike from Fong Han. Physical strength between 1 to 3 tons classified as low-tier martial artists of the first sequence. 4 to 6 tons categorized as mid-tier martial artists. 0.7 to 9 tons represented high-tier martial artists, while 10 tons denoted peak martial artists of the first sequence. What level of existence could annihilate mid-tier martial artists with such ease? Was he a high-tier martial artist of the first sequence? Or perhaps a peak martial artist of the first sequence? Various speculations surged in the minds of Wang Shun and every onlooker. Additionally, based on the extent of destruction to the strength-testing dummy, it was evident that this young man's control over strength was truly awe-inspiring. Shattering the punching strength doll was one thing, but witnessing it reduced to mere stone dust was a sight the onlookers had never encountered before. This scene left everyone profoundly shaken. As they turned their gazes towards Fong Han, their expressions were not only filled with astonishment, but also a deep-seated fear. Such power was truly terrifying. Wang Shun, as if jolted by an electric shock, hastily averted his gaze. He too was a martial artist, albeit a lowly one, merely scraping by as a first-sequence low-level practitioner, running a training facility and collecting subsidies. The hope of ever breaking through felt utterly unattainable in this lifetime. Upon seeing the punching strength doll, Old Wang immediately understood. Forget about Fong Han's full punch. He wouldn't even be able to withstand half of it. Wang Shun quickly responded, "My lord Fong Han, what you say is too modest. It's merely a small punching strength doll. If it can be of any use to you, that is more than sufficient. If it shatters, then so be it. Here, I cannot even claim to be your superior. If you would be so kind as to call me Old Wang, I would consider myself immensely fortunate." A broad, sycophantic smile spread across Old Wang's face, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Fong Han chuckled softly, giving Wang Shun's shoulder a light pat. "Boss Wang, it is wise to act with discretion in our dealings." Old Wang trembled slightly, fearing Fong Han might shatter his shoulder blade with that light touch. It was only when he felt a gentle pressure on his shoulder that he realized Fong Han bore no ill intent. He nodded fervently like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, you are absolutely right. From today onward, I shall turn over a new leaf and always remember your teachings." Facing Fong Han's indifferent gaze, Wang Shun spoke with a mix of fear and sincerity. Fong Han waved his hand, and the crowd parted to create a path. He strode forward, carrying his spatial backpack, and exited the starry training ground. Behind him, Wang Shun and all the martial artists watched Fong Han depart. Exhaling in unison, they then dispersed. Once back in the monitoring room, Old Wang sat in his rocking chair, dazed for a long while. Fong Han's words echoed repeatedly in his mind, and memories of the past resurfaced. If only he had changed his ways sooner, perhaps he would not have fallen to such a state. Perhaps his level as a martial artist could have improved further. Perhaps, sigh. Ultimately, it culminated in a profound sigh. Wang Shun indeed felt a sense of regret. The wrinkles on his face seemed to soften, and he appeared more at peace. As Fong Han ambled home, the sky had turned completely dark, marking the time as just past 6 in the evening. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Fong Han opened his phone to find a message from Meng Xiaoxian. Meng Xiaoxian. Fong Han, tomorrow's joint training among the 3 schools is organized by number 1, number 2, and number 3 high schools. The event will be entirely overseen by the martial artists from the Security Bureau in the morning. All outstanding students selected from the 3 schools will undergo martial arts testing, culminating in a tailored plan for the final days of preparation. In the afternoon, we will head to the outer city's alert zone for practical training. I do not yet know the specific location. After reading the message, Fong Han narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing with thoughts of what preparations would be necessary. He was determined to secure the top position among the 3 schools without question. After a moment, another notification chimed. Fong Han glanced at his phone again. Meng Xiaoxian. Fong Han, let us team up together. We can certainly claim first place. We can split the rewards. Upon seeing the girl's invitation, a flurry of thoughts crossed Fang Han's mind. Meng Xiaoxian, certainly from a well-off family, had inexplicably sought to partner with him multiple times. Her eagerness to claim first place and her insistence on assisting in the outer city clearly indicated her ulterior motives. Fang Han immediately called Meng Xiaoxian. She answered promptly, "Hello, Fang Han." Fang Han cut to the chase, asking, "What do you desire from the first place reward?" Meng Xiaoxian, seated at home, hesitated for a moment upon hearing Fang Han's question. Her charming figure momentarily taken aback. Biting her lip, she revealed, the three-hole demon core of a first-sequence high-level wind demon. I need this core to accelerate my comprehension of wind elements. This core is only available in the warehouse of the Security Bureau. Only the one who claims first in the joint training among the three schools is eligible to select rewards from the Bureau's warehouse. Upon hearing this, Fang Han recalled the prices of demon cores of the same sequence. Generally, they cost around 150,000. Given the rarity of the Wind Demon's three-hole core, a figure close to 200,000 would not be unreasonable. He pondered for a moment before replying, I will claim the top spot among the three schools. If you want it, bring 200,000, and I shall provide it. Meng Xiaoxian was taken aback. Fang Han was planning to secure first place and then sell her the three-hole core. Such confidence. Had he already decided he would be the best before training even commenced? On the other end of the line, Meng Xiaoxian paused for a moment before grasping the implication of Fang Han's words. His self-assuredness left her momentarily speechless. Unable to contain her concern, she cautioned, Fang Han, I know you are strong, but the students from number 1 and number 2 high schools are no pushovers. How can you possibly? Before she could finish, Fang Han interrupted her. I have already advanced to the first sequence. What? The girl on the other end gasped in disbelief. In just a few hours, he had managed to advance to the first sequence. Wasn't it supposed to take days of preparation to achieve such a feat? Meng Xiaoxian recalled her own experience of advancing, and then she thought about the combat scenes she had witnessed of Fang Han amidst the city ruins. Even as a martial arts apprentice, he had been exceptionally formidable. Now, having advanced, he was undoubtedly among the elite of the three schools. Without hesitation, Meng Xiaoxian responded, All right. As long as you secure first place and obtain the Wind Demon's three-hole core, I will trade with you. Now it was Fang Han's turn to be astonished. She agreed so readily. Perhaps he had undervalued his offer. A glint of shrewdness flickered in his eyes as he spoke. You might have misheard me. I meant 30. There was a brief silence on the other end before Meng Xiaoxian's indignant voice broke through. Fang Han, you are audacious. 30,000 is no small sum for me. And you must help me secure the three-hole demon core. Audacious? What is that? Fang Han disregarded her initial comment. 30,000 was indeed a manageable amount. It seemed he had yet to reach her financial limits. She was quite affluent indeed. Fang Han chuckled lightly and continued, I apologize, but I have not finished speaking. Fang Han. On the other end, Meng Xiaoxian could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed, Do not push your luck. The girl's bosom heaved with indignation, and even the breaths coming through the phone sounded hurried. Ahem. Fang Han cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. It appeared that suggesting 40,000 would be excessive. 30,500, he proposed a middle ground. Meng Xiaoxian's voice, filled with grit, came through. It's settled. I have recorded this, Fang Han, and you cannot change even a single decimal. Deal. Walking down the street, Fang Han wore a bright smile as he hung up the phone. Though he felt a tinge of regret, the overall outcome was quite satisfactory. On the other end, Meng Xiaoxian listened to the sound of the call disconnecting, her chest still rising and falling dramatically. Half an hour later, in high spirits, Fang Han purchased 2 portions of almond walnut cake, favored by his sister Fang Qiao, and returned home. Upon opening the door, he found his feet frozen in place. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a single wall lamp, his adorable younger sister Fang Qiao lay sprawled over the dining table, fast asleep from exhaustion. 2 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, covered with an inverted bowl to keep warm. Noticing the absence of any oily smell in the air, Fang Han deduced that the meal had been prepared some time ago. Quietly closing the door behind him, he placed the almond walnut cakes beside the table and sat down in silence. Listening to Fang Qiao's gentle breathing and gazing at her cherubic face, he couldn't help but smile tenderly. His heart brimmed with affection. Instinctively, He reached out to ruffle his sister's little head, but halfway through, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. It would be best to let her sleep a bit longer. He fetched a blanket from the inner room and draped it over her. After glancing around, he noticed the kitchen was spotless. The old-fashioned rice cooker was simmering slowly, and the indicator light suggested it would soon be ready. Suddenly, Fong Han's gaze caught on several medicine bottles on the small coffee table, nourishing Yin and clearing lung pills, along with Chuanbei cough syrup, medications his mother had previously obtained from a small clinic in the 10th district for her persistent cough. Fong Han furrowed his brow, contemplating his mother's lingering illness and the lack of improvement over such a long period. Wait a moment. The infinite synthesis column, capable of concocting the elixirs for martial artist cultivation, should likewise facilitate the creation of these cough remedies. The medicinal concoctions intended for martial artists are unsuitable for ordinary individuals, as their bodies cannot withstand them. However, utilizing these pills for synthesis may yield a remedy to alleviate my mother's cough. A spark ignited in Fong Han's mind as he promptly gathered several bottles of cough syrup from the small tea table. Lifting the lids, he focused his spiritual awareness, and 2 nourishing and lung-clearing pills materialized in the white synthesis column. Specific information about the pills appeared below. Low-level nourishing and lung-clearing pill, a traditional Chinese medicine suitable for ordinary individuals. Ingredients include Rehmannia, mint, licorice, and others, with honey as an excipient. Effect: used to treat symptoms such as deficiency, dry lung syndrome, dry throat pain, and infrequent cough with little phlegm. It nourishes Yin, moistens dryness, clears the lungs, and soothes the throat. Dosage: oral administration, 1 pill per dose, twice daily. After perusing the medication prompt, Fong Han glanced at the golden synthesis column in the center of the wheel. It shimmered with golden light. Synthesis was indeed possible. Elated, he immediately began synthesizing in rapid succession. After consuming 8 nourishing and lung-clearing pills, a black pill the size of a mung bean, exuding a fragrant aroma, emerged in the golden synthesis column. Top-tier nourishing and lung-clearing pill, a premier traditional Chinese medicine suitable for ordinary individuals. Ingredients include top-grade Rehmannia, top-grade mint, top-grade licorice, and others, with premium honey as an excipient. Therapeutic effects: highly effective against dry cough, sore throat, and symptoms of deficiency and dry lungs. Dosage: oral administration, half a pill per dose, once daily. Splendid. Upon reaching the top tier, it could indeed be consumed by ordinary individuals. Fong Han's spirit soared as he reviewed the efficacy of the top-tier nourishing and lung-clearing pill. He quickly emptied all the nourishing and lung-clearing pills from the bottles, synthesizing them into top-tier versions. Then, he used a separate bottle to contain them. Taking out a sticky note, he noted the dosage and placed it beside the bottle. He then turned his attention to the Chuanbei cough syrup. After placing the only 2 bottles into the synthesis column, the central synthesis column also shimmered with golden light. It was indeed possible to synthesize. Fong Han hurried downstairs and purchased 6 more bottles. After 4 rounds of synthesis, a bottle of crystalline, reddish-brown top-tier Chuanbei cough syrup appeared in the synthesis column. Fong Han noticed that the syrup previously resembled mere sugar water. Now, after synthesizing to the top tier, it had become considerably more concentrated and viscous, even possessing a somewhat gelatinous texture. He then examined the information provided. Top-tier Chuanbei cough syrup, a premier traditional Chinese medicine suitable for ordinary individuals. Ingredients include top-grade Chuanbei, top-grade almond water, top-grade winter flowering chrysanthemum, top-grade licorice, with premium cane sugar and top-grade benzoic acid as excipients. Therapeutic effects: highly effective against symptoms such as cough, reverse qi, and wind cold common cold. Dosage: oral administration, 5-10 milliliters per dose, once daily. Upon reviewing the medication information, Fong Han's eyes brightened slightly. He noted the dosage for the top-tier Chuanbei cough syrup on a sticky note as well. Suddenly, a familiar cough echoed from the hallway outside. Mother was home. Joy surged within Fong Han as he rose to open the door. His younger sister, Fong Qiao, was also awakened by the series of sounds. Upon seeing Fong Han and Kai Shuyun return, the little girl cheerfully went to fetch bowls and chopsticks for dinner. Fong Han handed the 2 synthesized bottles of medicine to his mother. "Mom, please try these 2 cough remedies. If they prove effective, I shall take care of your cough medicine from now on. I know a highly skilled doctor whose remedies are far more potent." Fong Han concocted a reason. Kai Shuyun, her complexion slightly pale, coughed lightly, revealing a grateful smile. "You've really grown up and become considerate," she remarked, shaking her head. "There's no need to trouble yourself. I know my own body best. Save your money. The 20,000 you gave me last time, I've kept for you. It will be for your future wife," coughing, she added with a gentle laugh, only to be interrupted by another fit of coughs. Fong Han quickly poured a glass of warm water, gently patting his mother's back to help her breathe more easily. "Mom, I am now a first-tier martial artist. You need not worry about finances any longer. The work at the food factory is too strenuous. You should find a time to resign. My martial artist subsidies are more than sufficient. I will undertake some tasks to buy a house so you and my sister can live in a big place. As for marrying a wife, we can discuss that later." "What do you mean later?" Kai Shuyun exclaimed, clearly anxious. "Xiao Han, times have changed. The policies have shifted. One reaches the age of maturity at 18, when I was in school. People in the peaceful era considered marriage in their 30s or even 40s, but now, just look at the situation. Last year, Wang Jia's son from the neighborhood, lacking martial artist aptitude, got married after finding a job. This month, they welcomed a healthy baby boy, and in a few years, that little one will be running around. You are now a martial artist, but don't inherit your father's procrastination. It's not the way to go." Seeing that he could not evade the topic, Fong Han quickly reassured his mother. "All right, I understand. Please don't worry. I will definitely take this matter seriously." After comforting her, he swiftly changed the subject. "Mom, please try these two medicines. They are the E-nourishing and lung-clearing pill and the Chuanbei cough syrup. Their efficacy is better, though the dosages differ slightly." Fong Xiaoqiao had finished serving the rice and sat beside their mother. Upon hearing Fong Han's words, the little girl chimed in, encouraging Kai Shuyun to give them a try. Unable to resist her children's urging, Kai Shuyun attempted to take half of a top-tier E-nourishing and lung-clearing pill. Moments later, her complexion changed dramatically as she clasped her mouth and dashed to the bathroom. Fong Han and Fong Xiaoqiao hurried after her. Kai Shuyun began to cough violently, expelling clumps of dark brown phlegm and impurities. Soon, Fong Han noticed a flush of color returning to his mother's face, and her breathing seemed to ease. Her complexion grew noticeably more vibrant and energetic. The evident change in her vitality brought a smile to Fong Han's face. While Fong Xiaoqiao beamed with joy, Fong Han quickly prepared another dose of cough syrup for his mother. Using the measurement marks on the cup lid, he carefully poured just over 5 milliliters and handed it to her. Having felt such a significant improvement earlier, Kai Shuyun took a sip of warm water and then poured a small spoonful of the cough syrup into her mouth. The syrup, fragrant with Chuanbei, melted instantly upon contact, akin to a refreshing spring of water coursing down her throat, soothing her throat and lungs significantly. Kai Shuyun, her face now more vibrant and lively, cast a look of astonishment at the medicine in her hand and then at Fong Han. Murmuring incredulously, "Xiao Han, where did you get these two medicines? They are remarkably effective." Hearing this, Fong Han felt a weight lift from his heart, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. Fong Xiaoqiao clapped her hands in excitement beside him. Fong Han patiently reiterated the usage and dosage to his mother until she had memorized them completely. Then, he affixed the two sticky notes to the medicine bottles and handed them to her. With everything settled, the family gathered joyfully around the table to dine. Fong Han's promotion to first-tier martial artist and his mother's improved condition brought immense happiness to the meal. The laughter and chatter of his sister echoed throughout the room. After dinner, Fong Han cleaned the dishes and glanced at Kai Shuyun and Fong Xiaoqiao, who were nestled together on the bed, engrossed in the television. A gentle smile graced his lips. Without interrupting, he returned to his own room. Fong Han sat cross-legged on his bed, palms facing the sky, and began to cultivate the top-tier spiritual energy guiding technique. Tomorrow marked the joint training session of the three schools, and he needed to maintain his optimal state. As the night deepened, Fong Han immersed himself in profound cultivation. Fong Xiaoqiao dozed off in Kai Shuyun's embrace while watching television. Kai Shuyun lovingly carried her little daughter to bed, tucking her in. Just as she was preparing to lay down with her daughter, she noticed her handbag hanging on the door. Her gaze sharpened slightly. With a sigh, she lay down to sleep. The following morning, Fong Han awoke feeling refreshed. After reminding his mother to take her medicine on time, he took Fong Xiaoqiao out of the house. After dropping the little girl off at school, Fong Han arrived at the classroom just in time. Zhou Wei's aura had strengthened significantly, and he was animatedly recounting his experiences from the ruins outside the city to Yang Fan. Many classmates had gathered around, clearly intrigued. Feng Han noticed old Zhou, who was so excited that he couldn't help but gesture wildly. Yang Fan and the surrounding classmates erupted into waves of exclamations. Although Zhou Wei was surrounded by the crowd, his eyes brightened as he spotted Feng Han entering the classroom. He immediately shouted, "Old Feng is here." Ask him if that was as large as a 3-story building. The aura of malevolence was truly terrifying. It was none other than the beast lord of that district. Clearly, some classmates, though astonished, harbored doubts regarding Zhou Wei's claims. Everyone turned in unison, surrounding Feng Han like stars encircling the moon, bombarding him with questions. Feng Han responded with a few succinct remarks. Although his words were brief, the others had already heard an exaggerated version from Zhou Wei and instantly conjured vivid images in their minds. Their mouths gaped in shock, as if they could fit an egg inside. Hiss, Feng Han. You actually encountered a rift lizard that had crystallized a demon core, and it was a mid-tier beast lord from the first sequence. That beast must weigh at least 4 to 5 tons. Not to mention its innate skills, such a terrifying creature, and yet you single-handedly obliterated it. Incredible. Your strength has reached such a formidable level. The astonishment and adulation continued unabated. Feng Han merely offered a few more brief responses before returning to his seat. Time was not on their side, and soon everyone began to disperse. Yet the discussion showed no signs of ceasing. What do you think Feng Han's strength is now? His physical prowess must be over 5 or 6 tons. Right? Absolutely. If that's the case, the entrance examination requirements for both Modu Wuda and Daido Wuda demand at least 2 tons of physical strength. For Feng Han, that would be a piece of cake. Not just that, didn't Lao Hu mention before? Daido Wuda has an elite class, and Modu Wuda has a potential dragon class, filled with exceptional talents, with only a few days until the college entrance exams. Given Feng Han's potential and strength, he might actually have a chance to vie for a spot in one of those prestigious classes. Hiss, isn't it true what Lao Hu said? Those 2 classes require a baseline of first sequence high-level warriors or a physical strength of at least 9 tons to qualify? Indeed. It feels like those opportunities are a world away, but perhaps Feng Han could truly make it. It's possible. I sense it too. As Feng Han listened to his classmates' discussions, memories of Lao Hu's remarks about the elite classes of the top martial arts universities flooded his mind. The admission criteria for the first-year elite classes were a minimum of first-sequence high-level warriors or a physical strength of at least 9 tons. Elite classes from 2 top martial arts academies? That sounds intriguing. Feng Han smiled slightly, feeling a surge of interest. The front entrance of the classroom, Meng Xiaoxian arrived fashionably late, casting an irritated glance in Feng Han's direction. Feng Han paid her no mind. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Hu Zhiqing, strode in, proudly holding the banner for the best class in the monthly exam. After hanging it up, he beamed with joy, leading Feng Han and all the students who participated in the training camp to queue up for the large bus at the school gate. All the outstanding third-year students from the entire Sanzhong were present. The convoy transported them to the expansive playground of Nanshan Aizhong. That moment, the finest third-year students from the first, second, and third high schools gathered here for a day-long joint training camp. Chapter 56. Prison, Cage, and Shackles. Feng Han and all the students participating in the training camp disembarked from the bus in succession, merging into the class formation of Sanzhong, lining up in a single file. Feng Han and Zhou Wei, being the tallest, stood at the back of the line. He took a moment to survey Nanshan Bay City's premier high school. The playground was more than twice the size of Sanzhong's. Instead of basketball and soccer fields, there were areas outfitted with martial arts training equipment and arenas for sparring and competition. Today, it had been cleared for training. Encircling the outer edge was a massive red track, stretching 2 kilometers long. Beyond the green fence of the playground lay patches of greenery, flower beds, and an artificial lake within the school premises. The environment was quite pleasant. A gentle morning breeze wafted through, carrying the earthy fragrance of soil and grass, a delight to the senses. In the distance, as the buses rolled in, one could see the brown-red teaching buildings and martial arts training rooms. The scale and quantity were significantly larger than those of Nanshan Sanzhong. The total student population of Nanshan Aizhong was also the highest among the 3 high schools. Feng Han withdrew his gaze, observing the distinctly delineated formations of the 3 schools on the playground. The host, Nanshan Aizhong, occupied the central position, boasting a large formation of over 300 training students, towering over the other 2 high schools. In Fang Han's perceptive awareness, the students of Yizhong not only donned commendable attire, but many were also adorned with one or two pieces of spirit-patterned weapons or artifacts. The proportion of formal warriors among the training students was considerably higher than that of the students from the other two schools. Every face bore a hint of youthful exuberance and pride. To the right stood over 200 training students from Erzhong. Fang Han distinctly sensed that while the proportion of formal warriors and overall student quality were slightly inferior to those of Yizhong, the difference was negligible. They stood in neat rows, occasionally casting challenging glances towards Yizhong's formation. The two high schools had long been rivals. Each year during the college entrance examination season, they were in fierce competition. After all, the allocation of martial arts resources for the second academic year was based on the entrance exam success rates and the number of top performers. Fang Han stood at the back of a line, observing the tense atmosphere between Yizhong and Erzhong. Even before the training commenced, the teachers and students from both sides were already exchanging glances filled with palpable tension. Each side was brimming with determination, eager to shine in this grand joint training event. Meanwhile, Nanshan Sanzhong, given its historical success rates, had no qualification to be considered a competitor. Fang Han and his classmates stood in the formation on the left side. Sanzhong had only over 100 students participating in the training camp, the fewest in number, and their overall strength was the weakest. The classmates occasionally cast envious glances towards the students of Yizhong and Erzhong. Once the formations of the three schools were established, the principals of each institution ascended the podium. The crowd fell silent. With a resounding clang, the large iron doors on the side of the podium swung open. Armed soldiers from the security bureau marched in, carrying rifles and various large pieces of equipment, moving swiftly and orderly. Each component was placed before the student formations. Subsequently, these armed soldiers retreated to the periphery of the playground, establishing a security perimeter. The measuring instruments to be used were military-grade confidential technology from the Security Bureau, a necessary precaution for safety. Fang Han and everyone else on the playground, witnessing this display, dared not act out, standing solemnly and quietly. Behind the soldiers, a contingent of researchers in white lab coats entered, positioning themselves beside the equipment. Finally, the leadership of the Nanshan Security Bureau, along with their accompanying martial artists, made their entrance. Fang Han noticed team leader Zhang Guohao among them, who lagged a step behind a middle-aged man leading the procession. The two ascended the podium in succession. The others carried notepads. Approaching each class formation, the two individuals, Cui Shan and Bai Lin, who had encountered Fang Han previously, arrived at the front of Sanzhong's formation. Fang Han glanced at them before turning his attention back to the podium. "Wow, Lao Feng, even Director Song is here for this joint training," Zhou Wei exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the stage before turning to his friend beside him. Fang Han nodded slightly. Only someone of considerable stature could have team leader Zhang trailing behind him. This Director Song possessed a square face with bright, penetrating eyes, standing at a height comparable to Zhang Guohao. His demeanor was quite gentle, yet when not smiling, he exuded a commanding authority. A subtle aura emanating from him made Fang Han's gaze involuntarily sharpen. Such a powerful presence. Fang Han sensed that the energy radiating from Director Song was the strongest warrior he had encountered to date. At that moment, as if sensing something, Song Weiman, who had just exchanged pleasantries with the three principals, turned his gaze towards the audience, locking eyes with Fang Han, who appeared slightly dazed. Beside him, Zhang Guohao leaned closer and whispered, "Director Song, this is Fang Han." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Song Weiman's bright eyes. "Ha, he seems to be in fine spirits." He scrutinized Fang Han before breaking into a warm smile. Zhang Guohao, in high spirits, chimed in, "Director Song, every time I see him, there's an element of pleasant surprise. I have a feeling today he will astonish us once again. Well then, let us await the spectacle." Song Weiman nodded with a smile. The three principals, overhearing their conversation, were equally astonished. Fu Wenbin was surprised that even Director Song knew of Fang Han. Moreover, it seemed his impression was quite favorable. Meanwhile, the principals of Yizhong and Erzhong were taken aback by the emergence of a student in Sanzhong who had garnered such attention from both Director Song and team leader Zhang. In that moment, the five individuals on the podium all turned their astonished and expectant gazes toward Fang Han. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed. The principal of the first high school, accompanied by the dean, ascended the stage and discreetly reminded his superior of the time. The principal cast a glance at Song Weiman, who nodded in affirmation before stepping up to the microphone to commence the opening speech for the training session. His emotions ran high, and his discourse embodied a quintessential academic style. Standing at the rear of the class formation, Fong Han felt the heaviness of sleepiness begin to envelop him. Beside him, Zhou Wei had long since succumbed to a dazed stare. After half an hour, Fong Han and his peers finally heard the concluding sentence. Today, we are honored to have the illustrious and formidable Director Song personally address us. Following this, the principal respectfully handed the microphone to Song Weiman. As the applause subsided, Song Weiman took a few steps forward, his demeanor gradually becoming grave and profound, exuding a formidable aura that emanated with an unmistakable martial presence. Instantly, Fong Han and everyone else felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Under the weight of this profound atmosphere, the entire playground of the first high school fell into an abrupt silence. All the warriors and fighters from the security bureau stood at attention, their gazes growing serious. Fong Han raised his eyes to behold the authoritative figure of the ruler of Nanshan Bay City, narrowing his gaze slightly. "Dear students," a voice, robust and resonant, reverberated throughout the venue, as if echoing in each individual's ear, startling Fong Han and all others into a momentary freeze. The impact of the proclamation was nothing short of deafening. All eyes converged upon the stage. Holding the microphone, Song Weiman surveyed the crowd and continued in a somber tone. "Today, those of you standing here are undoubtedly the elite of the younger generation in our Nanshan Bay City. You are also the very future of our Nanshan Bay City." Upon hearing Song Weiman's commendation, all the students puffed their chests and appeared invigorated. Fong Han's eyes flickered, acutely sensing that the director's words bore deeper implications. He listened intently that a flash of sharpness passed through Song Weiman's gaze. "However, I wish for you to understand that the path of a warrior is not as glamorous as you might envision. I can forewarn you that this joint training among the three schools will culminate in an afternoon of real combat training in the Outer City's alert zone, where you will confront and hunt beasts. As the director of the Nanshan Security Bureau, I have already signed off on the casualty quota. This joint training among the three schools will not result in fatalities." Song Weiman's words struck like the biting cold wind of winter, sweeping over all present on the playground. Each individual stiffened, their gazes glazed over. The director's martial aura surged even more intensely, pressing down heavily upon every student, instilling immense psychological pressure. Ignoring the expressions of the students below, Song Weiman raised a finger and continued with piercing intensity. "Now, I grant you one final opportunity. If anyone is afraid or unwilling to participate, step forward. I will give you 10 minutes to leave at your discretion." If Song Weiman's earlier remarks were a winter chill, then these words were akin to a heavy bombshell, crashing down upon the hearts of all present. Fong Han smiled faintly, surveying the crowd. Without a trace of hesitation or retreat in his heart, he casually crossed his arms, eager to witness how over 600 students from the three schools would respond to such a formidable ultimatum. Fong Han first glanced at Zhou Wei beside him. Old Zhou's eyes reflected a struggle. His fists clenched tightly, but soon relaxed again. Noticing Fong Han's gaze, he turned, biting his teeth slightly, and spoke. "Forget it. If we're going to gamble, we might as well go all in. I went out to the city before, so I have no reason to back down this time. Old Fong, do you think this might be my chance? Some people will surely break under pressure and leave. If I can endure until the end this afternoon, I might earn a decent ranking and more rewards." As Zhou Wei spoke, his resolve grew stronger, and the hesitation in his eyes vanished entirely. Fong Han nodded slightly, patting his friend's broad shoulder. "Rest assured, old Zhou, with your strength, as long as you stay steady, you'll be just fine." After securing his share of the spoils from the Outer City's ruins yesterday, Zhou Wei not only repaid Yang Fan and Meng Shaoxian, but also purchased numerous medicinal pills to bolster his strength. His physical prowess had now approached the 2,000 gene mark. With a few days of solid consolidation, he would surely break through in terms of strength. He was already nearing the middle tier among the training teams from the three schools. Fong Han understood that even with the casualty quota, it was unlikely that half the participants would perish. As long as Zhou Wei performed well, there was no need for concern. The honest man nodded repeatedly at his brother's words, his spirits lifted even further. Meanwhile, the entire playground had begun to buzz with commotion, resembling a bustling marketplace. "What is this situation?" Didn't they say everyone was here for training? How could there be deaths? Who knows? Teacher Wang, didn't he mention it? And everyone is in the dark. Is this just to scare us? To scare us? A big shot like Director Song wouldn't need to do that. This is ridiculous. I'm not participating. After all the hardships I've endured and the pills I've consumed to finally become a formal warrior, I refuse to die in this training. Exactly. With the college entrance and martial examinations coming up, formal warriors can basically get into martial arts academies. Whether I join this training or not, it's the same. Why risk my life here? More and more individuals, while trying to persuade others, began to convince themselves. Many were already formal warriors, as long as they completed the registration and assessment for rank certification. They could receive a substantial monthly stipend. Their bright futures lay ahead, leading many to choose to follow their inner instincts, evading pain and pursuing pleasure. The fragility of resolve and fickleness of human nature were laid bare in this moment. Song Weiman and others on the podium, along with the warriors and fighters from the Security Bureau, as well as teachers from various schools, did not intervene in the students' discussions, nor did they prevent them from leaving. Soon, the first individual began to move away, exiting the playground. Like the first domino toppling in a chain reaction, others soon followed suit. One by one, people stepped out, some heads bowed in shame, others appearing relieved and lighthearted, mocking those who remained as fools seeking their own demise. Fong Han quietly observed this scene, a cold smile gracing his lips. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the warriors from the Security Bureau, who had been positioned at the forefront of the formation, swiftly noted the remaining numbers. Upon hearing the reported figure, Song Weiman gazed down at all the students, retracting his martial aura and revealing a satisfied smile. Excellent, 323. Significantly more than I anticipated. Fong Han felt a strange sensation, as though the director had cast a glance in his direction. Song Weiman continued to address the assembly, his tone solemn. To all the students who remain, I hope that those of you with aspirations to become warriors will firmly remember one thing. In this world, in this era, humanity occupies the lowest tier of the food chain. During the First Patriotic War, the death toll reached nearly 58 million, with countless more injured. In the Second Patriotic War, the death toll soared to approximately 87 million, with innumerable injuries. The chilling and brutal statistics fell like a torrential downpour upon all hearts present. Song Weiman's voice resonated like a solemn bell, ringing loud and clear, evoking deep contemplation. Countless terrifying otherworldly creatures emerged from rifts in space. Forests, mountains, and oceans became hunting grounds for beasts. To this day, thousands, even tens of thousands of warriors in Longwa perish daily in the pursuit of expansion or in defense of the base city. Song Weiman pointed toward the ground beneath them, his voice rising in fervor. Every inch of land we stand upon, every towering wall that shelters our existence, all of it has been fiercely fought and bled for by countless predecessors who were warriors. If today, as the next generation of warriors, we dare not engage the beasts, if we do not confront death head-on, if we are unwilling to risk our lives to protect this scant space we hold, then the base city becomes the prison that shackles us. The towering walls become the cage that confines us. A stable life is merely the shackle that binds us. One day, we shall be hunted down and exterminated by an ever-increasing array of terrifying beings from other worlds and monstrous creatures. The impassioned cries and roars of Song Weiman reverberated in the ears of all, echoing across the vast playground. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, yet the flames of fervor had already been ignited within the hearts of the people. Chapter 57. The eyes of the multitude. Fong Han gazed at Song Weiman, who stood on the stage, exuding an air of authority and righteousness, before turning his attention to the upright and valiant warriors of the Security Bureau. His own heart surged with the same fervor, brimming with emotion. It was precisely countless individuals like these who were fighting, battling, sacrificing their lives, all for the peace and stability of the millions of citizens of Longwa. Bearing the weight as they advanced, clap, 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 on the silent playground, it was Fong Han who first broke the quiet with applause. The crowd was jolted awake by his clapping. Reacting in unison, a thunderous applause erupted, resounding throughout the entire playground of Yizhong, lingering and refusing to subside. From a distance, Song Weiman cast a glance at Fong Han and set down the microphone. This signified the official commencement of today's joint training session among the three schools. Research personnel in white lab coats from the Security Bureau promptly sprang into action, deftly assembling various instruments and components. During this time, Song Weimin and his 4 companions on the podium engaged in casual conversation. Taking a sip of tea, Song Weimin looked down at the students from the 3 schools and spoke nonchalantly. Principal G, it seems that Yizhong needs to reflect on its performance this year. His tone was neither warm nor cold, devoid of discernible emotion. However, Principal G of Yizhong trembled at the moment he heard those words, nearly losing grip on his teacup. With a clatter, it rattled in his hands, spilling tea that dampened his clothing and the tablecloth. Zhang Guohao and Fu Wenbin, along with Principal Yao of Erzhong, turned their gazes toward him. Principal G dared not wipe the spill. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Song Weimin's statement. Out of more than 600 students from the 3 schools, only 323 remained. Yet, Yizhong, which had previously boasted the highest number of trainees, was left with barely over 100. This was unacceptable to Song Weimin. Quickly setting down his teacup, Principal G bowed his chest in utmost respect and assured Song Weimin, Director Song, I did not anticipate this outcome, nor was I adequately prepared. However, I assure you next year, Yizhong will deliver a perfect report card. I promise. Song Weimin gave him a fleeting glance, chuckling lightly as he replied, Did you not anticipate? Were you not prepared? A guarantee for next year? Humph. He posed 3 questions in succession, followed by a derisive snort. All present fell silent. Principal G's complexion paled considerably, his gaze filled with deep respect as he trembled while looking up at Song Weimin, his lips quivering without sound. With a stern expression, Song Weimin continued, Every academic year, the martial resources allocated by the Security Bureau have been half taken by Yizhong. You have gathered the finest talents and teaching staff from the entire Bay City. Out of over 300 training students, only 1/3 remain. You have not even met the 50% average retention rate across the 3 schools. Tell me, Ji Minghui, what do you have to guarantee? Principal G shuddered, and Song Weimin cast a cursory glance at him before continuing, still unprepared, still lacking foresight. When the critical moment arrives, who will grant these youths the time to prepare? Will the monstrous creatures allow it? Or do you, Ji Minghui, expect those beings from other worlds to give you time to prepare? I believe the ones needing reflection are not the children of Yizhong, but rather you, Ji Minghui, and all the teachers at Yizhong from top to bottom. Song Weimin neither slammed the table nor overturned it. He merely spoke with a cold demeanor, yet the gravity of his naturally emanating authority and presence made everyone on the podium feel uneasy. Their heads bowed in continual reflection. At that moment, Principal G trembled as if shaken by a tempest. Beads of cold sweat, as large as beans, streamed down his forehead and back, instantly soaking his clothing. Yes, Director Song, I will certainly reflect deeply. As Ji Minghui repeatedly acknowledged his faults, he also keenly sensed that there were indications of a potential reduction in the allocation of martial resources to Yizhong, as well as a loss of priority in student recruitment. Bowing his head while expressing his sincere contrition, he pondered how to salvage the situation. Principal Yao of Erzhong glanced at his own school's contingent of over 100 students, comparable to Yizhong's numbers, but their total count was only slightly above 200, with a retention rate exceeding 50%, clearly surpassing the overall average. A sense of relief washed over Yao's heart as he observed his old rival being reprimanded. Secretly reveling in it, he also discerned the implications of Song Weimin's words. If Yizhong's allocation of martial resources were to diminish, then surely Erzhong's would increase. With that thought, a broad smile crept across Principal Yao's otherwise serious expression. Fu Wenbin, however, paid little heed to such matters. He surveyed the students of Sanzhong, with over 100 present and around 80 remaining, the ones who departed being those truly lacking in strength. Fu's heart brimmed with satisfaction. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Song Weimin took the initiative to inquire, Principal Fu, your Sanzhong has performed commendably this year. Others turned to observe the students remaining in Sanzhong. All eyes on Fu Wenbin. He quickly responded with modesty, It is merely luck. It is all due to the students' hard work. Song Weimin nodded slightly and inquired, You have a student named Feng Han? Correct? Captain Zhang mentioned he is quite an impressive young man. Once again, upon hearing Feng Han's name, Ji Minghui and Principal Yao perked up their ears, fully attentive. They understood that a youth capable of capturing Song Weimin's attention was undoubtedly extraordinary. The commendation of 1S student by a superior brought Fu Wenbin immense joy. He nodded eagerly, replying, Indeed, Director Song. He is a very diligent and persistent child. His martial examination results have been lacking, yet he consistently topped the academic rankings. Recently, it seems he has had a breakthrough. Perhaps the heavens have finally favored him. Fong Han's martial examination scores have skyrocketed. In our last monthly assessment, not only did he secure the top spot, but he also led his class to achieve the best overall performance. His character, willpower, and innate talent are all exceptional qualities in this young man. Song Weiman exchanged glances with Zhang Guohao, both nodding in quiet approval upon hearing of Fong Han's remarkable past and achievements. Ji Minghui and Principal Yao, listening intently, exchanged looks of mild astonishment. Such astonishing talent, particularly one that rises to prominence just before critical examinations, is indeed rare and remarkable. Both principals had not anticipated that Sanzhong would produce such a notable figure this year. Song Weiman's mood appeared to brighten, as he smiled and commended. It seems this young man is indeed extraordinary. I also heard from Captain Zhang that Fong Han helped our security bureau resolve the recent incident involving beastified individuals at the agricultural market in District 6. His performance during the monthly assessment left a profound impression on Captain Zhang. A talent like this must be nurtured well, Principal Fu. Upon hearing this, Ji Minghui and Principal Yao's expressions of astonishment intensified. They were aware of the agricultural market incident in District 6, recognizing that it involved two beastified individuals wreaking havoc. However, unbeknownst to them, it was a student from Sanzhong who had resolved the crisis. Both principals turned to look at Fu Wenbin, whose face mirrored their own disbelief. It was clear that this was the first time he had heard of such an event. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, Fu quickly regained his composure, stating, "My apologies, Director Song. This is the first time I have heard of this matter. Our school does have a bravery scholarship. I will ensure that Fong Han receives it upon my return today." Song Weiman nodded slightly. One must not take pride in their achievements. This young man has piqued my interest even further. In this training session, I look forward to discovering the talents that have emerged from our Nanshan Bay City. At that moment, Ji Minghui felt a spark of inspiration ignite within him upon hearing Song Weiman's words. He devised a plan to regain the allocation of martial resources and priority in student recruitment for the following year. With newfound confidence, he organized his thoughts and spoke up, "Director Song, I believe this training assessment is quite representative. You have already evaluated the students' character and willpower. Next, we will assess their martial potential and combat prowess. The final comprehensive scores may even be more comprehensive than the college entrance examinations. My suggestion is to reconsider the allocation of martial resources and student recruitment priorities among our three schools for next year. Based on the comprehensive results of this tri-school training assessment, let us proceed with the evaluation. What are your thoughts on this?" Ji Minghui's suggestion momentarily brightened Song Weiman's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly. This suggestion is indeed feasible. Pausing briefly, Song Weiman then turned to the other two principals. "Principal Yao and Principal Fu, what are your thoughts? Please share them openly." Principal Yao from the second high school was quite familiar with Ji Minghui. After a moment of contemplation, he could discern the intentions of his old rivals. Although the first high school had lost nearly 200 students, it still boasted the highest number of trainees among the three schools. Moreover, its overall martial arts level and comprehensive strength were unparalleled. During the college entrance examination, students lacking in ability could inadvertently lower the average score and overall assessment of the entire school. However, if we were to evaluate based on the current students' assessment results, the first high school would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. While Yao Principal marveled at Ji Minghui's cunning, he readily agreed, "Director Song, I too concur with Principal Ji's opinion. Fortunately, our school has prepared a trump card this year. Old Ji, I am eager to see who will emerge victorious in the end." A smile crept across Yao Principal's face. Ji Minghui happened to glance at him, and their eyes locked in a sharp, competitive gaze. After a brief pause, they both turned their attention to Fu Wenbin. Fu Wenbin, having no objections, nodded. "I have no issues with this. Director Song, this was entirely within the expectations of Ji Minghui and Yao Principal. For the two of them, the third high school strength was too weak. It mattered little whether they compared or not. Even with the promising Fong Han, favored by Director Song, he did not garner the attention of Ji Minghui and Yao Principal. After all, this was a matter of assessing average scores and comprehensive evaluations. The strength of a single student could hardly create significant ripples. Both men thought along these lines and chose to disregard Fu Wenbin and the third high school. Seeing that all three principals had agreed, Song Weimin decisively declared, "Excellent, then it is settled." His words echoed with authority. Fu Wenbin and the others nodded in unison. The various testing instruments below were nearly assembled. Everyone's gaze turned downward. Ji Minghui and Principal Yao undoubtedly focused their attention on the students from the opposing schools. What went unnoticed by Song Weimin and the three principals was that Zhang Guohao had been standing nearby, his brow furrowed in deep thought, seemingly pondering something. Since Fu Wenbin had mentioned Feng Han's experiences at school, he had appeared thus. The first group is assembled. The second group is assembled. All testing instruments are now ready. Song Weimin immediately announced the commencement. Groups of researchers stood beside the instruments, operating and maintaining them. The Security Bureau's martial artists, each holding a notepad, were responsible for recording the students' various scores. Feng Han lifted his gaze to the front. What met his eyes were three large machines, each with entirely different shapes and testing items. The first was a device roughly the size of a cement mixer, with a massive oval punching target at the front for strength testing. All students would strike the target with their strongest attacks, allowing the specific punching force to be displayed on the luminous screen above. This method boasted even greater precision than the punching force mannequin. The second device resembled a vertical stand for palm prints, with a clear diamond-shaped crystal affixed atop it. Upon closer inspection, one could discern various marked scale values etched into the crystal. Each student would place their palm on the palm print device, channeling all their internal energy. The measured energy level would determine the student's martial arts rank. The third was a transparent glass chamber. Inside, researchers would affix a silver helmet-like testing device on the students to measure the intensity of their spiritual fluctuations and the degree of spiritual energy retention, assessing each student's martial arts potential. Once all three tests were completed, the Security Bureau's martial artists would conduct a comprehensive evaluation and scoring, providing each student with a detailed final examination strategy. The morning's assessment scores would then be combined with the afternoon's practical examinations to form the final rankings. This final ranking would determine the standings of all students from the three schools in the training camp. The testing commenced swiftly. Feng Han stood at the back of his class, somewhat bored as he observed the test results of his classmates point one by one. The results were announced by the recording martial artists. After completing her three tests, Meng Xiaoxian achieved an A-level comprehensive score. Her recent experiences alongside Feng Han in the city ruins had greatly benefited her. An A-level result indicated that her physical strength was at least over 2 tons, and her martial arts potential was quite remarkable. This score could secure her a place in either the prestigious Imperial Capital Martial University or the Magic City Martial University. The scoring martial artist announced the results. Hu Zhiqing beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd at the first high school. "It's out! It's out! Xiang Sinuo's results are in! My goodness! Physical strength a level, nearly 12,000 pounds, an astounding 6 tons of power. Her spiritual energy level has also reached a level, within the first sequence intermediate, impressive. If she can make further progress in the next few days, she stands a chance of entering the elite classes of the 2 top martial universities." But it's not that simple. 9 tons of physical strength may be beyond Xiang Sinuo's reach. She might only be able to strive for improvement in martial arts level, but reaching the first sequence high level is no easy feat. Xiang Sinuo's final martial arts potential is also A-level. Her comprehensive score is a level, the first A-level genius, and currently the highest score. Hearing the discussions and exclamations from the first high school's line, Feng Han immediately turned to look. There, he saw a beautiful girl in the first high school uniform, her features cool and her hair tied in a ponytail, emerging from the martial arts potential testing room. She still exuded an unrestrained wave of spiritual energy. The aura of a first sequence intermediate martial artist radiated from her, drawing the attention and admiration of all students from the 3 schools. The combination of formidable strength, astonishing potential, and striking beauty undoubtedly made her the center of attention. Just as the discussions surrounding Xiang Sinuo from the first high school were still ongoing, an even louder uproar erupted from the second high school's team. Feng Han turned his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, Chu Chen's physical strength had reached the first sequence high level, measuring an impressive 13,000 pounds, over 6 tons. His physical strength had directly attained this level, which was incredibly strong. Shutan. He had completely surpassed Xiang Sinuo from the first high school. With a martial arts level at the first sequence intermediate, it looked like he was on the verge of breaking into the first sequence high level. Scoring an A level, his physical foundation had already taken the lead. He should be able to break through in martial arts level before the entrance examination. Remarkable. Chu Chen truly deserves to be the top student of our second high school. Look, his martial arts potential is also rated a level, with a comprehensive score of S-. What a pity. If only his martial arts level were at the first sequence high level, he could have been rated S level. Receiving an S indicates that the martial artist from the Security Bureau recognized that Chu Chen has the opportunity to enter the elite classes of both the Imperial Capital Martial University and the Magic City Martial University. Indeed, with 3 to 4 days left until the entrance examination, there is ample opportunity. The key point is that he has surpassed Xiang Sinuo from the first high school by half a level. Ha ha ha, just look at the expressions on those from the first high school. It's utterly delightful. Chu Chen is amazing. Fong Han gazed toward the front of the second high school's line. Outside the martial arts potential testing room, a coldly charismatic youth stepped forward, wearing an air of pride as he savored the surrounding cheers and admiration from his fellow students. Surrounded by admirers, he joined the line. Fong Han withdrew his gaze. A faint smile gracing his lips, he felt increasingly confident about the plans for the afternoon's practical training in the alert zone. The martial artists from the Security Bureau were highly efficient. One by one, the students completed their tests swiftly. Zhou Wei also achieved a B-level comprehensive score. His mindset was optimistic. Having exceeded expectations, old Zhou was quite satisfied with this result. Finally, nearly all students from the 3 schools had completed their tests. It was now the turn of the last student from the 3rd high school, Fong Han. How fortuitous that he was the grand finale. Go for it, old Fong. Zhou Wei cheered for Fong Han. Fong Han nodded slightly, calmly striding toward the front of the line, under the eager gaze of all his classmates from the 3rd high school. Standing before the 3rd high school's line, Meng Xiaoxian noticed Fong Han's approach. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, she could not help but pout. In the middle and right sections of the playground, the students from the 1st and 2nd high schools had mostly completed their tests. Bored, they soon noticed the unusual situation on the side of the 3rd high school. As they murmured among themselves, inquiring about Fong Han's identity, their gazes were collectively drawn toward him on the podium. Ji Minghui's expression was quite grim. In the vicinity of the 2nd high school, an S student concealed from view caught him completely off guard. The triumphant smile adorning Principal Yao's face only served to further irk Principal Ji. As an outsider, Fu Wenbin remained remarkably composed. This year, the 3rd high school had produced an abundance of promising talents, which significantly uplifted his spirits. Meanwhile, Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao engaged in intermittent discussions, estimating the admission rates and the number of outstanding students from the 3 schools. The results were quite satisfactory. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Fong Han, who stepped out from the ranks of the 3rd high school. The 5 of them instinctively sat up straight, fixated on the assessment taking place around Fong Han. Song Weimin, Zhang Guohao, and Fu Wenbin were all intensely focused on Fong Han, their faces brimming with anticipation. Conversely, Ji Minghui was plagued by the psychological shadow cast by Principal Yao's hidden trump card, harboring an unshakable fear that the 3rd high school might unveil another anomaly. Principal Yao, however, seemed indifferent to Fong Han's situation. Yet, should Fong Han excel, it would undoubtedly delight him to unsettle Ji Minghui. In that moment, Fong Han stood at the forefront of the crowd, with the entire expansive playground of the 1st high school fixated upon him. Truly, he was the center of attention. Chapter 58. The pinnacle. As Fong Han positioned himself at the forefront of the 2nd high school's formation, the cold and composed Chu Chenyu observed him from a distance. Feeling an inexplicable wave of unease wash over him, this sensation was bewildering and jarring. Just as Chu Chenyu furrowed his brow in confusion, the surrounding students from the 2nd high school began to express their discontent at Fong Han's conspicuous presence. The 3rd high school has the fewest participants yet moves the slowest. They're still not done testing, wasting everyone's time. Indeed, what's the point of testing the perennial underperformers? Just having them participate in the joint training is already a concession. However, we can't dismiss the fact that their smaller numbers mean fewer testing instruments. Besides, without their shortcomings, how would we highlight our strengths? Ha ha ha. This year, with Chu Gu leading the charge, we are sure to secure 1st place among the 3 schools. Absolutely. Have you heard? The last student tested is named Fong Han, who topped the monthly exam at the 3rd high school. And what of it? The top student from the 3rd high school probably wouldn't even make it into our top 10. Exactly. Their self-indulgence is laughable. Their strength pales in comparison to our Chu Gu. Without a doubt, Chu Ji's S-grade comprehensive performance will claim the top spot in this joint training session. Not just this year, but likely the best in recent years. Chu Gu is remarkable. As the flattery of his peers echoed around him, Chu Qinyu's youthful vanity swelled with satisfaction. Though he feigned modesty in his words, his eyes sparkled with self-satisfaction and pride. Indeed, just a top student from the consistently underperforming third high school, hardly worthy of attention. With this thought, Chu Chunyu's gaze towards Fang Han became increasingly indifferent. Within the ranks of the first high school, Xiang Sinuo and her close friends gathered together, also casting their eyes towards Fang Han. Xiang Sinuo's intuition proved sharper than Chu Chunyu's. She sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding Fang Han that sent shivers down her spine. She was acutely aware that this was no mere illusion. The sensation mirrored her encounter with a terrifying first-tier high-level beast in the wilderness, a primal fear. It was an instinctive response, urging her to distance herself and avoid confrontation with a potential life-or-death adversary. As Xiang Sinuo's gaze lingered on Fang Han, a subtle tremor began to manifest in her expression. Her friends, noticing her unusual demeanor, began to inquire with concern. Sinuo, are you all right? Why are you staring so intently at that Fang Han from the third high school? Xiang Sinuo gently shook her head. Offering a slight smile to her friends, I'm fine, just lost in thought. The flames of gossip ignited among the girls. Hee, I bet our Sinuo has developed a crush. But seriously, that Fang Han is indeed quite handsome. Handsome is one thing, but what good is that if he can't fight? Strength is what truly matters. You're right, Jia. Sinuo, you're so exceptional. You should wait until you're in a top martial arts academy to find a brilliant partner who matches your prowess. Hee, we'll be here to help you sift through the contenders. Upon hearing her friend's teasing remarks, a faint blush of embarrassment rose to Xiang Sinuo's otherwise cool visage. She quickly shook her head and spoke. No, that Fang Han, he should be quite strong. At least stronger than I am. I can sense it. Her words left her friends in a state of astonishment. How could Fang Han possibly be stronger than Sinuo? Filled with curiosity and disbelief, they turned their gazes towards the front of the third high school S ranks. Meanwhile, at the testing station, Cui Shan had finished recording the previous students' results and calibrated the testing apparatus. He smiled at Fang Han. All set. Let us begin. Fang Han nodded slightly, his focus sharpening on the punching power apparatus. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the entire playground, catching everyone off guard. Then, Fang Han unleashed an astonishingly powerful aura. This presence was chilling, lethal, and imbued with an overwhelming sense of bloodthirst. Students nearby felt their hearts tremble upon sensing the martial aura radiating from Fang Han. On the podium, Song Weimin nodded in approval. Impressive martial killing intent, with a roar akin to flames igniting. An explosive force erupted from Fang Han. In that instant, every onlooker's pupils were tinged with a deep crimson hue, as if they were engulfed in the fierce blood energy emanating from him. This energy manifested as a mist, swirling into a blood-colored vortex centered around Fang Han, pure and potent, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Emerging from this swirling mass were spectral tigers and leopards, their roars echoing through the air, creating a scene that left the audience in utter shock. Before they could process their astonishment, the blood energy morphed again, transforming the spectral beasts into towering mountains and flowing rivers, each one imbued with an air of solemn weight and majesty. The sound of roaring rivers cascaded through the atmosphere, stirring the imagination of all who beheld it. Just the misty form held such grandeur. One could only wonder how magnificent it would be if Fang Han were to solidify it into true mountains and rivers. Thoughts raced through the minds of the spectators, their eyes wide with disbelief. As the winds howled, the blood-mist mountains and rivers began to condense and retract, resonating with a series of low, resonant tones. All eyes were fixated on the blood mist, where they witnessed the formation of 7 blood mist cauldrons. Each cauldron, though composed of ethereal mist, bore distinct shapes and intricate patterns, 3-legged and 4-legged. These cauldrons emanated an aura of ancient wisdom and profound mystery. Clearly, the blood energy manifestations conjured by Fang Han were nothing short of extraordinary. As the 7 blood mist cauldrons came into view, the crowd could only stare in astonishment. What was happening? How could this person's physical blood energy be so overwhelmingly powerful? This was impossible. in the formation of the second high school to the right of the playground. The students who had previously ridiculed Fong Han with disdain now wore expressions of disbelief. In Chu Chunyu's gaze, alongside astonishment and shock, there lingered a shadow of gloom. He had witnessed the extraordinary manifestations emanating from Fong Han and had finally grasped the reason behind his earlier unease. It dawned on him that Fong Han might very well be stronger than himself. This thought surged uncontrollably in Chu Chunyu's mind. He murmured in a voice tinged with darkness, such a formidable foundation in martial arts. This individual, at the stage of a zero-sequence martial arts apprentice, must have established an exceptionally solid base. With such vigorous blood energy, he has managed to condense 7 blood energy furnaces. Humph! Who would have thought that the third high school harbored such depth? Chu Chunyu let out a haughty snort. The surrounding students of the second high school quickly snapped back from their stupor, fawningly extolling him. Brother Chu, no need to worry no matter how strong his physical blood energy is. It's merely a testament to his brute strength and resilience. In battle, the level of martial arts still reigns supreme. Brother Chu, this Fong Han is too arrogant. During the practical assessment this afternoon, we should teach him a lesson, so he understands that there are always people better than him. Indeed, Old Liang is right. No matter how solid his martial arts foundation may be, it is only a stepping stone for future advancements. Now, it's all about the strength one possesses. Teaching him a lesson is for his own good. We want him to realize the harshness of reality and learn the importance of humility and modesty. Typically, Chu Chunyu would humbly acknowledge the praise from his peers, but now, the extraordinary manifestations from Fong Han had cast a shadow over his demeanor. He had grown cold and taciturn, his dark eyes fixed intently on Fong Han. Within the formation of the first high school, Xiang Sinuo observed the blood energy phenomena displayed by Fong Han with no hint of surprise. Indeed, it was not an illusion. Such a formidable foundation in martial arts. This student from the third high school named Fong Han was undeniably formidable. As Xiang Sinuo contemplated this, she scrutinized Fong Han's every move with heightened focus. Her friends beside her began to believe a fraction more in her earlier assertions. Could it be that Fong Han truly surpassed even Xiang Sinuo? The girls, filled with astonishment and curiosity, cast their gazes toward Fong Han, the ranks of the third high school. Every student's face was alight with joy. 7 blood energy furnaces. Just 2 days prior, Fong Han had only been able to condense 1. How remarkable! On the podium, Song Weiman's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he regarded Fong Han, Ji Minghui, and Principal Yao. However, began to feel a sense of unease. The blood energy and martial aura displayed by Fong Han stirred within them a foreboding sensation. Zhang Guohao and Fu Wenbin gazed at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend the rapidity of Fong Han's growth. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of all, Fong Han suddenly sprang into action. With a fierce shout, "Kill!" he slightly bent his body, and the 7 blood energy furnaces instantly retracted into his form. His entire being radiated with a crimson glow of spiritual energy, surging forth with intensity. At that moment, his feet, legs, and torso resembled 3 taut bows. With a swift motion, he propelled himself off the ground. A resounding boom echoed across the solid rubber track of the playground, and cracks spidered across the surface. Everyone watched in utter astonishment as a figure, akin to a blood-red arrow, shot forth in an instant. The resounding roar of a fierce bull reverberated throughout the first high school's expansive playground. Fong Han manifested a blood-colored bull, and his fists drove toward the black punching target of the testing apparatus with tremendous force. Akin to a raging bull thrusting its sharp horns, the ground-shaking collision erupted with a thunderous sound, causing students from all 3 schools to feel a tremor in their eardrums. In the next moment, every eye widened in shock. They witnessed the entire punching power testing device, as large as a concrete mixer truck, being violently propelled off the ground by Fong Han's overwhelming strength as it soared through the air. The surface of the massive apparatus suddenly glowed with a crimson light. Subsequently, Cui Shan, responsible for recording the results, paled dramatically and shouted, "Get out of the way!" The security guards positioned in the path of the flying testing apparatus scrambled to escape. With a deafening explosion, before the device could touch down, it erupted midair. Clattering sounds rang out as fragments of various sizes scattered in all directions, creating shallow craters upon landing. The onlookers gasped and dodged for cover. Among the debris, the relatively intact display screen showing the punching power numbers fell onto the rubber track. Everyone instinctively focused their attention on it. They beheld numbers, glimmering and rapidly fluctuating, across the screen, which was riddled with cracks. All gazes shifted to the scattered remnants of the punching power testing device, to the panicked security guards, and to the astonished martial artists of the Security Bureau. Finally, collective attention fell upon the calm and composed Fong Han, who stood with his fist withdrawn. In that moment, the entire playground of the first high school fell into an eerie silence. On the podium, Song Weiman and Zhang Guohao stood up abruptly, their gazes fixed on Fong Han. Zhang Guohao spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "Director, if I am not mistaken, that is At this moment." Shock was evident on Song Weiman's face as he murmured, "Yes, it should be the Extreme Realm." Chapter 59. The Extreme Realm battle body. It must be the Extreme Realm. That faint crimson glow, though subtle, unmistakably bore the essence and might characteristic of Extreme Realm power. Song Weiman whispered in astonishment, "There is no mistake." His mind raced with memories of all the information related to the Extreme Realm. The Extreme Realm, to be precise, refers to the power of the Extreme Realm, a formidable force that can only be comprehended and mastered by martial artists possessing the Extreme Realm battle body. This is one of the most powerful special physiques discovered in the Dragon Kingdom to date. Those who awaken this physique and master its power become, much like the name of this special physique suggests, incredibly lethal and powerful in combat, often deemed invincible among their peers. Once awakening begins and the first strand of Extreme Realm power is grasped, tremendous combat prowess unfolds. Moreover, as the Extreme Realm power intensifies and the physique becomes increasingly refined, the battle capabilities derived from this battle body grow ever more terrifying. However, most awakeners can only grasp a single strand of Extreme Realm power throughout their lives. Yet, a very rare few can harness increasingly more and stronger Extreme Realm powers. Initially, this physique went unnoticed, until Song Weiman took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions stirred by his memories. He recalled a highly classified document he had seen in his capacity as the director of the Nanshan Security Bureau. It contained records of the two most renowned Extreme Realm battle body martial artists in the century since the resurgence of spiritual energy. They are recognized as the only individuals who have comprehended and mastered the perfect Extreme Realm battle body. Only when these two warriors emerged in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's high officials did everyone truly comprehend the terrifying might of the Extreme Realm battle body. One of them, during the War of Defense, repeatedly turned the tide of battle, saving countless lives. The document, due to its original classification, only revealed a simple yet astonishing phrase: "Upon his arrival, all demons retreat." And the battle shifts. The other, having turned traitor to the Dragon Kingdom, wrought untold carnage. Regardless of whether they were demon beasts, beings from other realms, or Dragon Kingdom martial artists or civilians, anyone obstructing his path would face a bloody massacre. It was these two individuals who truly elevated the Extreme Realm battle body to its pinnacle. Prior to them, there were scant records, but after their time, this special physique garnered significant attention from the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons. Extensive resources were devoted to research, yet no breakthroughs were achieved. The secrets of this powerful battle body remained elusive. Speculations arose, suggesting that it required monumental changes or the possession of a rare treasure. In the end, all conjectured methods of awakening were proven ineffective and unrelated. Conventional methods such as bloodline inheritance and mental stimulation yielded no results. Thus, the Extreme Realm battle body became synonymous with mystery and unparalleled strength. As Song Weiman recalled the document he had seen, his heart remained tumultuous with emotion. Zhang Guohao listened intently to Song Weiman's affirming words, when suddenly a thought struck him. He became acutely aware of his surroundings and discreetly cast a glance. To his astonishment, he beheld a shimmering crimson energy barrier enveloping both himself and Song Weiman. It was indeed a thoughtful measure by the director. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, a soundproof barrier had been erected. With this in place, there was no fear of any information leaking out. Zhang Guohao exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning his gaze back to Fong Han, he noted the slight tremor in his eyes from the overwhelming shock. But they eventually settled into a calm demeanor. In disbelief, he spoke. "I never anticipated that Fong Han would awaken. The Extreme Realm battle body. Director, that glimmer of crimson light must be the power of the Extreme Realm." "Correct, Song Weiman. gazing at Fong Han and the shattered remnants of the strength-testing apparatus strewn about, nodded slightly. Indeed, it's highly likely. At the moment of his strike, Fong Han's physical strength was estimated to be around 7 or 8 tons. After channeling a trace of extreme realm power, he was able to obliterate the strength tester on the spot. Such combat prowess is indeed formidable. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Song Weimin continued, "Look at his demeanor. It seems he has not fully awakened yet and cannot entirely harness this extreme realm power. However, this astonishing crimson light should indicate a precursor to his awakening. He is merely a step away from seizing the opportunity." Zhang Guohao nodded in agreement. Recalling Fong Han's displayed strength during the previous midterm exams, he ventured, "Director Song, I believe, if Fong Han can successfully complete his awakening and truly master the entirety of the extreme realm power, reaching the legendary perfect state, defeating lower-tier opponents within the same sequence would be a trivial matter. Perhaps he could even shatter the barriers of sequential combat power and engage in battles across entire sequences." Song Weimin contemplated the classified documents he had encountered. His deep-set eyes gleamed with increasing brightness as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Taking a seat, he smiled and nodded slightly. "Let us await the outcome." Zhang Guohao also returned to his seat, his expression filled with eager anticipation as he directed his gaze toward Fong Han. With a subtle wave of his right hand, Song Weimin caused the crimson soundproof barrier beside them to dissipate like melting ice and snow, vanishing without a trace. Both men tacitly agreed to remain silent about Fong Han's extreme realm physique. They planned to seek a private moment to offer guidance to Fong Han. With so many people present, it was not suitable for such a secret to be widely known. Before Fong Han fully matured, he required certain essential protections. The three principals, witnessing Song Weimin's deployment of the energy barrier, wisely refrained from interrupting. They too were profoundly shocked by Fong Han's initial testing performance. On the face of Fu Wenbin was a look of sheer delight, while Ji Minghui from the first high school wore an increasingly grim expression, as the sudden rise of the second high school had already exceeded his expectations. Now, he could hardly fathom that the third high school, which he had never considered significant, had produced such a formidable youth. To shatter the strength testing apparatus with a single punch during the first test was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, Ji Minghui could only repeatedly reassure himself that the first test did not represent the entirety. There were still 2 more tests to observe. In fact, another individual sharing Ji Minghui's sentiments was Principal Yao from the second high school. He had believed that by concealing Chu Chenyu as his trump card, this training session would ensure a strong showing and a favorable rank, vying for next year's martial arts resources. Little did he anticipate that the third high school had also kept its strengths well hidden. Principal Yao continued to fixate on Fong Han, eager to discern whether he was the third school's ace or a decisive weapon. Chapter 60. Crimson Lightning miraged. The unusual reactions and astonishment exhibited by Song Weimin and his colleagues on stage were equally evident to all the martial artists from the security bureau gathered below. Every soldier and martial artist cast admiring glances at Fong Han. They had not expected that this youth, who emerged last for testing, would display such a stunning performance. Their anticipation grew for Fong Han's subsequent tests. Cui Shan, responsible for recording scores, stared at Fong Han in astonishment. He glanced back at the stage, where Song Weimin subtly nodded. Understanding the cue, Cui Shan called out loudly, "Fong Han from Class 1 of the 3rd High School, Physical Strength Test, S grade." This announcement sent ripples through the crowd, awakening all the teachers and students on the playground. Another student with an S grade in physical strength. Who would have thought that the 3rd high school could also produce an S grade student? More than that, I sense that this youth is even 3 points stronger than the S grade student from the 2nd high school. Undoubtedly, the power behind that shattered strength tester must be terrifying. Throughout history, talents have emerged in every generation. Today's students are indeed becoming increasingly formidable. As the teachers buzzed with excitement, each student in the 3rd high school S ranks wore expressions filled with joy. They had anticipated Fong Han's performance to be impressive, but they never expected it to feel like a bombshell from the outset. Their eagerness for Fong Han's upcoming test soared in the first high school S formation at the center of the playground. Xiang Sinuo stared at the scattered shards of the testing apparatus, her eyes widening with astonishment and horror. The companions beside her gazed at Fong Han with sparkling eyes. At this moment, they no longer doubted Xiang Sinuo's words. Their impression of Fong Han had undergone a dramatic transformation. Handsome, strong martial prowess. Their admiration for him soared exponentially. Meanwhile, in the second high school, Chu Qinyu's previously arrogant countenance now reflected a tempest of emotions. Fang Han's ability to shatter the strength testing apparatus was utterly unexpected. Chu Qinyu's unease and agitation intensified. He was forced to concede that, although both were S grades, Fang Han's physical strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. The comparison from the first test left him at a disadvantage. This made Chu Qinyu increasingly apprehensive about Fang Han's performance in the upcoming tests. The students from the second high school, who had previously clustered around Chu Qinyu, now fell silent, their earlier fawning and flattery evaporating as they retreated into subdued compliance, resembling frightened quails. The earlier boasts of teaching Fang Han a lesson in the afternoon were conveniently forgotten. At that moment, a rather simple-minded youth in the ranks suddenly shouted in indignation, "Chu Gu, Liang Gu, look at that Fang Han. What a show-off, shattering the strength testing apparatus right off the bat. What is he trying to prove? It's infuriating. We must teach him a lesson this afternoon." However, as he spoke, he noticed that all his classmates had unconsciously distanced themselves from him. Chu Chenyu shot him a glance filled with disdain, then turned away, choosing not to engage further. The others, hearing the foolish youth's words, also turned away, feigning ignorance. They murmured among themselves, "Quick, move away. We don't know him." Exactly, we don't know him. Ignorance is contagious. Upon hearing the murmurs of his classmates, the simple-minded youth was left utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to shout again, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. It was Liang Gu, who tightly silenced the boy to prevent any more foolish remarks. In a low, urgent whisper, Liang Gu seethed, "Zhang Datu, are you an absolute fool? With a head that size, where's your brain? Did a dog eat it? Or did you drown it while washing up last night?" Zhang Datu struggled to free himself from Liang Ji's grip, turning his head slightly as if contemplating a grave matter. Liang Gu sighed in exasperation. Finally, the youth appeared to have understood something. Moments later, Zhang Datu raised his head with a serious expression, responding, "Liang Gu, I just remembered. I didn't wash up last night." At that instant, Liang Ji's face flushed with anger, resembling a ripe tomato. The other students hastily took several steps back, fearful that proximity might lower their own intelligence. In a fit of rage, Liang Gu lunged forward and delivered a sharp smack to Zhang Datu's head. The sound was crisp and resounding, a well-deserved thump. Yet, Liang Gu felt no joy in his heart. Gripping Zhang Datu's ear, he twisted him to face Fang Han's direction. Leaning closer to Zhang Datu's ear, Liang Gu growled quietly, "Zhang Datu, open your eyes wide and see." "What is that?" Fang Han just obliterated the entire strength testing apparatus with a single punch. "Get your act together and think carefully. Is your 180 pounds of flesh tougher, or is that strength testing apparatus? Your desire to confront Fang Han is questionable, given the fragility of your own physique. Whether you could withstand even a single blow is a matter of doubt. It appears you are courting your own demise. If you wish to seek death, that is your prerogative, but do not involve us in your folly. Such frustration truly infuriates me." Upon hearing Brother Liang's words, Zhang Datu finally awakened from his stupor. He gasped in horror, his gaze shifting apprehensively toward the source of his fear. At last, he comprehended the terrifying strength of Fang Han. However, his mind was soon besieged by another pressing question. Hesitantly, he turned his eyes back to Brother Liang. Eventually, his curiosity overwhelmed him, and he inquired, "Brother Liang, why would my recklessness implicate you?" "I, Zhang Datu, am certainly not one to shirk responsibility." Before he could finish his valiant declaration, a swift chop struck the nape of his neck. The dim-witted youth instantly rolled his eyes back and collapsed. A look of relief washed over Brother Liang's face. Meanwhile, Chu Chenyu and the other students from Class 2 were collectively struck by a singular thought. The world had finally found its peace. Their gazes returned to Fang Han, who had now approached the second test station. The physical strength rating was classified as S-level, which did not surprise Fang Han. However, the subsequent shattering of the entire apparatus after a single punch left him somewhat perplexed. As he stood before the second test of spiritual power, a crucial realization dawned upon him. When he had unleashed his punch moments ago, that mysterious force within him seemed to have surged forth with it. In that instant, the power of his strike had significantly amplified. Could it be that the destruction of the punch-testing apparatus was related to that mysterious energy? Fong Han pondered privately. Bai Lin, responsible for the martial arts level testing and recording, noticed Fong Han's momentary distraction and gently urged, Fong Han, please place your hand on the palm print device. Then channel your internal spiritual energy into the testing apparatus, and the corresponding level of martial arts will be displayed on the spiritual energy scale crystal above. Bai Lin elucidated the method for the second test. Understood, Officer Bai, Fong Han replied, slightly nodding as he regained his focus. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he placed his right hand upon the palm print device. A crimson glow of spiritual energy began to emanate from the edges of his palm. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Fong Han's being. The 7 blood chi furnaces reappeared, oscillating amidst the swirling crimson mist. Fong Han's gaze shifted slightly as he sensed a pulling force emanating from the palm print device beneath his hand. The spiritual energy scale crystal above was guiding the release of all his spiritual energy. Realizing this, Fong Han ceased to hold back. With a slight movement of his spiritual awareness, the blood mist and 7 furnaces surrounding him fused with his body. The pure, refined spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth wildly. It streamed through his right palm and rapidly entered the spiritual energy scale crystal. A series of eerie humming sounds suddenly filled the air. Everyone watched in astonishment as the semi-transparent scale crystal before Fong Han was rapidly tainted with crimson. In merely 2 to 3 seconds, 1/4 of the diamond-shaped crystal had turned blood red, and its height continued to rise swiftly. The edges of the scale bore inscriptions indicating martial arts levels. 0 Sequence Advanced Martial Apprentice. 0 Sequence Peak Martial Apprentice. First Sequence Low-Level Martial Artist. As it approached the first sequence Low-Level Martial Artist, the color transformation of the diamond crystal began to take on an unsettling quality. All eyes were glued to it, their pupils dilating slightly in shock. Strands of winding patterns, resembling blood-red centipedes, continued to spread rapidly upward on the scale crystal. Undoubtedly, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Fong Han corresponded to that of a first-sequence low-level martial artist. Yet, everyone discerned something peculiar about Fong Han's energy. While the intensity of his fluctuations was undeniably that of a first-sequence low-level martial artist, the depth of that energy was comparable to that of a first-sequence advanced martial artist. This clearly indicated that the richness of the spiritual energy within Fong Han surpassed that of an advanced martial artist in the first sequence. While everyone was silently astonished, a new anomaly occurred. As Fong Han pressed his right hand against the palm print device, he suddenly felt the mysterious energy within him stirring restlessly. Just then, as the blood-red centipede-like spiritual energy patterns reached the scale for first sequence advanced martial artist, they abruptly burst apart. Like the delicate web spun by a spider, chunks the size of sea bowls, resembling a web of blood, swiftly spread upward. Like a rapidly slithering vine, it soon reached the top of the spiritual energy scale crystal. At that moment, Fong Han's gaze sharpened. For the first time, he distinctly sensed the mysterious energy within him releasing through his right hand and infusing the palm print device. A series of cracking sounds echoed. Fong Han looked down. The liquid crystal palm print device he was touching began to fracture. The sounds of shattering grew increasingly loud and piercing. This unsettling noise resonated across the playground, drawing the attention of everyone present. The diamond crystal affixed to the palm print device was now tainted a deep crimson. The top was covered with countless traces of blood-like filaments. At this juncture, the entire crystal began to explode along those blood-stained lines. The sharp and jarring sound of the explosion intensified, almost piercing the eardrums of those who heard it. Everyone, disperse immediately. Fong Han, step away from the spiritual energy testing device. Bai Lin commanded decisively, turning to shout at Fong Han and the other martial artists from the security bureau. All the martial artists quickly retreated. Fong Han stood there, momentarily dazed. He was deeply engrossed in the intricate phenomena and changes occurring as the mysterious energy poured into the instrument. Fong Han, Bai Lin, who had barely taken a few steps away, called out anxiously. She rushed forward, attempting to grasp Fong Han's right hand, wanting to pull him away from the imminent explosion of the device. But just then, as if sensing something, Fong Han suddenly turned his gaze toward Bai Lin. That glance rendered her as if caught in a spell, standing frozen in place. Within Fong Han's eyes, she beheld 2 swirling orbs of crimson. Flashes of lightning, ruthless, indifferent, aloof, cold and chilling. It seemed that within those eyes, all human emotions had been completely stripped away. What remained appeared to be a merciless, divine essence. In Fong Han's gaze, she felt as though she was but an insignificant ant. In that instant, a torrent of terrifying thoughts surged through Bai Lin's mind. An uncontainable wave of dread enveloped her entire being. She stumbled backward uncontrollably, retreating several steps until Fong Han averted his gaze. Allowing her to halt her retreat, a nearby colleague quickly steadied Bai Lin, prompting her to regain her senses. Only then did she realize, with shock, that her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Everyone noticed Bai Lin's sudden retreat, but failed to discern anything amiss. They all observed Fong Han standing alone before the violently trembling, soon-to-explode spiritual energy testing device. At that moment, Song Weiman and the others on the platform also stood up, their eyes fixed on the astonishing changes unfolding with Fong Han. The rustling sound, reminiscent of leaves brushing against each other in the wind, suddenly erupted. Everyone immediately saw the entire crystal beginning to shed fine particles. Akin to dust, the half-person high crystal seemed to harbor a blood-red active volcano, violently shaking and trembling. The framework supporting the spiritual energy scale crystal burst apart with a cacophony, with a thunderous bang. The base of the palm print device shattered into a blaze of fiery debris. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As Fong Han stood before the exploding device, a faint crimson glow suddenly radiated from his form. All the shattering fragments of the device veered away from his body as if flowing water encountered a boulder. After the explosion, Fong Han emerged unscathed. Everyone watched in disbelief, their pupils widening even further. Amidst the acrid scent of smoke and fire, sensing yet another anomaly, they raised their gazes. In everyone's line of sight, the surface of the half-person high blood-red crystal erupted into blade-like beams of crimson light. Then, with a resounding crack, the sound of shattering erupted. Countless blood-red crystal shards exploded outward in all directions. As the crowd dodged the flying fragments, those shards struck the hard plastic track, creating shallow pits upon impact. Dust rose, soil was thrown into the air. After the intense scene, resembling a hail of bullets, where everything was shattered, all eyes turned towards the center. Amidst a somewhat acrid atmosphere of smoke and fire, the gray dust gradually dispersed. A vague yet upright figure slowly emerged from the haze. The eyes of the onlookers widened slightly. The figure was none other than the unscathed Fong Han. Not a single piece of shrapnel from the exploded instruments or shards of crystal had touched even the hem of his clothing. In fact, some perfectionists with sharp eyesight and a touch of OCD were astonished to discover that even the school uniform worn by Fong Han remained pristine and untouched by dust. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd once more. When the first testing instrument had shattered, those with pride and disbelief in their hearts had found excuses to challenge Fong Han's abilities. However, when the second test, the spiritual power tester, exploded again, everyone was left utterly speechless. Regarding Fong Han's prowess, there was only admiration and acceptance. This time, without needing Song Weiman to nod, Bai Lin already understood Fong Han's martial arts level test results. With eyes full of astonishment, she fixed her gaze on the tall and handsome figure and declared loudly, Class 1 of Senior 3 at Number 3 High School. Fong Han, martial arts level test result, S rank. A low-level spiritual energy fluctuation of the first sequence, yet possessing the robust strength of a high-level spiritual energy of the first sequence. Moreover, he managed to detonate the spiritual energy crystal capable of withstanding the peak spiritual energy impact of the first sequence. This result undoubtedly warrants an S rank. Upon hearing Fong Han's second S rank result, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The gasps of shock resonated as a chorus. Wow, Fong Han's second martial arts level test is also S rank. My goodness, he even detonated the spiritual energy tester. Can it be anything less than S? If it's not S, I wouldn't agree. This year, Number 3 High School truly struck gold. Indeed, who knew where such a deity was summoned from? Achieving 2 S ranks, it's incredible. With the third test yet to be conducted, we have already been overshadowed by Number 3 High School. It's truly terrifying. While the students nearby discussed fervently, Chu Chenyu remained silent. Over at Number 1 High School, Xiang Sinuo felt her previous apprehension towards Fong Han intensifying. The impressions held by her close friends skyrocketed from a previously linear ascent to a frightening exponential increase. On the podium, Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Particularly attentive to certain traits and circumstances, their previous judgments became even more resolute. Fu Wenbin's expression was akin to someone who had stumbled upon a gold bar. Grinning widely, Ji Minghui, however, felt a bitter and speechless pang in his heart. The Fong Han from No. 3 High School had truly become a formidable dragon in the territory of No. 1 High School. Principal Yao from No. 2 High School also wore a bitter smile. At this moment, he shared a sense of empathy with Ji Minghui. Moreover, Yao felt a sense of frustration. He had initially thought he was putting on a grand show. Yet it had merely served as a backdrop and a wedding dress for No. 3 High School. No. 2 and No. 1 High Schools were on the verge of becoming stepping stones for No. 3 High School's rise. Both on and off the stage, everyone's thoughts were exceedingly complex and profoundly shocked. Unfazed by all this, Fong Han stepped into the glass chamber for the third test, as the gazes of the gathered crowd bore down upon him. The third test, the martial arts potential assessment, commenced. As Fong Han opened the door to the glass chamber, he was greeted by a refreshing and soothing fragrance wafting through the air. His nose twitched slightly as he immediately recognized it as a top-tier calming incense. Specifically supplied by the Bureau of Security, he recalled that during the awakening ceremony of martial arts talent at the beginning of Senior 3, this premium calming incense had been used. Fong Han's gaze swept across the room, and he took in the modestly arranged space. It contained a lightweight, foldable desk, behind which sat a researcher from the Bureau of Security clad in a white lab coat, diligently typing away on a sleek laptop. Beside him stood a stern-faced martial artist from the Bureau of Security. In front of the foldable desk stood a high-backed chair, facing the desk, surrounded by an array of instruments. Upon noticing Fong Han's entrance, the researcher retrieved a remote control and pressed a button directed at the surrounding glass. Instantly, Fong Han observed the lighting within the room soften, transforming into a warm yellow glow that was not harsh on the eyes. The glass surrounding him was of a controllable type, rendering the testing scene invisible from the outside. At the same time, all external noises were effectively muted, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. The researcher politely smiled and said, "Please take a seat. I will finish the adjustments shortly." He gestured towards the high-backed chair. Fong Han nodded slightly and settled into the deep brown leather chair. The soft, contoured design conformed comfortably to his back, allowing him to relax. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds echoed. He noticed the researcher behind the desk pressing a wireless earpiece nestled in his ear. Nodding respectfully. Subsequently, the researcher stood up, just as a knock sounded at the door. The martial artist standing nearby opened the door. Fong Han focused his gaze and saw Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao enter, accompanied by an elderly man in a white lab coat. After the previous researcher and the martial artist had respectfully saluted and exited, Zhang Guohao approached and briefly introduced Song Weimin and the elderly man, who was the director of the Municipal Research Institute affiliated with Nanshan. The presence of such high-ranking individuals personally overseeing his martial arts potential test surprised Fong Han. He harbored a subtle suspicion that it was related to the results of the previous two tests. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the test commenced swiftly. Zhang Guohao assisted Fong Han in applying sensor patches to various parts of his body. The patch, the size of a bottle cap, was made of an unknown material. Exuding a slightly cool sensation, a silver helmet-like device descended and settled atop Fong Han's head. "Old Guo, let us begin." Song Weimin cast a deep glance at Fong Han before addressing the elderly director at the computer. Old Guo nodded slightly, initiating the spiritual energy interception test. As his voice fell, he pressed a button on the laptop. Fong Han immediately heard a series of clicking sounds, indicating that the makeshift chamber was equipped with additional mechanisms. Hiss, hiss, sounds of jets emanated from the four corners of the room. Fong Han's gaze flickered slightly as he distinctly sensed a rapid increase in the spiritual energy concentration within the chamber. Clearly, the specialized spiritual energy conduits had been activated. At that moment, Fong Han's eyes sharpened, and his body tensed. He felt a tingling sensation from the patches adhered to his body. Realizing that it was the faint current flowing through him, he quickly understood. "Fong Han, relax and operate your spiritual energy guiding technique as you usually would. Our main goal is to test your spiritual energy interception level," Old Guo said kindly from his seat at the computer. "Understood, Director Guo," Fong Han replied. Closing his eyes, he activated his spiritual perception, drawing in spiritual energy through his mouth and nose, and began to circulate it along the pathways of the top-tier spiritual energy guiding technique. Within his inner vision, Fong Han saw each patch on his body resembling massive stones dropped into a lake, sending ripples of static electricity spreading outward. He meticulously reflected his bodily state, which was clearly transmitted to the connected instruments. In front of the foldable desk, Song Weiman and Director Guo focused intently on the computer screen. There, a 3D model of Fong Han was prominently displayed, allowing them to observe each patch's position as if a radar were continuously scanning his entire body. The device accurately and meticulously reported the degree of spiritual energy interception for every pore and acupoint on Fong Han's body. On the computer screen, beside Fong Han's 3D model, a percentage figure rapidly ascended, eventually stabilizing at 83.57, ceasing to move. Director Guo's face lit up with joy as he glanced at Song Weiman, exclaiming, "An interception level of 83.57. A definite high-level talent, very impressive." Song Weiman smiled and nodded slightly. With an 80 martial arts talent, combined with such a solid martial arts foundation and the Extreme Realm battle body, even if he could only master a thread of Extreme Realm power after awakening, it would still represent formidable combat strength. Contemplating this, Song Weiman's gaze toward Fong Han grew ever warmer and more congenial. Director Guo continued to speak kindly to Fong Han. "All right, you can stop now." "Fong Han, next, we shall conduct a test of mental fortitude, which is also a measure of spiritual perception." Fong Han's meditative state was not particularly deep. Upon hearing Lao Guo's words, he immediately gathered his senses and gradually awoke. Upon noticing Fong Han's awakening, Lao Guo began to tap away at the computer keyboard. Soon, Fong Han beheld the soft lighting on the four glass walls transform dramatically. It morphed into a vast, boundless grassland scene. The sky was high and expansive, adorned with blue skies and white clouds, uplifting one's spirits immensely. He could even feel the gentle breeze of the prairie brushing against him, and inhale the earthy fragrance mingled with the rich scent of grass wafting through the air. At that moment, Fong Han, somewhat astonished, nearly mistook the scene for having traversed space from the large playground of his school to the northern grasslands. This almost lifelike sensory experience was indeed far more vivid than the 4D movies of his previous life. Lao Guo smiled slightly and began to explain to Fong Han. "This is the latest in 4D spatial projection technology. Each specially crafted piece of glass that makes up this room is quite costly. Not only is it incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds, but it also facilitates many such projection technologies. Coupled with various specialized mechanisms and scene simulation effects, it offers remarkably groundbreaking outcomes for simulated combat and various tests." Fong Han nodded in agreement, imagining the powerful training effects this technology would have when combined with corresponding equipment. Lao Guo continued, "Fong Han, now release your spiritual perception as much as possible. Let us examine the intensity of your spiritual perception." "Understood, Director," Fong Han replied, eager to discover his current level of spiritual perception. Previously, when he had broken through to the first sequence of official martial artists, his spiritual perception had seen an enhancement, though he was unsure of the extent of this improvement. Fong Han slightly narrowed his eyes, focusing his mind. His spiritual perception naturally emanated from his consciousness. Song Weiman, Director Guo, and Zhang Guohao, who stood beside Fong Han, all fixed their gaze upon him. All three were formidable martial artists and could clearly sense the concentrated and resilient spiritual perception beginning to radiate from Fong Han. With his eyes gently closed, Fong Han fully controlled his spiritual perception, feeling a tingling static electricity emanating from the testing helmet he wore. The stimulating sensation on his scalp was akin to gentle hands providing a continuous massage. His tense mind rapidly relaxed, fatigue dissipating. The static discharges from the helmet assisted Fong Han in entering a state of mental unity, tranquil and undisturbed. This was the optimal state for cultivation and also the most conducive for releasing spiritual perception. Fong Han held nothing back. The entirety of his spiritual perception suddenly erupted. At that moment, the expressions of Song Weiman and the other two changed dramatically. They suddenly sensed that the intensity of Fong Han's released spiritual perception had surged exponentially. If the spiritual perception he had just released felt like a gentle breeze caressing the face, then this newly unleashed intensity resembled a ferocious typhoon sweeping through. Song Weiman and Director Guo quickly lowered their heads to observe the computer screen. Zhang Guohao hurried over, his focus glued to the data displayed on the screen. The sound of rapid beeping filled the air as the data fluctuated wildly. On the screen, Fong Han's 3D avatar vanished, replaced by a 360-degree rotating 3D model of the brain. Beside it was a graph depicting the fluctuations of spiritual perception, along with specific intensity data. The curve on the graph surged upward like a steep cliff, easily breaking through the range of a low-level first-sequence martial artist. The wave of spiritual perception continued to rise for the intermediate and advanced levels of the first sequence. The intensity data mirrored the rapid increase in heart rates of Song Weimin and the others. What was happening? Director Guo's aged but sharp features displayed pure astonishment. He turned to Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao with a puzzled expression. Did you not say this child was merely a low-level first-sequence martial artist? Director Guo, having been called over by Song Weimin, had not witnessed Fong Han's previous tests. Song Weimin smiled mysteriously. That is indeed true. However, this young man is certainly not an ordinary low-level first-sequence martial artist. Zhang Guohao nodded in agreement. Director Guo, you should take another look. Before Song Weimin could finish his sentence, his gaze was suddenly transfixed on the computer screen. Director Guo, look quickly. What is happening? Song Weimin pointed at the 3D brain model on the screen. All three of their eyes were now glued to the monitor. They observed that the originally light blue, semi-transparent brain model began to exhibit Fong Han's mental energy image. This was a manifestation of spiritual perception that would materialize should Fong Han reach a higher level of martial artistry. This image not only revealed the intensity of a martial artist's spiritual perception, but also provided insight into the types of talents a martial artist would excel in based on the shape of the image. This was also a crucial aspect of testing a martial artist's potential, however. To the astonishment of Song Weimin and the other two, the image of Fong Han's brain appeared in a rich, deep crimson hue. It resembled mist, hazy and indistinct. Just as they were puzzled, Zhang Guohao suddenly widened his eyes and whispered in shock, Director Song, Director Guo, the brain image is changing. The three of them stared intently at the screen, and to their astonishment, they saw the blood mist filling Fong Han's brain becoming increasingly clear. Numerous sparkling red dots of light flickered and flashed, along with streaks of varying lengths resembling blood meteors, streaking through the blood mist in the blink of an eye. There were also winding, flickering strands of crimson lightning that erupted and shattered with a thunderous roar. A series of extraordinary yet resplendent images continually formed within Fong Han's 3D brain model. The dark background of the computer screen vividly reflected the astonished expressions of Song Weimin and the others. Director Guo, with his eyes reflecting the beautiful crimson images, murmured softly in a daze. Old Song. It was worth my old bones making this trip today. To witness such a brain image is truly worthwhile. In my 15 years as the director of this municipal research institute, and nearly 40 years in the field, I have never seen such a brain image before, Director Guo exclaimed in awe. Light points, meteors, lightning. It resembles a crimson nebula. This is simply art. Immediately after, Director Guo slightly raised his head, his face filled with shock as he gazed at Fong Han, seemingly speaking to himself but also addressing Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao. This boy's talent, especially his talent for spiritual perception, is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. His future is boundless. Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao nodded in agreement, their expressions equally astonished. Suddenly, a blaring alarm echoed throughout the room. The red warning lights illuminated the stunned faces of Song Weimin and his companions. Chapter 62. Control. The warning lights flickered and swayed. Was it an overload on the testing device? Why would it suddenly overload? Director Guo quickly grasped the meaning behind the alarm, though he felt a twinge of confusion. He glanced at the laptop screen. Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao also leaned in to look. The stunningly beautiful brain image of Fong Han remained on display, while the graph of spiritual perception fluctuations continued to ascend. However, the spiritual perception intensity data had begun to behave erratically. The green cursor numbers fluctuated wildly as they danced to the beeping rhythm, rising and falling chaotically. Director Guo's keen and aged eyes skimmed over the chaotic data post-overload. Now devoid of any significance, he fixated on Fong Han's spiritual perception fluctuation graph. With his extensive experience, he made a rough estimate in his mind and arrived at a conclusion that left him utterly astonished. Director Guo's face was a portrait of shock. He slightly turned to Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao. This young man's mental strength? No, I should say his spiritual perception intensity has already reached the level of a low-level second-sequence martial artist. and he is on the verge of breaking through to a mid-level second sequence martial artist. Upon hearing this, Song Weiman and Zhang Guohao raised their heads, their expressions still filled with disbelief, illuminated by the red glow of the overload alarm as they gazed at Fang Han sitting in the chair. They understood the significance of spiritual perception intensity and the difficulties in enhancing it at the lower martial artist levels. A higher spiritual perception intensity would enable a quicker sensing of danger. Moreover, he could swiftly discern the martial arts level of his opponents, as well as their martial techniques, allowing for an immediate counterattack. Furthermore, with Fang Han's exceptional sensitivity, practitioners below the intermediate level of the second sequence would be utterly incapable of detecting his true essence. This presented an immensely significant advantage among peers of the same rank. Director Gu's gaze fell upon Fang Han, softly murmuring, "The intensity of his spiritual perception surpasses the martial arts level by an entire major sequence. Have never encountered such a situation before." Suddenly, a thought struck Director Gu, prompting him to rapidly type calculations on his laptop. Eventually, he presented the results to Song Weiman and Zhang Guohao. Fixing his gaze upon them, the old man solemnly remarked, "With the current intensity of this young man's spiritual perception, during his training, his formidable sensitivity will enable him to attract and draw in greater amounts of ambient spiritual energy. His efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy could increase by 55, coupled with the previously measured 83 rate of energy retention. This equates to a training speed that would rival practitioners with a 90 energy retention rate." Upon hearing this, both Song Weiman and Zhang Guohao's eyes began to gleam with excitement, fully aware that Fang Han was demonstrating signs of awakening an extraordinary combat physique. Now, with such exceptional training talent, his potential in martial arts was truly astonishing. Director Gu continued to scrutinize the various data on his computer, his perplexity still unresolved. It seemed as though he was speaking to himself, as well as to Song Weiman and Zhang Guohao beside him. This shouldn't be happening. Even with such a level of sensitivity, this detection apparatus should not trigger an overload warning. What on earth is going on? Director Gu, baffled, continued to strike the keyboard, sifting through the detection data. Meanwhile, Song Weiman and Zhang Guohao quietly observed, exchanging glances as they vaguely grasped the underlying cause without uttering a word in the high-backed chair. Fang Han, deeply immersed in meditation, was acutely aware of everything around him. With the aid of the brainwave detector, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. His spiritual perception grew increasingly active and keen, akin to an octopus extending its limbs from the depths of his consciousness, probing the surroundings and sensing everything. This sensation of omniscience and control instilled a profound tranquility within him. He could also introspectively perceive the celestial nebula within his mind. As the electric currents of the detector surged, Fang Han sensed that a thread of mysterious power within him was being stimulated, stirring restlessly. This was also the reason for the detector's overload indication. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Fang Han's mind. He recalled the earlier sensation of this mysterious power being infused into his punches and spiritual energy. Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible to also channel it into his spiritual perception. Seizing the opportunity presented by the brainwave detector, he resolved to fully master this thread of mysterious power. This thought surged within Fang Han's mind, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Whether in his past life or this, he had always possessed a strong desire for control. The existence of such a powerful thread of mysterious energy within him, especially in an uncontrollable state, stirred a deep unease within him. After the previous two tests, Fang Han had clearly sensed the mysterious power and had attempted to harness it. Now, he was prepared to utilize the formidable sensitivity born from the fusion of his two souls, aided by the brainwave detector. To seize mastery over this mysterious energy, without further hesitation, Fang Han focused his thoughts. His spiritual perception erupted, sweeping across his entire being. He found it. The eyelids of Fang Han, slightly closed, quivered. His powerful sensitivity rapidly enveloped the restless thread of mysterious energy within him. Inside the glass chamber, Director Gu performed a series of operations, and the alarm ceased. The incessantly flashing red lights also extinguished. He continued to manipulate the data, searching for answers. Song Weiman glanced at Fang Han, then at Director Gu, his eyes momentarily flickering. He then addressed Director Gu, saying, "Old Gu, let's conclude the detection here. There's no further necessity." Before Song Weiman could finish his sentence, suddenly, beep, 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 the The numerical display of spiritual perception intensity on the laptop screen began to fluctuate wildly. Ultimately, the sounds melded into a sharp, piercing note. With a crack, the screen of the laptop suddenly glitched, unable to display an image, as colorful lines crisscrossed chaotically across the entire screen. Crack, crack. Subsequently, the screen shattered on the spot. The cracked screen, which did not fall away, still reflected the astonished expressions of Song Weiman and the other two. Suddenly, a realization struck Song Weiman, and he lifted his head sharply. He immediately noticed the silver helmet detector worn by Fong Han, now shrouded in a layer of blood-red light, resembling a gossamer veil. It dawned on him. This was undoubtedly the power of the extraordinary realm, standing so close to Fong Han for the first time. Song Weiman's perception was particularly profound. Zhang Guohao and Director Gu quickly raised their heads as well. At that moment, the three of them witnessed Fong Han suddenly open his eyes. Crackle, in a daze. Song Weiman and the others seemed to hear the thunderous roar of lightning ravaging around them. Those were not merely two eyes. They were .2 phantoms of blood-red lightning. The imagery seen by Bai Lin during the second test now materialized before Song Weiman and the others, exuding an increasingly intense aura of coldness and indifference. With those eyes wide open, Fong Han sat upright in the high-backed chair, emanating an air of detached arrogance. He resembled a deity seated high above the clouds, gazing down upon the myriad beings below. Among the trio, Song Weiman possessed the greatest strength. He could even see that deep within Fong Han's gaze, it appeared as though two dense blood-red storm clouds took form, suffusing his entire eye sockets. Those phantoms of blood-red lightning were, in fact, bolts of thunder bursting forth from the storm clouds. Although the reasons behind this phenomenon remained unclear, the scenes within Fong Han's eyes were not entirely vivid. Yet, within Song Weiman's heart, an intense intuition stirred. He sensed that as Fong Han's power ascended to a certain level, the visions within those eyes would become clearer and, one day, materialize into reality, bursting forth from their confines. Old Song, those eyes of that child, Director Gu exclaimed in shock and horror. At that moment, suddenly, the walls of the glass chamber transformed instantaneously, revealing a vast and magnificent celestial nebula. On the sports field of No. 1 Middle School, all the students and faculty were astonished, murmuring excitedly upon seeing Song Weiman and the others enter. It must be the highest-ranking martial artists from the Nanshan Bay City, including Director Gu from the Affiliated Research Institute. To think that our three most esteemed martial artists are personally here to assess Fong Han's martial potential. Such an impressive entourage. Given Fong Han's performance in the first two tests, he surpasses Chu Qinyu from No. 2 Middle School. He is undoubtedly the most promising candidate for the top-tier martial arts academy's elite class this year. After a while, unable to see the testing scene, they gathered in their respective school formations, speculating about the results of Fong Han's third test. What do you think Fong Han's martial potential test results will be? I don't know, but it should be impressive. After all, his previous two tests were outstanding. Do you think there's a chance he could achieve an S rating? Come on, an S rating in martial potential? How incredibly difficult would that be? Fong Han's previous tests were remarkable, shattering the punch strength tester and the spiritual energy scale crystal. But this third test assesses martial potential. It measures energy retention and spiritual perception intensity. How could he possibly shatter this specially designed glass chamber? Haha, that's a ridiculous notion. I, for one, do not believe it. It's simply impossible. Just as the crowd's discussions had not yet subsided, suddenly, all the members of the Security Bureau stood on high alert, fixating their gaze on the glass chamber where Fong Han was being tested. Soon, sensing something amiss, the others turned their attention in that direction as well. The three figures on the podium, Fu Wenbin and his companions, stood up immediately, intently observing the commotion. At that moment, a rich blood-red hue flooded the pupils of everyone present, reminiscent of the initial testing phase of Fong Han. However, unlike before, what they now beheld was a vast, profound, and mysteriously beautiful blood-red nebula. So beautiful, so exquisite. Indeed, it resembles a celestial nebula. In the formation of No. 1 Middle School, Xiang Sinuo's friends gasped in awe, their eyes filled with wonder. The serene and elegant Xiang Sinuo, however, stood quietly to the side without uttering a word. In fact, upon closer inspection, one could see her delicate frame trembling slightly. Her gaze, fixed upon the blood-red nebula, was filled with trepidation, shaking with fear. What an awe-inspiring power. What exactly is this power? Xiang Sinuo murmured, her voice trembling. Her beautiful eyes appeared vacant and entranced, as if she had fallen into a peculiar state. From a young age, Xiang Sinuo had possessed a keen sense of perception, unrelated to the intensity of spiritual perception, purely an inexplicable intuition. Due to her extraordinary and elusive ability, she had repeatedly escaped perilous situations in the wilderness and had reaped considerable benefits. There were moments when she felt like such a unique existence, and she reveled in that feeling, finding joy and even exhilaration. However, today, or rather, at this very moment, Xiang Sinuo was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming terror. As if her heart had been seized by an unseen hand. She should not have acted so recklessly. Such an insatiable curiosity should not have stirred within her. She should not have ventured forth to sense it. Regret washed over her as her fair complexion paled in the wake of profound shock. Everything around her swiftly descended into darkness and silence. Within her field of vision, only that crimson nebula remained. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, Fang Han and the others are inside. Director Song and his team are also there. We can see them." A commotion erupted around her. Someone had realized that the nebula was reflected on the glass walls of the chamber. By peering through the nebula, they could see Fang Han, along with Song Weiman and others, undergoing their tests. Terrified, Xiang Sinuo trembled violently. Her dazed and vacant eyes were abruptly awakened by the cacophony of exclamations. And she gradually regained her composure. Breathing heavily, as if she had just been rescued from drowning, she bent over, clutching her heaving chest, gasping for air. Her delicate form was drenched in cold sweat, soaking her back and forehead. Her concerned friends quickly approached, offering their support as they helped her up. With a pale face, Xiang Sinuo gazed toward the glass chamber, her eyes penetrating the nebula to rest upon Fang Han, who sat composedly in a chair. She understood that it was the power within him. At that moment, Fang Han, too, inexplicably sensed something. She had detected the power within herself. Fang Han comprehended this, but chose to disregard such trivialities. He had reached a critical juncture. His formidable spiritual perception surged forth. With a series of explosive sounds, the patches affixed to his body shattered. Sparks and crackling electricity erupted around him. Song Weiman and the others watched in astonishment as the helmet atop Fang Han's head ignited with sparks before exploding into fragments. Unscathed, Fang Han rose gracefully from his seat. His eyes, now ablaze with crimson lightning and thundercloud illusions, appeared to gaze into an unknown void. Slowly, he extended his right hand and uttered two words in a tone of indifference: "Control." Chapter 63. The Bloodthirsty Blade, Practical Assessment Control. As these words escaped Fang Han's lips, his right hand clenched tightly. In that instant, the crimson lightning illusions within his eyes erupted into a dazzling array of razor-like flashes of thunder. To Song Weiman and the others, an invisible yet profound and powerful mysterious aura suddenly emanated from Fang Han. This aura rippled outward from his body, expanding with astonishing speed like waves upon water. Song Weiman's expression changed dramatically. With a flicker of his spiritual perception, he instantly conjured a spherical, fiery red energy barrier, enveloping Fang Han and Zhang Guohao within its protective embrace, attempting to mitigate the mysterious aura emanating from Fang Han. Yet, a trace still slipped through, rapidly diffusing outward. With a piercing crack, the glass shattered. In the eyes of all those present on the playground, a sharp, ear-piercing sound of shattering glass erupted, and the entire testing chamber exploded. The specially tempered glass disintegrated into countless sharp shards, scattering in all directions, leaving deep gashes across the lawn and rubber track. Dust filled the air. Goodness, the testing chamber for martial potential has really shattered. Fang Han's martial potential test has indeed destroyed the glass chamber. Step back, quickly retreat. This is terrifying. Students near the glass chamber screamed and scattered in panic. All eyes turned toward the figure of Fang Han. Partially obscured by the dust, their gazes filled with fear and astonishment. Those who had confidently asserted that Fang Han's martial potential test could not possibly shatter the glass now stood aghast. Their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. How is this possible? This is utterly absurd. Within the fiery red energy barrier, Director Guo, oblivious to Fang Han's condition and secrets, stared at him with wide, astonished eyes. as if they were the size of copper bells. His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. The expressions of Song Weimin and Zhang Guohao mirrored his astonishment, if not exceeding it, for they were privy to some of Feng Han's circumstances. At that moment, Song Weimin finally realized what Feng Han had been doing. A tempest of emotions surged within him. That was it. It was at a peak fluctuation. This young man was managing to control that thread of extreme power within him. The audacity, the spirit. Song Weimin regarded Feng Han with admiration. Awakening and controlling even a fragment of a powerful talent like the extreme battle body was an arduous and perilous endeavor. If one failed to grasp it in that moment, or lacked the requisite foundation, they could be overwhelmed by the very power they sought to control, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The risks were immense, but so too were the rewards. Successfully mastering such a formidable talent would yield transformative changes in future cultivation and combat prowess. Song Weimin fixed his gaze upon Feng Han, who was enveloped in a shimmering crimson light, his eyes glazed over as if lost in a trance. Song Weimin was deeply moved, a 19-year-old wielder of the extreme battle body. Truly extraordinary. At this moment, Director Guo, still bearing traces of shock upon his face, slowly turned to Song Weimin. His eyes were filled with incredulity as he spoke. Is this the first-tier low-level martial artist you mentioned? Song Weimin could only offer a bitter smile, rendered speechless. The bloodlight surrounding Feng Han gradually dimmed, and his aura slowly receded. It should be nearing its end, Song Weimin thought to himself. Suddenly, he spoke to Director Guo in a low, solemn tone. Old Guo, after today, ensure that all of Feng Han's test data is deleted from the base city's internal network. Using your access. I will prepare a detailed report for the higher-ups. There is no need for us to retain backups. Director Guo, startled by his words, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Without further inquiry, he nodded in agreement. Understood, old Song. I will take care of it as soon as I return. Song Weimin nodded slightly. This was precisely why he had come to speak with Director Guo. He was someone trustworthy and discreet. Zhang Guohao, relieved by Director Guo's agreement, felt a weight lift from his heart. While the three were conversing, they failed to notice that Feng Han had slowly closed his eyes. Just as his eyelids were about to fully descend, an astonishing change occurred in the depths of his consciousness. When he opened his eyes once more, everything returned to normal. Feng Han's clear, distinct gaze fell upon Song Weimin, Director Guo, and Captain Zhang, his eyes shining with clarity and brilliance. Director Song, Director Guo, Captain Zhang. After exchanging simple greetings, Song Weimin nodded slightly. Director Guo and Zhang Guohao returned his greeting with warm smiles. With a wave of his hand, Song Weimin dissipated the energy barrier. All eyes on the playground converged upon them. Song Weimin's voice boomed, resonating throughout the vast space of the gymnasium. Class 1 of Senior 3 from the 3rd High School, Feng Han, Martial Potential Test, S rank, comprehensive score across 3 tests, S. His announcement fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment among the crowd. S comprehensive score? How is this possible? Goodness, this rating surpasses Chu Qinyu from 2nd High by 2 levels. The 3 S's in test scores and an S comprehensive rating indicated that Feng Han was truly a force to be reckoned with. This must be the best result ever recorded in our Nanshan Bay City. The crowd buzzed with awe and excitement, the vast disparity between scores rendering most of them devoid of jealousy. One astonishing result after another left them in a state of shock and numbness, gazing at Feng Han with a deep sense of reverence. At this point, all training students from the 3 schools had completed their assessments, and the morning's comprehensive tests came to an end. The martial artist from the Security Bureau quickly compiled the results and calculated the rankings among the 3 schools. Feng Han returned to his place in the lineup. Like a hero returning triumphantly from battle, all the students of Class 3 gathered around. Cheers, praises, and applause filled Feng Han's ears. He smiled faintly, responding to everything with a calm and indifferent demeanor. Feng Han was acutely aware that in times of weakness, those around him were villains, yet in times of strength, they transformed into allies. The fickleness of human sentiment was as simple as that. He merely exchanged a brief greeting with Hu Zhiqing before returning to the end of the line. Zhou Wei rushed over, playfully locking Feng Han's throat and draping his arm over his shoulder, exclaiming with exuberance, "Wow, old Feng, you're amazing. 3 S's, an overall rating of S. It's like a little cow ringing the doorbell." Feng Han, somewhat puzzled by his friend's strange expression, asked with a smile, "What does that mean?" "It means you've hit the jackpot. Zhou Wei's naive face displayed an expression that clearly indicated Feng Han's ignorance. Feng Han could only shake his head helplessly. After a brief bout of playful banter, the atmosphere quieted down. The martial artists from the Security Bureau were remarkably efficient, having already compiled all the data. The principal of Class 1, Ji Minghui, personally took to the podium to announce the results. That moment, Principal Ji's expression was as bitter as if he had been chewing on a mouthful of gall. He recalled the suggestion he had made to Director Song before the testing began, and he felt a strong urge to slap himself for proposing such a foolish idea. Now, he had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. He had delivered that heavy stone right into his opponent's hands. As he pondered this, Ji Minghui's hands, clutching the ranking results, began to tremble slightly. The 2 sheets of paper felt as though they weighed a ton, and he gripped them tightly with gritted teeth. Upon reseating himself, Song Weiman and the others noticed Ji Minghui's demeanor and couldn't help but smile inwardly. They were all too aware of the turmoil within Ji's mind at that moment. Taking a deep breath, Ji Minghui tried to console himself. This was merely the morning's test results. There would still be practical assessments in the afternoon. There would be another chance. Our school has the most students, and their overall quality is quite strong. Excluding the exceptional talents like Feng Han from Class 3 and Chu Qinyu from Class 2, the remaining students from Classes 3 and 2 posed no significant threat to Class 1. By the time of the afternoon's practical assessment, they could still reclaim the top position. Ji Minghui continued to bolster his own morale, and his mindset gradually began to stabilize. He lowered his gaze to the first page of the comprehensive ranking curve. His blood pressure and spirits surged exponentially, rising at an alarming rate. This comprehensive performance curve was composed of various data formulated by the Security Bureau, accurately reflecting the current status of each school. What caused Ji Minghui's blood pressure to skyrocket was the fact that Feng Han's individual test scores had elevated the entire Class 3's overall performance by a significant tier. Such a genius. No, he was simply a prodigy. How could this happen to Ji Minghui this year? One individual boosting an entire school's comprehensive score. How on earth could they compete with that? Despite his years of experience as a principal, Ji Minghui couldn't help but curse internally. After several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure and began to announce the morning's results. The comprehensive rankings were as follows. Class 3 in first place, with Class 2 and Class 1 following closely behind in second and third, respectively. As Ji Minghui read the results, his complexion turned increasingly grim. This outcome couldn't be attributed to Class 1 shortcomings. It merely indicated that Classes 3 and 2 had far exceeded their previous performances. Consequently, Class 1 found itself in an embarrassing last place. Fu Wenbin, upon hearing Class 3's first-place ranking, felt as if the sun shone brighter than ever that day. With a grin that seemed to stretch to the back of his head, he appeared to have shed at least a decade from his age. Conversely, Principal Yao from Class 2 wore a rather despondent expression, feeling as though his clever machinations had ultimately benefited another. His gaze traversed the crowd and landed on Feng Han at the back of Class 3, his eyes filled with a profound sigh. Alas, with a talent like Feng Han in Class 3, the loss is hardly unjust. He contemplated the afternoon's practical assessments, feeling an unsettling premonition that left him uneasy. After Ji Minghui announced the comprehensive results of the 3 schools, he proceeded to declare the individual student rankings. Undoubtedly, Feng Han claimed the top spot, followed by Chu Qinyu from Class 2 and Xiang Sinuo from Class 1. After briefly announcing the top 10 students, Ji Minghui's expression softened slightly, as Class 1 occupied a significant number of those slots, boosting his confidence for the afternoon's practical assessments. The detailed rankings and scores would be distributed to their respective schools and classes for further notification. The morning's training assessments concluded, and all students would receive a specialized training plan from the Security Bureau for their college entrance examinations, along with their results. The midday break allowed for free time. With lunch served in Class 1's cafeteria, the pleasant environment and an array of delectable dishes provided a satisfying dining experience, giving all students the opportunity to don their respective gear. After purchasing supplies for his breakthrough, Feng Han found himself with just over 10,000 left. Weighing his options, he realized that a 0-star weapon could not be synthesized into a 1-star weapon unless a mutation occurred due to material limitations. Thus, he decided to purchase 2 low-level 1-star bloodthirsty daggers for synthesis to replenish his arsenal, each costing 5,000. That would swiftly deplete his funds. After lunch, Feng Han sought a quiet room within Class 1 to synthesize the 2 bloodthirsty daggers. To his surprise, luck favored him, triggering an upgraded synthesis, with a 5 chance, 0.2 low-level 1-star bloodthirsty daggers merged into one high-level 1-star bloodthirsty dagger. Upon checking his spatial backpack, he regrettably found no black iron items to further enhance his new weapon. He examined the high-level bloodthirsty dagger's information. High-level bloodthirsty dagger, crafted from superior 1-star steel, forged through countless trials. Not only is it exceptionally sharp, but it also possesses additional special effects. Effect: the keen blade has a 20 chance to tear and penetrate armor. Any living being struck by the bloodthirsty dagger will have their wounds eroded by the blade's metallic elements, with a 10 chance of causing a persistent bleeding effect that is difficult to heal. Rating: 1-star high level. After reading the details of this high-level bloodthirsty dagger, Fong Han felt a surge of joy. 1-star equipment, made from 1-star materials, had begun to exhibit additional attribute effects. He had been particularly drawn to the injury effect when purchasing it. Although the low-level 1-star bloodthirsty daggers had a low trigger rate for that effect. After being enhanced through the infinite synthesis process, the high-level bloodthirsty dagger's injury attribute saw significant improvement when triggered in battle. It could provide a considerable advantage, even granting the opportunity to slay formidable foes. This left Fong Han increasingly satisfied with his new blade. All preparations were complete. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the fully equipped students from the 3 schools gathered on Class 1 sports field and boarded armored buses. After overseeing the morning tests, Song Weimin returned to the security bureau. The afternoon's practical assessment would be managed by Zhang Guohao, who led a team of over 300 students and the teachers and principals from the 3 schools out of the city, driving towards the outer regions. The practical assessment was set to take place outside the city, in a wilderness forest located within the first ring of the security zone. Chapter 64, The Foolproof Method to Claim First Place. Outside Nanshan Bay City, the roar of the Security Bureau's specialized armored buses reverberated through the air. A long convoy sped down the road leading out of the city, soon coming to a halt beside a dense forest. The birds in the woods, sensing the impending threat, took flight in panic. Fong Han disembarked from the vehicle, his deep, dark eyes surveying the combat training site before him. The small hills, towering 300 to 400 meters high, resembled a colossal bull's head resting among the trees. Recognizing this iconic feature, Fong Han immediately identified the location. The bull's head ridge, situated within the first ring of the security zone outside the city. His mind quickly recalled all the information pertaining to Bull's Head Ridge. Previously, this area had been a paradise for countless beasts and monsters. Following the establishment of Nanshan Bay City and repeated purges by the Security Bureau, it had been successfully incorporated into the first ring security zone. Surrounding the forest, it was said that a barbed wire fence had been erected. The remaining creatures within were primarily zero-tier beasts and some low to mid-tier monsters. It served as an ideal site for practical training. Fong Han scanned the area and indeed observed a 4-meter-high silver barbed wire fence encircling the base. Not far away, a watchtower stood sentinel. Fong Han's gaze pierced through the iron mesh windows of the watchtower, keenly noting the numerous generator units and thick black cables inside. Clearly, this perimeter fence could be electrified at a moment's notice, forming an electric barrier if necessary. Fong Han glanced once more at the barbed wire enclosure. The entire mountain ridge, towering 300 to 400 meters high, was blanketed in dense, lush forests and shrubs. Between the towering clusters of trees and underbrush, a sinister aura permeated the air, with swift, shadowy figures darting through the foliage. Clearly, these were the prowling demon beasts or ferocious monsters. The concentration of spiritual energy outside the city was significantly higher than that within the base city, particularly at the foot of this mountain ridge. The spiritual energy was thick and intoxicating. A single breath invigorated the heart and lungs, refreshing the spirit. Suddenly, Fong Han's gaze sharpened. His piercing eyes swept through the forest. He sensed a multitude of murderous glares piercing through the dense thicket, landing squarely upon him. The demon beasts and ferocious creatures lurking in the shadows were watching him and everyone else. Fong Han's eyes turned cold. A powerful spiritual awareness, laden with a sense of fatality, was unleashed in an instant. Roars of terror and panic reverberated throughout the mountains. The hidden ferocious beasts and demon creatures, sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Fong Han, erupted in chaos, frantically fleeing deeper into the mountain ridge. Fong Han calmly withdrew his gaze and spiritual awareness, returning to stand in line with his classmates. Zhou Wei followed closely beside him, He, too, paid little heed to the threatening stares, having accompanied Fong Han to the city ruins. His mindset and strength had both seen considerable improvement. The simple-minded youth even engaged in light-hearted banter with Fong Han. His exceptional performance during the morning test had bolstered his confidence significantly. The other students, lacking in practical experience, were far less composed. Many paled slightly, glancing around in trepidation, their expressions betraying anxiety and unease. Some, though appearing calm, were nonetheless filled with apprehension. A few individuals noticed the commotion near Fong Han. His direct display of killing intent, which had sent the ferocious beasts into retreat, left onlookers dumbfounded. Zhang Guohao, accompanied by warriors and soldiers from the Security Bureau, had long since disembarked. The trained soldiers quickly divided into several groups, each assigned specific tasks. Some entered watchtowers, activating surveillance equipment and connecting to the power grid to monitor the distribution of demon beasts within Nyoto Ridge. Others swiftly spread out nearby, ready to alert against potential dangers. Zhang Guohao stood at the forefront of the assembled students, keenly observing their reactions upon disembarking. He surmised that the ferocious beasts and demon creatures surrounding the forest posed little threat to Fong Han. However, he did not expect Fong Han to assert such dominance over the demon beasts the moment he arrived. While this approach caught Zhang Guohao off guard, he nonetheless nodded inwardly, feeling quite satisfied. The reactions of some others, however, caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The lines of students from the three schools were now standing at attention. Zhang Guohao had formed a general impression of their combat readiness. He ascended the roof of an armored vehicle and announced the assessment format for the afternoon's practical training. Students, the Nyoto Ridge behind you will serve as the battlefield for this afternoon's training. The time is 1:45 p.m., and the assessment will officially commence at 2 p.m. You are required to remain within the area until 5 p.m. A points list is posted on the sentry wall. All useful organs and materials from the ferocious beasts and demon creatures can be exchanged for corresponding points upon the conclusion of the assessment. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points earned. Upon hearing this, Fong Han immediately grasped the straightforward and practical rules. All the students gathered by the sentry, snapping photos of the points conversion list with their phones. Fong Han noted that demon cores would yield the highest points, followed by various organs and materials from the ferocious beasts and demon creatures, arranged according to their respective ranks, claws, furs, and so forth. After reviewing the list, Fong Han gained a deeper understanding of this practical assessment. It not only tested the students' strength but also their luck, as the yield of demon cores was a matter of chance. Luck, after all, was a form of strength. Fong Han glanced at the time on his phone. Only 10 minutes remained. The students began to converse and form teams. Everyone understood that initially teaming up to navigate the first phase of adaptation was the more prudent approach. Of course, there were lone wolves, confident in their own abilities. Xiang Sinuo and Chu Qinyu from the second school were among them. Meng Xiaoxian recognized that Fong Han had a genuine chance to secure the top spot. If she could obtain a 3-hole demon core, she would desire nothing else. Meng Xiaoxian also planned to enter alone, merely going through the motions. Fong Han had his own plans and chose to go solo as well. However, before parting ways with Zhou Wei, he gifted his close friend a high-grade cleansing pill and a high-grade body-tempering pill. These elixirs were of no use to Fong Han, but they would bolster Zhou Wei's strength. Old Zhou hesitated for only a moment before nodding and accepting the pills. The silent gratitude and sincere, unspoken appreciation in his eyes made it clear to Fong Han that this earnest giant had committed the favor to memory. Fong Han chuckled and patted Zhou Wei on the shoulder. "Good brother, everything is understood without words." The prepared students, fully equipped, each received a distress signal gun at the sentry entrance. After a brief registration, they ventured into the forest. Just past 2 p.m., the foot of the mountain lay eerily deserted. Only one individual remained leisurely surveying the surroundings. Fong Han, Zhang Guohao, along with Fu Wenbin and others, observed the situation with growing confusion. After a while, Fong Han strolled nonchalantly through the sentry's entrance. However, under the watchful eyes of Zhang Guohao and the others, he did not proceed far before stopping. He leaned against a large tree by the entrance, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes as if in a light slumber. This behavior left Zhang Guohao and all the warriors of the Security Bureau utterly perplexed. The 3 school principals standing beside Zhang Guohao were equally baffled by Fong Han's intentions. Principal Yao from the second school felt an ominous sense that had emerged in the morning, intensifying. 5 minutes later, Fong Han remained seated beneath the tree, appearing so relaxed that he seemed on the verge of dozing off. All the warriors from the Security Bureau exchanged glances, thoroughly mystified. While other students were tense and ready for battle, Fang Han seemed to be on vacation. Bai Lin approached Zhang Guohao, saluting and asking, "Captain, should I check on Fang Han?" Zhang Guohao pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. No need. He likely has his own plans. We shall wait. Half an hour later, Fang Han still showed no signs of movement. The ambient spiritual energy began to coalesce around him. He engaged in the cultivation of a spiritual power guiding technique, having commenced his training. Not far into the forest, numerous ferocious beasts and demon creatures prowled, keeping watch, yet the formidable aura radiating from Fang Han deterred all demon beasts from approaching. Beasts possessed the keenest of instincts. At this moment, having mastered a thread of ultimate power, Fang Han was an exceedingly terrifying presence for all first-tier demon beasts. The personnel from the Security Bureau outside the barbed wire could only smile wryly in resignation. They had never before witnessed a youth engaged in cultivation during a practical assessment. An hour elapsed, marking 1/3 of the allotted time. Observers noted that the spiritual energy surrounding Fang Han had ceased to gather. The youth opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing momentarily. He cast a cold, indifferent glance at the nearby demon beasts and ferocious creatures. Without uttering a word, he charged straight ahead. Zhang Guohao and the others felt a wave of relief. They finally saw Fang Han spring into action. Under the scrutiny of all, Fang Han swiftly dispatched 2 low-level first-tier demon beasts and 10 pinnacle zero-tier ferocious beasts with remarkable efficiency. The entire combat encounter lasted less than half a minute. The low-level first-tier demon beasts, comparable to Fang Han's rank, fell under his blade without even enduring 2 strikes. It was an outright massacre. Zhang Guohao and the others, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, were profoundly shaken. While achieving excellent scores on comprehensive tests reflects one's potential, true strength is ultimately demonstrated in practical assessments. There had been instances in the past where theoretical champions faltered in real combat. Now, Fang Han presented a flawless performance through this decisive and efficient battle. It was evident to all that Fang Han's combat ability surpassed his own rank by a substantial margin. Everyone felt a sense of reassurance. However, Ji Minghui and Principal Yao bore expressions of unease. They sensed the impending rise of the third school. Just then, a bewildering turn of events unfolded. After slaying that wave of demon beasts and ferocious creatures, Fang Han leisurely returned, collecting all the materials from the demon beasts. To everyone's astonishment, he once again sat down beneath the large tree. This time, he even reclined, seemingly preparing for an afternoon nap. Before long, everyone who had been monitoring Fang Han's situation noticed his breathing becoming slow and even. Fang Han had fallen asleep. Zhang Guohao, the 3 principals, and all the warriors and soldiers from the Security Bureau were left with their minds swirling with questions. What on earth was happening? As others engage in a life-and-death struggle, Fang Han is here soundly asleep. This is utterly absurd. At this moment, an hour and a half had already passed. Bai Lin, feeling quite anxious, cast a glance at Fang Han resting beneath the tree, bit her lip, and approached Zhang Guohao once more. She saluted, her voice tinged with urgency as she spoke. "Captain, I should go remind Fang Han. Time is running out, and if this continues, he might end up at the bottom." Zhang Guohao nodded slightly. "Xiao Lin, go and inquire about his reasons. However, do not interfere with Fang Han's decisions, regardless of how he chooses. It is the student's own choice. Even if he ends up at the bottom due to his wasted time, it will be a lesson born of his own pride." By the end of his statement, Zhang Guohao's tone had grown exceedingly serious. He valued Fang Han, yet could not condone a gifted young man becoming arrogant due to minor achievements. Perhaps, he mused, experiencing a setback here would serve him well. Beside them, Fu Wenbin appeared uncomfortable, stepping forward in an attempt to shoulder the blame. "Captain Zhang, I deeply apologize. It is my failure to provide adequate guidance." Zhang Guohao waved a hand, interrupting Fu Wenbin, and said no more. Meanwhile, Ji Minghui's eyes gleamed slightly. If Fang Han from the third school were to falter and finish last, then the first school would have a chance. "Ha ha!" The principal of the first school rejoiced inwardly. In stark contrast, Principal Yao of the second school wore a constantly grave expression, feeling a profound concern that Fang Han's actions were undoubtedly driven by some astonishing intent. All eyes turned to Bai Lin as she approached Fang Han. Sensing someone nearing him, Fang Han, who had been in a deep slumber, awakened promptly. Upon seeing it was Bai Lin, he chose to disregard her and prepared to continue his rest, but at that moment, a bitter smile adorned Bai Lin's beautiful face. She felt a sense of frustration akin to that of a worried eunuch while the emperor remained unperturbed. With a resigned sigh, Bai Lin hastened her steps to Fong Han, urging him with a hint of urgency. Fong Han, there's just over an hour left until the assessment ends. Don't drag this out any longer. Hurry up and go hunt the demon beasts. Gather demon cores and materials. Don't you want to secure first place? Fong Han opened his eyes and regarded Bai Lin, who was filled with concern and anxiety. With a smile, he rose and replied casually, Officer Bai, I never said I wouldn't contend for first place. Who said that to vie for the top, one must venture into Nyoto Ridge and slay demon beasts one by one? The more Bai Lin listened to Fong Han, the more ridiculous she found his words. If you don't hunt demon beasts, how will you obtain materials and demon cores to earn points? Without points, how can you possibly aim for first place? Fong Han smiled slightly. It's no concern if I don't hunt demon beasts. Those who enter can strive to slay them. I will simply seize all their demon cores and materials. And naturally, I will be first. Bai Lin was taken aback. Zhang Guohao and everyone else were equally stunned by Fong Han's words. Fong Han spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, pointing at the watchtower, and continued. This watchtower serves as both the entrance and the exit. I stand guard here, and I am stronger than anyone else. To pass through this gate, you must surrender your demon cores and items. Officer Bai, trust me. This method is absolutely infallible for securing first place. Bai Lin, astonished by Fong Han's unwavering confidence, struggled to form a coherent response for quite some time. She suddenly felt that Fong Han had a point. Zhang Guohao and the others, hearing his words, sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him. Fong Han actually intended to rob everyone to secure first place. Truly, what audacity! Each person, in their heart, could not help but acknowledge this fact. Ji Minghui's face darkened as if it were about to drip with ink. He hurriedly complained to Zhang Guohao, Captain Zhang, this Fong Han, this is against the rules. How can he block the entrance and rob us? How are the other students from our schools supposed to take the assessment? Isn't this just cheating? Principal Yao sighed nearby, inwardly acknowledging the truth of the matter. The three principals turned their gazes toward Zhang Guohao, eager to see how he would adjudicate. Zhang Guohao chuckled heartily and decisively stated, if Fong Han has the ability to rob everyone, then the others can only count themselves unfortunate. Over 300 students, all robbed by one. Principal Ji, you tell me, who is truly violating the rules? Ji Minghui found himself speechless. After a moment's thought, Zhang Guohao called out to Fong Han, if you can rob, just take half. Leave the other half so we can rank the scores in the security bureau. Yes, Captain Zhang. Fong Han stood beneath the tree and immediately saluted in response. With the captain's approval, Bai Lin naturally had no further objections and hurried back. She and everyone else now began to anticipate the unfolding situation. One person blocking the entrance, robbing half of all candidates' gains. Just imagining this scene was thrilling. Time swiftly passed. As the clock neared 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the first batch of returning candidates finally emerged from the depths of the forest. Fong Han, standing beneath the tree, rose leisurely, striding towards the exit beside the watchtower, resting his hand on his sword with an air of indomitable confidence. Zhang Guohao and everyone's gazes converged upon him instantly. Chapter 65. The distinction of S-Class in the depths of the mountain range, the trees swayed gently. The first batch of returning candidates emerged from the woods. Their expressions vigilant, upon catching sight of the watchtower exit not far away, relief washed over their faces. Fong Han and the others outside turned their attention to them. The first group of returnees comprised none other than Chu Chengyu and his companions from the second school. Chu Chengyu, accompanied by a few of his followers, quickened his pace to exit the jungle. At that moment, they noticed Fong Han, standing with his sword propped up at the exit. It's Fong Han. How did he come out so early? What is he doing blocking the exit? Himph. Seeing his overly stubborn demeanor makes me quite displeased. Liang Gu and Zhang Datu, standing beside Chu Chengyu, whispered to each other. Chu Chengyu cast a deep glance at Fong Han, his expression stern as he replied, ignore him. He is probably waiting for someone. We've gathered quite a bit this time. Let us not cause any trouble and just go out to convert our points. All right, Chu Gu, Liang Gu and the others promptly agreed. Chu Chengyu led them toward Feng Han. Feng Han's eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, lightly regarded Chu Chengyu and his group, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As they approached within about 10 meters of the exit, Feng Han stepped forward, swept his gaze, and declared, "Robbery. Everyone must surrender half of their gains to leave." Chu Chengyu and his companions halted abruptly, their faces a mixture of shock and fury. "What? I must have misheard. Is Feng Han out of his mind? He dares to block the road and demand half of our gains. Feng Han, have you gone completely broke? This is a training assessment. Who gave you the audacity to target us? Get lost. This is ridiculous." Just as they erupted in angry shouts, the brash Zhang Dada surged forward in a fit of rage. "Damn it, Feng Han. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Acting all high and mighty, just get lost." Zhang Dada shouted angrily, striding forth with ferocity. His aura, imbued with the essence of a low-level first sequence, erupted in a matter of breaths. He was before Feng Han. With a right fist enveloped in a swirling, earthy-hued energy, he struck fiercely at Feng Han's face. The sheer force of his punch, akin to 3 tons of pressure, sent the air whistling around them. The ferocity of Zhang Datu's strike reverberated like a massive boulder crashing down. Feng Han's eyelids flickered slightly as he cast a cold glance at Zhang Datu. With his right hand gripping his bloodthirsty blade, he plunged it into the ground, while his left hand opened in a palm, extending outward at what seemed a leisurely pace. Under the astonished gazes of Chu Chengyu and his companions, a resounding clap echoed as their fists collided. The 3 tons of force met Feng Han's delicate yet unwavering palm, vanishing like a drop in the ocean, effortlessly blocked, aside from the gust of wind swirling around. Feng Han did not budge an inch. The explosive force dissipated within the confines of his palm, rendered utterly inconsequential. Zhang Dada stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed upward. He struggled to believe that the punch he had been so certain of had been so easily repelled by Feng Han. The one-track-minded youth met Feng Han's indifferent gaze at that moment. A chilling sensation surged within him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Since a dog cannot spit out ivory, do not expect to obtain anything from its mouth. Feng Han's cold and indifferent words echoed in Zhang Dada's ears. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind howled through the arena. A chill ran down Zhang Dada's spine as he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow out of the corner of his eye. He wanted to evade, but Feng Han had already seized his right fist. With 2 resounding slaps, the forceful blows landed heavily on Zhang Dada's face. Blood spurted from the mouth of the stubborn youth. His teeth shattered into pieces. Zhang Dada's face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head, as he finally experienced the formidable and terrifying power of Feng Han. Rage and resentment surged in his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he swung his left fist again, aiming directly at Feng Han's face. However, Feng Han's movements were swifter. His right leg transformed into a dark shadow, ruthlessly striking Zhang Datu's chest. A dull thud resonated as the impact exploded before Zhang Datu. The overwhelming force of 7.5 tons made Zhang Dada's eyes widen in shock. His robust body, weighing 180 pounds, was sent flying like a ball. He crashed heavily before Chu Chengyu and the others. Everyone looked down, only to find that the 1-star advanced combat suit he wore was completely shattered. His ribcage was concaved, with 3 or 4 ribs broken on the spot. His internal organs were violently shaken, resulting in severe injuries, compounded by his shattered teeth. He fell into unconsciousness from the grievous wounds. Outside, Zhang Guohao and others, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. Chu Chengyu, facing Feng Han, became increasingly sinister and furious. "Damn it. Lao Zhang, Feng Han. You actually dared to strike, you." Beside him, Brother Liang, filled with shock and fear, anxiously shouted at Feng Han. But when Feng Han's gaze turned towards him, he felt as if his throat had been seized, and his voice abruptly ceased. Under Feng Han's piercing gaze, Liang and the others felt their scalps tingle. They glanced at the fallen Zhang Datu, then back at Feng Han not far away. Their pupils widened in trepidation. Zhang Datu ranked among the mid-tier in their group, yet he had been easily injured by Feng Han in just 2 moves. Feng Han's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. The bravado they had previously displayed now seemed laughable, akin to a fool showing off in front of a master. With great difficulty, Brother Liang swallowed hard. Having lost his composure, he turned to Chu Chenyu and asked, Chu Gu, Lao Zhang is out cold. What should we do? Chu Chenyu remained silent, his once arrogant demeanor now replaced by a grim and resentful expression. He fixed his gaze on Fang Han and spoke menacingly, Fang Han, our comprehensive assessment is S-level. You know my strength. I advise you to not overstep your bounds. Fang Han let out a derisive laugh, his smile dripping with scorn. S can be considered S-level? You. Chu Chenyu's face flushed with anger. Fang Han coldly glanced at him and said, Do you understand the difference between our two S-levels? What difference? Chu Chenyu instinctively replied. Fang Han replied nonchalantly, Your S is because of your level, at best. It S merely S-, whereas my S stems from achieving the highest comprehensive score, which is S. Tell me, can they be compared? Fang Han. Chu Chenyu's eyes narrowed, resembling a hawk's stare, fixated on Fang Han. His knuckles cracked ominously as he prepared to strike. But Brother Liang intervened. Chu Gu, wait. Let us wait for more people to join. We can overpower him together, Brother Liang whispered fiercely to Chu Chenyu. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chenyu restrained himself. Fang Han's gaze then swept over Liang, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily and take a step back, a chill coursing through him. In the forest of Nyoto Ridge behind them, more and more training students returned, encompassing students from various schools. They gathered, bewildered, assessing the situation. As Chu Chenyu and his companions observed the increasing crowd, their hearts gradually settled. The returning students quickly formed three groups. The students from School 2 clustered behind Chu Chenyu, while those from School 1 gathered around Xiang Sinuo. Fang Han showed no hostility towards the students from School 3, allowing them to leave freely. Zhou Wei, Meng Xiaoxian, and their classmates from School 3 recorded their scores and rankings before heading to the lookout station to watch the unfolding events. The students from Schools 1 and 2 gradually grasped Fang Han's intentions, glaring at him with rising hostility. During this time, Chu Chenyu arranged for many to explain the situation, rallying support and unifying their stance. Fang Han did not impede this. He merely observed with indifference. He was fully aware of Chu Chenyu's tactics and schemes. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, these maneuvers were merely the antics of a clown. Unworthy of attention, Fang Han understood this well and allowed Chu Chenyu to stoke the flames. In the end, he planned to resolve everything through a battle. With only 5 minutes remaining until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Chenyu finally organized everything. He gazed confidently at Fang Han, his eyes dark and menacing, and declared, Fang Han, we, from Schools 1 and 2, outnumber you. How do you intend to retaliate? Even if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, you cannot withstand our collective assault. I advise you not to be overly confident. Here's the deal. You have injured Lao Zhang. That is your fault, is it not? Come over here and give all the rewards from this training session to Lao Zhang. Then apologize to each of us. Most importantly, you must remove all your teeth, and we will break 3 of your ribs as an apology to Lao Zhang. Lastly, you will also bear all of Lao Zhang's medical expenses. These demands are not excessive, are they? If you can comply, we will let bygones be bygones and conclude this training assessment amicably. Upon Chu Chenyu's declaration, everyone from Schools 1 and 2 turned their gaze towards Fang Han. He merely smiled coldly, his eyes sweeping over the unconscious Zhang Datu. Apologize to a useless being who cannot even spit out ivory. How ridiculous. Following this, he glanced at Chu Chenyu and the others. Aren't you all here to eliminate me? Fang Han spread his arms wide. Suddenly, a torrent of air surged forth, a fierce wind sweeping through. His blood surged. 7 blood-red energy furnaces manifested beside him. With a gaze sharp as a blade, he scanned the crowd, proclaiming loudly, I, Fang Han, stand right here. Do you dare? Uselessness is merely futile rage. A speck of dust aspires to compete with the sun and moon. Those with courage, come forth. Today, I, Fang Han, will show you what it means to be beyond human. What it means for mountains to exist beyond mountains. Fang Han's chilling and arrogant voice reverberated in everyone's ears, the imposing aura instantly silencing them all. Hearing Fang Han's words, Chu Chenyu's teeth ground together in fury as he shouted, Everyone, attack together. How bold to dare challenge us all alone. With that, over 100 students from School 2 surged forward alongside Chu Chenyu. Meanwhile, Xiang Sinuo halted all the students from School 1. With a heavy stomp, Fang Han's foot struck the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the rocky surface. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, rocketing into the throng of students from School 2. Quick, too fast. Chu Qinyu and the students from School 2 gasped in shock. Feng Han's speed and ferocity were astonishing. As he charged into the crowd, a powerful strike shattered the energy barriers of 3 students. The violent force erupted, sending these 3 tumbling backward, crashing into 6 or 7 others. After creating a breach, Feng Han's movements became increasingly fluid and powerful, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, continuing his advance. A furious roar emanated from him, and a hazy, blood-colored bull charged forth, sending 4 students flying several meters away, also toppling a dozen others in its wake. Feng Han's ears perked up. He deftly dodged the attacks of 5 students from School 2 in an instant. He pivoted. With swift and fierce whip kicks, he sent the 5 flying several meters away. Feng Han. Liang Gu let out a furious roar as he charged forward. The crimson spiritual energy enveloping his fists surged violently. Resembling 2 exploding flames, the sheer force of his punches, weighing an astounding 5 tons, was equally formidable. This made Liang Ji's strikes not only immensely powerful but also astonishingly fiery. Feng Han felt the scorching waves of heat rushing towards him. Narrowing his eyes, the 7 blood chi furnace cauldrons beside him trembled incessantly. Feng Han's right fist glimmered with a blood-red light, and without the slightest hesitation, he met the oncoming attack with a resounding crash. The 2 forces collided. To the astonishment of all onlookers, Feng Han effortlessly shattered Liang Ji's fiery punches. Furthermore, the ferocity of his strike even broke Liang Ji's hands, landing squarely on his chest. The chilling sound of fractured ribs echoed sharply. Liang Gu was sent flying 4 to 5 meters, crashing against the trunk of a large tree, sending a flurry of leaves cascading down as he slowly slid to the ground. Such a grievous injury would require at least 1 to 2 months of recovery. Even with the best treatment as for his martial foundation, it would inevitably suffer a significant decline, even after healing. Feng Han was fair. If Liang Gu sought to incapacitate him, he would do the same in return. The overwhelming presence Feng Han exhibited in just a few exchanges instantly subdued all the students from Second High who had rushed forward. They had not anticipated that their group of over 100 could not contain Feng Han, who had knocked down more than 30 of them in mere moments. The remaining students from Second High were gripped with fear, halting their advance and even involuntarily retreating under Feng Han's gaze. The sight of a single individual forcing back over 70 others left everyone utterly dumbfounded. The students from First High gasped in shock, while outside, Principal Yao from Second High began to sigh. Ji Minghui's expression was equally grim. At this moment, Feng Han abruptly halted. Everyone turned to him, and he beckoned towards the crowd from Second High, his voice dripping with disdain. Chu Qinyu, you're next. Do you intend to lie down willingly, or shall I force you to the ground? The choice is yours. Chapter 66. Rules and Don. Chu Qinyu, who had been lurking at the back of the crowd, emerged with a sullen expression. He had initially hoped to leverage their numerical superiority to defeat Feng Han in one fell swoop, but he was taken aback by Feng Han's overwhelming strength. All the students from Second High retreated, clearing a vast space for the impending battle. Chu Qinyu stood about 6 meters away from Feng Han, their eyes locked in a piercing gaze, sharp as the clash of swords. The atmosphere grew tense and somber. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding confrontation. The 7 blood chi furnace cauldrons surged with rising blood energy, orbiting around Feng Han. Pure and refined spiritual energy, mingled with a formidable blood aura, erupted from him as though a volcano had awakened. Feng Han's immense power was unleashed without reservation, stirring the winds and instilling fear in all present. Chu Qinyu's own formidable physique, exceeding 6 tons, also exploded forth. A pale blue light of spiritual energy radiated from him, and a chilling aura enveloped the air around him. With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him. He transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, surging forward in an instant. His fists advanced with ferocity. The icy blue spiritual light intertwined with violent force and gusts of wind, crashing upon Feng Han with the ferocity of a blizzard. Aiming to freeze him in place, the howling wind and biting chill pierced the air. Feng Han narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the onslaught of Chu Qinyu. With a deep breath, he centered his energy. The 7 blood chi furnace cauldrons converged back into his body in an instant, enveloping him in a crimson glow of spiritual energy and blood aura. He refrained from employing the mysterious power he had already mastered. As this was merely a training assessment, there was no need for life and death stakes. Merely a lesson would suffice. As the vigorous blood energy coalesced within him, Fong Han bent his body, pushing off with his left foot, stepping forward. With a thunderous stomp, it echoed like the footfalls of a mighty beast, causing the ground to shatter and dust to billow. The force surged up through his legs, gathering immense power to his waist and unifying the blood energy from his dantian. With a single powerful punch, all his strength and spiritual energy converged into one, akin to a cannonball being fired with a resounding boom. The very air was compressed by the ferocity of Fong Han's strike, producing a haunting wail. Chu Chenyu, facing this onslaught, widened his eyes in shock, his hair billowing backward in the fierce wind. All spectators gasped in astonishment. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided. In that moment, all eyes were glued to the unfolding battle, momentarily frozen in disbelief. They beheld Fong Han's right fist erupting with a rich aura of blood energy and spiritual light, surging forth like a tsunami. In the instant of impact, the ice-blue glow of Chu Chenyu's punch was utterly crushed, dissipating into nothingness. Immediately after, the overwhelming blood energy enveloped both combatants, and the resulting shockwave erupted once more. The ground beneath them shattered like fragile tofu before the explosive force, creating a crater several meters wide. Dust and debris filled the air. Suddenly, a limp figure was hurled from the cloud of dust, crashing heavily before the students of Second High. As they looked down, they recognized the figure as Chu Chenyu. His high-grade combat suit was in tatters, and he fell silent, slumping into unconsciousness without a sound. Realizing the victor, the crowd slowly raised their gazes, their eyes glazed in disbelief as the dust settled. A gentle breeze dispersed the haze, revealing Fong Han, standing unscathed, calm and composed. All eyes were fixed on Fong Han's figure, and they could not help but let out a collective breath. Chu Chenyu, on the brink of breaking into the top tier with a physique strength of over 13,000 pounds, was utterly unable to withstand even a single punch from Fong Han. Such combat prowess was truly terrifying. In this moment, everyone understood that a remarkably domineering youth, capable of suppressing the entire younger generation of Nanshan Bay City, had emerged. He was none other than Fong Han. No one dared to voice dissent. All willingly relinquished half of their spoils. Thus, the entire training assessment came to an end. The warriors from the Security Bureau entered to administer healing elixirs to the severely injured students. The students from Second High, gradually regaining consciousness, retreated shamefacedly beyond the barbed wire. Over 100 had attacked a single individual, only to be met with Fong Han's fierce counter, which felled more than 30 of them. Such a record would undoubtedly humiliate all the teachers of Second High. Warriors with notepads calculated the demon beast materials and cores from each student's backpacks, converting them into points. Once tallied, reports were submitted for aggregation. Fong Han undoubtedly claimed the first position, significantly elevating the average score of Third High by 5 tiers, far surpassing both First and Second High. With this, the outcome was settled. Ji Minghui from First High and Principal Yao from Second High exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness etched on their faces. They had never anticipated that Third High, which they had long regarded as inferior, would produce a prodigious talent like Fong Han. Both Ji Minghui and Principal Yao sighed deeply. They observed the exuberant Su Wenbin, while students from First and Second High gazed enviously at the jubilant students of Third High. Following this joint training, everyone had witnessed the strength and dominance of this youthful genius. Fong Han.it was clear to all that the rise of Third High was now unstoppable. Zhang Guohao personally presented Su Wenbin with the commemorative trophy for the Best Higher Education Institute of the Year. Su Wenbin understood that beyond this ceremonial trophy, Third High's martial resources would reach an astonishing level next year. Additionally, they would have priority in student recruitment. Today's events would also make the local news in Nanshan Bay City, significantly enhancing the public perception of Third High's education. Su Wenbin reflected on all this, gazing at Fong Han, who was surrounded by excited and jubilant students. All of this was thanks to this young man. He was truly the lucky star of Third High. Su Wenbin felt a surge of emotion and deep satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the ranks of Second High, The awakening Chu Qinyu and others looked at Fang Han with profound respect in their eyes. Now quieter than the meekest lambs, not daring to utter a single word. Any lingering jealousy or resentment had long since dissipated in the face of such a vast disparity, in the ranks of First High. Xiang Sinuo gazed at Fang Han, her eyes reflecting not only fear but also a deep admiration. With a singular effort, one can alter the academic standing of an entire school. Indeed, with just one person's strength, one can overshadow the most exceptional cohort of third-year students from the Nanshan Bay City. Such a remarkable feat. Who could possibly achieve it? Xiang Sinuo pondered deeply, acutely aware that she herself could not. Until today, she had never contemplated that anyone could accomplish such an astounding task. Yet, throughout the day, Fang Han demonstrated through his actions an invaluable lesson to all. What others cannot achieve, Fang Han can. What others deem impossible, Fang Han can accomplish with ease. An unprecedented comprehensive evaluation score across 3 universities. In the practical assessments, he alone subdued all the outstanding candidates from 3 schools with his formidable prowess. Truly, he is an impressive individual. Xiang Sinuo gazed intently in that direction, her heart quietly reflecting on this fact. Meanwhile, her close friends were already starry-eyed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, their impressions of Fang Han skyrocketed exponentially, reaching an astonishing peak of affection. How domineering Fang Han is. I absolutely adore him. Yujie, you are so hypocritical. Weren't you the one who initially said, Sinu, being handsome is useless. Good looks won't put food on the table. Now look at you. Witnessing Fang Han's incredible strength, your heart flutters faster than anyone else's. Humph, you little girls, who was it that shrieked louder than a lovesick cat upon seeing Fang Han's sweeping dominance? I don't fancy handsome men, but against someone who is both handsome and powerful, I have no defenses whatsoever. Yujie struck a striking pose, eliciting another round of laughter from the surrounding girls. He, by the way, Sinu, if you don't intend to pursue Fang Han, I shall seize the opportunity to ask for his contact information. With my figure and beauty, that should be a piece of cake. Right? As she spoke, Yujie, whose figure indeed surpassed that of her peers, playfully adjusted her ample bosom, accentuating her deep cleavage. While gazing at Fang Han, she embraced Xiang Sinuo and whispered in her ear, just so you know. Sinu, don't blame me for stealing your love, however. If you have any intentions, I wouldn't mind teaching you a trick or two. Listening to Yujie's words and observing the teasing glances from her friends, a flush of warmth and shyness instantly colored Xiang Sinuo's cheeks. Just as the girls from Class 1 were laughing and joking, Meng Xiaoxian approached Fang Han, smoothing her hair and regarding him with a complex expression. In just 3 short days, Fang Han had undergone a transformation that utterly defied her understanding and worldview. From a frail youth who ranked last in a martial arts assessment to the top martial genius among the 3 schools in Nanshan Bay City, Fang Han achieved this in merely 3 days. The speed of such growth was nothing short of a fairy tale. Had he been concealing his strength all along? Was it all for a final, astonishing revelation? With a heart full of questions, Meng Xiaoxian gazed at Fang Han, musing silently. Fang Han, noticing Meng Xiaoxian standing before him in a daze, waved his hand and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Meng Xiaoxian snapped back to reality, brushed her hair aside, and smiled softly. "Congratulations, Fang Han. Don't forget about my 3-hole demon core. It needs to be of at least 1-star high quality. Also, please provide me with your bank account number." "All right," Fang Han replied nonchalantly, pulling out his phone to send the account details to in no time. A notification chimed on his phone, indicating that the funds had been transferred. Fang Han glanced at the additional balance of 350,000. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Then, he noticed a new message containing an address. Looking up, he found Meng Xiaoxian, who had just transferred a hefty sum, appearing somewhat pained at the expenditure, huffily stating, "This is my home address. Just send it directly to my house, of course. If you prefer to deliver it in person, I wouldn't mind." Without turning back, Fang Han replied, "Sorry, I'm busy and won't be able to deliver it personally. It will be sent cash on delivery." Hearing this, Meng Xiaoxian felt her teeth grind in frustration behind him. Fang Han returned to Zhou Wei's side. Old Zhou glanced between Meng Xiaoxian and Fang Han, looking somewhat puzzled as he said, "Old Fang, the class monitor is quite nice. She even accompanied us to the city's outskirts and helped a lot. Aren't you being a bit?" Zhou Wei trailed off, sensing that perhaps this was not his place to intervene. Fong Han smiled slightly, patting his loyal friend on the shoulder. Old Zhou, our class monitor Ming came here with a purpose. She wants something. So I'll set a price. It's merely a transaction. A mutual exchange is all that is needed. As for anything else, don't take it too seriously. Zhou Wei nodded, somewhat understanding. Fong Han, Captain Zhang wants to see you. Called Hu Jiqing, the old class monitor. If you can't make sense of it, then don't overthink it. Just remember, in this world, there are no free lunches. Fong Han offered his friend a piece of advice before heading forward. Along the way, he declined a female student from the first school who wanted his number. Upon reaching Zhang Guohao, he noticed that the captain was holding a tablet. Youth is a wonderful thing, Zhang Guohao remarked, watching Fong Han approach, unable to suppress his admiration. Fong Han merely smiled in acknowledgement. Zhang Guohao opened the tablet and handed it to Fong Han, saying, Fong Han, this tablet contains information and descriptions of various supplies from the Security Bureau's warehouse. The director has authorized access to all 1-star items. There are also some 2- and 3-star spiritual guidance techniques, as well as secret arts included. You may choose 5 items. Just a reminder, the best is not always the most suitable. Fong Han nodded slightly, accepting the tablet and browsing through it. He first located the 3-hole demon core, confirmed it, and filled in Meng Xiaoxian's address. Next, he chose the highest-ranked martial arts technique available to him, a 1-star high-level skill called Mighty Bull Fist, an advanced technique derived from Bull Fist. He also selected a 1-star high-level secret technique called Mountain Shattering Force. Finally, he picked 2 vials of medicinal pills suitable for first-tier warriors, all of which were of 1-star low quality but contained the maximum quantity per vial. For the remaining 4 items, Fong Han filled in his home address. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Guohao nodded slightly. Considering Fong Han's physique, he couldn't help but convey a thought through spiritual sense, saying, Fong Han, Director Song and I sensed during your testing this morning that a strand of mysterious power has likely awakened within you. This power is known as Extreme Realm Power. It is a formidable force possessed only by those with the Extreme Realm Battle Body. Upon hearing this spiritual transmission, Fong Han froze momentarily. Extreme Realm Power? Extreme Realm Battle Body? That mysterious force within me is actually Extreme Realm Power. A sudden shock coursed through him as he raised his head, about to inquire further. Zhang Guohao shook his head slightly. No need to ask. We don't know much either. Regarding your own physique, you may need to become stronger before you can seek the answers. But I hope you make good use of this power. The weak follow the rules, while the strong create and exploit them. I can allow you to utilize the rules, but I absolutely do not wish to see you one day destroy them. Do you understand what I mean? Fong Han nodded seriously, fully grasping Zhang Guohao's underlying message. Zhang Guohao smiled with satisfaction, raising his gaze to the horizon. The Dragon Country desperately needs a ray of hope. His eyes were filled with a profound melancholy. At this moment, the boundary between day and night blurred. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was setting. Zhang Guohao seemed lost in thought. Letting out a sigh. Just then, a piercing alarm rang out from the direction of Nanshan Bay City. That was the Demon Energy Radar Alert. Chapter 67. Spiritual Pattern shells. The sharp, loud alarm from the Demon Energy Radar echoed from afar. Everyone outside Nyoto Ridge froze momentarily. The venue fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony of terrified chatter. The Demon Energy Radar had been triggered. That direction leads to the base city. What on earth is happening? What could have occurred in the base city? The students and teachers from the 3 training schools were in a state of panic, discussing among themselves. Silence. Zhang Guohao's deep, resonant voice, imbued with spiritual power, reverberated across the gathering, instantly silencing all commotion and discussions. Standing before Zhang Guohao, Fong Han observed the sudden transformation in the captain's demeanor, the weariness and melancholy in his eyes vanishing, replaced by determination and resolve. Zhang Guohao's sharp gaze swept across the crowd. All present fell silent, their attention fixed on him. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A communications officer from the Security Bureau sprinted forward, whispering a report in his ear. Captain, a message has arrived from the Bureau. The electric grid barriers in all 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, have been breached, with several gaps torn open by both monstrous beasts and beastified humans. Furthermore, traces of beastified individuals have been discovered at all 4 granaries outside the city. Granaries 1 and 2 are already besieged, and the situation is perilously precarious. Director Song has ordered you to immediately conclude your training and lead a team southward. You are to eliminate all incoming monstrous beasts and beastified humans at the earliest opportunity and repair the damaged electric grid barriers. Additionally, arrange for warriors to rescue all trapped individuals in the southern Granary 1 fortress. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohao's expression immediately turned grave and solemn. The three principals beside him shared equally deep and serious looks. Without hesitation, Zhang Guohao decisively commanded, "Principals, you are to immediately lead your respective students aboard the armored buses. Proceed directly through the southern checkpoint, enter the concealed gate in the southern city wall, and return to the base city." "Understood, Captain Zhang." The trio of Ji Minghui and the others responded without a moment's pause. The students from the three schools quickly sprang into action. Fang Han, standing aside, listened intently to the report from the communicator. His calm demeanor suddenly shifted. "Granary 1 Fortress. The food factory where my mother works is located within Granary 1. Fang Han froze. "Fang Han, hurry, get on the bus with me." Su Wenbin approached Fang Han, his urgency evident in his moment of panic. Fang Han disregarded him and turned directly to Zhang Guohao. "Captain Zhang, I must accompany you to Granary 1. Su Wenbin's expression instantly changed, and he hastily dissuaded, "Fang Han, this is not the time for you to take the lead. This matter." Before Su Wenbin could finish, Fang Han interrupted him. "Principal Su, my mother is in Granary 1. I must go." Fang Han's gaze was unwavering, conveying an unshakable determination and conviction. Su Wenbin fell silent. Zhang Guohao, seeing the resolute glint in Fang Han's eyes, nodded affirmatively. "All right, follow Cui Shan and board the second armored vehicle." "Yes, Captain Zhang." Fang Han saluted and promptly followed in Cui Shan's footsteps. Su Wenbin sighed and turned to direct the students from the third school to board the vehicles. Just as Zhou Wei boarded the armored bus, he suddenly spotted Fang Han entering the Security Bureau's armored vehicle. Concerned, he urgently called out to Su Wenbin on the bus, "Principal, why is Fang Han on the Security Bureau's armored vehicle?" The vehicle began to move. Su Wenbin sighed. "He is heading to Granary 1. His family is there." Zhou Wei's eyes widened slightly as he immediately recalled Kai Shuyun working at the food factory. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced down to see it was a call from Fang Han. Zhou Wei answered, "Old Zhou, once you return to the base city, please pick up Qiao Qiao and take care of her for a while." Fang Han said over the phone. Without hesitation, Zhou Wei replied, "Don't worry, old Fang. I will take good care of Qiao Qiao." The call ended. "Old Fang, take care." Zhou Wei tightly grasped his phone, his gaze filled with concern as he watched the direction of Fang Han's armored vehicle as it left. The atmosphere in the bus grew silent. Meng Xiaoxian glanced at the armored vehicle following closely behind the Security Bureau convoy, her expression complex. Inside the armored vehicle, after Fang Han hung up the call with Zhou Wei, he immediately dialed his mother Kai Shuyun's number. The repeated sound of an unanswered call echoed. Fang Han's brow furrowed slightly. Cui Shan, seated beside him, noticed and consoled, "Fang Han, don't worry, they are likely in a hurry to evacuate and may have misplaced their phones. There are also refuge tunnels within the Granary Fortress. With triple blast-proof doors and ample supplies, your mother should be safe." Fang Han nodded slightly. The armored vehicle sped along, the cabin swaying violently. Fang Han took a deep breath, his right hand gripping the bloodthirsty blade. The coolness of the blade's sheath and the sense of security it provided began to ease the anxious emotions swirling within him. The other warriors in the first team closed their eyes to rest, striving to adjust their combat readiness to its peak. Cui Shan opened the equipment box beneath his seat and pulled it in front of Fang Han. "Pick a few pieces that suit you and equip yourself." Fang Han looked inside. The box was filled with specialized equipment from the Security Bureau. Combat uniforms, various knives, and firearms were all present. However, the Golden Shield insignia battle suits worn by Zhang Guohao and Cui Shan were notably absent, as those required tailored customization exclusive to the Security Bureau's warriors. Nonetheless, even the standard equipment in the box surpassed the quality found in outside stores. Fang Han selected 4 low-grade bloodthirsty blades, which could be synthesized later, a top-grade combat uniform, a top-grade spiritual pattern rifle, and 3 fully stocked spiritual pattern magazines. Against lower-tier monstrous beasts, given sufficient spiritual energy from the warriors, spiritual pattern firearms and ammunition still held considerable lethality. After Fang Han finished selecting his gear, Cui Shan nodded slightly and handed over a specialized helmet from the Security Bureau. The wireless earpiece inside had already been set to the Bureau's dedicated channel. Before we engage in battle, we will conduct a final adjustment, so put it on. Fong Han complied, donning the helmet and then the combat uniform. He tucked the 3 spiritual pattern magazines into the waist pouch of his black uniform, slung the spiritual pattern rifle across his back, and secured the space backpack. With the bloodthirsty blade in hand, Fong Han was fully armed, resembling an elite special forces soldier from a previous life. His piercing gaze prompted Cui Shan to nod in approval. He glanced at his watch. We have a maximum of 5 minutes until we arrive. Make sure to adjust your state. Yes, Commander Cui. Fong Han immediately responded. He then pondered and asked, which route are we taking to Granary 1? Cui Shan swiped at the security tablet beside him, drawing several circles on the map and outlining a line before handing it to Fong Han. The latest intelligence indicates that the electric grid barriers in all 4 directions have been breached at a total of 6 points. Our team is responsible for the south. There is only one breach in the south. Cui Shan pointed to the circle drawn on the southern side. He then indicated the glowing line cutting through the circle, continuing to explain, this breach is the closest to Granary 1. We will charge in through this breach alongside the captain. Afterward, they will be responsible for eliminating the monstrous beasts and sealing the breach, while we proceed directly to Granary 1 along this route. Fong Han gazed at the glowing line leading straight to Granary 1 on the tablet map. Nodding solemnly, Cui Shan retracted the tablet, patted Fong Han on the shoulder, and reassured him, don't worry. This is merely a small-scale invasion by monstrous beasts, with so many captains from Director Song and the Security Bureau present. It will be resolved swiftly. A look of relief spread across Cui Shan's face. Fortunately, it isn't a beast tide, he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with sorrow and struggle, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Thank you, Brother Cui, I understand. Fong Han sincerely expressed his gratitude. Cui Shan's eyes flickered slightly as he regained focus, forcing a smile and leaning back to rest. Fong Han scanned the entire cabin, noting that no one was paying attention to him. He opened his space backpack and began the synthesis reinforcement process. The backpack was filled to the brim with various materials contributed by Chu Qingyu and others, including monster claws and cores. As Fong Han glanced around, he spotted many black iron items emanating dark glows. With a thought, he summoned the synthesis wheel. The dark golden, arcane wheel was invisible to others. Seizing the opportunity during the ride, Fong Han decided to enhance his weapons. He placed the 2 low-grade bloodthirsty blades into the 2 ordinary synthesis slots and inserted a low-grade black iron item, the fangs of a sharp-toothed wolf, into the black iron synthesis slot. Initiate synthesis, Fong Han murmured to himself. Only he could see the golden light flashing briefly. The 2 low-grade bloodthirsty blades combined to form a mid-grade bloodthirsty blade. Continue synthesizing, with ample black iron items at hand. Fong Han added various monster claws or fangs from his backpack with each synthesis. Ultimately, the 4 low-grade bloodthirsty blades culminated in a brand new high-grade bloodthirsty blade. Fong Han checked the equipment information and was astonished to find that the tearing and armor-piercing effect had reached 30. This was a full 10 percentage points stronger than his current blade. The triggering probability for the continuous bleeding effect also increased by 5 on top of the original 10. This revelation left Fong Han in awe of the power of spirit reinforcement synthesis. Now, even low-star weapons could provide such enhancements. One could only imagine the potential increase in power when it came to high-star weapons. Finally, Fong Han placed the 2 high-grade bloodthirsty blades into the ordinary synthesis slot and selected the best quality black iron item from his backpack for spirit reinforcement synthesis. Black iron item, mid-grade Shadow Lynx Claw. Synthesis effect. Enhances the weapon's sharpness by 5 and grants a matte finish, preventing reflections. When attacking in darkness and shadows, it becomes even more concealed. Evaluation, mid-grade. Fong Han focused his spiritual awareness, and the synthesis wheel began to spin, radiant golden light bursting forth. A brand new 1-star bloodthirsty blade suddenly came into view before Fong Han. Top-tier bloodthirsty blade. A formidable weapon forged through multiple spirit integrations. It has reached the pinnacle of 1-star material. Not only is the blade exceptionally sharp, but it also possesses additional unique effects. Effect. The keen edge carries a 35% chance to tear through armor. Creatures struck by the bloodthirsty blade will have their wounds eroded by the metallic elements contained within the blade. There is a 20% probability of inflicting a persistent bleeding effect that is difficult to heal. The surface of the blade is adorned with a matte finish, rendering the bloodthirsty blade remarkably concealed in darkness and shadows, making it difficult for living beings to detect. Evaluation: 1-star top tier. With 3 complete equipment effects. Fong Han nodded in quiet satisfaction. Everything was in place. He was merely waiting to arrive at the first grain depot. Mother, I will arrive soon. Please, let nothing go awry. Fong Han gripped the sheath tightly with his right hand. His pitch-black eyes reflected the starlight and moonlight streaming through the window, the piercing gaze resembling the sharpness of blades clashing, fierce and intimidating. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. Even while sitting in the armored vehicle, Fong Han and the others could hear the terrifying roar that resembled crashing thunder. The armored compartment beneath them rattled violently, akin to a trampoline, shaking intensely. It was a spirit pattern artillery shell. Cui Shan's eyes widened, and he spoke solemnly. Everyone, prepare for battle. We should be nearing the breach in the electric fence. Everyone in the vehicle snapped to attention, glancing towards the tempered glass window beside their seats. Fong Han also turned to look outside. The sky had darkened without their notice. The bright moon and stars hung in the night sky. However, at that moment, no one had the leisure to admire the beautiful night. Fong Han and the others beheld the nearby breach in the shimmering electric fence, where hundreds of monstrous beasts were herding thousands of rank 0 ferocious creatures, alongside a multitude of beastified humans. Surging like a tide into the gap, the electric fence, which connected to at least 200,000 volts of high voltage, had been torn open to create a massive gap of 7 to 8 meters wide. Crackling, flashes of bright purple high-voltage electricity erupted at the breach, exploding with countless dazzling yet perilous sparks. These electrifying bursts turned approaching ferocious beasts and beastified humans into charred remains and shredded flesh. Yet, despite this, the monstrous and ferocious creatures continued to surge forward, their beastly eyes glowing crimson, driven by a frenzied determination, using their own flesh to forcefully widen the breach in the electric fence. Charging into the outer city region, Fong Han suddenly spotted blinding lights appearing on the horizon. 3 spirit pattern artillery shells, trailing long tails, descended with a resounding boom. As a series of explosive detonations erupted, they ruthlessly obliterated the monstrous beasts rushing into the outer city. Crimson beast blood mingled with charred, torn corpses, soaring high into the sky. Blood rained down, remains scattered. Ziz, Fong Han heard the crackling of electricity in his helmet's earpiece. Channel calibration. Zhang Guohao's deep voice soon resonated from within. All units, pay attention. The brothers from the artillery squad have exhausted their spirit energy. It's our turn now. Everyone, open the armored vehicle's hatch and fire. Give it everything you've got to eradicate these filthy beasts. Chapter 68. Arrival at the grain depot. As soon as Zhang Guohao's words fell, the solemn-faced Cui Shan shouted towards Fong Han and the others in the compartment. Aiming, you'll take control of the armored cannon. The rest of you, open the hatch and fire at will. Understood. Fong Han and the others responded in unison. Click, click. The spirit pattern rifles were all disengaged from safety and loaded. Bang, bang. Fong Han and the others immediately pressed the mechanism buttons beside their seats, causing the alloy hatches above to open. Whoosh, a slight chill from the night wind rushed in. Fong Han could also smell the mingling stench of blood and gunpowder wafting through the night air. Through the circular opening of the hatch, the pristine night sky was visible, along with streaks of brilliant bullet trails slicing through the air. Countless sounds flooded in. Their ears were instantly filled with the roars of beasts, the sounds of bullets being fired, and the cries of battle. Fong Han took a deep breath. The refreshing night air filled his lungs, calming his wildly beating heart. Together with the others, he leaned out, exposing his upper body. Whoosh, the air was filled with the dense sounds of bullets whizzing by. He scanned the surroundings. All the armored vehicle tops were open. Gunfire and bullet trails were ceaseless. Fire. Give it everything you've got. Zhang Guohao's furious shout echoed through the night sky. Fong Han and the others did not hesitate to shoulder their spirit pattern rifles, aligning their sights on the monstrous beasts. Then, they pulled the triggers with unwavering determination. In a moment of daze, time seemed to slow down. Amidst the heavy breaths, a flicker of crimson light gleamed deep within Fong Han's eyes. He could clearly perceive everything unfolding. Threads of spirit energy surged from his body into the spirit pattern rifle. The firing pin struck the cartridge, the primer ignited. The pressure within the cartridge skyrocketed, granting the bullet immense muzzle energy. Simultaneously, The spirit energy entering the firearm illuminated and activated the spirit patterns etched on the cartridge and bullet. The cartridge bore a miniature spirit pattern with acceleration effects, while the bullet head had a miniature spirit pattern for armor-piercing effects. Bang! A spirit pattern bullet shot forth from the barrel, traversing the void. It struck the right eye of a high-ranking clawed cat from rank 0. If it were an ordinary bullet, it would hardly penetrate even the film on the beast's eye. But this was a spirit pattern bullet. The engraved spirit pattern on the bullet head shimmered faintly. The armor-piercing effect was triggered. Splatter. Crimson beast blood mixed with the fluid of the eye burst forth. As the spirit pattern bullet shattered the beast's right eye, it relentlessly surged into the cat monster's skull, obliterating its brain and cerebral matter. Finally, it exited through the back of the skull, leaving a deadly bullet hole the size of a finger. Meow! A heart-wrenching scream followed. Fong Han's shot was a one-hit kill. As he inhaled the gunpowder-laden air, feeling everything around him, his mind swiftly steadied. Bang! 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 The spirit pattern rifle in his hands fired steadily and swiftly as his spirit energy rapidly drained. Each spirit pattern bullet trailed long streaks in the air, continuously reaping the lives of the monstrous beasts. Fong Han's efficiency in slaughtering was terrifying. For reasons unknown, he felt his dynamic vision had suddenly become immensely powerful. Each bullet fired seemed to hit its mark. Each shot was capable of killing or wounding a monstrous or ferocious beast. The gunfire from Cui Shan and the others was equally fierce. Claiming the lives of the monstrous creatures, Ming, the second strongest warrior in the group, took the position of the gunner atop the armored vehicle. Each shell from the machine gun tore through the air. Embodying death, the entire convoy burst forth from the mountain road. In that moment, every armored vehicle unleashed 9 or more spirit pattern bullet trails. The convoy of the first squad from the Security Bureau instantly formed a densely woven and dazzling barrage. This barrage swept through the air, covering the entire breach in the electric fence, which was 7 to 8 meters wide. The monstrous beasts and ferocious creatures, along with the beastified humans, fell like wheat before the scythe. However, many powerful monsters and ferocious beasts were provoked and enraged. Their crimson beastly eyes turned towards the rapidly approaching convoy. Roar. With drool dripping from their savage jaws, they let out ferocious roars. These beasts forsook the electric fence, trampling over the bloodied ground littered with the remains of their kin, charging fiercely towards the convoy. The night wind grew colder and more urgent. Narrowing his eyes, Fong Han observed this scene, his gaze sharpening. He adjusted the rifle's aim, targeting the rushing beasts, and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Spirit pattern bullets shot forth. At this moment, the convoy was still over 500 meters away from the breach in the electric fence. Zhang Guohao's roar suddenly reverberated in his ears and through the helmet's earpiece. Group 1, push forward. Clear the way for Group 2, push ahead. Fong Han's eyes widened in realization. He belonged to Group 2. Zhang Guohao intended to clear their path to the first grain depot. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the armored vehicle engines thundered in his ears. Fong Han was astonished to see the most elite group from the first squad of the Security Bureau. Their convoy wildly overtaking all the armored vehicles of Group 2, leading the charge. Moreover, all the vehicles from Group 1 swiftly formed a spearhead formation, protecting the vehicles of Group 2 in the middle and rear. The armored vehicle where Zhang Guohao was located was positioned at the forefront of the spearhead. He himself sat resolutely in the position of the machine gunner, his face square and steadfast. With his eyes wide open, his robust arms were bulging with sinewy muscles as he firmly controlled the armored cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage of machine gun fire. Each armored vehicle in the formation, carrying its warriors and soldiers, frantically pulled the triggers without a second thought for the rapidly depleting energy within them. The sudden surge of gunfire enveloped the approaching demonic beasts like a torrential rain of fiery bullets, and blood and dismembered bodies erupted across the ground in an instant. When the armored team collided violently with the incoming horde of beasts, a distance of over 200 meters from the gap in the electric fence, Fong Han suddenly saw Zhang Guohao, atop the lead vehicle, spring to his feet. The crisp sound of a long knife being unsheathed resonated through the night. Subsequently, Fong Han's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Guohao unleashed a sweeping strike, a formidable display of martial prowess. At the edge of his razor-sharp blade, a 7 or 8 meter long arc of sword energy sliced through the night sky in an instant. The glimmering light passed through, instantly shredding 5 second-tier demonic beasts that charged forward. Blood and gore rained down. This astonishing blow significantly bolstered the morale of all present, simultaneously halting the momentum of the advancing beasts. Standing atop the lead vehicle, Zhang Guohao wielded his sword with an air of authority, effortlessly unleashing waves of sword energy, akin to arrows cleaving through the wind. Against the multitude of oncoming beasts, he forged a bloody path. Feng Han observed this scene, his heart stirring. This is the combat power of a third-tier warrior, truly formidable. His desire for strength intensified. Do not linger in battle. Accelerate the speed and cut through them with me. Buy time for the second group, Zhang Guohao bellowed, cleaving through the air with his sword. The entire convoy, instead of slowing down, surged forward with renewed vigor. However, this resulted in tremendous pressure on the armored vehicles and soldiers of the Security Bureau positioned on the flanks. Feng Han clearly saw several cunning demonic beasts swiftly surrounding and leaping onto the edge vehicles, tearing apart the machine guns mounted atop, dragging the security warriors and soldiers out and viciously attacking their throats. Casualties mounted swiftly and rapidly expanded. Feng Han clenched his jaw, left speechless. He understood that Zhang Guohao could have chosen to fortify their position, steadily advancing in a cautious manner to minimize losses. Yet, the captain opted for a path of greater sacrifice, one that would hastily lead the entire second group through the gap in the electric fence to reach the first grain depot. This could be seen as trading the lives of the Security Bureau soldiers for a fleeting moment of rescue time, to save the lives of the trapped civilians within the first grain depot. Feng Han realized that he was not the only one to perceive Zhang Guohao's intentions. Everyone else did as well. Nevertheless, none of the warriors and soldiers from the first group hesitated. The second group, fueled by a fervor of rage, screamed and pulled their triggers, channeling their fury into the armor-piercing energy of their bullets, piercing the night sky and tearing apart the demonic beasts. Witnessing this scene, Feng Han was deeply moved. Gritting his teeth, he too pulled the trigger on his weapon. From a bird's-eye view, one could clearly see a barrage of fiery bullets piercing through the onrushing horde of beasts, swiftly entering the gap in the electric fence. Yet, behind the convoy lay a gruesome trail, littered with the bloodied corpses of both demonic beasts and Security Bureau soldiers. The night wind, once fresh, was now thick with the stench of blood. As they broke through the gap in the electric fence, Zhang Guohao, drenched in blood, shouted, "First group, seal the gap and organize the convoy on the spot. Ensure the annihilation of all incoming beasts. Second group, do not stop, head directly to the first grain depot." "Yes, Captain," everyone responded in unison. The first and second group split apart. "Cui Shan, the task of the first grain depot is entrusted to you. You must rescue everyone." As the two groups' convoys passed each other, Zhang Guohao commanded Cui Shan solemnly through the earpiece. "Yes, Captain. I will ensure the mission is completed," Cui Shan replied without hesitation, standing at attention and saluting Zhang Guohao from a distance. Feng Han retracted his weapon, the barrel still radiating heat like a branding iron. He gazed toward the rear, where Zhang Guohao had led all members of the first group into a fierce combat with the horde of beasts. A first-tier Blood Shadow wolf, like a skilled assassin, leaped onto an armored vehicle, crushing a soldier's skull in its jaws. Blood gushed from the severed carotid artery of the fallen, splattering a nearby warrior. Enraged, the warrior swung his long knife and decapitated the Blood Shadow wolf. However, just as he killed the beast, another needle-tailed jackal sprang upon the other side of the armored vehicle, biting off the warrior's right hand that held the knife. A cry of pain erupted. The warrior retaliated with a powerful punch, exploding the head of the needle-tailed jackal. Similar scenes unfolded continuously in Feng Han's vision. His eyes trembled as he quickly replaced the magazine in his weapon, resting it on his shoulder and aiming toward the distant convoy of the first group. Just as he was about to fire, a hand reached over and disengaged the safety on his rifle. Turning in astonishment, Feng Han saw Cui Shan. Cui Shan, equally focused on the rear, spoke gravely, "Feng Han, trust the captain. Conserve your energy. There will surely be another fierce battle once we reach the first grain depot." It dawned on Feng Han that his energy had nearly run dry from the previous intense battle. He gazed at the first group of vehicles, now beyond range, and replied hoarsely, "Understood." Not only Feng Han and Cui Shan, but everyone in the second group fixated their gaze on the direction of the electric fence gap. There, Blades clashed, limbs flew, blood poured, roars echoed. This was the battlefield. In his 2 lifetimes, Fong Han deeply felt the brutal weight of these 2 words for the first time. The second group's convoy moved swiftly, and in no time, the scene beyond the electric fence vanished from sight. The convoy sped along the field roads, rushing toward the first grain depot. Under the moonlight, Fong Han observed the rice fields and orchards on either side, noting many areas where rice stalks and fruit trees lay bent or shattered. Numerous patches of land showed clear signs of demonic energy erosion and destruction. Such evidence indicated that many demonic beasts and ferocious creatures had indeed invaded the vast agricultural lands of the outer city. Fong Han extended his senses, detecting the lingering traces of demonic energy. His brow furrowed slightly. The night wind blew. Typically, the evening breeze in summer should be warm and fragrant. However, tonight, Fong Han felt a chilling aura embedded within the air. All units, retreat to the armored vehicles and immediately begin to restore your energy. Remain vigilant for any lurking demonic beasts. Cui Shan swiftly issued commands through the wireless earpiece. Fong Han and the others complied, covering the alloy hatches and returning to their vehicles, entering a meditative state to recover their energy. The second group's convoy advanced rapidly along the outer city roads, illuminated by headlights. Approximately 10 minutes later, the outline of the first grain depot finally came into view ahead of the convoy. Chapter 69. Breakthrough. Survivors. The driver glanced at the silhouette of the first grain depot emerging at the horizon. His spirit instantly lifted. He hurriedly knocked on the partition board between the front and rear compartments of the armored vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Group leader, group leader. The team member called out repeatedly. Cui Shan, whose eyes had been momentarily closed in meditation, suddenly opened them. What is it? He asked, pulling open a small window in the partition. Group leader, we're about 500 meters away from the first grain depot. The team member quickly reported. Cui Shan peered through the windshield toward the front. Indeed, the outline of the first grain depot loomed in the distance against the dark night. Cui Shan pressed his ear to the wireless headset and immediately issued a command. All units, pay attention. We are about to reach the first grain depot. All personnel, immediately prepare for battle. Yes, group leader. All the squad leaders from the second group's armored vehicles responded in unison. After giving the orders, Cui Shan glanced around the vehicle compartment. Fong Han and the others were silently meditating to restore their energy. Just as he was about to use his senses to awaken everyone, suddenly, a surge of ambient spiritual energy swiftly flowed into the armored vehicle. Whoosh! The gathering spiritual energy formed swirling cyclones and eddies, creating a roaring wind within the compartment. These spirals of energy rapidly converged upon Fong Han. Cui Shan, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. Simultaneously, he swiftly realized the implications. Fong Han was on the verge of breaking through to a new realm. The fluctuations of spiritual energy at the intermediate level of the first sequence rapidly surged forth. A dense, blood-red aura enveloped his body, emanating a martial momentum that left Cui Shan utterly astonished. His spiritual senses clearly perceived that Fong Han was transcending to the intermediate level of the first sequence. However, the intensity of the aura and the fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from Fong Han were significantly stronger than those of an ordinary advanced martial artist within the first sequence. The turbulence of errant spiritual energy triggered by Fong Han's breakthrough quickly awakened the other occupants in the vehicle. Amin and the other martial artists exchanged astonished glances at Fong Han, surrounded by the swirling errant energy, before turning their attention to Cui Shan. Cui Shan gestured towards Fong Han, signaling for silence and protection. The group nodded in understanding. They, too, recognized that Fong Han was in the midst of a breakthrough. Subsequently, Cui Shan pointed towards the front of the vehicle, indicating that they were nearing their destination, and then motioned for everyone to prepare for battle. Upon realizing this, everyone felt a rush of adrenaline. Instinctively knowing they were about to reach Grain Depot number 1, they quickly began to inspect their gear, adjusting their mental states to peak conditions. The sharp crackling of bones suddenly reverberated within the vehicle, drawing everyone's attention to Fong Han. They observed his sinews vibrating as if they were worms violently writhing beneath his skin. A faintly visible crimson glow pulsed within him, signifying both his spiritual energy and the vitality of his flesh. This purest essence of power surged forth with his breakthrough, coursing through his meridians, veins, and limbs, saturating his entire being. Cui Shan and the others in the vehicle immediately sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Feng Han began to stabilize. The tremors of his bones gradually subsided, and the overwhelming martial aura quickly receded back into his body. Finally, Feng Han, seated in meditation, exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Two flashes of blood-red lightning flickered within the depths of his gaze, casting a fleeting crimson glow throughout the vehicle. Cui Shan and the others beheld the blood-red lightning in Feng Han's eyes, a chill of trepidation washing over them. Just as they were lost in a moment of astonishment, Feng Han regained his composure. As the crimson light faded, everyone returned to normal, yet their gazes towards Feng Han were now devoid of any condescension. Cui Shan fixed his eyes on Feng Han and inquired solemnly, "How do you feel?" Feng Han met the gazes of the others and promptly replied, "I have successfully broken through to the intermediate level of the first sequence, and I have stabilized my realm. My strength should be at least 2 to 3 times greater than before." Cui Shan nodded in satisfaction. Before the impending battle, any increase in combat power was a welcome boon. Feng Han's breakthrough undoubtedly brought a measure of surprise to everyone. "We are approaching the grain depot now. Let's swiftly prepare our gear," Cui Shan succinctly instructed. Feng Han focused his gaze outside. Approximately 300 to 400 meters away, the outline of grain depot number 1 became increasingly discernible. They had finally arrived. What could the situation inside the depot be like? Was his mother safe in the refuge? Countless questions surged within him, heightening his urgency and anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Feng Han redirected his focus to his gear, striving to ensure he was thoroughly prepared for the imminent battle. He glanced down. His combat suit showed no signs of damage, and the state of his spiritual patterned rifle had nearly returned to normal. He had consumed 2 magazines and sought to replenish them from Cui Shan. The bloodthirsty blade was secured to the clip at his left waist. Once all preparations were complete, Feng Han attuned his spiritual senses to his entire body. After the breakthrough, his dantian had expanded approximately 5 to 6 times. The total amount of spiritual energy he possessed at the intermediate level of the first sequence surpassed even that of an ordinary peak martial artist in the first sequence. His physical strength had increased by an astonishing 4,000 jin, reaching a staggering total of 19,000 jin, equivalent to 9.5 tons. Such immense physical power could rival that of a peak martial artist in the first sequence. Feng Han nodded to himself, feeling a greater sense of confidence in the upcoming battle. At that moment, a voice suddenly crackled through the helmet's earpiece. Feng Han and everyone else listened intently. "Report, team leader. We have arrived at the southern gate of grain depot number 1, the driver reported solemnly through the second team's operational channel. Instantly, everyone's spirits tightened. The driver continued, "However, the situation here is somewhat peculiar. There are no signs of any beasts outside." "No beasts? What could this mean?" Confusion swelled within everyone. Feng Han immediately turned to Cui Shan, anxiously awaiting his orders. "Everyone disembark. Maintain vigilance in all directions," Cui Shan commanded, promptly opening the armored vehicle's door and stepping out. All armored vehicles of the second team followed suit, as fully armed martial artists and soldiers exited, swiftly establishing a perimeter of vigilance. They organized themselves into 2 combat units flanking the vehicle convoy, forming basic squads. In this world, a squad typically consisted of 10 martial artists, often accompanied by 100 armed soldiers during operations. The combat capabilities of soldiers and martial artists varied across regions, with those in the Nanshan Bay City typically being well-trained advanced apprentices of the Zero sequence and some advanced or peak martial artists of the first sequence. The in-service martial artists were primarily of the second sequence. The second team consisted of 200 fully equipped soldiers and 20 in-service martial artists, with team leader Cui Shan at the peak of the second sequence and Amin at the advanced level of the second sequence. The remainder included 8 intermediate and 10 low-level martial artists of the second sequence. Each team had differing personnel configurations and combat capabilities. Feng Han knew that Zhang Guohao's team possessed significantly greater combat strength than the second team. This time, they were tasked with the crucial mission of filling the gap in the power grid. Upon disembarking, Feng Han immediately turned his gaze toward Grain Depot No. 1, as the sole architectural complex in the entire southern outskirts. It was comparable in size to a small town from his previous life. It stored every season's harvest of rice, fruits, and other food supplies from the southern outskirts. After harvest, the processed goods were transported back to the base city from various factories within the depot fortress. Surrounding the entire grain depot fortress were 20-meter-high walls. However, Fong Han furrowed his brow, for at that moment, the southern wall of the depot was eerily silent. Looking up, he noticed that the usual bright lights were absent, replaced instead by an unsettling darkness. Only in the distant sky could he faintly discern a glimmer of light seeping from within the fortress. The usual sounds of human activity and machines had vanished. Leaving an unsettling silence, Fong Han's brow knitted tighter. Something felt amiss. As the martial artists and soldiers of the second team disembarked and formed ranks, Cui Shan fixed his gaze with gravity and immediately issued orders. Amin, lead us to the secret entrance. We will enter the fortress directly. Without hesitation, Amin activated his military tablet to pinpoint the location of the secret entrance to Grain Depot No. 1. He took off at a brisk pace towards the entrance, with Fong Han and the others following closely behind. Amin, tablet in hand, sprinted with remarkable speed. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated blankly on the southern gate of the depot. In a state of shock, he exclaimed, "Captain!" Fong Han's heart sank, and he quickened his pace. A faint yet distinct scent of blood wafted through the night air. Fong Han's eyes turned icy. Cui Shan and the others hurried forward. As they approached, their eyes widened in horror. Unable to contain himself any longer, Fong Han charged through the half-open gate of the fortress, for there were no signs of damage on the gate. It had been opened from the inside. There must be an insider. The stench of blood intensified as it wafted from within the ajar fortress gate. Fong Han recalled his mother's gentle, kind eyes and warm smile, igniting a blaze of fury within him that consumed his entire being. The potent blood energy and spiritual force surged forth, enveloping him completely. Fong Han, like a blood-red arrow, propelled himself swiftly into the fortress. Fong Han, Cui Shan's anxious voice echoed from behind. "Everyone, follow him." The sharp command reverberated, and all members of the second team rushed to keep pace with Fong Han. As he entered the half-open gate of the fortress, his vision was immediately engulfed by a sea of blood. Hundreds of corpses, both human and beast, lay strewn across the ground. Many were clad in the uniforms of the fortress's security personnel. These were the martial artists and soldiers from the 1st Security Division. Behind the main thoroughfare of the fortress, the ground resembled a path of carnage, littered with countless dismembered human remains. The pungent scent of blood mixed with the foul odor of entrails and the acrid stench of decaying beasts filled the air. Festering and overwhelming the senses, Fong Han lifted his gaze 50 meters away on the main thoroughfare. 5 or 6 first-order demonic beasts lingered, alongside over 20 beastly humanoids of the Zero Order. They lay sprawled on the ground, voraciously devouring the dripping flesh and blood as if indulging in a grand feast. The sound of their gnashing jaws and the crunching of bones sent a jolt of fury through Fong Han. Igniting a crimson blaze in his eyes, thunderous roars echoed in his ears as if the heavens themselves had unleashed their fury. Blood-red lightning flickered in his gaze, radiating a blinding brilliance. With a powerful kick, the tiles beneath his feet shattered. His figure elongated, and his speed surged. The bloodthirsty blade was unsheathed. Fong Han surged forth like a comet of crimson light, charging recklessly toward the horde of demonic beasts and beastly humanoids. The beasts, momentarily interrupted from their feast, lifted their heads and let out a furious roar, rushing toward Fong Han. At this moment, Cui Shan and the others burst through the city gates, witnessing the gruesome scene that unfolded before them. "Die, all of you!" A thunderous roar resonated in their ears. They paused, gazes drawn upward, their eyes widening in shocked eye in their pupils. A dazzling crimson radiance reflected the unfolding chaos. Cui Shan and the others beheld Fong Han single-handedly plunging into the throng of nearly 30 demonic beasts and beastly humanoids. The ebony blade in his hand shimmered with a nebulous blood hue. Alternatively, it could be said that since they entered this district, they had not encountered a single beast of the supernatural kind. Not even the sporadic few ferocious creatures or beastly humans roaming about had been sighted. The entire area remained, as usual, illuminated by the glaringly bright streetlights, aside from the absence of any pedestrians. The unsettling silence rendered the place eerily indistinguishable from its usual state. It was not only Fong Han who felt the peculiar and uncanny atmosphere. Cui Shan and the others were equally aware of the strangeness surrounding them. Everyone's spiritual senses were unleashed, their gazes and the barrels of their guns sweeping the surroundings with heightened vigilance. After Cui Shan had released his spiritual awareness and failed to detect any anomalies, he finally spoke up. "Open the door. Let us proceed inside." One of the subordinates immediately darted into the security room to activate the mechanism for the large iron gate at the entrance. Fong Han could not resist leaning against the doorframe, peering inside. The factory was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illumination, starkly contrasting with the well-lit street outside. With a creaking sound, the heavy iron gate swiftly slid open along its track. Fong Han eagerly stepped inside. He cast his gaze about, yet darkness enveloped him, with not a single figure in sight. After taking a moment to orient himself, he hurried toward the back of the factory, where his mother worked in the food processing area, located at the rear section adjacent to the finished goods storage warehouse. Cui Shan and the others followed closely behind. The only sounds that pierced the oppressive silence of the dark factory were the echoing footsteps of the group and their somewhat anxious, labored breaths. Even though this was not the processing area, the dust concentration in the air was markedly higher than outside. Prolonged inhalation rendered the air somewhat dry and choking. Fong Han paid little heed to such matters. His pace quickened with urgency. Suddenly, beams of light pierced through the darkness from behind, illuminating their surroundings. Cui Shan and the others had equipped their spiritual pattern rifles with military-grade flashlights. All of them hastened to catch up. While Cui Shan remained acutely vigilant, scanning the area, he addressed Fong Han. "Fong Han, do not rush. Given the environment, it seems everyone in this factory has evacuated. However, the atmosphere here is indeed rather eerie. Stay alert." Fong Han nodded slightly. "Understood, Captain." He too had observed the chaotic scene around him. Items on the tables were in disarray, many cabinets were left ajar, and documents were scattered about, indicating a hasty evacuation. Some chairs lay overturned on the ground, yet the tables and larger items in the factory were arranged quite orderly, as if nothing was amiss. The glass doors and various passageway doors showed no signs of damage. More importantly, there were no traces of blood on the ground. Fong Han scanned the area with his spiritual senses and found no remnants of demonic energy. Everything suggested that the beast had not wreaked havoc here. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Fong Han surveyed his surroundings. The group made their way through the office building, the grain storage area, and the raw material warehouse, passing through the flower beds and corridors in the middle of the factory, until they finally reached the back half of the facility. Fong Han led Cui Shan and the others to the food processing area where his mother typically worked. After a brief scan with his spiritual awareness, confirming everything to be normal, he promptly opened the door to the processing area. Beams of glaring flashlight illuminated the interior, revealing it to be much like the previous sections of the factory. Although there was some disorder, there were no bloodstains or signs of a beastly rampage. A wave of relief washed over Fong Han as he rushed inside, weaving through rows of processing production lines until he arrived at the partitioned workstation where his mother usually worked. Bending down to look around, he noticed that aside from files, nearly all personal items had been taken away. His gaze lingered on the upper right corner of the desk, where a picture frame had previously held a family photo. It was now absent. A profound sigh of relief escaped Fong Han's lips. After Cui Shan and the others completed their inspection of the processing area, they quickly joined him. "How is it?" Cui Shan inquired. "Did you find anything?" "It seems they evacuated successfully," Fong Han replied, his expression visibly lightening. Upon hearing this, the others displayed smiles of relief. Gratefulness swelled within Fong Han, and he quickly expressed his thanks. "Thank you all for your hard work." Cui Shan smiled slightly, patting Fong Han on the shoulder. "We are all brothers here. No need for thanks. Our mission is to rescue everyone. Passing through the food factory was merely part of the route. Now that we have confirmed safety, let us proceed through this factory to the refuge cave beside the security station. Finding your family there will truly mean we are safe." Fong Han readily agreed. "Indeed, Captain." The group exited the processing area and entered the finished goods storage section, the last and largest warehouse in the factory. After traversing this space, they would access the back door of the warehouse leading directly to the grain storage security station. Arriving at the door, Cui Shan turned the doorknob and opened it just a crack. A bone-chilling gust of wind suddenly swept out from within, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. "Fong Han, is this finished goods storage a cold storage facility?" Cui Shan asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Fong Han shook his head slightly. "I am not entirely sure, but I have heard that this warehouse is seldom opened. It seems no one has ever seen what lies inside. An inexplicable sense of unease began to creep into Fong Han's heart. He promptly suggested, "Captain, should we take a detour?" Everyone turned their gazes towards Cui Shan. He lifted his eyes to the emblem of the security station visible just beyond the warehouse. They were so close. This route was undoubtedly the quickest. Cui Shan hesitated momentarily, but his resolve solidified. Time waits for no one. No detours. We will go straight through. Move. With a decisive command, Cui Shan led the way, pushing open the warehouse's iron door with a creak and stepping inside with purpose. Fong Han and the others quickly followed suit. Chapter 71. The threat in the darkness. The entire group flooded into this final storage warehouse. The beams of military flashlights illuminated the interior, revealing it to be utterly devoid of any contents. The far end of the warehouse was marked by the back door. Once they reached it and opened the door, they would find themselves at the entrance of the grain storage security station. The goal was right in front of them. Fong Han and all the others felt a surge of energy. Leading the group, Cui Shan's eyes gleamed at this sight. He pressed his earpiece and immediately commanded, "Move! Let us cross the warehouse." The teams spread out in an orderly fan formation, 3 individuals grouped together, their angles providing mutual visibility of each other's blind spots. With their spiritual pattern rifles and hand-to-hand combat abilities, they were always ready to support their nearby comrades. Fong Han and the 110 highly trained team members moved through the empty warehouse like a surging tide, maintaining vigilance with their firearms while hastening toward the back door approximately 100 meters away. The sound of sturdy military boots resonated on the tiled floor, creating an intense rhythm that echoed throughout the desolate warehouse. The more Fong Han advanced, the more pronounced his unease became, evolving from a mere discomfort to the sensation of a sharp blade poised against his throat. The chilling edge, coupled with an icy intent to kill, sent shivers coursing through him. Fong Han glanced around. Everything appeared normal. There were no signs of abnormality, yet the absence of anything unusual only heightened his sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Fong Han's heart raced. He glanced toward the warehouse back door, still visible in the distance. After a considerable time traversing this distance of over 100 meters, there was no indication that they had made any progress. It felt as if they were merely circling in place. Fong Han noticed the faint tremors in the breaths of the others. He paused, surveying his surroundings. Everyone seemed to be feeling the chill. Their breaths manifested as pale wisps of mist. Some individuals were even beginning to tremble. Fong Han furrowed his brow slightly. He felt no chill himself. His physiological reactions under spiritual sensing were entirely normal. Something was off, very off. Fong Han's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Given the physical conditioning of these security bureau warriors and martial artists, they would not feel the slightest cold even in 20 degrees below zero. Yet now, some of the lower-ranked warriors were visibly shivering, their hands unsteady on their weapons. Fong Han quickened his pace, moving alongside Cui Shan, and reported in a grave tone, "Captain, something is very wrong. Everyone feels cold, and despite having walked for so long, we should have reached the back door by now. Yet it feels as if we are going in circles." As Fong Han spoke, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He froze in place, taken aback by the sight of Cui Shan, who had turned around, his cheeks and hair speckled with delicate snowflakes, as though he had just emerged from a frigid, icy world. As I glanced towards everyone, I noticed that each face had inexplicably turned a shade of blue, as if frozen in time. Their lips were pallid, devoid of any color. Bang, bang, bang. The bulbs of all the military flashlights shattered, succumbing to the frigid air. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence and darkness. The biting cold wind howled like a whisper of demons, sweeping through the space. The entire warehouse felt as if it had been suddenly thrust into a polar blizzard, chilling to the very bone. Crack, crack, strange sounds echoed ominously. Fong Han's heightened senses immediately picked up on it. A thick layer of frost and ice crystals was rapidly forming on the walls and floor of the warehouse. "Team leader, wake up, brothers, wake up, quickly." Fong Han shook the increasingly stiff body of Cui Shan, simultaneously calling out to his comrades whose faces were turning blue, their hair beginning to frost. His efforts were in vain. The pupils of Cui Shan and the other soldiers began to glaze over, resembling a weary soul on the verge of slumber. Fong Han's heart tightened. They must not succumb to sleep. Although he was unaware of their current predicament, If everyone fell into a slumber, they would surely become prey, doomed to perish. Fong Han scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking a solution. His senses erupted, probing for any anomalous signs in the vicinity. Blood-red spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Fong Han protectively. That moment, Cui Shan's nose twitched slightly. His gradually dulling eyes suddenly trembled. Then, in an instant, he was fully alert. He gasped for breath, as if he were a drowning man who had just been pulled ashore. Inhaling the fresh air with fervor, the frost on his face, eyebrows, and hair vanished in an instant. Seeing Cui Shan regain consciousness, Fong Han's face lit up with joy. He quickly supported Cui Shan, asking, "Team leader, are you all right? What happened? Why does it seem like everyone is on the brink of freezing?" Cui Shan, slightly unsteady, clutched his chest, gasping for air. His face, flushed from oxygen deprivation, was marked with urgency. He hoarsely called out to Fong Han. "Fong Han, hurry, wake the others. This frost is the work of a formation. It's a spiritual pattern formation." Fong Han's heart jolted, and he immediately understood. Only a spiritual pattern formation could ensnare so many individuals at once, creating an effect that kept them spinning in place. Damn it! Who could it be? Could there be other martial artists who set this trap? The dire circumstances and the increasingly elusive puppet master made Fong Han curse inwardly. He rushed to the others, shouting loudly in an attempt to rouse them. Strangely, at first, his shouts had no effect, but now, upon touching any of the guards, they immediately awakened. Fong Han was puzzled. While awakening his comrades, he sensed a change within himself. Wait, is it spiritual energy? Could my energy help everyone break free from the binding of the spiritual pattern formation? Without a second thought, Fong Han unleashed all the spiritual energy within him. Blood-red spiritual mist enveloped the area. The guards and martial artists nearby gradually regained their senses. It worked. Fong Han's eyes brightened. He propelled himself forward, moving like a crimson shadow among the crowd. His hands, imbued with wisps of blood-red spiritual energy, gently tapped the frozen guards, and upon contact, they immediately awakened. Gradually recovering, Cui Shan observed this scene from a distance, his eyes wide with astonishment. He finally realized that everyone had fallen victim to the trap. Even he, at the pinnacle of the second sequence, had nearly met his doom. Only Fong Han appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. Moreover, the sight before Cui Shan was equally perplexing. Fong Han could effortlessly liberate others with a mere touch. Whoosh! Fong Han swiftly approached the last trapped soldier, a young man in his early 20s. His pale face still bore traces of vitality. Within his gradually losing focus eyes, resolute determination flickered. The biting frost and ice crystals clung to his neck, rapidly encasing his chin and creeping toward his cheeks. Fong Han's gaze sharpened. A surge of energy coursed through him. "Awake!" he commanded, unleashing a gentle yet forceful palm strike against the young soldier's chest. Bang! The sound of shattering glass erupted. The ice crystals enveloping the young soldier exploded, scattering into a myriad of fragments that vanished without a trace. Along with the ice, the howling wind and all other sounds dissipated. Once freed, everyone turned their grateful gazes toward Fong Han. Seeing everyone safe, Cui Shan exhaled in relief. At this critical moment, he had no time for other thoughts. He glanced back at the entrance of the warehouse. As expected, the entrance had vanished without a trace. They were still trapped within the spiritual pattern formation. A shiver ran down Cui Shan's spine as he quickly commanded through his earpiece. This warehouse is likely ensnared by a spiritual pattern formation. We are still within it, so everyone must remain vigilant. Be cautious of your surroundings. Understood. Fong Han and the others responded in unison. Each of them unleashed their full spiritual energy, scanning their surroundings with acute awareness. Fong Han returned to Cui Shan's side. His senses expanded, and the warehouse fell into an eerie silence once more. It was as unsettlingly quiet as before. The rear exit, 100 meters ahead, remained visible. Yet it felt as distant as the horizon. Close but unattainable. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept through. Fong Han and the others felt an icy chill in their hearts. An ominous aura. The malevolent energy thickened around them. Simultaneously, Fong Han detected an overwhelming stench of blood, mingled with the putrid odor of decay and the foul breath of beasts, filling his nostrils. Plop! Plop, plop. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of liquid droplets hitting puddles. Reminiscent of rain, plop, Fong Han felt something brush against his shoulder, icy and unyielding, like a chunk of ice radiating a chilling aura. His gaze sharpened, and he turned to look, his eyes widened in shock. This was no mere ice block. It was, in fact, a nameless female corpse hanging from the warehouse's rafters. Fong Han gazed upward, momentarily frozen in disbelief. But that was not all. The rafters were densely populated with at least 100 corpses. All clad in the uniforms of the guards, their limbs were slashed open, blood pouring down in torrents. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the countless bodies to sway ominously. The sight was akin to a procession of malevolent spirits. Sending chills down one's spine, Fong Han furrowed his brow and immediately grasped Cui Shan's arm, pointing upwards. Team leader, look above. It's the bodies of our brothers from the guard station. For reasons unknown, everyone had instinctively overlooked the macabre scene above. However, after Fong Han's urgent reminder, they all gazed upward. A collective gasp echoed throughout the warehouse. Fong Han's attention shifted to the ground. The once pristine tiles were now awash with bright red blood. Thin streams of blood coalesced into pools of varying sizes, yet strangely, the ground bore no stains. The blood flowing upon the tiles seemed impervious to drying or coagulating. An eerie phenomenon, whoosh, a sudden rush of wind sliced through the air. Here, it felt as if everyone's senses were suppressed, their reactions slowed. Fong Han caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow from the corner of his eye. He shouted towards the back, "Be careful," but it was too late. A scream pierced the air as a guard at the rear of the formation was helplessly snatched away, thrashing in terror. Then came the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, echoing through the darkness. The sound of dripping blood sent shivers down everyone's spines. Cui Shan's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Form up! Everyone, close ranks! Back to back, defensive circle!" Amidst his urgent command, whoosh, 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 the sound of slicing wind echoed continuously. Shadows flitted past. "Watch the ceiling," Fong Han warned again. Everyone quickly huddled together, yet several soldiers were still abruptly seized. With a sickening squelch, the sound of flesh being torn apart accompanied the deluge of blood raining down, casting a dark shadow over everyone's hearts. Fong Han's gaze remained fixed on the rafters. He observed that the attacks originated from above. Cui Shan led everyone to form a standard defensive circular formation. Standing back to back, amidst the chaotic sounds of footsteps, each person wielded their spirit-patterned rifles, anxiously scanning the sky and the ground, bracing themselves against an unknown attack that could emerge from anywhere. The relentless barrage of assaults from the darkness had escalated everyone's psychological pressure to its peak. Some felt their palms grow clammy, others experienced a chilling sensation creeping down their spines, their clothes already soaked with cold sweat. A few were swallowing hard, their throats thick with palpable dread. "Damn it," Cui Shan muttered in frustration. This sense of helplessness stirred a deep anger within him. Fong Han struggled to calm his breathing, striving to perceive the attacks surging from the shadows, seeking a way to break the deadlock. Just then, a harsh, brutal, chilling, and low-pitched bloodthirsty cackle abruptly echoed through the air. Chapter 72. SSS Class Forbidden Spell Formation. Anomaly. Ahahaha. What a taste of fear. What a marvelous flavor. How intoxicating it is, accompanied by this bloodthirsty laughter. The entire dark and lifeless warehouse suddenly burst into light. However, it was not the illumination of any lamps, but rather the pools of blood on the ground, emanating a sinister and chilling blood glow. The faces of Fong Han and everyone else were bathed in a crimson hue. Following the source of the sound, they looked up and beheld over 100 corpses suspended from the steel beams of the warehouse, with 21 wolf-like beastmen standing above them. Each of these beastmen was clad in security uniforms, radiating the powerful aura of a first-sequence high-level demon. At the forefront stood their leader, exuding the aura of a second-sequence low-level demon. Fong Han gazed upward, his expression grave. He recognized that wolf beastman leader. It was Wang Furong, the security team leader of the Safe Food Factory. Damn it! The entire security team of the Safe Food Factory has been transformed into wolf beastmen. Fong Han clenched his spirit-patterned rifle tightly, whispering in fierce resentment. At that moment, before everyone's eyes, the wolf beastman leader stood upright, laughing hoarsely like a human. The fearful flesh becomes more delicate. The fearful flesh becomes more taut. The fearful flesh enhances my demonic energy and strength. Ahahaha. His ghastly green wolf-like pupils glowed with an intense bloodthirsty killing intent. Howls erupted from the remaining 20 wolf beastmen, their mouths dripping with thick, foul saliva, their beastly eyes fixated on Fong Han and the others. As if they were eyeing a sumptuous feast, Fong Han and Cui Shan were taken aback by these words, a beast man still retaining its intellect. How is this possible? Cui Shan's face was painted with disbelief. Fong Han furrowed his brows tightly. Beastmen are powerful, demon-infused creatures that, upon infecting humans, produce puppet-like progeny. These humans, after infection, lose their minds and become soulless beings, only knowing to obey the commands of the demons. In the century-long history of spiritual energy revival, there has never been a beastman with retained intellect, especially not a second-sequence wolf beastman. What kind of formidable demon could transform a defenseless human into a second-sequence low-level wolf beastman? In an instant, Fong Han felt the situation worsening. He could see the expressions of many comrades around him contorted with palpable fear. Cui Shan, keenly sensing the plummeting morale, could no longer contain himself and drew his sword. Launching himself into the air, he summoned the full extent of his second-sequence peak power, bringing his blade down with ferocious intent. Die for me, Cui Shan roared. The azure spiritual energy coalesced into a 6-meter-long, razor-sharp blade of energy, ruthlessly cleaving downward toward the wolf beastman leader. Seeing Cui Shan's explosive action, the others were instantly invigorated. Indeed, the captain's peak second-sequence strength against a second-sequence low-level wolf beastman would be an effortless victory. All of them thought this, their eyes glimmering with hope. Only Fong Han remained troubled. Feeling that something was amiss, he kept his gaze locked on the movements of Cui Shan and the wolf beastman leader. With a whoosh, the blade unleashed an incredibly powerful gust of wind. Even before the blade struck, the sheer force sent the first-sequence low-level wolf beastmen scattering in all directions. Only the wolf beastman leader stood undaunted, unflinching in the face of impending doom. His grotesquely elongated jaw, resembling that of a wolf, bore a sneer of disdain. Fong Han instinctively sensed danger and shouted a warning. "Captain, be careful," but it was already too late. The wolf beastman leader coldly regarded the descending Cui Shan, his voice frigid as he spoke. Naive. Suddenly, Fong Han felt an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy surge forth. The sinister blood glow on the ground intensified. An intricate, arcane sigils began to manifest upon the tiles. Whoosh! A dense, flowing blood light shot upward, forming a solid crimson barrier before the wolf beastman leader. Bang! The 6-meter-long azure blade of energy struck fiercely against the blood barrier. The collision produced a sharp, piercing sound, yet it only created a ripple of disturbance. The blood barrier remained unscathed, without even a crack. After easily deflecting Cui Shan's full-force strike, the wolf beastman leader cast a scornful glance at Cui Shan and coldly hissed, "Bind?" The blood barrier, formed from the coalesced sigils, began to surge with ominous energy. Realizing the peril, Fong Han shouted, "Open fire! Everyone, open fire!" As he spoke, Fong Han unleashed his spiritual energy, furiously pulling the trigger at the wolf beastman leader. Bang, 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 bang. Spirit-patterned bullets surged into the air. All the martial artists from the security bureau joined in, their gunfire resounding throughout the warehouse. The wolf beastman leader disdainfully surveyed Fong Han and the others. With a mere thought, the blood barrier split into 2.1 portion and snared Cui Shan, while the other transformed into a slightly translucent blood barrier, shielding him anew. The sounds of shattering and explosive impacts echoed continuously. Every single spirit-patterned bullet fired was intercepted without exception. Hundreds of bullets struck the barrier, producing not even a spar. It felt as though a myriad of hydraulic presses were mercilessly crushing his physical form. The skin ruptured with alarming rapidity. The muscles, unable to withstand the immense pressure, convulsed violently. Fine, elongated fissures continuously spread across his sinews and bones. Pain. Excruciating pain. An overwhelming sensation enveloped him, akin to being pounded into a pulp by a pile driver. Fong Han gritted his teeth, fighting against the torment. The determination and indomitable spirit reflected in his eyes were as steadfast as granite. Hold on, do not yield, do not fall, this second chance at life. So hard-earned. There remains so much to accomplish. So many tasks left unfinished. He could not, absolutely could not, collapse like this. Fong Han struggled fiercely, both in body and soul. The blood enveloping him, empowered by the Array's forces, writhed as if it were a living entity, transforming into writhing maggots eager to burrow into his mouth, nose, and every orifice of his body. Trembling uncontrollably, Fong Han, though immobilized, could still hear the sounds from outside. He beheld the wolf-like leader, Wang Furong, standing arrogantly atop the beams. His eyes, a ghastly green, loomed over the 111 blood cocoons below, as if he were perusing a menu, his sharp claws stroking his chin. Wang's gaze briefly lingered on Cui Shan before flitting away. He exclaimed in a hoarse, excited voice, "No, the most delectable morsels must be saved for last. Which one to feast upon first?" Such a delightful dilemma. The wolf-like leader extended his thick, drool-soaked tongue, licking his exposed fangs, roar. At his side, 21st-tier wolf-like subordinates gathered once more, softly growling in submission. Yet their eyes dared not glance towards Fong Han and the others. Those were delicacies they neither dared covet nor had the right to covet. Their gazes remained fixed on the suspended corpses, essential sacrifices for the spirit-patterned blood array. These wolf-like subordinates hoped that once their leader had exhausted these offerings, he would reward them. Wang Furong, however, was utterly indifferent to their thoughts. He extended his sharp claws and began to point, selecting his targets. "Aha! It's you." As his bloodthirsty words fell, Fong Han, Cui Shan, and all others ensconced within their blood cocoons widened their eyes in horror. Bang! A collective gasp echoed in their hearts. A grotesque, bloody blossom erupted among them. To Fong Han's right, a mid-tier warrior from the second tier, devoid of any resistance, was brutally crushed by the dense power of the blood array. This warrior was instantaneously transformed into a pure, condensed mass of flesh and vital essence. In an instant, it soared into the air, devoured by the wolf-like leader in a single gulp. Ahahaha, the power surges forth. Intoxicating, Wang Furong laughed with his eyes closed, his aura growing ever more sinister. His voice resonated throughout the warehouse. Within the blood cocoon, Fong Han's gaze quivered. His fists clenched tightly. The intense anger surging within him made his gritted teeth emit a harsh grinding sound. Cui Shan furiously screamed within his blood cocoon, yet no sound escaped. Wang Furong, reveling in his enjoyment, pointed again. Bang, bang, bang. Within the ranks of blood cocoons, 10 members of the Security Bureau, warriors or soldiers, burst apart in a gruesome display. All their flesh and essence were consumed by Wang Furong. Seemingly growing bored, he flicked his claw that a gap appeared in Cui Shan's blood cocoon. I will kill you, beast, you monster, I will surely slay you." Cui Shan's eyes bulged with fury. His comrades, who had fought alongside him, were brutally slain before his very eyes. His heart brimmed with seething rage, yet he felt profound helplessness. Wang Furong disdainfully curled his lip, powerless fury. He roared, "Roar! Let them all perish!" The wolf's roar reverberated with a tremendous sound wave. The spirit-patterned blood array within the warehouse began to boil. The shadow of death cast over the hearts of all present. In that moment, Fong Han felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Thump, thump, thump. He could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Simultaneously, a voice within his mind shouted, "Fong Han, you coward! Why do you not step forward? These soldiers, these brothers, died because of you. Had you not come to this food processing plant, they would not have perished, you selfish wretch, in your quest to save your mother. You have doomed them all, Fong Han. They died because of you. Why do you not stand forward?" Tears welled in Fong Han's eyes, overwhelming guilt flooding his mind and heart. At that moment, another voice, a deeper, quieter version of himself, spoke slowly. Someone once said that the similarity between reality and fiction lies in the fact that every protagonist faces setbacks. The difference is that in novels and films, there is always a twist. In reality, such twists are nearly non-existent. Thus, some have compromised. Some have accepted their fate. In this harsh world, should we surrender, Fong Han? Should we abandon hope? In his mind, this voice questioned him, resonating with a clarity that pierced through his despair. The faces of fallen warriors flashed before Fong Han's eyes. He roared defiantly, "No! Absolutely not. They should not die in vain. The living must remember them. What they could not achieve, I, Fong Han, shall accomplish. The missions they can no longer complete, I, Fong Han, shall fulfill. I, Fong Han, shall never submit. In that moment, Fong Han felt a newfound sense of belonging and purpose surge within him. At that instant, something extraordinary transpired within him. Chapter 73. Spirit Pattern Characters. I, Fong Han, shall never submit. Within the blood cocoon, Fong Han clenched his fists and unleashed a roar. Unyielding, unrelenting, indignant, and furious, a tempest of extreme emotions erupted from his heart like a volcanic explosion. Thunderous roars echoed in his mind. Fong Han's eyes ignited with blood-red lightning, crackling and bursting forth. His deep, boundless pupils transformed into two radiant, mysterious orbs of blood lightning. A veil of crimson light enveloped Fong Han's vision. This was ultimate power. Realization dawned upon Fong Han. Suddenly, he perceived the heroic souls of all the fallen warriors. Among them were the brothers from the Security Bureau who had perished long ago, as well as those who had just sacrificed themselves. Over 100 translucent, pale blue heroic spirits stood upon the blood-stained tiles. Their eyes all fixed upon Fong Han in unison. The heroic spirits performed a perfectly executed salute to Fong Han before merging into the spirit pattern blood array beneath them. At that moment, Fong Han felt an inexplicable kinship with the blood on the tiles, as though it were the bond of brothers. Instantly, a surge of unfamiliar memories and knowledge flooded into his mind. With a mere thought, he absorbed and integrated this newfound understanding. He suddenly realized that he had developed an extraordinary comprehension of the spirit pattern blood array within the warehouse. Not only did he grasp all its effects and powers, but he also felt as though he could control it. Fong Han recalled a rumor spoken by Lao Ban Hu Jiqing, which had yet to be substantiated. The spirit pattern blood array utilized not only human blood but also confined their souls, granting it an array of bizarre and potent effects. Now, Fong Han understood that this was no mere rumor. The ultimate power within him could indeed aid these heroic souls in breaking free. And in turn, these heroic spirits helped him seize control of this spirit pattern blood array. Suddenly, a thunderous wave surged in his ears, reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. The blood cocoon encasing him began to writhe violently. The blood enveloping his body brought forth a torrent of pure, condensed life essence and spiritual energy. Sensing this power, Fong Han's heart raced. He understood that these energies belonged to the fallen warriors of the Security Bureau. The ruptured skin healed instantaneously, becoming smoother and more resilient. The spasming, torn muscles swiftly restored to their former strength, becoming denser and more powerful under the nourishment of the pure blood essence. The cracked bones, previously riddled with fine fissures, healed completely. Each bone underwent a profound transformation, evolving from within. At this moment, Fong Han felt as though his entire being was immersed in the most luxurious hot spring. His martial arts foundation became increasingly solidified, profound as a mountain. His physical realm transcended a level, progressing from intermediate marrow refining to advanced marrow refining, akin to mercury. His bone marrow gleamed like lead mercury, heavy and dense, teeming with vitality. This transformation also significantly enhanced his body's hematopoietic and recovery capacities. He advanced from intermediate bone tempering, as strong as steel, to advanced bone tempering, equally as formidable. His bones now resembled steel rebar, exhibiting remarkable hardness. The destructive power of his fists and feet, along with the lethality at the joints, saw a substantial increase. The defensive strength of his skeleton was equally as unyielding as iron. He progressed from intermediate tendon tightening, as taut as a bowstring, to advanced tendon tightening. His entire musculature became resilient and elastic, greatly enhancing his agility and explosive power. His meridians widened, resilient beyond measure, capable of accommodating a greater flow of spiritual energy. In combat, he could instantaneously unleash a torrent of spiritual power to augment his attacks. He advanced from intermediate synergy to advanced synergy. With but a thought, he could manipulate the strength of all his muscles, achieving a mastery over his physical might that was nothing short of remarkable. After mastering the nuances of weight control, Fong Han effortlessly grasped the technique of adjusting force with ease. When wielding a weapon, it could slice through the air as if weightless, delivering strikes with unparalleled swiftness. In the moments of collision, he could, through precise control, achieve an impact as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This newfound understanding undoubtedly transformed Fong Han's combat style and significantly bolstered his fighting prowess. Following the breakthrough in his physical realm, his corporeal strength surged rapidly. 10 tons of physical power is already the pinnacle for an ordinary martial artist. However, this threshold was effortlessly surpassed by Fong Han at this moment. Under the infusion of pure and potent corporeal essence, Fong Han's physical strength of 19,000 pounds was augmented by 7,000, reaching a staggering 26,000 pounds, a colossal 13 tons of raw power. Moreover, an abundance of exceptionally pure blood and flesh essence was stored throughout his body, poised to be continuously released and developed through his cultivation in the future. Concurrently, a torrent of refined spiritual energy surged into his form. As it circulated through his meridians, it swiftly merged with the blood-colored spiritual energy in his dantian, elevating Fong Han's cultivation level. The fluctuations of spiritual energy surged rapidly within the first tier's intermediate range, almost instantaneously reaching a level poised for breakthrough into the advanced tier. Following that, a deluge of spiritual energy, reminiscent of a celestial river in reverse, flooded into his dantian. This minor threshold was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. With a tearing sound, it shattered. The dantian expanded 5 to 6 times in an instant. The blood-colored mist of spiritual energy surged upward, only halting when it reached the threshold of the first tier's advanced level. The subsequent influx of pure spiritual energy quickly transformed into Fong Han's foundation, integrating itself into the various meridians. This essence would be continually excavated and activated as Fong Han progressed in his cultivation. Following the breakthrough of this minor level, Fong Han's physical strength also experienced a considerable increase, enhancing by an additional 4,000 pounds. His total corporeal might astonishingly reached 30,000 pounds. Ordinary martial artists of the second tier's lower level possess physical strength ranging from 10 to 30 tons. Yet, Fong Han's current 15 tons of immense strength allows him to stand shoulder to shoulder with some second-tier martial artists of shallow foundation, and his martial arts rank is merely at the advanced level of the first tier. Should other martial artists become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be astounded by Fong Han's extraordinarily formidable martial arts foundation. The remarkable changes within Fong Han's body were far from over, and the moment had come to a critical juncture. Deep within Fong Han, a thread of ultimate power stirred. This minuscule force, akin to a frenzied bandit, began to indiscriminately plunder the myriad energies concealed within his body. Fong Han's own corporeal essence and the spiritual energy within his dantian remained untouched. However, every ounce of corporeal essence stored throughout his body, and the residual spiritual energy within his meridians, fell prey to this thread of ultimate power. All consumed. After absorbing everything, this blood-red ultimate power expanded slightly, yet it still appeared unsated. Its slender form writhed restlessly, akin to a discontented serpent. After wandering a few circles within Fong Han's body and finding no further hidden energies, it begrudgingly prepared to retreat deeper within. Observing this scene, Fong Han contemplated briefly before promptly channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian to nourish this thread of ultimate power. He was acutely aware of the potential benefits that would arise from allowing this power to grow stronger. Upon witnessing the blood-colored spiritual energy emerging from his dantian, the ultimate power became instantly invigorated. Like an eager child, it darted towards the blood-colored energy, impatiently swirling around it. Fong Han focused his intent, conveying a thought of permissiveness. Upon receiving Fong Han's approval, the ultimate power began to voraciously consume the energy. Its diminutive form, akin to a bottomless pit, swiftly absorbed 1/3 of Fong Han's dantian's spiritual energy reserves. In an instant, half was depleted. Once 4/5 of the dantian's spiritual energy reserves had been consumed, the ultimate power, now sated, underwent a remarkable transformation. It swayed unsteadily, settling into the dantian as if anchoring itself firmly. Its slender form quickly expanded, transforming into a blood-colored, ethereal symbol of ancient wisdom, no larger than a fingernail. This symbol, without a doubt, represented an ancient character, Extreme. The character for Extreme settled firmly at the base of Fong Han's dantian. The moment it landed, a deafening roar reverberated throughout Fong Han's body, as if this was not merely an ethereal character, but a towering mountain. Fong Han was horrified to discover that his dantian had shattered. In an instant, this blood-red ancient symbol radiated beams of crimson light, which, like ribbons of blood, pulled all the fragments of his Dantian back together. Within moments, the reconstruction was complete. Feng Han's spirit swept across, revealing that the newly formed Dantian was not only larger than the previous one but had expanded tenfold. Simultaneously, an epiphany surged within Feng Han's heart. The volume of this Dantian, along with the depth of his future spiritual energy, would undoubtedly rank among the utmost in the same tier. This insight arose without cause, yet felt undeniably certain. Feng Han knew that this change was indeed a result of the blood-red symbol's influence. The new Dantian lay empty, with the extreme symbol standing solitary at the bottom. Feng Han's spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere thin layer of crimson mist at the base, as the blood-red symbol stirred slightly. An immense force of attraction erupted from within the Dantian. The surrounding ambient spiritual energy rapidly converged. The power contained within the blood cocoon surged forth, supplying Feng Han's body. This spiritual energy and power swiftly transformed into blood-colored spiritual energy within Feng Han's meridians, continuously flowing into the Dantian. Upon reaching the bottom, the blood-colored symbol would emit beams of crimson light, illuminating the surroundings. The newly generated spiritual energy, upon being illuminated, would instantly undergo purification, shedding all impurities to leave only the most refined essence. The quality of this refined spiritual energy was assuredly of the highest caliber. Threads of the purest blood-colored spiritual energy rapidly accumulated within Feng Han's Dantian. After this profound transformation, his strength surged significantly. Just as a monumental change unfolded within Feng Han's body, an unexpected thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire warehouse, shaking it violently. A resounding boom caused the entire structure to tremble. Cui Shan and the others, along with all the wolf-transformed individuals, felt a sudden jolt of fear. None could discern the origin of this sudden, thunderous sound. At that moment, the blood that had previously boiled within the warehouse abruptly became still, as if frozen in ice, solidifying in place. While it continued to flow internally, it no longer bubbled. Moreover, Cui Shan and the others noticed that the blood cocoon encasing their bodies had begun to loosen. Although they could not yet escape, the pressure they felt had suddenly lightened considerably on the beams of the warehouse. The leader of the wolf-transformed individuals, upon hearing this thunderous sound, froze in place, a manic grin plastered across his face. As if struck by a spell of immobilization, a tumultuous wave of panic surged within him. He suddenly realized that his perception of the entire warehouse's blood array was rapidly dissipating. With a furious roar, the wolf-transformed leader scanned the surroundings with his sinister green eyes, unable to locate the source of the thunderous sound. As his gaze fell upon the now still blood on the ground, his eyes brimmed with a fierce rage. He cast his gaze upon Cui Shan and the others, no longer concerned with the order of their meal, and roared with a fierce snarl, "Die! All of you, just die!" The leader of the wolf-turned beings suddenly unleashed all his mental might, attempting to manipulate the blood formation inscribed with spiritual runes to annihilate every warrior and fighter, thus nourishing himself. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The coagulated blood upon the ground remained utterly unperturbed. Witnessing this sudden twist of fate, Cui Shan and the others felt a surge of elation. Each individual silently channeled their entire spiritual energy, striving for an opportunity to break free. The expression of the wolf-turned leader above them instantly morphed. Rage and brutality contorted his wolfish visage, and uncertainty filled his eyes, which brimmed with disbelief. "He has failed. Impossible. I distinctly declare that only I, the one who initiated the formation, could control this blood array." He had clearly asserted that this blood formation not only held the power to restore his youth and grant him immortality, but could also endow him with immense strength. Why? Why is this happening? The wolf-turned leader could no longer contain his frenzied roar. His mind spiraled into chaos. The 20 wolf-turned subordinates beside him sensed the tumultuous aura radiating from their leader and whimpered in fear. "Move, move now! Slay these insignificant humans!" The wolf-turned leader bared his fangs and howled. Yet, no matter how he bellowed, the blood upon the ground remained unmoved. In that moment, the intricate blood patterns shimmering on the floor appeared utterly foreign to the wolf-turned leader. The once familiar power of the blood formation had vanished from his perception. Just then, A powerful vortex storm suddenly swept through the entire warehouse. Amidst the low, hoarse winds, the blood on the ground began to swirl. Gale, pressure waves, and waves of blood whirled around a single figure. Cui Shan and the others, along with the wolf-turned beings, all focused their attention. They were astonished to witness Fong Han's blood cocoon shatter with a resounding crack at the center of this maelstrom. Fong Han, emerging from within, slowly opened his eyes. Those were not merely eyes. They were like bolts of crimson lightning. Wait. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the astonishing crimson lightning pupils underwent another transformation. They began to revolve slowly, morphing into two arcane symbols composed of blood thunder. Chapter 74. Leave no one behind. Annihilate all. Under the watchful gaze of all, Fong Han unveiled a pair of formidable eyes imbued with the essence of the blood symbols. These symbols were breathtakingly beautiful, resembling the finest masterpieces of art. Each stroke was composed of explosive blood thunder. They spun gently, forming Fong Han's irises. Those who beheld these eyes felt an overwhelming chill and dread surge from the depths of their souls. The swirling blood waves continued to encircle Fong Han, moving with a grace akin to the gentlest of felines, responding to Fong Han's spiritual will. The air around Fong Han suddenly resonated, vibrating lightly. As everyone stood momentarily stunned, a thick blood mist began to spread outwards. Subsequently, 9 blood-forged cauldrons emerged from within. The 9 provinces' cauldrons of his past life coalesced together. All floated within the blood mist, orbiting around Fong Han, swaying gently. When each person's gaze fell upon these 9 cauldrons, they could sense an ancient and profound aura. They were undeniably extraordinary manifestations of blood energy. The center of the warehouse. The blood waves, blood mist, blood eyes, and the person securely surrounded by the 9 blood cauldrons presented a stunningly shocking scene to all. Fong Han's gaze slowly lifted, landing on every wolf-turned being above. In a voice as frigid as ice, it reverberated throughout the entire warehouse. Today, all of you wretched curs shall die. Not a single one shall remain alive. Each word dripped with suppressed fury, transforming into a chilling intent to kill. Kill, Fong Han's voice thundered, akin to a storm erupting from the earth. The blood waves beside him surged violently. Like a tide, they rolled forth in an instant. The blood upon the ground coalesced into 10 crimson whips. Soaring skyward, the leader of the wolf-turned beings narrowed his ghastly green eyes and bellowed, "Scatter! Quickly, scatter!" The 21st-tier wolf-turned beings howled and scrambled to evade. Yet, even with their astonishing agility, 8 of them were ensnared by the blood whips controlled by Fong Han. Oh, whoa! The 8 trapped wolf-turned beings felt the tightening grip of the blood whips, their eyes filled with sheer terror as they looked to their leader for help, before the leader could react. Fong Han tightened his fist, remotely controlling the blood whips. The chilling word "die" echoed, as if the Grim Reaper himself had unleashed a deathly incantation. In an instant, the 8 first-tier wolf-turned beings, bound as blood mummies, exploded into a cacophony of death. In that fleeting moment, they were utterly obliterated by the terrifying power of the blood formation, disintegrating into a shower of bones and blood that rained down from above. A torrent of blood splattered across the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood instantly filled the air. "Excellent!" Cui Shan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The other warriors and fighters from the Security Bureau shared his exhilaration, their faces alight with satisfaction. The blood feud was still fresh in their memories. Cui Shan and everyone understood that in the face of these brutal wolf-turned beings, retribution must be meted out in kind. Blood for blood. They had to instill fear within them, to make them quake in terror. The remaining wolf-turned beings gazed in horror at the bloody spectacle. When they had slaughtered the Security Bureau fighters, their bloodthirst had been immensely satisfied. Yet, now, when the same fate was inflicted upon them by Fong Han, all the remaining wolf-turned beings felt a chilling dread arise from the depths of their souls. They trembled, their wolfish eyes fixed on Fong Han. Some, of lower rank or with timid hearts, even quaked in their half-wolf forms. The wolf-turned leader glared in fury at the chaotic scene before him, filled with anxiety and agitation. He had never anticipated that the control over the blood formation would be seized by an obscure youth, who would then turn its power against his own kin. Roar! The wolf-turned leader howled in rage. This howl seemed strange, carrying an invigorating and stimulating effect. Instantly, all the wolf-turned subordinates ceased their trembling eye in their eyes. The primal instinct for bloodlust returned, filled with a frenzied hue. "Kill him!" The wolf-turned leader extended his clawed hand toward Fong Han. Simultaneously, his wolfish form crouched slightly, his eyes locked onto Fong Han. The moment the latter showed even the slightest weakness during the assault, he would surge forward to rend Fong Han's flesh. Fong Han's cold gaze swept over him, fully aware of the leader's intentions. A smirk of disdain graced his lips as he glanced at the descending first-tier wolf-turned beings. Howl, howl, howl. The frenzied, bloodthirsty howls echoed in their ears. In the eyes of Cui Shan and the others, 12 first-tier wolf-turned beings unleashed their full demonic energy, akin to arrows of grim green. Descending from the heavens, they loomed above Fong Han, descending from all directions, eager to pounce upon him. Above, the menacing wolf-turned leader remained vigilant. Everyone widened their eyes, their hearts racing. "Fong Han, get out of the way!" Cui Shan shouted urgently at that moment. The 12 ferocious, bloodthirsty wolf-turned beings were merely a meter away from Fong Han. Their gazes, filled with greed and bloodlust, intensified with madness as they reached out with their sharp claws to tear him apart. Their bared fangs dripped with rancid saliva, envisioning a feast of flesh and blood. However, just as this illusory dream began to take shape in their minds, it was abruptly shattered by the crisp and resonant sound of a blade being drawn. The air was violently rent asunder, and the atmosphere was suddenly filled with a dazzling display of crimson blade flowers. In that instant, Cui Shan and the wolf-turned leaders widened their eyes in astonishment. Fong Han, having harnessed the power to manipulate weight and speed with mastery, unleashed a speed that surpassed anything before, several times over. Each slash through the air was as light as a feather. Yet when it struck its target, it revealed an overwhelming force that cleaved through all adversaries before him. The astonishing swiftness of the blade left behind a series of blood-red afterimages in the eyes of the onlookers. The relentless flurry of strikes transformed these crimson remnants into a magnificent bloom of blood-colored blades, flourishing at the very heart of the warehouse. The 12 wolf-like assailants, rushing towards Fong Han, suddenly felt as though their beastly gazes were violently cleaved apart by the very light of the blade he unleashed. Their formidable half-wolf bodies momentarily froze in midair. With a clang, Fong Han, unbeknownst to the moment, had sheathed his blade. He raised his head nonchalantly to regard the leader of the wolf-like beings, while the gazes of Cui Shan and the others remained transfixed upon the 12 assailants. In the next instant, it seemed as if time had finally begun to flow again. All 12 wolf-like beings, who had charged towards Fong Han, were sent